It's a group of different people that have different roles, and they're all achieving the same thing, which is to checkmate the opponent's king. But yeah, it's just what the rules of chess are. I don't know what to tell you. How much money do chess grandmasters actually make per year? Be honest. Most chess grandmasters make very little money. I think to actually be able to make a very good living, you have to be at least top 20, top 30 in the world, which eliminates most grandmasters out there. My parents are both grandmasters and they did not make a lot of money playing chess. I mean, my dad was living in a hotel and he was just basically going from tournament to tournament to try to make enough money to buy all his food for the month. For most people, it's not a job that can make you a lot of money. I can't give you exact numbers because everyone makes differently. Top 20 people will make quite good, and then maybe top 10 women in the world will make pretty decently as well. How do you stay locked in during classical games? Like, what are you thinking during the long silences? People think that 1.5 hours feels like a long time. When I play chess, I feel like 10 minutes have passed and there's like 1.5 hours. It's pretty nice. I think when I play chess, it's kind of for me like meditating because it's the only time when I'm not on my phone and I'm not constantly getting an influx of a lot of different notifications and things going on, and I can just sit peacefully for myself and think and play a good game. Chess is such a diverse game with so many different nationalities. Have you noticed if they have different play styles? I think that's for me one of the coolest things with chess. I remember when I was 14 years old, that's when I got really interested in chess because I went to the chess Olympiad and I remember walking in and I saw 2,000 people, everyone coming from all over the world, South American countries, Asian countries, European countries, African countries, North American countries. And I was like, I'm seeing so many people that I would never meet in my life if I wouldn't be here. For me, that's one of the coolest things with chess, that you get to meet people from all over the world. I have not noticed any difference in playing style. I think that everyone is just trying to play good chess. So no, I can't tell you if there's any difference. Is the Bon Cloud opening? Why is it a meme? Yeah, I mean, it's a meme because of how bad it is. Like, I think Magnus Carlsen, he always says it, like it's one of, it shouldn't exist or something like that. I think I saw him say. The Bon Cloud opening is when you, on move number 2, push your king forward. Now, this is objectively one of the worst things you can do in chess because it's all about checkmating your opponent's king, and you're, instead of protecting your king, you're putting it in the middle and you're just not protecting it in any way, and you're never going to be able to castle. But I think it was Hikaru that popularized this. And I think Hikaru and Magnus played it against each other in some game, and it became an iconic meme just because you're seeing the 2 best chess players in the world basically playing the worst opening there is. So yes, I've myself never played this because it kind of hurts my soul, but it's it's possible, it's just not recommended. What's the real secret behind the Sicilian defense? Why does everyone love it? Okay, I love this question. The Sicilian defense is my love, okay? I've played it ever since I was a little kid because my mom once said, Anna, if you want to win games with the black pieces, you got to play the Sicilian defense. And that stuck to me. Typically, when you play with the black pieces, you kind of have a disadvantage because you're 1 tempo down, white starts. So you typically end up getting a little bit of a passive opening, but not with the Sicilian. So the Sicilian goes like this. White goes e4, and now you go here. Now, what is the reason of you going here? Well, the reason is that you kind of want to prevent white from getting a lot of space immediately. So you're immediately saying, hey, if white goes for this setup, which is the idea that white typically has to get the 2 pawns in the center, then we're going to capture this pawn and we're going to eliminate this and we're going to try to get our pieces out very quickly. So the Sicilian typically goes something like this. And now you can do a bunch of different moves. There's like 10 different variations within the Sicilian. You can get your knight out, you can push one of these pawns, you can go here and try to get a sniper bishop all the way from here. But it can become a lot of different things. But the key move in the Sicilian is c5 on move number 2. From there, you can learn a bunch of different lines. People say it's not good for beginners. I think it can be good for beginners. So I think you should try it. It's such a great opening for black. Help! I've been stuck in ELO hell for years. What do I do to escape? I'm very sorry you've been stuck with your ELO. Just watch the videos, improve, play more. I'm sure you'll get out of there. I believe in you. Yeah, that's it. I've been grinding on chess.com for years and I finally got to 1500 ELO. How much longer do you think it'll take me to be a grandmaster? I'm 15, by the way. Hashtag on the grind. Okay, listen, I love the positivity you have, and I love how much you want to become a grandmaster. It's amazing. There's a long way from 1500 to Grandmaster. But you just keep playing and we'll see where you go. But it gets exponentially harder. But don't let that stop you from achieving your dreams. If you want to become a Grandmaster, keep going, keep grinding. I believe in you. What is one thing I should know/learn to beat most people at chess? I don't want to be the best, just better than most. I feel like I'm seeing a red thread, which is that everyone just wants to improve at chess and everyone is stuck at just not knowing how to improve. But I think that, I mean, in real life, most people are not that great at chess. So if you just reach like 1300 online chess rating, you're gonna be better than all your friends. And already that is a great flex. If you're able to just pull up a chessboard and challenge all your friends and destroy them, who cares if you're 1800 or 1300? You're already flexing on your friends. Just watch master players play, watch games, try to improve from your games, watch a lot of videos, and just become better. Okay, final question. Could a noob beat Magnus Carlsen if they had like 30 queens? You, my friend, are very lucky because the Esports World Cup just tested this. Click here to watch the video.
Who has the better friendship, the Sidemen
or Beta Squad?
To settle this one once and for all, the Esports World Cup has flown us out here to take this test.
We've been given questions about each other and whoever gets the most right wins, starting with the hardest question first.
What is Toby's worst feature?
What's going on?
I don't know my worst feature. I'm great. All right, 3, 2, 1.
It's nothing.
Technically the same thing. My height is nothing, so...
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's what I meant.
That's the point.
That's the point. Yeah.
His height is nothing compared to the rest of the side.
Yeah.
What is Sharky's worst feature?
I don't know.
Okay, let's just do it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, forehead. Knee. How's the knee your worst feature?
I should have said forehead.
What's Vic's favorite video game in history?
If you don't write this, he's not writing it. I've seen the first letter he's writing it.
3, 2, 1, let's reveal.
You spend so much, you still play it.
That is very...
This is your game.
That is true, because
This
I
is
don't
your
play
game.
this anymore. But I've played a lot of games in my time. I've probably put more hours into this than that.
What's Kenny's favorite video game?
What is Kenny's favorite video game?
I don't even know myself.
3, 2, 1, COD.
My guy knows me, man. Hey, 50 in the world on Black Ops back in my day. This is my game, man, and I still play it today.
What is Vic's biggest pet peeve?
Can I show you my answer just for Bants? I'm going to change it. Just look. My answer is going to be very specific.
Have you written all of them?
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
People who don't know what they're talking about but act like they do.
No, because that's actually sometimes me. So, I said people who text. That frustrates me when you see someone's like read a text and you just don't get a reply.
What's Kenny's biggest pet peeve?
Ah, man, I don't even know that.
How can I know if he doesn't know himself? I'm just gonna write something now.
How was he writing before me? That makes no sense.
You got something?
Yeah, but if I did have one, it would...
3, 2, 1.
Speaking too loud.
Arriving early. Because you're always late. Did you get it?
You bait me out in front of everyone here that I'm always late.
What is the biggest moment that defines your friendship?
Oh.
What would I say?
You
You know what I'm thinking about.
No.
You can't.
No, you can't.
Right, all right.
Here we go. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
I've got coaching for the charity match.
It's technically the same thing as...
Yeah, that is the same because you trained me to score the penalty. Yeah.
That's
This
the
is
point,
true.
really.
3, 2,
Oh, I regret my answer now.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I should have put that.
Yeah.
I put Kenny's first fight.
I was gonna put that, but
I was gonna put moving in together. I should have put moving in together.
because I'm like, that's just, it's my moment, it's our moment.
I
it's
know,
like,
but I enjoyed it. I was like proud
I
of
was gonna
you.
put that as well.
No, but I was gonna put that.
Oh.
I should have put that.
Who is better at trash talking in online lobbies?
All right, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Victor.
Yeah, I was gonna say Toby's too nice. He actually doesn't. He actually compliments people.
I'm good at offline trash talk.
Stands on business in person.
Yeah. Say it to my face.
There's only one man.
3, 2, 1. Kenny!
Me.
That's you, but that was you growing up, no?
Yeah.
You're just trash talking everyone.
The Call of Duty lobbies, no one can chat to me.
What is Vic's most used emoji?
Can I have a backup answer?
So yeah, why not?
All right, 3, 2, 1.
I even drew it.
Oh, got the crying laughing, let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
Star as a backup.
Crying laughing
Let's
emoji.
go.
What's Kenny's most used emoji?
3, 2, 1.
Laughing emoji. Yeah, boy.
Let's go on a roll.
Who is the better overall gamer?
3,
I
2,
better say Tony.
1.
That was easy.
That was easy.
More of those, please.
Yeah,
more
go
of
on,
those.
more of that.
3, 2, 1.
Kenny.
Yep, that's me.
Easy.
If Toby was not a YouTuber, what job would he be doing?
I don't even know if I believe this, but I've written it.
All right, ready?
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Pro baller.
Come on.
You reckon I made it pro?
Yeah. If it weren't for that,
Wasn't for
weren't for that
the
YouTube
injury.
career and that knee injury, he could have gone pro. I'm telling
I'll
you.
take that.
If Sharky wasn't a YouTuber, what would be his job?
Ooh. 3, 2, 1.
Football coach. Same thing. Same thing.
Oh, I'm so glad I got that right. Oh my god, we're back in the game.
If you two entered the EWC tournament, which game would give you the best shot at winning?
So what game could Vic successfully carry me on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
FC 25.
Odd.
I put FC 25.
I put COD so you can carry me.
Oh, yeah, but you can carry me in. Oh,
Yeah, we don't play teams like that. It's like that's like usually one-on-one.
I was gonna put COD, but I was like, I've actually got.
I'll just hide in camp, but you could I'll just
Oh,
camp.
that's so true.
You could just carry me.
Like that.
All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Let's come on.
If you're both stuck on a deserted island, who would survive the longest?
I don't even know. I'm just gonna. Damn.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I would disintegrate myself.
Yeah, I'm going.
3, 2, 1. Sharky. Yes! Go on!
Thank God.
So you would think Kenny, right? You would
But then
think
I was like, when
no.
you really think long term.
I can go longer without eating.
endurance.
And I feel like I'll be a bit more tactical with survival stuff.
What is the first video game you played together?
Don't question it. You're questioning it, aren't you?
3, 2, 1.
FIFA.
FC, yeah. Woo! Because remember, my first time playing Fortnite was with you. I thought I was going to say that. It wasn't the first time, yeah.
First time playing.
This guy.
All right.
Right, 3, 2, 1.
Go. We played MW3. We did. We played MW3 before GTA 5 came out. I remember.
Introduction to the Sidemen.
Yeah, but this is the first game.
You're sure we played MW4
Yeah,
together?
I remember it distinctly. I even remember the map. We were playing the map called Bootleg. It was me, you, and
What's
Josh.
bootleg? Is that the
It's-
village?
It's like the grassy outdoor one on Modern Warfare 3.
I don't remember that.
But anyway, yeah.
So maybe I'm wrong.
Who is funnier?
Ooh.
I know what's going to happen here. 3, 2, 1. Kenny. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
Bro, I feel like you're the more like intelligent. Mine are just stupid.
Yes, but that's but that's why you're funnier, because it's like yours is like instant.
Okay, I'm ready. Here we go. I put myself, but it's often unintentionally.
I agree. He's phenomenal. Underrated, if you ask me.
Yeah.
New funniest moment is your cow impression. Give him your cow impression.
Nah, I'm that. I've got somewhere to be actually.
If the internet cancelled Kenny, what would be the reason?
What would I get cancelled for?
Already typing, mate.
Bro, what? You know what? This makes the most sense. All right, 3, 2, 1. Disrespecting a culture by accident. Because sometimes I'm not clued up on certain stuff.
I wrote laughing at something offensive. It's not the same thing. Because you laugh a lot.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe you're going to be on stream, something offensive, and you just start
Doesn't
laughing.
that count as disrespect? Like laughing?
They're shaking their heads.
point.
They're shaking their heads.
If the internet cancelled Vic, what would the reason be?
Well, it already happened. Oh man. All right, ready?
3, 2, 1.
Who's most likely to rage quit during an EWC tournament?
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So-
yourself.
I rage quit among us. I
Yeah.
rage quit in an EWC tournament.
He can do that.
3, 2, 1.
I put myself.
Is it? I rage, man. Come on.
I don't rage quit, I give up. But to be fair, maybe rage quit is more your style.
What is Toby's proudest moment?
I don't even know the answer to that. That's was. Oh, I got it.
I got it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, bang. Yeah.
Playing at Old Trafford. Come on, let's go. That's
Let's
big.
go.
That might actually have to be worth double point.
What's Kenny's proudest moment?
I got a few, but
3, 2, 1.
Winning against.
Yes, same fight. Main event Dublin.
go.
Winning in Dublin. It was against Anderson.
Winning in Dublin.
Same fight, same fight.
What is Toby's birthday?
I'm gonna write down Vic's birthday just to embarrass him.
This is my kryptonite. I don't know anyone's birthday. Oh no.
I'll tell you all the Sidemen's birthdays. Josh is the 4th of September. Simon's is the 7th.
Don't worry about it, I got it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. His birthday is it's on a really, it's a
April
great
8th.
day that we all celebrate.
April the 8th.
I'll try and remember that.
What's Sharky's birthday?
You have to know. You can't not know this. This is the top 3 easiest birthdays I think a human could possibly have.
That's why I know it though.
Yeah.
3,
2, 1.
31st.
December 31st.
There we go.
If you didn't know that, I'll be
Yeah,
shocked.
yeah. That's poor for me if I didn't know that one.
Who is better at EAFC?
Woo! Time to stat pad, baby.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Toby.
Yeah, we just know each other
That's
so
the one
well.
game I have over this man.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Sharky, and I'm not even that great. He's just really bad.
I'm just horrible.
He's just really
I'm
bad.
terrible.
I think we did pretty good.
I think we
I
smashed.
think we did pretty
If
well
Vic got
there.
come anywhere near, I'd be impressed.
That was the final question.
No!
We have tallied up the results.
Oh my God, please.
Firstly, who do you think won?
We won.
Who do you think won out of two?
Us.
We should win. We've known each other for longer, I believe.
The person that won by a landslide
What?
is the side.
Yes, come on, W.
How close is it? Come on. Not close.
Not even close.
All right, fair play. Congratulations. You guys can have that one.
If you did enjoy the video, please click right here to watch us answer your most Googled questions.
The Esports World Cup have invited us here today to take on one of their most difficult challenges yet.
Truth or punishment?
We'll be picking out controversial questions from a jar, and if we don't answer, we will be punished. Do you want to go first?
No, not really.
I'm going to make you go first.
Right, okay.
Rank the Sidemen members from funniest to least funny. So, least funny. We'll start with the funniest. Who's the funniest?
In my opinion, from growing up watching them, Harry.
Yep, I tend to agree.
Then second funniest, I'm gonna go you.
Oh, get him!
I'll go you.
Yes!
That's me safe. Third, I'll go JJ.
Yep,
Then I'll go Simon, Toby,
okay.
Josh, Vic.
That's fair enough. Well done. Good answers.
Right, are you ready?
I am. Oh, bollocks.
What's the biggest brand deal you've ever turned down and how much?
It was a streaming platform for Mixer. It was a lot of money.
And how much?
It was higher than 6 figures, but I didn't do it because I didn't trust the platform.
Over £1 million?
Yeah, because
Over 2 million?
I like Twitch more. No.
Over £1 million?
Yeah, but I just didn't like the platform that much. But then I saw, who was it that went there? Ninja went there,
Yeah.
secured like fucking 25 mil and it went off anyway.
It
And he
did.
walked away with all the money, so more for me.
It is more for you,
Yeah.
but I like what you've done there.
Yeah, I like Twitch lots.
Yeah, it's the best. Twitch
I
is the
prefer
best.
it, yeah. Which creator do you think will have a total fall-off in the next 12 months and why?
Oh my
Cool, you're getting some horrible ones, mate.
There's one easy option I could just go for.
Yeah?
But I'm not gonna go for them. I can't answer that. And
You're gonna take the punishment?
I'll take the punishment.
Punishment! Blindfold that man. Bring it in, bring it in.
Why are you laughing?
She's in.
She?
Yeah. Ginge, time to face your punishment. Hands in the box, mate.
Wait, can I ask you a question first? Is it alive and moving or is it just a normal object?
I'm not telling you. Yeah, go on. One hand.
Chill out.
Watch out, it moved. Oh. Oh. Put your other hand in as well.
No?
Yeah.
Oh my. Chill.
Put
So
your hand
there's
in.
something in there.
Yeah. Put your other hand
I've
in.
got a feeling it's gonna be like a teddy bear or something.
Get both hands in. Grab it.
I actually think it is moving.
Stroking it. That's really kind.
It's the teddy bear, innit?
Is that you gonna guess teddy bear? Yeah.
No.
What is it?
I'm not a joke. I think it's a dead cat. What for YouTube saying? I know it can't be. I'm gonna go teddy bear.
All right. Take your blindfold off.
Oh my god. Oh, okay, brilliant.
Oh.
Brilliant. Okay, you ready for yours, Bez? Ooh, I'm glad I didn't get this.
All right.
Who makes the most money in the Sidemen? Rank them from highest to lowest.
All right. Numero uno, KSI. Prime is like mega. Music's mega. Boxing's mega. Second, Vicstar.
Yeah.
I think he's made some very solid investments in his time. He's just a
He's a
little
businessman.
bit. Yeah, he's a little bit more in tune like that.
No.
Simon 3, Harry 4, Josh 5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put me and Toby are pretty similar, so 6 or 7 doesn't really matter. I'll go 6 because I'm here now, and I'll put
Nice.
Toby last. Unlucky, mate. Get your money up.
Please.
Oh, here we go. How much have you spent on pack openings? Pixels that mean nothing the next year.
What, in like 1 year that I'm,
No,
I'm aware of?
Sure.
And the number, I think I think it was around 30 grand.
30 grand, okay. That's quite humble, because I think that in our prime pack openings, like team of the
100%.
seasons, oh my God.
I can imagine what you were all
Yeah,
spending.
ridiculous amounts. They weren't my question, so.
Say the full name of an esports World Cup pro player you think is rubbish, or take the punishment.
Oh, well, I'm going to have to take punishment, mate. I wouldn't disrespect any pro player here,
And-
because they are not rubbish.
Yeah, and I respect that from you.
Thank you.
Bring in the punishment, please. Ooh.
Can I go?
Yeah, you can go now, mate. You want to put your hands in that.
Yeah, well, that's gorgeous.
Oh, be careful when you grab it, be careful.
No, I like this. This is a bit mean. This ain't a forfeit. Oh. Oh, that's really satisfying, that. I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, honestly, mate.
I can just stay here.
Enjoy it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, can I? That's fun. Yeah, do you know
That
what I
is
mean?
quite nice.
That's,
That is quite nice. Put your slime away.
yay. That's lovely.
Yeah, you did well there.
Yes. Slime.
You got away with one.
KSI and Jake Paul fought tomorrow. Who would actually win?
Jake Paul.
Yeah, I think the way things have gone.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see it. I
don't think it happens.
I think Jake Paul took the more serious route. I think he has actually got a mission in his head to go and win something in
He's
boxing.
ranked now.
I do think he's actually technically quite good.
Yeah.
And he's put in the work, whereas JJ's gone off and done other things.
I'll back my guy.
Yeah.
And I think prime versus prime, I think he wins.
Prime versus Prime, it's a lot
I think
closer.
he wins, but I just think with the way things are going, I don't think the fight ever happens. But
No, I don't.
yeah.
Who's the most annoying fan base in sports?
Arsenal fans.
Well said.
Arsenal fans. I think they should all be diagnosed with delusion. There's something really wrong with Arsenal fans.
100%.
Which creator is least deserving of their platform and why? That's a corker.
Do you know the worst thing about this? It's just, I don't want to utter the names because then they're relevant again. There's two obvious answers here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like a cop-out one, but also justifiable.
Well, now you've admitted to doing cop-outs, I think we just bring in the punishment. Like, I
I should have said anything. Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, cool.
Right,
Go on then.
I'm sorry. I had hair and a snake. He had
It weren't
slime.
real, mate.
A snake's a snake, Bez. And he had slime. So, if anything, this should be Play-Doh.
Don't get too...
Oh, it's not Play-Doh.
What's that? Oh, he's getting brave.
What is it?
Go
it's
on.
a wet cloth. It's a wet sock.
I think you're correct, mate.
Yes, I say
Wet
that.
sock.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Nice.
Oh, no.
What's the most annoying thing about working with the person you're currently recording with right now? I won't take offence. So you can be 100% honest.
I think the most annoying thing about you is...
You can't
when-
say how funny I am.
You're too tall.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
If you could kick one person out of the Sidemen, who would it be?
It's not for me to kick anyone out.
There's an easy cop-out answer.
JJ, because he tried to leave before.
Boom. He also just got so much money. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't need to be doing this stuff.
No, but it shows he loves it.
He loves the game.
Yeah. Look down the main camera and tell us your least favourite family member.
My least favourite family member is Rolo the dog.
No, we're not having that. Cop out, bring the punishment in. No chance. No. Genuinely, I'm not even just saying that. I'm glad I didn't have this one.
Where is she? It's like toy dinosaurs.
It's not trying to...
Is it toy animals, yeah? What's that one?
What animal?
Oh, scary. Oh, there's a big spider as well. There's a couple of insects, yeah? Yeah.
Well done, Buzz.
You just got to go in and, like, get handsy on them.
Do you reckon? I'll try that for the next one then.
What's your full current address, credit card number, and mother's maiden name?
Can I have the other one?
No, I pick this.
Nice.
Remember, though, get stuck in. No thinking about it. But, yeah, you're in.
I'm in.
Yeah?
What is that?
Oh.
Shaving foam.
Well done.
Yes, I knew
Yeah.
it. Thank you. Right, next one. Expose the last person that you DM'd on Instagram.
Out of me DMing them, I'd send him first. It'll be Jared Bowen.
And what did you say?
He posted a pre-season pic and he had bigger arms than I remembered. So I said, calm down, lad. Save some curls for the rest of us, mate.
His best mates.
He loved it.
He loved it.
He
mate.
loved it,
I
yeah.
bet he loved
He
it.
said light and sorted me out. I said, yeah.
Ah.
Have you ever slid into a fan's DMs? Who was it?
I don't think I have.
Could have, could he?
No, I don't think I have.
No fan ladies?
Not.
Hey, look, here we go.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, here we go, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was it then?
You're not knowing that.
Oh, mate, I need to know. That's what the question is.
God.
Have you ever? Yes.
By the way, that's outrageous.
And who was
That is
it?
outrageous.
Who was it?
I'm not saying full name.
All right.
There was actually a girl that gifted subs to go on a date with me.
Yeah?
And I went on a date with her. She was called Alicia.
Oh, that's pretty. You got paid to go on a date.
Yeah.
Fucking class.
I don't do that anymore, though. If you could delete one esports game forever, which one would it be and why?
Oh, that's a tough one. I know there's like a League of Legends, I just find chaos to watch.
Yeah, I'm not a fan
It's
of
just
League of
chaos.
Legends.
I don't actually really know what's happening.
But I'm aware it is huge.
It's amazing, yeah. So,
Huge, but
again,
it's
my
not my cup of
preference,
tea.
I ain't got a clue.
I'll back you on that one.
Who is the most famous person who's ever ghosted you? That's a pretty good one.
I'd probably say what I said before. We tried to do a video, so I messaged Joella, but he didn't get back to me. But I don't know if he ghosted me or he didn't
Is he
see
the
it.
most famous person who's ever ghosted you?
Well, great respect. I don't get ghosted much better.
Oh, right, yeah, here we go.
One of the bot boys now.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think the Sidemen would still be relevant if KSI left?
Yes, because he disappears for fight camps and we still produce banging videos.
100%.
So I don't think there's that man behind the camera's got like that there. I've clocked that
You know
behind
what
the
to say?
camera.
You know what to say, mate?
You got any opinions? I actually think KSI is not even one of the best people in the videos anymore.
I actually agree. I think you are. I think you are.
Oh, thanks, mate. Have you ever taken an idea from another creator and not credited them?
No, I'd always credit him.
Yeah?
Because if it was done to me, I'd be a bit annoyed. But I mean, half of YouTube's already been done anyway.
Exactly.
90% of YouTube is already done.
I never liked the thing of like, oh, they took that from me, because like, it's probably been done somewhere.
100%.
And listen, it's not about who did it first, it's about who did it right.
Hey, I like that.
Boom.
I like that. Mate, I get this question. If you won an esports match, what's the most embarrassing celebration that you could do?
If I won, I could do the L dance at them.
Oh, how does it go? Oh dear, that's...
Is that the right way on camera? You fucking kidding me? How about that? A little bit embarrassing, I'm 30 years old, but...
You are 30 years old.
Moving swiftly on. Do you think Beta Squad would still be relevant if Nico left? That's a big one now.
100% definitely still relevant.
Yeah?
Do I think they'd be as good? He's such a huge personality. He's a creative genius.
Yeah, he comes up with really good ideas,
unbelievable. They'd definitely still be relevant.
Everyone's still big enough in their own right,
100%.
like, to do their
Nico,
own shit,
yeah, I
whatever.
definitely think they'd still be
Yeah?
100% relevant, yeah. Rate the Beta Squad members from funniest to least funny.
Oh, funniest. Oh, this is tough. I think AJ's really funny, so I'll probably put AJ first.
Nice.
I think Chunks is funny, so I'll probably put him second. I think Nico's funny, but I prefer his storyline vids more.
Yeah.
So I'll put Nico third. Then there's Kenny and Sharky, right? I'll go Sharky fourth, Kenny last, but only because I just don't see that much of Kenny.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You think he's a boring bastard. It's your turn, mate.
How much is in your bank account right now?
Bring
Prove
on
it.
the...
Prove it.
Actually,
Prove it. No, don't do that. No.
That's
I want
fine.
to see. No, we're
No.
not playing the Morgan Birtwhistle game, yeah? Where like,
£347.
load up the proper one. Load up Angry Ginge Limited. Where is it? Show me.
I've answered the question.
No way do your Twitch payments go into that one, mate.
They do.
Can he get punished for lying?
It's been a tough month.
Nah, he's got away with that. Big time.
No, I answered the question.
Yeah.
What is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done?
It's probably when I was a child. I was at school and it was non-uniform day, and the teacher went out the room and I was like class clown, and I went to go and draw on the whiteboard but stood on the thing and my pants fell down.
Genuinely.
And I had to like hide under the desk, yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you got the last blow here.
Here we go. What is the best and worst Sidemen video and why? Got any stinkers?
Stinkers.
We definitely post stinkers, mate. There's some that honk.
Yeah, but what you think might honk,
You might enjoy
I
it, yeah.
might enjoy.
Yeah.
I'll take the punishment on that one.
Oh, wow. Are you just doing that for the fun of it?
I do it for the content. Also, I don't really want to slag off your work.
Oh, thank you, mate. That's really
No
kind of you. You're a kind man. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, big
What?
trouble.
One.
Right, that was absolutely insane. EWC also done the same video
Mate, is that a unicorn?
with Beta
what
Squad,
is that?
so make sure to click here and watch it.
Teddy bear with electric things in it. As a T-Rex.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
7, 8.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A very good morning and welcome to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We got a lot to talk about here because it's day 2 of our group stages. And to talk about that, I have Lacoste and Seb joining me this morning. Seb, it's already day 2. Means we had a lot of good first impressions yesterday. How are you doing? How are you feeling about it all?
I'm good. We ended the day with OG playing too,
yes, we did.
Against Yandex, which are the favorites. So that was a game I was watching, on the stream. I was just watching the stream. Ended up being a tie. We had only ties yesterday, I think. So, and I think it tells the story of what this tournament is going to look like. Every team here is capable of beating, one another. It's going to be extremely competitive. So I'm looking forward to see how it's going to unfold. I think it's impossible to predict right now who's going to, be on top of the groups.
Yeah, I think if you think you know it, then it's probably wrong. Come on, there's so many options here, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yesterday we had a great day of Dota, and also meta's starting to shape up, but nothing too crazy happened. I don't think we had any massive upsets where an underdog won 2-0. It was more like maybe they're going to be able to take the game off of someone. I think for me the biggest one was Virtus Pro taking a game off LGD, who seems to be in the top form. But other than that, it was pretty kind of expected results.
Yeah, you guys missed some of the action. That's totally understandable because there were 3 streams live at the same time. But to give you a little bit of insight of what happened yesterday, we got the STC Rewind coming your way to show you all about it. So yesterday, as Seb already said, all 4 series on this stream went 1-1, even though there were supposed to be a couple of scenarios where it was David versus Goliath. And every time the underdog was able to take a game. That is, if that happened once, Seb, that's, that happens, that's normal. But there were 3 series, I think, that we could say maybe should have been not as even as they were.
No, for sure. And yesterday we saw some of the clear favorites for, winning the whole thing here. We saw Falcons, we saw Liquid, we saw Yandex, and, amongst other teams. So it means that no team is untouchable here. And no team is also B2B, could be counted out. So I think these are the most exciting tournaments where it's actually going to come down to who's able to adapt the best, who's able to also withstand the pressure. A lot of factors are going to come into play. The meta, how it develops, who it fits. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. I think tournaments can't be boring when there's a clear favorite that come in and they just beat everybody else. This is literally the opposite. Everybody is, kept on their toes, and they're going to have to not lower their guard ever because they can fall to anyone.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of competition. We do have 24 teams with a bit of a different format as well. Every single game does matter, and I think it's going to produce overall better games. You can see that some teams are more resilient than others. Even some underdog stories as well. They're kind of hard to break through because today they came here to play. Everybody, it seems like they came prepared. Even maybe the lower teams. There's a clear favorites, of course. You did mention the Team Yandex, P-Vision, these type of teams that could potentially take it all. But any other team could potentially also cause some big upsets.
Yeah, we're going through the groups right now. As Group A, we've only had 1 series per team, so maybe not too much to learn from it. But the amount of ties we saw in Group A does mean that for me that is going to be a very spicy group to see who comes out on top, because keep in mind the bottom 2 of each group get eliminated. The top 1 will get straight into the playoffs, and the other 3 will be playing in their survival stage to make their tournament dreams come to life in the playoffs later down the line. Group C, we have Vici as well as P-Vision. They are the 2 teams that got 2-0s under their belt. Couple of ties there as well. And finally, Group D, which I think we talked about yesterday as well. And we feel that this is also, together with Group A, 2 of the most even groups. And the groups where you don't really know what's going to happen. I'm sure, Seb, you looked at that group D closely, considering.
Yeah, I had a rough time when I got the news for the group because it's very stacked. I think obviously all the groups are very stacked. Maybe I'm biased, but I feel like Group D is particularly stacked. You have 1W, Yandex, two of the teams that everybody looks at, expect them to be in the top 5, maybe probably top 3 of the tournament.
Don't forget LGD.
LGD, they just kind of showed that they were the best team in the region and by far because they 3-0'd P-Time, which we also saw P-Time able to take a game off Liquid, but they were not able to take a game off LGD. So, but obviously, this thing in Dota where like A beats B and B beats C, it doesn't work like that. You can't just transfer a win to another team. Every team is different. You might be able to beat a team and have nothing against the other. So that's the beauty of Dota, the clash of play styles. It keeps everything very much up in the air.
Rock, paper, scissors. You can always beat the best team in the world, but never beat the number 16.
Yep.
Something like that. That is definitely a thing in Dota 2. We're going to focus our attention on the first series of the day, as we do have Gamer Legion and Extreme Gaming waiting in the wings to take the lead here in today's Dota games. And so far, to be honest, there's a little bit of a difference because I think that, yesterday we saw Gamer Legion 2-0 against Poor Rangers. Extreme Gaming, I thought they were the ones that were going to be 2-0-ing, but they actually tied against Rune Eaters, Lacoste.
Yeah, that's one of the issues, Shiver, with Extreme Gaming. You never know who's going to show up, and also the consistency. This was the team that I'd say struggled the most, because a lot of the times you see this team kind of do well in one tournament. Usually it is like they peak, and then they go downhill, then they peak again, then they go downhill again. Seems like there is a bit of a pattern here happening. Also, with the coach situation and everything, we have to see like how good they actually are. There's a lot of, I would say, on their shoulders, there is a lot of things that they need to be like relieved, because I think there's a lot of pressure onto them coming into TI, coming into EWC, because everybody's looking at them because they want them to perform. Like there's an audience behind them that is just like, it's always that pressure. And so far, the season didn't look that great for them.
No. And then on the other side, as we focus our attention to Gamer Legion, this is the team from the North American region. And to be honest, when we're talking about Extreme Gaming having pressure, Gamer Legion does not carry that pressure. Even though they are the only representative from the region, people don't have that high expectations, making them a little bit of the underdog. Let's hear what they have to say about that.
I would definitely think we're like an underdog with other teams as well. I feel like maybe they're going to take it easy on us, and I feel like it's going to be a mistake for them, that they think we're not going to fight back, or like we're just going to be some bad team that I got lucky that I got in this tournament. So I don't really think about representing it at all. I'm just here to play.
Here to play, here to win, and maybe without those expectations on them, without that pressure, Seb.
I mean, and keep your eyes on that player in particular, RCY. I think he's the player that impressed me the most in that team. I think he's incredibly good. This guy could be in a tier 1 team tomorrow, and he would not, hold them back at all. Like, I think that's how good he is. He does an incredible amount of work for that team. They have much more than him, obviously. But him in particular, I think, will be the X factor for many of their games here.
The squad looks really good. Like if you had to pick someone individually, I do have to agree that RCY, he looked the best, but also Ghost, during his time in Enigma Galaxy as well, he was the shining star. I was a little surprised that they decided to swap things around at the time, because he looked very stable, and he's looking stable again. Like even Fade from the offline, like the whole squad, they're kind of on the same level when it comes down to execution and everything. I wouldn't even call them the underdog, because I've been following this team closely, and they seem to be doing extremely well. Maybe they just, it feels like they need that little bit of oomph. I think they need a little bit of extra confidence. And once they start to play with confidence, things are going to be much easier for them.
Yeah, we'll see how they do against their opponents here this morning. Extreme Gaming, they do have that pressure, and they are a team that people, they don't just expect them to do well, they want them to do well, especially with the international being in China on the line. You want the home crowd to be really rooting for their home squad. They've had a pretty decent road to Paris here. Let's learn a little bit more about their road to EWC.
Extreme Gaming has been a powerhouse of Chinese Dota for many years, and they remain that way to this day with their current roster of Ame, Nothing to Say, XXS, FY, and XNova, which was built in the last few months of 2025. While Extreme Gaming is an incredibly strong team, it would be considered by most to be the strongest team in China by a fairly large margin. They do struggle against the top teams on a global scale.
Snuck them out! Extreme Gaming! Even with the extra lives, they have nothing on Yandex!
They have a large amount of top 5 finishes, but you'd have to go back multiple years to see big tournament wins for the team. Their road to the Esports World Cup 2026 was more spread out than almost any other qualifying team. With no tournament wins to speak of, the majority of their points instead came from getting top 4 in Dream League Season 27, Dream League Season 28, and even ESL 1 Birmingham 2026. Will Extreme Gaming finally manage to break free from their pattern of getting barely within reach but not quite making it to the end? Tune in and find out here, the Esports World Cup 2026.
We're going to look for that consistency that Extreme Gaming has been lacking a little bit throughout 2026. This is a good place to start. Lacoste, it's a long event. This is a good time to showcase that you can perform time and time again, day and day after each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that has been slow in a lot of tournaments, adapting to like certain meta. They have their own ideas. Sometimes it doesn't work out. And they were playing a bit of a slower Dota, like for years, pretty much. Different iterations of the team. This team definitely is speeding things up. We saw it yesterday when they were playing, where they were kind of owning as well, but also a little bit of a miscommunication, how the fights need to be, potentially with this Dawnbreaker coming in a bit late and then dying, not saving Ame multiple times. Even though this game for them, it should have been in the bag. You can see them struggling against some of these teams that they probably should not be struggling. But again, the inconsistency has been the name of the game for this team, unfortunately.
I mean, their seeding is really high, and sometimes they do fall short, and you kind of wonder what's holding them back. I do think that these are a group of players, like I think of Nothing to Say, Ame, these are players that everybody kind of expected them to win the biggest tournaments and you know, to get the biggest trophies, and they fell short every time, so close. I think there's something about, you know, their motivation and their hunger when they go into a season. This season, no question asked, it's going to be at the highest. You know, like TI is in China. I think they're also probably thinking about the fact that, you know, they're getting older. You know, we mentioned it yesterday. It's like, it's not going to last forever. I know, like, for a fact, like maybe a little bit of insider information, but that, you know, they're in very strong shape right now. Like whether it's Ame or Nothing to Say, I think they're at the top of their game. So I'm expecting a lot from Extreme Gaming. I don't know how fast they will, you know, peak in this tournament, and if they're going to start really strong, or if we're going to have to wait a little bit more days until they find their groove. There's maybe also like some adaptation to the meta. That's also one thing to consider is, you know, teams from different regions. At the end of the day, I do think that the meta is still shaped by, you know, CIS and European teams. Still nowadays in Dota, these are the most dominant teams out there. So they're more on the adapting and kind of learning side of things. So maybe they start a little bit slower, but their seeding, as I said, is really high. They could win the whole tournament if they, you know, get the right read and adapt fast enough.
Yeah, and all that starts, of course, in the group stage. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people at home that do really believe that Extreme Gaming, or maybe Gamer Legion, also will take it not just down the line, but today as well. And if you know, or if you think you know, who will take today's game, make sure you head over to the esportsworldcup.com and put in your pick'ems for today's match, which leads me to see if there is a preference regarding how the teams are playing and who will come out on top. I know it's a 2-game series, so it could be a tie. You could sit on the fence, and that's totally okay, but it wouldn't be as fun. Who do we think? How do we think is going to go down?
How do we think, or what do we want to see? I mean
both.
I have to say I'm biased towards Extreme personally, because I think these players have deserved crowns. You know, Ame is the uncrowned king, as we know. I really think he is. Like, this guy has been. There's been seasons where he was the best player out there, and by far, and he still is yet to claim, you know, the biggest trophies. So I'm just biased.
All right. How about you, Lacoste?
I'm feeling Gamer Legion, Shiver, I gotta say. I feel like this team, they can definitely do it, and they could also slide under the radar. Something that they talked about in an interview that, you know, it can happen. They kind of like the position that they're in right now with the underdogs and everything, so you might not be doing as much research when you play against Gamer Legion. And this is a team that has some like really spicy picks and really cool ideas that they can throw in.
Well, we're gonna find out because the first match of today is coming your way. But of course, we cannot start the match without the players. And for that, we are gonna head over to the stage where I believe Slacks is soon. Very soon.
And yes, we are indeed here, my dear panel, and we're in for another day. Day one of the groups here, Slacks, was incredible, full of upsets in ways that nobody would have really expected going into the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. It was a day of upsets. So many new coming teams that nobody thought possible, taking one game off. So many teams that everyone thought would dominate, going nowhere. So it was an incredible day, and I'm sure today is going to be just as exciting, Milos.
Absolutely will be. Now, before we start, I have a bone to pick with you.
Go ahead. Many do.
I'm kind of moving the bone down the chain, as they say.
Many do.
Yesterday, when you were introducing me, you know, it was very lovely to be compared to players, you know, like GH, like Ahmed. We forgot one Lebanese player, Seb. French Lebanese, but Lebanese still. So
Seb?
Yeah.
Is Lebanese?
Yeah.
Not at this event, baby. We hired Seb to be French. That is why he is here. If he is Lebanese for real, pretend you're not. We need you to be here. Just because you win TI doesn't mean you get hired for EWC. You're hired to be a token French person. You need to start acting like it, Seb. Sorry if that's offensive.
Fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. We got key teams, though, to kick things off.
We do have
on
teams.
To the groups.
Let me introduce your first team here today. We had some of the greatest teams of all time here yesterday. Multiple TI winners on this stage, and they all sucked compared to this one, baby. Only one team 2-0'd all day yesterday, and they're going to stay on the top. You know them. You love them. It's my boys from NA. Bring out Gamer Legion. I believe this team is going nowhere but the top. Will they 2-0 again? Probably not, but I believe so. All right, Extreme Gaming, their opponents, which I am just JK. I'm not revealing who they're fighting against yet, but I am just saying, I believe in this team. I glaze this team. This team is goated, and just because they're standing 2 feet away from me, that does not mean that this is fake glaze. I believe.
I'm not saying that you're biased to one way or another, but the other ones, they got a cool name. If anything, bring them out. Extreme Gaming! They tied up Brood Eaters yesterday. Yeah, they didn't get the 2-0 like you're thinking on the other side there. But you know what? That was Group A. It was, if anything, X-Nova's Hypernova Assist Extravaganza that fired up Nothing's to Say's Ember Spirit. Question is it going to be enough for a 2-0 sweep today? I know the pressure is mounted on them all through 2026, and we're about to find out. Gentlemen, please, Extreme Gaming, you may go ahead, place your keys, take your seats. Also applies to their opponents, a Gamer Legion. Glaze up, right?
I'd be glazing all day. All jokes aside, though, 2 fantastic teams. It's great to see an underdog do well, and everybody wants Extreme Gaming to win and go so far in this tournament. So, ladies and gentlemen at home, ladies and gentlemen here, hope you're ready for an incredible match as we will get right into it.
Thank you, Milos and Slacks, for setting the stage for our first series of the day. Gamer Legion Extreme Gaming head-to-head in a 2-game series. As we are moments away from getting the draft on your screen, I want to know what to expect, because we touched upon it already a little bit. Yesterday was day 1, and normally, you know, we try to learn a little bit about what's coming. But it was very broad. We heard Tofu even talk about that he feels like this is going to be the most diverse tournament hero-wise that he feels like has happened in this year. And I think yesterday we already saw definitely a glimpse of that.
No, we did for sure. And one thing that was also mentioned is the importance of the carry picks in this meta. And I think we've seen it yesterday. There was a lot of bans towards carry heroes, the SF, the draws. We mentioned Spectre, maybe coming into the meta to try to deal with them.
There was a Spectre ban, I saw it.
Yeah, I mean, you have Ame on your team. It's a carry meta. You're fine. You must be happy. I think it's a really good meta for him, actually. And I hope that they give him enough space in the draft to set him up for success. Nothing to say also is an incredible mid laner. I think he had maybe a little bit of a worse, couple seasons. But he's definitely back to his, old kind of shape. So I'm just really excited to see how strong they're going to start this series, because every point matters here. It's going to be a very competitive group stage, so they can't afford to drop games they're not supposed to.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shiver, you asked yesterday which hero do I think is going to be coming in potentially. I think we might be seeing NTS Tinker, especially in this series. He might catch them off guard. But to go back a little bit about the meta talk, we've seen meta kind of shaping as well. We've seen not a lot of heroes being picked, even though it's only day one. There's still 55 heroes that have not been picked so far at EWC, but the ones that have had a lot of success, that have been picked the most as well, is Earthspread, the most picked hero of the tournament with the Clockwork as well, 13 games. But the big ones with the highest win rate are, I would say, the most surprising ones. Dark Willow, she's sitting at 100% win rate over 5 games.
That's a pretty decent stat. I mean, I guess it's still at the stage where it could also just be very niche, but definitely something to keep an eye on, because and it's surprising because I don't think Willow has been looked at by almost anyone.
No, this hero has been definitely under the radar. You would see it being maybe picked a couple of months ago when Rubik and Hoodwink were meta and they got banned, so we were looking for a substitution. You were looking for this range position 4. I think Nature's Prophet as well. He has a 100% win rate over 4 games. We've seen Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, from the safe lane as well. It looked very good. We talked about the importance of trying to speed things up when you play against Raw Ranger and play against Shadowfin, try to outnumber them, and they definitely did that. These type of heroes are very good at doing so.
One explanation I can find for the Dark Willow, I mean, obviously the set of spells is very interesting and very good, but the laning phase, I think probably Willow is one of the better position 4 supports to go against a pairing of a position 5 melee hero and a range carry, in the sense that it's really intense trading. Like the harass from Willow is very intense, and melee heroes usually don't like that. And she has ways to catch range heroes also. With Bramble Maze, it's really hard to kind of disengage from it. You can even use the second spell to secure range creeps or harass from distance. So it kind of makes sense, why her laning presence is interesting versus what the meta is looking like.
Yeah, I also think that she's very good at kind of trading in the lane, plus also we are in the zoo meta. She has a bit of a protection as well with the Bramble Maze, with Terrorize on top of that, and she also doesn't die to summons. You're playing against Beastmaster, you're playing against Lycan. I think these two heroes are going to become super popular from the off lane. She has protection for the other support, for one of the other cores with Terrorize plus Bramble, plus she also doesn't die with the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, overall, a great hero. And happy to see her in action as Resident Level 30 Willow. I'm very excited to see her get some success. Let's support heroes, though. I mean, the thing that surprised me yesterday was that we already saw a difference between the start of the day versus the end of the day. I mean, I think your team, Seb, got Drow as the overall last pick in a draft. I mean, if you would have told me that at the start of the day that would happen, I would probably not have believed you. It also seems like we're back to being at the start of the day with the draft already banned out. But
it's actually a funny thing also with Dota drafting is sometimes when a hero is auto-banned or auto-picked, every game it's banned and picked, if it gets through, sometimes people kind of tend to forget, and there's going to be somebody in the room saying wait, draw's still in, by the way. It actually tends to happen because you just completely forget about the hero because you haven't dealt with it for the last 20 games. It's just banned, or it's just auto banned, and you're like, wait a second, they actually did not ban it. So it could have been something like that, but I'm interested to see also, how like the pick order for mid matchups, because I think both mid laners, just like the first series we witnessed yesterday between Falcons and BB team, both mid laners are capable of taking over the game. They're very active mid laners, they're tempo controllers, basically, nothing to say. And RCY, they play the same kind of heroes, maybe except for the Tinker. I don't know actually if RCY is in Tinker pair. We'll figure it out. But they're looking at the Earth Spirits, the Pangoliers, the Pucks, the Amber Spirits. So who gets which hero and in which order, I think is going to matter a lot.
In a meta where we're talking a lot about ranged carries, can you guys talk to me about where Kez fits in? Because I still feel like he has a pretty high priority in a lot of the drafts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this hero is anti-carry as well because he has the gap closing, he has like insane amount of damage, very difficult to kill, and this is also another hero that I think a lot of people will forget about, and I don't think you can be forgetting about it, especially in this series, because Ame loves to play the hero, and Ghost has been on. I think this is his, probably if you like said Ghost, I would probably say Morphling and Lone Druid, that he's that type of a player, and still showing that the hero is super powerful. Immediately there's going to be a response with Shadow Fiend, but Lone Druid, there were a couple of games in TI qualifiers where this hero still looked broken once you get to that Aghanim Scepter timing.
I think it was banned in every game we got to watch yesterday.
Yes,
so it's interesting that it's true. At the same time, you pick Lone Druid versus a Lone Druid team, a Lone Druid specialist, so they're gonna know exactly what they want against it. So this is a case of like both teams being happy with how the draft is developing. I don't think Gamer Legion is worried about this Lone Druid pick. They know what they're gonna have to deal with, and they probably have their answers ready. At the same time, I do want to mention that I feel like Extreme Gaming's first phase bans are very well targeted. They seem to know exactly who they're dealing with, so that's like good news for them. I think we probably haven't seen it a lot, but Nature's Prophet, I think Speed is playing a lot of Prophet 5 these days, and with a lot of success. Earth Spirit and Invoker, RCY, trademark heroes. He's very dominant on these heroes. So it's cool to see that Extreme Gaming, even though probably these teams haven't faced each other so much in the past, like they actually know exactly, what their comfort zone is.
They did their homework.
They did.
I'm looking at these melee position 5s, of course, being paired up with Shadow Fiend. The Clockwork...
It's still in.
Clockwork is in, but I also think this hero isn't really that strong. I feel like after the nerfs as well, like even prior, it's very annoying. Mana burn, of course, is going to be super annoying. BKB piercing ability is going to be good. Vision. This hero has like very interesting toolkit, but if I also compare him to some other melee position 5s, I think I would... rate Tusk slightly higher because of the save potential, because of the like roach taking potential, and just better overall scaling, I would say. But this is the hero that also has been played yesterday 3 times. It didn't lose a single game.
It looks very strong.
It looks extremely strong because your heal is super powerful in the lane. You just, at early levels, your damage is very limited. You can't really kill a hero. This is 160 base heal plus the percentage base of your HP. It should be around, like depending who you're going to be healing, it's around 200 to 210 heal on relatively short cooldown.
And you stop the right clicks, right? Which matter a lot. Like usually in the laning phase, what ends up killing heroes is also why Blood Grenade is such a potent item, is the amount of right clicks you can get in when you're chasing down a hero. I think the harass from Wyvern on the lane is very oppressive. Yes. The Q, and it's just a really strong laner. And it turns out to be a hero that scales incredibly well in the mid game, in the late game, because of Winter's Curse and the teamfight presence that it brings. So I like Wyvern. I think it's a hero we're going to see much more, actually.
I gotta say, I played against this lane multiple times as an offlaner in Lone Druid Lich. This is unwinnable. There's literally I'd say just nothing you can do other than potentially pulling the wave. It's not as easy. You're playing against Lich, you're playing against Lone Druid, so like he can send out the bear, he can pull you Frost Nova, Blood Grenade. It's extremely difficult. I think they're gonna be having a lot of issues just playing against this lane with the hero picks. Even if you misplay the lane, you're still going to be winning that lane.
I really like the Lich Spirit Breaker answer. I mean, these are 2 really good heroes against Shadow Fiend and Wind Lone Druid. Obviously, Frost Shield versus Shadow Fiend right clicks, like amazing tool. Spirit Breaker has always been considered SF answer because SF almost always ends up playing with BKB as soon as he needs it. I mean, against Lone Druid, against Lich, he's going to need the BKB, and then Spirit Breaker is all the control you need He's not gonna let him cast his ulti, not gonna let him, right-click people in the team fight. So they're already making this not an easy SF game. And on top of it, Spirit Breaker and Lich are two heroes that are incredibly good at ganking and picking off heroes around the map. And this is exactly what you want when you play with Laundred. It's going to end up a Laundred that gets Aghanims, that shoves the waves. You're going to have a bear running around with Shadowblade, trying to kill people around the map. And having a Spirit Breaker to help him out, having a Lich with a Blink Dagger and, the third spell. This is exactly the kind of game plan that you want when you're playing Laundred. So I really like the second phase for Extreme Gaming. I think it's very solid picks.
We got a Dark Willow and an Enigma answer coming out on the side of Gamer Legion, though.
Yeah.
It's we're going back in time. Lich, Enigma, Lich, he has his own ability, Sacrifice, starting at 2 minutes, so he can be eating the creep. Enigma, he can deny the creeps, but to a lot of Eidolons, you can start denying them as soon as possible once they drop. But they try to find a way to lane against this, and a lot of the times Enigma is the answer if you have Enigma specialist in the team. And this time around, they were just trying to find a way how to get some kind of farm out of this almost impossible lane to play against.
I mean, it's I wonder, there's a lot of weight, I guess, on the Enigma, because this is definitely I'm gonna try to win the lane pick, because I don't think it's an amazing Enigma game, especially versus the Laundred, because Laundred is really good against Enigma in the game. He doesn't commit. He's fighting with his bear. He's just gonna resummon it. So you kind of feel bad clicking Black Hole on him. He has a Dispel, so even your stun doesn't really do much.
So it's really mostly for the lane.
He's trying to win the lane with Enigma versus Laundred and Lich. As Lucas said, this is a very oppressive lane to go against, and very few heroes can actually lane against Laundred Lich. Let's see if Enigma can. I'm not that sure, because Laundred now has tools against summons too. Like, he actually routes all of them at the same time. You have to be some really good micro player where you're splitting all the Eidolons across the lane, and then we'll see. But there's a lot of work to be put in for this Enigma to win the lane, in my opinion. On the other side, I think I see this Darkseer.
Big fan.
It's really good versus SF. It's really good with Laundred. I think surging the bear and clicking Iron Shed on him. It's great with Spirit Breaker, and I don't think Wyvern SF does anything to Darkseer on the lane. Surge is gonna keep you safe no matter what. So this Darkseer is gonna be free to cut waves. The Spirit Breaker is gonna be free to roam around. It can get really scary. I have to say that both teams have solid drafts, but I think Extreme Gaming has
I like
a bit
their
of an
draft
edge.
a lot. Yeah, I like their draft a lot. Having a mid laner as well that can start a fight, of course, they're going to be banning out Storm Spirit. Ember's already banned out. We talked about Void Spirit yesterday, how we didn't really like him. There was one ban in the games that we were covering. I think this one could be really good because you have so many ways to play with him. You have so much damage mitigation coming out from his shield, from the Lich. You have Iron Shell on top of you. Sometimes this hero lacks a little bit of damage to kill the heroes, but I also think that you might be needing the backline jumper to find these two very annoying supports.
Especially Wyvern, because I'm thinking of how the fight develops, and Wyvern can really turn the fights around. Like, a good curse is gonna set up for great Widow spells, great, obviously, Black Hole, Requiem from SF, so okay, they actually go a different route. They're not, maybe they think they have enough. They definitely need to get on top of the Wyvern in the fights. They can't afford to get cursed. The Lane Epic is interesting. This is a hero we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. It does sound like for Gamer Legion, they have overall last pick, and that's very good for them because it sounds like the other two lanes, the two side lanes for them, are gonna be hard. They're gonna be difficult. They obviously have tried to draft, especially for their off lane, to be able to do well in that lane. But it will be a struggle. So their hope is to do very well in that mid lane. And I think against Alina,
it's not easy.
Like you can probably tie the lane, but you can't win it. And I think Gamer Legion really needs to win the lane, which is probably why Extreme Gaming thinks, well, you can tie against Lina, but you can't really win anyway.
No, true. And it's a very solid blind pick. You pick Lina mid, you know there's almost no chance the lane goes wrong, and that's also Lina with the Spirit Breaker, which I think will have a lot of space to run around, because I don't think Darkseer is really pressured. Ooh. Largo, that is very interesting. Could this be a Largo mid?
Or Enigma mid?
It is a very good Largo game. Like, this spell against Darkseer, against Spirit Breakers, the second spell against the Frost Shield. This is very interesting.
Have you guys seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it in pubs, but
I've seen it when the patch dropped and Largo was like super OP, but I haven't seen it recently.
There are some pub spammers that like really high MMR pub players, that mid players that play a lot of Largo mid. It's very strong. I mean, this hero, you know, when it has his first 2 spells max and he's running around with phase boots, he can run you down forever. You add any rune on it, like a haste, DD, or an arcane rune, it becomes really obnoxious to play against.
But you said that when he has his first 2 spells max, there's a whole period of gameplay
sure,
that's going to be before that.
He's not a weak laner, to be honest. Like, his attack animation is amazing. He can secure creeps with his first spell, with the mana sustain from the bottle. He can push out the wave with the second. He's not that easy to shut down on the mid lane. I mean, obviously, Lina will have an edge, but I quite like the pick, I have to say. I think I would not have thought of it at all, but it's interesting. We'll have to see how the matchup goes, because Lina is very oppressive. Maybe just Lina is too much to deal with, but they're gonna have kill potential on this Lina, and Largo, Willow, Wyvern, that's a really cool trio to be running around the map with.
Yeah, their team fight is insanely strong. Any kind of a setup for Wyvern, for Black Hole that could come out on top of the Requiem, Terrorize. There's a lot of these big AoE spells that they can throw in. My issue with their draft is how are they going to be playing the game? Like, if the lanes don't go too well for them, they don't have a classic mid laner that can start a fight. Your off laner also doesn't do the same thing. Your carry is not a hero that can start a fight. Wyvern also, he wants to keep the backline. Same goes for Dark Willow. So if the lanes don't go too well for them, I feel a little worried how they're going to be able to put the pressure on the map, unless they're going to be just managing to find a way to group up, maybe go for these Tormentors, go for Roche, try to force a fight where their overwhelming team fight is going to do it.
They have 2 clash of styles here. On one side, you have the Lone Druid, you know, Extreme. They want to play the Lone Druid game. They want to be pushing waves with Iron Shell, you know, Ghost Push with the Bear, and picking people off with Lina's burst damage and Spirit Breaker. And on the other side, you have Gamer Legion. They just want to group up around the Largo, this is like a push strat event, essentially. Yeah. Like, as soon as they hit their timings and their items, they're going to group up with Largo SF, and they're just going to try to run down objectives, as Lekos mentioned.
It does sound like there's a lot of focus on the early stage of the game, because Gamer Legion cannot drop the ball in that early stage of the game. Let's see how they do against Extreme Gaming as we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Gamer Legion come into this with a spicy bit of draft, man. They gave up the Lone Druid, Avery. This seems ill-advised.
We've seen some teams doing this a little more, I think.
Okay.
I feel as patches get older and older, you're going to start to give up some of those picks that you wouldn't have at the start of them, because you just have to develop the meta in your own way. And that usually means, okay, we're going to let some heroes through. Maybe we have a good idea of, if they don't take it, we'll play it. If they do, here's what we have against it. And if we can gain that for the entire event, that's a huge win, right? So if you're going to give some of these strong heroes away, you want to give them away at the start of a tournament.
Okay,
or
so
the grand final, where you kind of just bring it out of nowhere and surprise. Not in the middle, though.
Sure.
So I don't mind this from Gamer Legion. The question is, what is their idea against the LD? It's one thing to get some counter picks. It's another to have a game plan against what this hero does on the map. I'm not as convinced by how they're going to play the map against this Extreme Gaming lineup. It looks really tough to get lanes out, especially with this last pick mid-Largo, and not get picked off. I favor what XG have here, at least in this game one. I think this mid game is going to be too oppressive. Now, if they do manage to somehow group up, get early ages to start pushing objectives, and XG play into that and decide to just 5v5 them, which sometimes Extreme Gaming do. Like, sometimes they just try and, smash their head against the brick wall.
Yeah.
They're going to run into trouble, because this 5-man lineup from Gamer Legion is insane in terms of how it comes together, and just the oppressive nature of the AoE control, the AoE heal, the auras the Enigma can bring, the sustain from the Wyvern. Like, it's just a nightmare to try and 5v5 this hero lineup.
So knowing that this is a possibility that some teams might be giving up the Lone Druid and trying to play against it, if you were going to do that, well, let's start with, would you come into this tournament with that game plan?
Against certain teams, I think it is an okay hero to give away.
Okay, so you think some of these teams are going to be worse with Lone Druid, and so you're willing to try and... Okay.
Because the hero requires a Lone Druid player. Some teams don't have that. They might think they do, but they don't. And you have to make that call.
Do you think Ame's a Lone Druid player?
I'd say he's in the A tier. He's not S tier.
Okay.
He's not Matumba Man, right? Like, you're not looking at this like, oh shit, we gave the best LD player in the world Lone Druid. He's not that tier, but he is pretty good at the hero, and it does fit his style. That is, I think, what works the best for him and his XG as a team. They're very comfortable with him having this super hyper late game carry that is going to rat the map, do his own thing, kind of one. It's not 4 protect 1, but it emulates that old style where you have this 4 fighting quad and this one guy doing his own thing who might join, he might not. You're okay with whatever decision he makes. I think that style fits him. So I think, yeah, I'll boost it up to A tier. But I don't think it's necessarily a hero that has worked out as scarily for them as it has for some other like true LD teams.
So over his career, he's played it 13 times. Over the last 3 months, he has played it 6 times. And it looks like he's gone 3-3.
That's about what I expect.
But I do agree with you. Like, theoretically, the style should match Ame, especially the way that Lone Druid is being played right now. But now let's talk about what would you, if you were in that drafting chair, you've been in that drafting chair before, what would you be picking against the Lone Druid? If you don't like what Gamer Legion has, what would you be opting for?
I think there's a couple routes you can go. You're either going to tempo this hero, you're going to try and push between 25 and 30, end the game, like either taking Rax plus Roche plus starting another lane before his real presence around the map comes online. I think you do have a solid chance to do that. I think heroes like Alchemist can do it. I think sustain heroes like Necrophos can do it. I think an SF strat can do it if you have some healing behind him. These are kind of the push routes you can go. Largo can fit into that, though I do think Largo takes a little bit longer to come online. I'm not as convinced by that hero in the push strats as he is on paper. The other route you can go is you can try and just make the scale a nightmare for LD. Put him in a situation where you can just never fight your lineup head on. I think Slardar lineups can do that with the minus armor melt.
Yep.
I think heroes like Morita can do it in the right situation. These true hyper carries. Drow can do it in the right situation. So you need to go one of those two routes. You need to commit to it hard, and you need to believe and understand what timing you're playing for against this hero. Because if you just go in a game and you're just mucking around, things get weird, this hero gets to 4 or 5 slots, you're going to have a bad time.
So you said at the start you want to be setting up the map to play against Lone Druid. The 2 biggest counters across, just all player base, 2 biggest counters, Underlord and Monkey King. The highest advantage against Lone Druid. Those are very much map playing heroes.
The Underlord one is, that's a bit trickier.
Yeah.
He does give you some ability to deal with the lane pressure and still join the team, which is great. And of course, his spells are amazing against Lone Druid. Like, there's no argument there. He can buy really good items against Lone Druid. But I do think the matchup is a lot worse than it used to be because this hero is more of a rat hero now. He can kind of just power through the Underlord in a lot of situations. It's not as convincing. He can buy BKB now. It gets weird. So I wouldn't feel like, I don't see first pick LD, I take Underlord, and I feel like I won that trade.
Okay.
I don't see it as that. But the Underlord is a good hero to get later on in these drafts that can kind of do okay against him in the lane if you get off to a good start.
Well, now that we've finally got our game underway and the laning phase is happening here, let's talk about some of these lane matchups. We've got the Enigma and Dark Willow matched up against the Lone Druid and Lich. I feel like Enigma should be a pretty good lane answer to Lone Druid. Like, Lone Druid is not going to run away with this lane for sure, right?
No, Enigma wins this lane. If you can get to a fast drum, you just beat the bear up. Like, Idle Launch, just take it to him, especially in those level 3 to 5. Like, level 5 with drum, getting close to Black Hole, this LD has to be scared about feeding bears to just Malefice going in with the drum idol and smacking him. So you do have some good pressure up here, some good threat. I like that pick in that sense. You also have some decent spells for LD in the late game.
And they're also going to win their safe lane, right? We have already seen basically this matchup. SF plus a support against the Darkseer +1. Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, like there's potential for them to kill the SF, but you would say that the lane is probably favored for SF normally, right?
I think you can execute this a lot better than we've seen some of the Darkseers play it. You need to not interact with this SF early. You need to pull waves, dodge some of his raises, make sure you have high HP total going into the level 3, and you have potential to all-in him if you can connect the charge into the vacuum, run him down. That's where you can pose a threat, but overall it's going to be SF favored. You expect Ghost to mainly freeform down here. It's a good matchup. The Darkseer is going to scale well against him, but you're not necessarily threatening him super early.
And I'm going to assume Largo loses mid to Lina.
Yes. This pick is,
I don't see how Largo wins that match.
He does get some extra regen. You're just licking every range creep, getting regen, abusing bottle charges, but Lina will win this over the long run. And I can see this lane getting really rough. I'm surprised they picked the Largo here. I think in some games this mid Largo can work. Against Lina, it's going to be a rough one. Lina also just chunks you later on in the game. I feel like this is Just an okay matchup.
Oh, nothing to say. He's already taken a couple of tower shots, and he almost took one too many there with a catchy lick. He almost just gave up his advantage entirely. RCY doing a very good job of taking advantage of that misplay from nothing to say, and he has kept his CS high. And that little play does result in him getting a water rune, which we saw earlier. Nothing to say tried to draw aggro so he could play for both water runes. He failed to be able to do that, and as a result has kind of gifted RCY an ability to keep playing the lane a bit.
He's landing some really good harass on this Lina. I'm surprised NTS has gotten this low so early because all these right-click trades are favorite for him. So as long as you don't lose too much regen and, you know, the catchy lick frog stomp combo, you're going to dominate this lane. And we're seeing RCY start to get zoned even with all of the great trades he got early here. So very well played by RCY. Still expect NTS to dominate over the long run. And I like this Lina hero. I think we should see this hero more. I mean, I was playing it a lot. You're aware of that. I think this hero has a couple pathways to scale. It's a
battle out. The bottom lane goes trying to get the kill first, but it's XXS to draw that first blood. Very nice. Close, but nicely read by Extreme Gaming to take that fight. As you said, they played away from the SF early on. They did the early pulls. We saw that mistake yesterday where they didn't try and do the pulling and it went horribly. They went for the pull, waited for their opportunity, double ion shell, all in on the SF, and it barely works out for them.
That's how to do it. You get that level 3, you just send it and hope you win that trade. You're not going to want to embrace the SF under the ion shell damage. It's not favorable for you, so this Wyvern's pretty useless. Normally, I don't really like the XG Spear Breaker picks they've picked over this year. I feel like a lot of them were just, why are we doing it? And then we just see, you know, FY suffering on this hero. In this game, though, it looks pretty juicy. You have a pretty nice matchup against the Shadow Fiend. It's a really good matchup against Wyvern. Wyvern hates playing against this hero. The Bulldoze is mega annoying. You can never really ult this hero. You can't really catch him in your ult, and it affects him too much. It's a backline jumper. Like, he can charge you. It makes your life miserable. Basically, if you're in the fight as Wyvern on the back and you see a Wyvern or a Spear Breaker charging you, what is your counterplay? You just have to take the charge, and that's pretty miserable. Embracing kind of just resets Breaker's cooldowns. So there's not a lot of good spell interaction. You're also a weak laner. So Breaker gets a very strong lane for his off laner, which is a dream for this hero. So I think this Breaker pick had a lot going for him. Of course, you have the nice synergy with the Darks here, and it's another hero that can go in for the Lina. I think that is the biggest thing when you run Lina, either as a 1 or 2, depending on where you lane it. You need heroes that go in for this hero.
Yes.
If you need 2, 3, potentially 4, not necessarily frontliners, but heroes that are going to start fights, go in, create some chaos, absorb some spells, and then Lina can just give you the damage, get 3, 4 rounds of spells off, Laguna somebody, he's just right-clicking the whole time. The hero's going to be amazing, but you need that frontline force.
Good read by RCY, knowing that the Spear Breaker went back to base. There might be a charge heading towards mid, so he has to walk back to Fountain. Little inefficient, but better than dying.
Starting to feel the presence of NTS on this hero. We're also seeing the presence of these Eidolons up top. Level 3 for Fade, pushing towards that drum. The Bear getting smacked up here. Got to be careful not to feed those away.
Yeah, you're not really going to win this lane as the Enigma in the with level 1 Eidolons. Level 2 and especially level 3, that's where this advantage should start going the way of Gamer Legion. So you see the Enigma bottom the CS right now, but expect him to start climbing up the charts. And we'll see whether or not Ame is going to lose some CS as a result of this pressure.
I think this Enigma lane is the lane of attack for Gamer Legion in this game 1. They can bring supports up here, go on the Bear. They have a decent chance to kill the Bear, maybe start pressuring the tower. Whereas for XG, you can attack mid. You can backstab this Largo with the Lina damage, especially the level 6, though. It's NTS getting ganked first.
NTS almost dies. Charge comes through on the Dark Willow, and that is definitely a dead Big Num, surrounded by 2 supports and unable to finish the job on the Lina. So he tried to help out RCY, doesn't quite work, and as a result of this, Extreme Gaming are very well set up to get the first power rune of the game as well.
Get the D-Ward mid too. Should guarantee it here. I think this Breaker roaming in mid is a big problem for Gamer Legion. Their supports don't react to it too well.
Oh, if RCY is just a little bit closer, slowing him down with the Blood Grenade, trying to hit him with the Frog Stomp, hits him once, and that is enough. Speed will get that kill. Winter Wyvern got a buff recently, and that Arctic Burn is way better when you have these heroes trying to pull creep waves constantly.
A lot better of a chase down spell. A little more damage. It's a nice hero for finding some of these cheeky kills.
Fade is very dead. Nothing to say, doesn't even bother sticking around. He just throws one nuke and uses the rest of the haste rune to try and get back to mid lane.
Pretty efficient move for him, and he's queuing up the boots of travel. Like to see it. I think you need the bots on this hero. I don't think you want to deviate too much on this build-up. Just about the map presence, pushing waves. It's a great scaling item for him. You need the move speed in the fights. See how fast he can get it out here. As XG having a pretty solid laning phase. This LD did a lot better top than I might have expected. The Largo did better mid than I also expected, but he is behind, so XG got what they wanted out of this blind Lina pick.
Hopefully Fade has got some Eidolons ready to go, because you know every single time Lone Druid's in the game, this is what's going to happen. He's going to sit on the Wisdom Shrine, and they're going to contest it. And you're going to have to try and take a lot of time to kill the bear, force it to retreat. Fortunately, Enigma's going to be better than many offlaners at, you know, kicking the bear out of here. In fact, they almost even get the kill on it as it channels back to the hero.
Didn't go far, too. 20 HP. Ame did the math.
Guess
I don't know
so.
if that was really worth it. What did he achieve there? Who knows? But brought a bunch of heroes, wasted a bunch of time. This Enigma drum flying out right now. So you have level 5 Enigma approaching level 6 with drum. That's where it becomes a little scarier for Ame to sit on this lane anyway. So maybe not losing too much by sacrificing the bear there. We'll have a resummon available. And he's still mega fat.
There's a bit of a liability in the lane, and it feels like it's a liability now that the lanes have broken down a bit with the Spirit Breaker in the game. Pull back on the Lina. Pulled into the Frog Stomp. If you actually have some additional disables, Frog Stomp is a very good early game ability.
Also, the range on this catchy lick is pretty annoying for Lina. You're not that long range early in the game. You kind of just have to like sit on the wave, Dragon Slayer, right-click it. You can just walk up and lick him. You have supports, he dies every time.
Got the Wall of Replica, got the illusion of Ghost. Ghost's gonna have to use the Requiem to fear back these heroes. And with the support coming in, RCY makes the teleport and helps get the kill. Very nicely played from Gamer Legion, and the Bramble lands onto the Spirit Breaker as well. Just like that, the advantage that Extreme Gaming got off of the laning phase has been clawed back by Gamer Legion.
RCY playing really well. He owned that early portion of the lane. Now you call in the supports, get a couple extra kills around the map, a couple catchy licks giving you the extra regen as well, so you're maintaining your resources and just straight back in
They
S.
kill nothing to say. Again, this is just disastrous. Extreme Gaming, they're supposed to be the ones having the advantage moving around the map, and Gamer Legion, they're just outmaneuvering them.
He's not respecting the catchy lick, just pulling him in. You can't get out of that play. You have no LSA. You don't have the move speed yet with no boots of travel online, and they're not bringing any sort of ganks into the Largo with this Spear Breaker. You could Ion Shell Spear Breaker charge him mid. I think this lane could have looked a lot better for XG, but they didn't put the resources into it, whereas Gamer Legion, they're prioritizing making sure this last pick Largo has a good early game, and he is cruising now.
Yeah,
Big threat around the map.
Higher net worth than the Lina, which you would not have expected just a couple of minutes ago. He's got a completed earn, so
higher
will
level
not have
too.
the charges right now, but soon.
Gamer Legion playing well, moving the supports around. They have some decent pressure points they're abusing. I still want to see them go to this Enigma lane. I think when you have Black Hole plus that drum up, you want to get something going with Fade up here. I don't like seeing him jungle too much. Like, it's efficient for him. It's not bad for his game, but I think you can make his game good and debilitate this LD at the same time.
Yeah, you could also use Ghost to go through the gate, right? Just like we saw Wids play a very active Shadow Fiend. This hero, as long as you get a number of levels on it, is very potent in this 10 to 15 minute window.
He's sending Eidolons mid, getting some mid tower damage. That's kind of nice here.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea when the lane has been abandoned by the Lina. FY is going to soak the experience instead.
A lot of tower damage here. And I think if you're Gamer Legion, one of the weaknesses of this XG lineup is they kind of need levels on the supports and a decent amount of farm on all their cores to start to threaten heroes. Lina can be pretty slow in terms of the item buildup. You need to get to that first fighting item after the Boots of Travel to really have a presence in the game, which means you're waiting for LD, you're waiting for Lina. You can't really just play around Darkseer's net worth. It's not that relevant. So you either need high levels on the breaker or you need to just power through this early game period to get to your first set of fighting items. That's a big window for Gamer Legion to do whatever they want. I mean, you can go try and hunt NTS some more. You can hunt the LD top if you want to gate through with the SF. You can just push all the waves in and start taking tier 1s. I wouldn't mind that either. I'm going to smoke RCY with another power rune.
Looks like it's going to run into the Spirit Breaker here. Not ideal. If FY can get out of the Frog Stomp, he can complete a charge here. Charges onto the Winter Wyvern, doesn't go far, and will ultimately die. Speed on a killing spree. He's gotten a number of these last hits now.
3-0-3 Wyvern to start this game. Cruising. There's some earn charges for RCY. Still has that Arcane Rune running, and they're going to start to pressure some towers. I think you have a decent shot to take all 3 tier 1s in this game before the 50-minute mark if you make some nice moves.
Ghost gets the last hit. And as a result, he is 500 net worth up on Ame's Lone Druid. Nice ward find, too. Man, double D-ward off of 1 sentry? What was that? Why did they have it double warded like that in the first place?
Trying to overprotect potential stack building here?
Well, they're not going to have any stacks. It's just a double ancient stack that will be claimed by the SF.
This game is just flowing really smoothly for Gamer Legion. I don't think we've seen XG really pressure their idea at all. It's been very passive. Sometimes that can work out with the LD if you're not giving up too much. You know, it's okay to have a passive early game and wait till his hero kicks in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's another tower going down.
Oh, man. Fate got the Ash Legion shield as well. So his Eidolons, not only they buffed up from the drums, but you also have this extra physical block, so they're super tanky.
Not nice for sure.
And he's going to go for a fast blink dagger. Do you like this idea? Like, it feels like this is a game, in order to get good black holes off, he's going to need both BKB and probably a Linken's. I assume Spirit Breaker is going to hold his ultimate most of the time.
I don't know if he needs too much here. I think if he just goes in and aggressively black holes 2 or 3 heroes, even if the black hole does not last the entire duration, it can set up other AoE. They have Terrorize, they have a Wyvern Curse, they have Frog Stomp that can go out, and then you just have this SF who might go blink at some point and can blink Requiem on top of any of this.
Sure.
That 1 second black hole might be enough to set up all the AoE chains done and just win the fight anyway. I think blink does threaten XG a lot here. It's also just a nice item on the hero.
Here comes the move to top lane. Extreme Gaming should see this coming. I mean, they've marched down all your other towers, but it seems like they're still going to be caught unawares. The SF coming in from behind, going for Ame, and Terrorize on him. Here comes the charge, trying to help out Ame, but it's not going to come in time. The Requiem is going to cover that entire tower AoE, making sure that Extreme cannot bring any reinforcements to the fore here, and maybe a 3rd hero death as FY charges up in a second, but too much damage from Gamer Legion.
Vessel already done on this Largo. He's just making all the moves. And XG not responding too well. They're not reading that play at all. Just sitting up here, sitting ducks. You should expect this tier 1 tower to be the next point of attack.
Yeah, they took your offlane tower, they took your mid tower.
Where are they going to go?
Yeah, the SF is missing from the safe lane. Like, where else is he going to go at that point?
Yeah, just to, again, if you're going to play this dodge mode, which is viable with the setup they have, you should expect it to be a little cleaner here from XG. You're giving up too much in these moves while just trying to dodge every fight. It's not going to end well for you.
Not going to be able to surge away from RCY because of the catchy lick. So he's just dead. Caught in the middle of no man's land here. Gamer Legion just is sweeping through the map faster and faster.
No answer for RCY. He's too tanky for the lean of the burst right now. We haven't really seen the Ion Shell come into play at all, and it's difficult for the Ion Shell to connect against the Largo regardless. You gotta just farm. Now you really have to farm.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not going to have much area to farm. You don't have the Aghanim Scepter yet on the Lone Druid, so he's going to have to be playing with his bear constantly, which naturally means he's going to be playing a lot more conservatively on the map. And the other side is being invaded by Gamer Legion. They have control of this triangle.
Early D-wards did a lot for them here. That's why they're able to play aggressive. They know there's not a lot of vision for XG on this triangle. It's got to be either placed elsewhere or, you know, trying to protect Ame a little bit. Gives some freedom for RCY. Basically, he's going to get every power rune. He's going to be able to run in these 2 jungle areas. Limits where NTS is going to be able to find space right now.
So Extreme Gaming are going to have to be a bit more clever.
Yes.
With what they've been doing in the game so far.
Maybe abuse the Darkseer Helmet Dom creep, cut some waves, put the Spear Breaker on the backside of the map, or get Lina down one of these side lanes, cutting a wave out of jungle and farming side camps with the Boots of Travel. Something like this to try and bring Gamer Legion out of their jungle.
Man, just fearlessly, pushing into the mid-tier 2, no problems whatsoever. They're trying to set up a move at bottom right now, which I do think is a pretty cool idea, but unfortunately it does seem like Ghost has made the read of this situation.
He thinks they're going to attack this lane. They brought Fade in early to counterplay this with a black hole.
Yep.
But XG, they're not doing anything. There is no attack.
Yeah, they were kind of hovering around with the two supports. XXS was pushing in the lane, but he called it quits. He said, nope, I'm not going that deep.
And honestly, this is where you might just think about start swinging at some tier 2s here.
Yeah.
You have SF, you have Enigma. It's not that slow for how early in the game it is. He already has a Hurricane Pike. I think that's good enough to show this SF on a tier 2 without being too afraid of him getting burst down. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's not necessarily efficient, but you're going to get some information out of it. You're going to put a lot of pressure on XG's side of the map. And again, you can play this tempo against the LD. You know Ame is not going to come to any sort of engagement right now. He's just food.
Yeah, it's not the fastest tower push, but if you're doing it in 2 different lanes at once, really not that bad. Extreme Gaming is getting the top side of the map right now, pushing in top and farming some of those neutrals. But Gamer Legion, they know what's going on. Nobody's showing bottom, nobody's showing mid. They're going to make a sweep through with their smoke. Extreme Gaming making a good read of the situation. They cleared out that top side of the map, farmed what they could, and now retreat with the camps empty.
Might find the Lina here.
Start off with the Malefice, got him on the Bramble, turns around with the LSA, but not enough to stop the damage. Rolling in for Gamer Legion, and any one of these core pickoffs could turn into a Roshan as well.
They can swing the map fast here. They might find something else off this SF going top. They kind of kicked everybody out of that area. See how bold. Do they want to run up triangle? I think you could. You're super strong right now. Get another power rune, shield rune. Might give them the confidence to make that exact play. You are kind of losing bottom to this Dom creep from XXS.
Yeah, it would be a significant boon for Extreme Gaming to take that real estate. Would open up a decent part of the map for them, chasing away Fade, so he's not going to get there, but Ame is going to lose his bear. In the mid lane, teleport coming in, trying to help out Fade. Fade trying to get off a black hole here, but the Chain Frost is going to be the death of him. He doesn't even bother using it here. RCY will pick somebody off here. Oh, Neutral's interfering there for a second. More teleports coming in. It's going to be Big Bad Ghost. 4 staffs up to the high ground, throws a couple of shots at XXS. Not quite enough. Rock Stomp will stop FY from being able to teleport away, and Xnova got run down by the other 2. So in the end, it is a 2-for-1. It's the 2 supports dying. Extreme Gaming got to be happy with that exchange. I mean, that's some space.
Yeah, that is all space for the Bear and for the Lina to soak up the map right now. We're not seeing this lead grow for Gamer Legion. They have not been able to squeeze these rats out of the side lanes. Maybe overcommitting around these mid pushes a little too much. The SF is still benefiting a lot. He's kind of the guy who's been able to play alone, just soak up a lot of these lanes solo. Very high level, very high CS count for Ghost right now. But that's a rough death for the Enigma. And when you go this Blink build, it's not a farming item, right? It's not Midas, it's not Octarine, it's nothing greedy. That's totally fine. But it does mean you want to be finding some action. Little poke.
And it's only going to get worse. The Aghanim Scepter almost being done for Ame.
That's when his game begins.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like, this Aghanim Scepter is so transformative on the hero.
That's one way to put it.
What's another way to put it?
It's really broken and will be changed eventually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But in the meantime,
yeah, enjoy it while you can.
It should be banned unless you got a game plan. And the Gamer Legion thought they had a game plan. Good play from Ame bailing out his support there. So is Eidolon's rather spooky with the shard from the Malefice. The extra Eidolons he gets off of that Malefice. They're getting a number of Helmadam kills, that's for sure.
Definitely got to start thinking about Tormentor Roshan here with how strong your Shadow Fiend is. He also went early Shadow Blade, aiming for the Silver Edge. I like this. Creates a little more threat from Ghost around this map. Try and secure some net worth advantage as XG are just ratting out the 2 sides.
Using that Shadow Blade to secure Wisdom Shrine and another Helmadam creep.
It's adding up, for sure. The experience difference is not as large as I would have expected. Sometimes in these games, the net worth stays even, but you can build a level lead because you're farming more of the lanes. XG have done a pretty decent job maintaining that.
Ghost, he wants something out of this Shadow Blade so badly. Had it hit it, I mean, he made the play bottom, now trying to make the play top, but at some point in time, he's going to show on a wave. They're going to know about the Shadow Blade pickup, and it's going to be harder to find that opening. There is objectives to be taken. Roshan and Tormentor, both available. Imagine Gamer Legion will make a play for both in the next 5.
Definitely got to do them as fast as you can here. Accelerate the game. You have a gem on RCY as well. Was bought pretty early here, so your group up is strong. This is where the lineup will shine. Taking these 5-man fights around objectives, forcing XG to choose how much they want to give up in these time periods.
Thankfully, went to the Dark Willow, which I would say is the better of the 2 shards. I mean, how bad is the Winter Wyvern shard now? If you're not playing Gyrocopter, how bad is it?
It's not great, though. In this game, it's kind of nice for the SF.
I mean, how often is he actually going to be using that golden race?
It's a very weak shard on average.
Radiant's middle tower.
If anything, the cooldown is the better aspect to it.
On a good Cold Embrace game, that cooldown definitely matters. LSA catching Bignum as he tries to push out the bottom lane a little bit.
Assassinated.
Yeah, and that kill, I mean, you could say, oh, it's just a support or whatever, but it is a support with a dominating kill streak. So that's 400 gold plus another 264.
It's also what this lineup is designed to do. You gave them 20 minutes to farm on this LD without being pressured. The map pressure is going to start to pick up considerably here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and that is going to create a lot of potential threat that this Lina can take advantage of if you're forced to split up with this Gamer Legion lineup. This is where the map can become really difficult and spooky to play if you're not willing to group up and just start jamming into towers. Bear's up here.
And Bear, Ghost pops out at the Shadow Blade, immediately hits the Bear. But FY is gonna be fine here. He should charge through. Nothing to stop him. Oh, never mind. Long range catchy lick from RCY.
Okay.
Will be the death of him here. An early gem pickup from Gamer Legion, which I do like. They got to solve some of their map issues. The Bear is already done. The Bear's got the Aghanim Scepter. You can't stop that. But if you can at least kill some of the vision, maybe that can give you more map control than Extreme Gaming have. Because I feel like it's a vicious cycle, right? The more the Lone Druid pushes onto your side of the map, the better the Boots of Travels is for the Lina. More opportunities for pickoffs that she's going to get.
100%. You want to clear out the deep vision. The wards on the lanes that can scout where you're moving and let NTS set up some sort of kill. Be a quick Roshan here. Give it to Ghost.
This smoke play? Trying to get some deep vision down? Yeah.
I don't mind this.
This is a cool idea.
Looking at the Bear top, do get some DPS on him, so...
Yeah, they should kill him here.
That is a dead panda.
Okay, so the Bear is in full wrap mode, but is that really a problem for Gamer Legion? The SF can still kill the Bear very easily for probably, what, the next 15, 20 minutes?
For a while, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not a direct threat to their lineup, it's just a question of how much gold is he extracting. Because he will outfarm you. This stupid Axe Bear outfarms everything in the game.
Citrus Gaze, quick little kill on Bignum.
These are the real issues, right? If this type of thing keeps happening, this game is going to slow down for Gamer Legion a lot. And you're going to see the 2 cores that are at the bottom, the Enigma and the Largo, they're going to fall behind. Because these 3 cores from XG, they're about to hit their farming prime right now. Like this 25-30 minutes is where they just become farming machines. It's a triple lawnmower across the map, gobbling everything up at an insane rate. You're not going to outfarm this. You're going to see this net worth lead grow for XG, and they're going to scale like beasts. They're going to scale in a pretty nice way where, you know, Lina has a great matchup against Enigma too. If you're fading this game, yeah, you might get a black hole off on like Bear +1, Bear +2, whatever. If Lina's not in that, he just chunks you.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume that means you don't like Gamer Legion for the late game. You've got the SF answer with the Darkseer. You've got the Enigma answer with the Lina.
It's murky. They do have a lot of scale in their lineup in terms of the 5v5 team fight. But I think if XG get all 3 of their cores farmed, they can take the fights in a way where you're not going to land this big AoE Wombo combo. right? There's too many angles of attack, too many assassination opportunities. So it's Lina with Ags coming from some tree line. If you try and respond to that, suddenly you get vacuumed. There's a charge through. The bear's hitting someone else on the backside. It's not going to be there's 3 heroes, I black hole them all and the fight's over. If XG just run into you head on, yeah, you'll wipe them. But I don't expect them to take that kind of approach.
So if you're in the comms with Gamer Legion right now, are you saying, like, guys, we need to hit high ground with this Aegis? Like, this is a game where we need to end the game within 2 Roshans?
I'd be pretty tempted to try and go high ground right now. I don't know how easy it is, considering how farmed XG are, given the state of the game right now. But again, I think your ideas against LD are either to tempo him in the 25 to 30 minute period, or to be able to scale against him with some overwhelming matchups. You have some pieces of the overwhelming matchup. The Wyvern's great. The Enigma can be good. The SF can be good, but it's not convincing enough given the other 2 cores that XG have. So I don't think you want this game to go.
Oh, this is rough. Ghost is going to be in a really bad spot here. They scrambled back in order to try and stop the bear from ratting out the tier 2, and that left their Aegis hero entirely stranded. He is dead twice.
A big misplay here. And these are not the misplays you can afford, and this is the problem. Like, how are you advancing your win condition? XG are advancing theirs. It doesn't seem like anything's happening, but they're getting to a point in this game where the map is going to become incredibly difficult to play. And you make a little misstep, it turns into a big deal.
Well, there goes the idea of hitting high ground with the Aegis. That's now gone.
That's gone. So
you may have to start planning for late game if you're a Gamer Legion.
I think you do. I think you have to
Even if you don't feel you're favored, you're going to have to believe that you're favored. Fade. Big issues with this bear now. Here comes the charge, the pickoffs. They're just going to start amping up like this.
Oh boy.
They got to stop the bleeding, and they got to stop it fast. Otherwise, Gamer Legion's just going to be run around the map constantly.
I think you also have to maybe buy more sentries. Like, you need more sentry obs to scout the bear. Yeah, you have gem, but the gem is not great at scouting where this bear is moving.
Yeah, no, Largo isn't the person setting up, guys, I'm ready to gank the bear, right?
What is going on here?
Little support battle. FY does need to get out of here, though. The SF is teleporting in. It's a Silver Edge done for the Lone Druid, so that bear popping out with that invisibility is even more deadly. They're slowed down to a crawl.
Well, you have to scale now if you're Gamer Legion.
Yep.
You are not ending this game anytime soon.
We're pretty much guaranteed to be in for a game that's going to stretch at least another 20 minutes.
XG feel very comfortable right now.
Nice blink away from XXS.
Do have some potential late game with double black hole. There is no straight counter to the black hole in this game if you get enough items on Fade.
Do you think it's worth ever to complete the Helm of Overlord on Darkseer? Like, I understand you want to get Helm of Dom because it's just an Ion Shell fairy for you to run down lanes. Ion Shell gets the kills for you, but is it ever worth it for it to be a better creep?
Probably not. I don't think it's a pretty big gold investment that's not doing a lot for your kit or your hero.
Sure.
I view this Dom as just, it's your best farming tool. It's your best game stall tool. He knew what type of game this is going to be. It's a rat game, right?
Yep.
So you're using it to rat. You're not using this to invest into the creep itself.
I guess I was thinking, I mean, if you get the Black Dragon, right, that's still a good rat. You Ion Shell one wave, and then the next wave you can refire on it.
Is it worth an extra, what is it, 3,500 gold or something?
Probably.
It's a lot of gold.
Charge on through from the back lines, RCY. Great reaction there with the catchy lick. Big enough, almost got picked off by Lina. So they tried this pincer move. It doesn't quite work for FY. So Gamer Legion, they pretty much just constantly have to have their defenses up. They have to constantly be aware that there's going to be some sort of Spirit Breaker charge or Lone Druid Invis Bear popping out, setting up for a pickoff. And they got to have these formations that they can protect each other, which they did very well right there. There's going to be plenty more coming their way, though. I think this is where Winter Wyvern is going to help a lot. A hero that can push waves without showing. so it doesn't get charged.
Try the bear here a little bit. Not too convincing. Seems like XG are ready to fight. They have BKB on Darkseer, BKB on the Lina. Bear is pretty much ready to go whenever.
Bear is getting some very good information right now. Pops out, starts hitting the Enigma. In some trouble.
Boy.
Vacuum in on 3. They still hit the Requiem, though. Not enough to kill the Lina. Now the Lina turns back, hits the LSA on the SF. The damage is stalled, and that's a problem. RCY comes through, trying to help out his supports. One's already dead. The second is about to fall. FY's committing for the kill. Speed does manage to get out the cold embrace to stay alive until nothing to say. Comes in with the magic damage. Now the bear killed the SF. And the SF fighting for his life, trying to kill the bear. He dies, killing the bear in the process. But it's a massive win for Extreme, who will wipe out Gamer Legion.
Game is just getting too chaotic. Too much information from this LD to start that fight in a beautiful vacuum off the blink from XXS. The second the Enigma's gone, that fight seems hopeless in the long term. You potentially have a bear resummon. NTS is just going to play on the edge of the fight the entire time. You don't really have anything to gap close him. He's just pelting everybody for so long. It's a beautiful setup. Charge, LSA, your Enigma's gone. He gets nothing off. Charge is still coming through, so you have that vision to play with here. Look at NTS. I mean, who's going to threaten Lina in this type of situation? There's too many threats, and this is what I'm talking about. The fight is too chaotic. There's too many individual threats that can go in on their own and just start chunking down this SF, chunking down this Wyvern. Even if your Enigma's alive right now, who is he black holing here?
Yeah.
To turn this fight. There's no clear clump target.
It's not possible for a good winner's curse.
No, there's nothing.
Spirit Breaker's on one side, Lina's far off on another. Like, nobody is close to another hero.
And this is where, yeah, you have all this AoE team fight. I don't think this is the game where you can use it. It's XG are just never going to give you that opportunity. That's why I also doubt some of these, true counter picks to the LD like the Wyvern. Like, yeah, your spells in theory are good against LD, but I think in reality, when you watch stuff like this, the window to use your spells against the LD don't really exist. You're terrible at him just running around the map silver edged. You're pretty bad at heroes that can just go in on their own threat and backline, which he does. He's a BKB buyer, which you're not great against.
Yeah.
Your best option is I can curse somebody that the LD hits. Okay, good luck, right? Like, the bear plays on its own, so it's tough right now.
It feels like
to find an opening.
That is old information.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Winter Wyvern was good against Lone Druid. Now he's got an Aghanim Scepter. He's no longer good against Lone Druid.
It just doesn't. The fights just don't play out the same way. You have to think of this hero almost like a Storm Spirit or something. I mean, it sounds stupid, but that's how the fights go. Like he just pops out on somebody on the back of the fight completely alone. What do? You have to be able to disable him or bail your dude out or reset the fight. See if Gamer Legion can regroup here. We haven't seen a black hole, right? I don't think he's cast one this game.
Yeah, I don't remember one.
Has an Axe. It will do some serious damage if he can land it, but the problems are starting to mount. NTS will finish a Hex. Just going full Spellcaster Lina, especially with the talents this game. Looking to be a nuisance, as his 2 other cores can pick up some of the damage slack.
Is under attack.
A lot of issues for Gamer Legion to solve right now. If they can get a good fight around the Roshan pit and force the true 5v5, it might look a little better for them.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
XG charging in right now. FY.
The Bears coming in from behind and almost executes the Winter Wyvern fast enough. Not quite. BKB makes a run for it. Fade does die to X-Nova. I mean, Extreme Gaming are just hitting him from so many angles. And what a beautiful vacuum wall combination on 4. And a charge right through the middle of them. Extreme.
It's done.
This fight is already won rather easily. In fact, the game might be won already. Extreme Gaming, the last 5 minutes have just dumpstered Gamer Legion. RCY will get off the BKB and stay alive a little bit longer. XXS has a BKB of his own, though, backing back on Bignum. So that is going to be a dieback likely on the Dark Willow. Goodbye.
Laguna'd again, as the cooldown's so low right now with that talent.
Level 24 for the Lina.
Another fight where Enigma goes down first. There's just no hope if that happens. And XG picking their moments well. Very patient this game, and it is paying off. That's going to be a Roshan for them, and man, they could potentially just end the game with it straight up. The bear is out of control.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the only times you see 5 Extreme Gaming heroes in one screen.
Pretty much.
Otherwise, like
too.
every single fight, they're filling up like, 4,000 units between the 5 of them. Butterfly now done for the big bad bear, so the SF is not going to be killing that bear very quickly at all. FY might get picked off here or there, like here, but he has BKB. They're going to have to black hole to stop it. He does not want to use it. And I bet he wishes he had used it because the bear might just kill him again.
Oh, no.
Yep.
It's too strong, man.
And the Eidolons are just food for Lina at this point.
Almost level 25. He's going to get it off anything here. He will. It's a very nice 25 talent for the hero.
Now, even the right clicks to Lina are super scary.
That is the disgusting part about this hero. When you get to the late game, you get the really high levels. You can easily transition Lina into some more physical or right-click damage if you want to, if you need it.
Yeah, Kayayasha is a natural item for the hero anyway. Then the intelligence you get off of the other items. She's hitting for 220 damage, right?
You put a Parasma in here, it amps up all your magical. Yeah. The Witchblade hits going in are super nice because her like fly animation, I don't know what you want to call it, the projectile animation, I guess, is kind of garbage. She does a lot of right-click damage. And she gets really tanky. Your magic resist is super high on this hero. She is deceptively hard to bring down.
You don't think the extra second on slow burn is worth it?
No. You're looking to maximize your late game DPS, and the slow burn in the late game becomes worse and worse, whereas your right clicks become better and better and more reliable. I think this is a 100% take talent.
That's crazy because, like, I would imagine, like, theoretically, the slow burn is better now, right? And it gets worse later. So you would think it would be the 25 talent, the other one would be the 30 talent. When you're 6 slotted and you have better damage. So it says a lot that you're not even willing to take it.
I just think slow burn damage can be mitigated, whereas right click damage, like, you can't debuff the right click damage.
Yeah. Bear, once again, okay, yeah, maybe you hit the initiation, but the follow-up from the vacuum is just too much for Gamer Legion. They hit the cold embrace to stop the bear, curse it, but every little bit of follow-through from Extreme Gaming is just 10 times more potent than what Gamer Legion has.
Just too easy for XXS. He just watches the bear go in, and if you decide to sit there and hit the bear, or even if you don't, he just blink vacuums you. The AoE on this vacuum now is just incredibly stupid. It's like the whole screen. You can't miss 3 or 4 man vacs, and then the fight's just over. Like, there's no way to regroup from that if you're Gamer Legion here.
Nothing to say. Looking for an execution. Not going to find it. There's that vacuum back. The LSA is a little late. Still get some damage. Got the Requiem out of the SF. He was just so afraid of any sort of... Oh, the force that forward into danger. The wall put down. Yeah, a good terrorizes throw out from Gamer Legion, but the damage is done. Goes slow enough that FY is able to execute him here. Lina at half HP. Nothing to say. Going to be pulled in deeper. They might just get this first life. But they don't have the damage to get him the second time, not without the SF, and XXS is going to make sure that's the case. They make sure there's no black hole on Lina for this second life. The Amptis is going to go get popped. Black hole finally gets used. It's on a solo Darks here. XXS pops the BKB, runs, does die. They at least get something out of that first black hole usage, but that is the third hero you're concerned about. The second and first are this Lina and the bear. And the Bears chomping through the tier 3s right now. Nothing to say. He's waiting for his opportunity. Finds it in sight. And there he goes. Gets a pick off onto the Winter Wyvern. Here comes FY. Ooh, charge.
Messed that catapult up.
Not on the RCY Largo. But frankly, does the RCY Largo do anything?
He kind of does if the fight goes super long and you can keep your SF up. But he's just losing his other 2 cores too quickly. Like, burst damage is not something Largo deals well with here. If he can get Encore Lincoln's Lotus, maybe this game changes a little bit with blocking multiple charges and stuff like that, but Vacuum's still an issue, the Bear's still an issue. I mean, this fight's already over before it begins. There's just not enough time to regroup, react, or try and turn this with any sort of black hole attempt. Too many points of assassination, and that's why I think I was going to always favor XG if this game goes late, because it's one thing to have overwhelming team fight, but if you don't have a way to use it, it doesn't count for anything.
Sure.
And I think it's just too difficult to find ways to use it. I think it's also interesting, this Largo pick. I think the Largo pick overperformed based on what I expected it to do, especially with the lane matchup.
Yep.
But he's not a direct damage threat. So even if he's existing in the front lines of these fights, which he is, RCY is, he's not going to be burst first. He's not bringing the Lina down. He's not bringing the bear down. You kind of have to keep your whole team alive, and he's having issues doing that. Like, how do you keep your Wyvern alive there, you know? It's just not possible. And he can't start the fight. He can't run in and just, I'm on Lina, guys. Lina's out of the fight. I mean,
yeah.
He's not that kind of threat or hero. So it gets really awkward. Maybe you can look for some cute smoke angle and start a fight with Black Hole. I think that is your best option to win a late game team fight here as Gamer Legion, is you have to just let Fade start on a core +1, or even maybe just the Lina solo. Hope he doesn't have buyback. Like that kind of situation, I don't think you can win a reactionary fight. I think it has to be proactive at this point. Is that easy? No. But you're down 33k against the Lone Druid. Nothing's easy.
This bear just does too much damage.
He has a full Satanic now. Interesting itemization here for a moment. And Arcane Blink for NTS. Plus that Conjure's Catalyst. He is going to be chunking some people in these fights.
Even the supports are getting their level 20 talents. X-Nova has the Chain Frost on Death, which he really hasn't had to do too much in this game. A couple of Sinister Gazes.
Oh, they have a charge on the SF.
A beautiful vacuum into the wall. Great stuff. Winter's Curse going to help against those illusions, but Fade needs to stay alive so he can get off a black hole somewhere. He has no mana right now. Has to back out, but the SF is dead, and there goes your opportunity. 90 seconds with no SF, so even if you could hit a black hole, you wouldn't have the damage to follow it up.
The second the charge is on the SF, that fight's already over. Too much control. NTS assassinates the support before the fight begins. Another great vacuum. It's just all come together with this XG lineup. So much natural synergy between these 5 heroes. Don't think you could let them get to this point.
No. They're going to mow through towers without much of an issue. Gamer Legion, I mean, frankly, I don't really think there's a way back into this game. So
no,
I imagine they're
the nature of the lineup.
Discussing what they're going to do about this disgusting Lone Druid pick.
Probably ban it in game 2. I
think it showed they did not have the answer to it.
No.
Do you feel like it was more draft or play? Like, they did have an advantage.
I think this draft can hit a time to win this game, but you really have to send it.
Yeah, you put yourself on, like, one hell of a time.
Oh, 100%.
There was, like, we have to end the game in 10 minutes.
Instantly canceled.
Good try, but Fade gets it canceled. Again, X-Nova has had a pretty free game. He's just been hanging out.
Well executed.
Blink Dagger.
Very well executed from XG. Starting to look a little better here on day 2, and going back to one of their true classics. You know, the Ame Lone Druid, it's going to create a lot of map pressure. You have Darkseer on top of that. It's very easy to identify what Extreme Gaming's game plan was here. And they all understood it. They all itemized for it. Early Dom on the Darkseer. It's a rack game. It's a split push game. Yeah, the Lina died a bunch early, but that's not changing the timing that's coming. That didn't translate into faster objectives or more net worth advantage around the map. And I think that sometimes happens with Lina as well. Like, I think this is a hero that can sometimes just get chain ganked and fall behind, but she will always recover because her farm rate's just so fast. So what are you actually punishing out of this lineup? I think that is a lineup you had to just send. You had to get the first rush on and just send it high ground. And it's not necessarily about getting buildings there. It's you want to force XG to fight you before they're ready. And that's what you want, the team fight victory before the bear starts to control the map. That's why I think they should have sent it there. Do they win that fight? I don't know, right? They might not. But I think that's your best chance to win this game given what was happening and how bad this Lone Druid was. So maybe just not committing to the idea enough. Maybe you can say the draft needed to be altered in some ways, but if you give Lone Druid this kind of early game, this kind of freedom, 9 out of 10 times he's gonna win it.
I don't know. Frankly, it just feels like, especially looking back at some of this early game that we're seeing, like Extreme Gaming, they made a lot of mistakes in the early game. This could have been cleaner for them. And so in that case, I feel like the margins for victory here for Gamer Legion with this kind of draft are just so razor thin. And you really do not want to put yourself in that position against a strong veteran team like Extreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming take game 1 against Gamer Legion here on the stage in Paris, and they do so with their first pick, a lone druid that I'm sure that they are not going to get their hands on anymore. We saw exactly why Lacoste, this hero, has been terrorizing not just pro play, pubs, everyone basically.
It's not even the lone druid, it's the spirit bearer. The lone druid's not doing anything, he's just existing, and then it gets to one point where you get Aghanim Scepter and you're playing a completely different game. It just gets so obnoxious. I'm still a little not sad because sometimes you have lone druid on your team, but a little surprised that we haven't seen Aghanim Scepter change, because this is the biggest thing. I think if we remove or manage to balance it out, people will not be so afraid of the hero, because you're playing a completely different game where you are playing on one side of the map, still getting the farm, and in this game, they allowed him to get the farm. Ame, he did die only once. There was like this one big rotation early on where they killed him under the tower. But other than that, they haven't managed to find him. And it was a battle, kind of a game where they need to group up as 5. They need to hit the right timings. And on side of XG, they're like, we're just going to farm up. We know that the late game belongs to us, knowing that there is a 4 protect 1 strategy, that all the damage needs to come out from Shadowfin. And it didn't work out for Gamer Legion.
I mean, to me, main takeaways were, on Gamer Legion side, probably the Enigma pick did not work out. It didn't win its lane. It actually lost the lane pretty, I don't want to say pretty bad, because he had a game, but, it really didn't shut down the lone druid at all. I think the Largo mid worked really well. It gave them a lot of tempo in the early game. He did actually pretty okay against Nina mid, so that was a bit of a surprise. If anything, they had this strong early game, and I don't think they were on the same page, or maybe they didn't have the right read on how the game could develop, because as soon as SF picks up the Shadowblade, it kind of tells you, I want to roam the map, I'm going to play this skirmishy game where I'm going to look for pickoffs, look to be mobile around the map. And as the casters were saying, this was the game, exactly the game Extreme Gaming were hoping to play. You're playing with Lina, with Spirit Breaker. These are heroes that they find an isolated hero on the map, they'll burst him down, no matter how many items it has. So I think they had to itemize maybe differently and go for the GG push, kinda. Get the second Roche. You're gonna have the banner, and you're gonna. Dota now offers you the possibility to force you to fight into you as you go high ground with banner. This is how it works. They can just push out the wave. The wave is invulnerable, so you have to aim for that timing and itemize in that sense. I think this is something they failed to do. And on Extreme side, it was a very solid game that they played. I still think that there are adjustments to be made. From how the game played out, I think Lina was a bad pick, because this Lina really grieved the early game for them. Darkseer could not. We saw Darkseer win its lane. He actually killed SF, then tried to dive. Lina is nowhere to be seen because it's a Lina. She's just farming boost of travels. Don't ask me anything. I'm farming. And Darkseer is like, well, I can't dive. Largo is countering my moves. I can't farm my triangle because now Largo is coming to my triangle. So Darkseer has no game. Laundry was dying too because Radiant got to do whatever they wanted. So I think adjustment to be made also on Extreme side, but props to them for coming back that strong after such a bad early game.
Yeah, they definitely had maybe not as strong of a start to the game that they wanted, but they definitely had a strong finish to the game. Also very curious to hear from Xnova how he felt before this game even began.
Hey there, Purge here with Xnova from Extreme Gaming. Now, yesterday, you guys won to Rune Eaters. So what's it like preparing for these underdog teams that have less matches?
We actually played them in scrims. The result was good against them. So yesterday was quite a disappointing performance from us. I think we are just kind of shaky starting into the tournament. So yeah. I
feel like that's tough. It's like you gave them practice against yourself. Does it feel like regret? Do you have to be really careful who you scrim against normally?
I think the only difference is that we don't understand them that well since they are from qualifiers, and I don't think we play against them at all in any official tournaments. So probably we are just underestimating them, or maybe just not much info about them. That's why. Yeah.
I see. That makes it hard. Between EWC and TI, how do you balance your guys' free time with your practice schedule? Because I'm sure it's very tough when it gets very, very busy between scrimming and having your own lives and working hard.
To our team, I don't think there's much free time for us. We mostly just boot camp around 2 to 3 weeks before a big tournament, and we just play all day. Yeah.
Do you feel like having more free time sometimes makes you play better, or is it just better to play all the time?
I do think like a balance. I don't think we have any balance time. Maybe just some free times like after scrims is kind of important. So for me, I would try to like maybe going out to eat or going to the gym after scrims. I think that actually helps my mentality quite a bit. Yeah.
That's good. What do you guys feel in the upcoming series for Gamer Legion? How do you feel confidence against them, or are you still a little unshaken from yesterday?
We had our first loss yesterday, and the second game we kind of pick it back up. So I think we are getting there. And yeah, quite an incredible performance by Gamer Legion yesterday. Like we saw Ghost getting 33 kills in one game. So
he's a good player, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of scary against him.
Now you guys will be fine, I'm sure. Well, good luck in your upcoming series.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, some respect put on Gamer Legion there as well by Xnova, as I'm sure that in this game they prepared well, and their first game already under their belt here against them. If you already predicted that, congratulations, obviously that's really well, but if you want to change your vote or haven't put in your pick'ems, make sure you head over to the esportsworldcup.com website to make sure you get your pick'ems in. I want to talk a little bit before we talk more about, the draft of game number 2. I want to talk about maybe adjustments that are easy to see. And we already talked about the Enigma that might have changed everything if that lane didn't go well. Or would you throw everything you thought about this game out the window because everything would be different if Lone Druid was just banned? Is it that simple?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Lone Druid will be banned. So that conversation should not be, part of it. At the same time, also the pick order is going to matter because we've said it, Gamer Legion, if Lone Druid is available, like Ghost will play it right away. I do think he's maybe the best Lone Druid out there or, or around that. Definitely in the conversation. So Lone Druid is probably going to be banned, so it's going to be a different game. I think SF might get through again. This SF versus Darcy, we're seeing it a lot now. It's been like a bunch of games. We had it, at least 4 or 5 times already.
He won every single game on Darcy.
The Darcy ends up winning, even though the lanes are rough. And this time around, I think this was like the best executed lane we got to see. They didn't, bump their head against the wall too early. They actually went for the SF kill when they knew they could get it, and they did secure it. To me, the biggest adjustment is understand that Darcy at some point will want heroes to connect to him, and you just can't pick a Lina or a Sniper. You need to pick these spirit heroes, for instance, that are happy connecting to the Darcy, and this is when you're really gonna see like a Darcy strat come together.
And we're gonna find out what's gonna happen in game number 2. Before we do though, we are first gonna check in with our casters.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
That's right, I'm Cap, and this is SVG, and we are going to be your casters for the opening series, which is going to be Gamer Legion versus Extreme Avery, North America versus China. And, well, for the last, 5 or 6 years, you would probably say that, of course, the Chinese team is the favorites here, but...
What?
Gamer Legion is actually looking pretty damn good lately.
Excuse me? Going back to all of those famous TI duels between evil geniuses and a Chinese behemoth?
Yeah,
back to TI6 eHome EGA
10 years ago, 10 years ago when North America was
You're
great?
forgetting some history, Austin. That's all I'm going to say. Because NA's coming to the series to play, and they're going to be taking home some victories. They're going to be taking home some dubs. Dub farming for North America today. That's what I expect to see.
Well, I don't anticipate that to happen against Extreme Gaming, because Extreme is new and improved because they dropped their coach.
They're looking great now.
Is that what happened?
I don't
That's
know.
not
There
what I
seems to be
heard.
some weird rumors about that one.
I don't know
but
if they dropped him, but somebody was dropping something. So,
well, I'm sure that whatever has happened, the drama is over and they're back to top form.
Hey there, I'm here with Gamer Legion's Fade. How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Good. Yesterday you guys won 2-0 against the Poor Rangers. What's your confidence against Extreme Gaming?
We haven't played them in a long time. I think this team is kind of like hit or miss. Either they're like playing well or they're not. So we're just focusing on ourselves, and I think we feel pretty confident.
That's good. I know that being a pro is difficult. So if you had to quantify it, what kinds of sacrifices would you say that you made to get here?
A lot, because you have to spend like a lot of time just like in your daily routine to just practice, and also you have to manage stress because it's kind of like it's up to you in terms of like how much you're gonna improve or progress. So you always have to evaluate a lot of what you're doing. So I would say it is very difficult, and you kind of it kind of can get very dull. So you have to kind of persevere a lot.
And then you have to balance how much stress you take in to get better, right? So,
yeah, and you have to just also like managing it. It's also a skill, right? So I would say it's like pretty difficult. So you kind of have to like figure out how to enjoy the journey in a sense.
I see.
So, yeah.
That makes sense. What would you say makes you unique as a player? Like, what are your strengths in Dota or outside the game?
I think I'm pretty good at like analyzing my own mistakes, or kind of like analyzing the game in general, because I think, in my opinion, I got like pretty good pretty quickly, I would say. So yeah, always trying to find like patterns in terms of like what like we're doing wrong or what we can optimize, either as like individual or as a team. So I think that's like my biggest strength.
When you said you've been got better quickly, how long have you been playing Dota as a whole, or are you just talking competitive side?
So I've been playing for a very long time, but like ever since I was like, in grade school, I always didn't get a chance to play that much, and then also after school, I had a job and I went to university. So like I started playing like seriously after I completed my degree, and so like maybe 2 or 3 years for me it took to like kind of get where I am from like kind of like nobody basically.
Yeah, you weren't playing like seriously, but once you locked in,
yeah, that's what I think. Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, very happy for you. Well, good luck in your upcoming match, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
We are getting ourselves ready for game number 2 between Gamer Legion and Extreme Gaming. They're already taking place once again on the stage here in Paris. First game was taken by Extreme Gaming, but could just be all different in game number 2. Just simple changes in the draft, where a lot of the game number 1 was decided across. What would you like to see if I assume Lone Druid's banned, clean slate, renewed?
Yeah, I would like to see something different from the mid lane. Even though this Largo, he looked good. He looked much better than I expected him to look, especially against difficult matchup against Lina. I think he also, maybe with the potential blood grenade, he could have gotten a solo kill, maybe even 2 solo kills. There was definitely an opportunity. Even though Lina did die twice, she still managed to recover. But I also feel like with everything, it's not just the, I would say, Largo problem, because he looked good. I think they needed to hit the right window where they need to close out the game. So a lot of these things did fall into the same category of the mistakes, if you want to call them that way, where you have Enigma, you have Largo mid. At one point, you are going to be lacking some damage, and it feels like this type of a draft allows you to not make many mistakes, because it's going to fall off really quickly. So I would love to see RCY on something different. Problem was, all of the heroes that he played so far recently in the TI qualifiers have been banned out. So they thought of something else, or they need to maybe slightly prioritize his hero pool.
So what will work if you have Largo mid? Because I think we all agree that it did a little bit better than what we were expecting. And it is very typical, seemingly, Gamer Legion flair. if it was damage that they're lacking, how can you can easily solve that with other heroes in the draft. So what would the perfect Largo mid game look like?
I think you also need to have an offlaner that does a bit of a different thing, supports that are not too much on the defensive side. You might need to have someone that can actually start a fight from position 4, or a blink initiator from the offlane, something that can actually play the game, and then the hero is going to feel good. I just feel the combination of the heroes that they did have didn't have that much synergy together, especially in the mid lane. If you can't group together, this lineup just doesn't really play Dota.
They had some okay heroes with Largo, like SF is fine, I guess, but I agree with what Lacoste said. I think heroes that are a little bit more kind of in your face, or that enjoy kind of brawling a little bit more, especially in the mid game. It's definitely not, you know, an Enigma trying to farm BKB and Winter Wyvern kind of heroes. You need something a little bit more active, and then the Largo can look. Largo really is a hero that it can hit a stage where you just can't stop him, and you just can't stop his team because you don't have enough damage, and they can run you down. There's no such thing as running away from a Largo team kind of, you know, running at you. It's very similar to Darkseer in a way, the hero, like the way you fight, your team fight around it. So you need to adjust the composition a little bit. I don't think it was optimal last game. And for RCY, I kind of see why Largo maybe isn't the best fit, even though I think he played pretty much perfect on Largo. I think putting him on something that scales a little bit better throughout the game is good. I hate, like, you know, calling a player like the best player on the team, but to me, he really sometimes carries the team on his back. Not that it's required, but he does so much that they don't need to do.
Yeah, and with Largo, it's very difficult to do such things.
It's not going to be with Largo.
You're not going to be taking over the game with Largo. At one point, it does become a bit of a support hero in a way, where you're not really dealing damage, or positioning is also not like in your face. So pretty difficult hero to make work, and they're going to give away Lone Druid one more time. Them being the Lone Druid team themselves, seems like they have a bit of a different idea, especially after what happened in that game.
Yeah, they feel like they can beat it. It's I like it because it shows confidence.
Yeah.
So very happy with that. We do, of course, have a little bit of a change up in terms of bans. So some changes there, mainly on the side of Extreme. They banned out Shadow Fiend rather than Nature's Prophet. So that is one to take in mind. Also, Darkseer and Puck are banned, leaving Ember and Bane in the pool that were banned out by Gamer Legion in the previous game. And they answer the Lone Druid with the Underlord.
Yeah, that's a classic answer. The Lone Druid, I think it's a go-to for most offlaners. Very solid. This one for sure will do its job. You know, I think Enigma was a little bit skeptical. This one works. That's 100%. Obviously, it can go wrong. Lone Druid is such a dominant laner that, you know, if you make a single mistake, you're gonna pay the hard price for it. But if they execute their lane properly, Big Nom and Fade, everything should be stable.
Yeah. And Underlord was, of course, banned in the second phase by Extreme in the previous game. This time they move up the Kez, who was banned but not second phase, so now also removed from the pool. Winter Wyvern still coming out, so they do really like this against the Lone Druid.
Yeah, for a good reason. I mean, it's a good hero. You can also like grab a kill, which we haven't really seen in the previous game as much. It's also good protection against pretty much anybody, even though the Mjolnir proc's still going to be dealing some damage. But I also want to see what they're going to be picking for Bignum. Okay, so they steal that Rubik. I was about to mention it, that they left it in the pool, and this is one of the hardest, if not the hardest counter against Underlord.
It is like your Underlord, but better.
Yes. Yeah, they had the opportunity to pick Rubik instead of Winter Wyvern and opted to go for a different thing. Usually we don't see this. Like Rubik is either banned or you go for the double pick.
They were really quick at picking up the Dark Widow and the Necro here. I mean, Necro is a very good hero against Lone Druid, that is for sure. You know, just by nature of the hero, like you sustain, you have a way to protect yourself from the bear. Even though at some point Savage Roar becomes a big issue for Necro, and Lone Druid is a hero that doesn't mind buying like Dispels. It could be Nullifier, it could be Disperser. And what I mean is, like, this matchup does tend to turn in the mid to late game. I think it becomes Lone Druid favored, but for a while it is heavily Necro favored. So they're taking another approach now where they're looking to push the issue rather early and try to abuse the fact that Lone Druid is a slow hero. I think most players are still buying Mjolnir and Aghanims, so you're thinking minute 20. Before minute 20, Lone Druid really just wants the game to be stable and quiet. So that gives you a lot of space to just, you know, put pressure on your opponents. It's pretty cool that Gamer Legion feel like even though they failed to kind of close it in game one, they feel confident enough that they can do it again and this time around, you know, get to the finish line essentially.
I'm a big fan of this Snapfire pick. I think it ruins completely what the heroes want to do on the other side. Necrophos, it makes his game like almost unplayable up until a point where he's getting wraps, he's getting a BKB, and it's going to be very difficult, even against both of the supports. What Wyvern wants to do is use heal on someone. It's a perfect setup for Snapfire abilities, and looking for the offlane potentially, because this could also be offlane Snapfire if they want to go that route. It's not something that XXS did play recently, but I've seen good amount of teams also flexing it when it's necessary. I also feel like if they are looking for potentially the other offlaner, Night Stalker, it's not going to win the lane against Necrophos, but it does the very good job against both the supports and Necrophos later down the line.
So I think like the issue that they might run into is with Rubik, I think you kind of have to give up on your offlane. I think there's no such thing as beating a Necro. Honestly, what can Rubik do Necro Wyvern anyway? Like they have so much sustain. Like you'd need 4 heroes basically to try to stop them from contesting the creep waves. So I think they're going to look at an approach of not really laning there and having Rubik, you know, either stack or pressure other lanes. So I'd love to see XXS on a hero that can fall back to the jungle, because I think that's what it's going to be required in this game. And as you said, the snap pick is amazing. It really will buy time for the lone druid. Snap mid. Snap ulti will just stop any sort of aggression for a while from Gamer Legion, and that's something they don't want to see. They need to be pushing the issue, but pushing the issue against Rubik with Firestorm and Snap ulti is gonna be really tough. On top of that, you have to think of how do they take down towers. Like the problem with Necro is he might be a very dominant carry. He doesn't bring any sort of objective taking ability, and you want to take towers against like Rubik pushing out the wave and Frost Shield on the tower with Necro Underlord. It's gonna take you forever. You know, we're gonna be there tomorrow trying to wait for towers to be taken down. So right now, conceptually, drafting wise, I have to say, I have to give a big edge to Extreme again. I think they're getting out drafted, Gamer Legion.
Seems like they have an idea. Also, a lot of their damage, or pretty much all of their damage, is magical, which is solved by the offlaner. A lot of the times we are seeing, if it's a good game for it, that offlaners are picking up a second, sometimes even third item pipe if it's a really good game for it. And this is Necrophos with Radiance. All of the spell damage that they have is going to be magical. So potentially something to think about if they want to be going that route.
Yeah, an offlaner that can farm jungle and buy pipe would be amazing. I'm thinking of Brewmaster actually. It's not a pipe buyer, but it's a big hero for XXS. I think it's amazing here. Also, it doesn't really farm jungle, to be fair. Now I'm getting baited because it actually does the opposite of what I think they need. It's just a really good Brew game because I see Necro, I think Wyvern, and I'm thinking of Brew. But the lane might be horrible. Let's see what they go for. If they pick for the game, or if they just put enough respect on the Necro Wyvern lane, which honestly is probably the way to go about it, because they should be happy with what they have already. You just want to make sure that the game doesn't collapse in the first like 5 to 10 minutes.
We got final ban coming out from Gamer Legion. They already removed Largo from the pool, who would be able to farm jungle, of course, and sustain himself.
Yeah, Largo would have been a good option. Also would have given them a dispel against Necro, so very useful. Also a save from the Underlord pit, because they have a lot of like keep you in position spells. You know, Bramble Maze, Winter's Curse, Underlord Pit might get an Aghanims. Once you're, you know, in the middle of their spells, it's going to be hard to get out of there.
I think again they need a playmaker from the mid lane. Something like there's one obvious one, which is Storm Spirit, if they want to be going that route. Just to have somebody to play the game, try to set things up while your Necro is farming, while your Underlord is farming. Again, I think I'm seeing the same bit of a problem that they're having with the lineup, where the lineup needs to go together. This is not a ganking lineup by any means. You have Underlord and Necrophos. I think you can maybe throw in Crystal Maiden, and you have the most sluggish lineup in the history. Some Viper, but very difficult to make moves.
Especially with these supports like Underlord Necro and Winter Wyvern, I feel like he's kind of like on the same train. I mean, Willow is a little bit different, but still, it's not really a hero that will set up as until he gets like Yule Scepter and items like that. I agree, they need a playmaking hero mid. The only issue is there's a Snapfire mid, and we've seen yesterday what it can do to certain matchups. Like we saw typically. Oh, wait a minute. So this could be a Snapfire position 3.
It's 3 Snap, I think, and Nature's Prophet going mid.
Okay.
I think it's the right way to approach some of these stronger lanes. We were seeing it yesterday when people couldn't really lane, so they were picking up Viper, ranged offlaners. We saw it in the previous one, picking up Enigma. I think that's a good approach, knowing that you need to get something out of the lane, because some of these lanes are almost unlaneable. You're playing against Viper Necro, you're not killing the heroes, and if you pick a melee offlaner, you're gonna get constantly harassed.
That's a pretty good pick, the Kunkka. I think I like it a lot. It's a decent matchup against Prophet. I think it's pretty rough against Snap mid, but this most likely is a Prophet mid. And the Kunkka is gonna really help them make sure they catch heroes around the map, because this is what they want to do. Like, they're gonna have this Necro Underlord unfightable lineup, and it's gonna be another game of cat and mouse until Lone Druid comes online. And Xmark, obviously one of the best tools in the game to make sure that they can't run away from you and they have to take the fight.
I like Kunkka a lot. I think it ties the lineup together. We were looking for something that it's going to be a cheap catch. It's going to give them even extra bit of a tankiness. An answer for Nothing to Say's Nature's Prophet in the lane. I also want to see if Nothing to Say is going to be going for Spirit Vessel. I think we've seen a bit of a different build from Nature's Prophet these days. They are more going for like scaling build, picking up the Maelstrom and such. But I think in this one, it's kind of hard to skip it.
It's hard to skip. The only issue I see in the XG's lineup is, you know, before Ame joins fights, and it's going to take a while before he wants to join fight. Against Necro and Underlord, he has no business joining any of these fights before he gets his items. It's the Mjolnir, the Axe, maybe even the BKB on the Bear before he's actually able to do anything in these fights. Who's frontline? You know, who, like, Snap doesn't want to frontline, Prophet doesn't want to frontline either. Who's using the Frost Shield? There's a little bit of a hole in their lineup in the early game if they don't snowball from the lanes. At the same time, this is FY Rubik we're talking, and this is one of the best Rubik games I've seen. He's playing versus Kunkka, Underlord. There's so many good spells to steal. Like, give the guy an Aghanim somehow, and he will just carry the game on his own.
Not going to be easy to push the high ground. They have no tower damage whatsoever, so the game might go longer again, but I kind of believe in Gamer Legion in this one, Shiver. I feel like they fixed some of the issues that they did have, and also seeing that the adjustments that they did make in the second game, I'm kind of digging it.
I am a little worried. We saw in the previous game, Gamer Legion, in the moment where they did have momentum, where it did feel like they were taking down towers, they were still not getting a lead. And I kind of feel like we're going into the same position where at some point they will have a good momentum. But this time around, Seb, do you feel like they have a better way of actually securing a lead during that time?
I think so, because they have the Underlord, you know, presence around the map. He's going to be able to, you know, fix waves and connect to team fights. So the map is easier to play with a global hero. They have the Kunkka to catch people around. And I think XG's lineup, even though some things were really interesting, this combo of Snap plus Prophet Core, I'm not a fan. I think it was one or the other.
Okay. How about that mid lane? Is there going to be a lot of action coming out from Kunkka and Nature's Prophet? I feel like they're just having a good time with each other.
Pretty much.
You know,
I think,
they're just both farming.
They're just gonna high five, you know, get the range creep, you know, gentleman's agreement. Let's just ignore each other's. Have a good time. Come on, fellow mid laners. You know, we gotta support each other's and meet you later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be good amount of global presence as well. You did talk about the gates from Underlord, Nature's Prophet deeping in, Boots of Travel, Necro as well. So we might be seeing some more action. I like the adjustments because they had some problems with Ghost Push, as we like to call it, not the player. But in the previous game, there was Darkseer with the Helm, and you also were playing against this Lone Druid with Aghanim Scepter. This time around, I don't think it's going to be that easy for them to fix the lanes.
No, they have better tools for sure. The game...
Not that hard, sorry.
Yeah, they have better tools. The game might look a little bit more even, and we're going to see more clashes in the mid game for sure.
Well, that is good news. I got one question mark still, because starting yesterday, at the very start of the day, we keep talking about these ranged carries, their melee supports, and now in this series, this is the 2 games in a row where we have Winter Wyvern with a ranged carry. Not a melee support is what I'm saying. Why does Gamer Legion believe in this so strongly?
I mean, it's a really good hero versus Lone Druid. Even though you don't get the value of the Winter Scourge, like the bear killing the hero, as mentioned by the casters, that's not going to happen anymore. But you have, HP percentage, and you have the save with the Cold Embrace. It's just an answer for the bear.
We're going to find out how it plays out together with Cap and SPG.
Giving away the Lone Druid once was dubious. Giving it away a second time could be disastrous for Gamer Legion. Going down 0-2 against Extreme Gaming would put them in a rough spot and undo the success they had in day one, Avery.
Definitely don't want to drop both games here to the same hero. It's also just kind of beating your head against the wall. They made some adjustments. They went for a lot more map tools to deal with the rat. You have a Furion, you have a Lone Druid, you have a lot of spell power that can nuke out the waves. Similar to game one. However, now you have an Underlord who can mop up waves and still join the fight. You have a Kunkka who can clear the waves really fast. Necrophos with the Boots of Travel can do similar things. They have a lot more tools to deal with the map and the rat pressure and meet XG head on, not fall behind in the farm. So that was the biggest adjustment they made. And they're going to have a sick rotation here.
Yeah, that is gate. One hell of a smoke gank. They went through the bottom lane, went through the gate, smoked, wrapped around behind the tier 2, all to catch the Lone Druid and claim that first blood for Ghost.
Nice little find. One of the bounties gets denied, so it's a 2-to-1 bounty exchange, but they get first blood on the Necrophos, which is a beautiful hero to get it on here. And he will have a good matchup against the LD. They went for that Underlord, #1 statistical matchup against the LD. Necrophos, one of the better ones as well. They have good direct answers to the LD Bear in terms of doing damage to him. Again, though, I'm a little worried about how do they end the game.
Yes, because I don't think they have the better late game again, right?
I don't think they outscale LD and Furion and Snap in the ultra late, and they don't have an objective taker. They have nobody who can really kill Roshan or hit a tier 3 or go high ground. So yeah, you can farm the map, you can meet the waves, you can not get ratted like you did in game 1, but then how do you actually win the game here? Can you go high ground? And I would be more convinced if there weren't a Rubik in this game. Like, Rubik against Underlord is just...
yeah.
It's disgusting. It really is disgusting. Being able to throw Firestorm against Gamer Legion's lineup is just... I don't know what you're supposed to do.
It's great against the Underlord. It's always a good matchup, but then Necrophos and Kunkka are both going to hate that.
Not to mention if he ever gets to Ags and he can get the Pit and the Firestorm, which is honestly not that difficult in a lot of the late games.
Sure.
I feel like you just lose the fight as Gamer Legion. So I'm a little worried about the Rubik being in this game against the Underlord in particular. Otherwise, I think it's a tremendously good Underlord game if FY did not exist here. So there's a lot of back and forth here. If Gamer Legion can abuse the global ability of the Underlord well, I could see them punishing some of these picks from XG, particularly the Furion, which is not too convincing of a pick, but XG still have some tremendous scale to play with here, and the lack of high ground for Gamer Legion could come back to bite them.
I also do not love the Winter Wyvern pickup again. It seems like another game where Cold Embrace is not guaranteed to be a good play. And I always feel like if it's not a good Cold Embrace game, I just question whether it's a good Winter Wyvern game.
Oh, might get the bear.
It would be big. Oh, he gets rooted, but he does manage to get the bear. Now off that level up. Shadow Realm kills Ame. No, he walked away. He gets the final hit in. Does not give that up. Big play from Big Num to pick that up. Again, we saw Extreme Gaming drop a bit of the early game. The laning phase went all right for them, but the early rotations, they got definitely outmaneuvered by Gamer Legion. So that is something that maybe Gamer Legion can repeat. Early game success, snowball off of that. Question marks are still there about whether or not they can end the game with that momentum, but
it's looking good.
One step at a time.
This is a lot of momentum. They got the first kill on Ame. Now they get the bear and the hero kill. He is mega poor to start this game. And this Underlord gained some momentum up here. It is a good matchup for him all around until you start getting ratted. So see what Fade can do at the start. Much more comfortable position for him.
A fun little mini game. Gamer Legion just playing punching bag against the bear, trying to secure the Lotus. And they're really committing. If they manage to get it a second time, it would be massive. Not quite enough damage, though. And Lotus, well, Xnova's trying to take it here, but Fade walks back in. Now, Big Num pops the Fairy Fire. Good trades all around for Fade and Big Num. Ultimately, they do get that extra resource, bring the bear low, get both the heroes low as well, and might have killed Xnova if that Bramble had landed.
Ame has to send the bear to base, did not have the resummon, so more time for this bear off the lane, sitting at only 6 CS compared to that Necro at 16 with the first blood. So the carry-to-carry disparity is going to be quite significant here. And you also have an RCY Kunkka that's going to win mid. Like, pretty nice matchup for him. He can kind of just cleave through Treants, abuse the water runes. Might even be able to kill NTS here if he hangs around a little low and you can get a fast boat going. Yeah. Things looking a lot smoother for Gamer Legion in this early game than the game one. Like, you have a big advantage against this LD who needs to ramp, so the more you slow him down, every time you can kill a bear early, you buy yourself an extra minute or two before you can get that Mjolnir Ags cooking. That counts for a lot here.
RCY is bringing some unique mid heroes that are not super meta. Mid Kunkka, what do you build as mid Kunkka now?
We see just BKB Rush, I think, is the most common.
Okay.
You can still go the Blade Mail build, but this is not a Blade Mail game.
Yeah.
You can...
Do you try and go physical damage? Is the Aghanim Scepter still good?
I don't really like the Ags. I think we see it more on offlane Kunkka where you go for this Ag Shard.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Octarine Shiva's build and just play with the massive AoE. You can get really large torrents. We saw Collapse own an offlane Kunkka game with that kind of build-up.
I also think that I want to see RCY scale better than the Largo did in Game 1.
Yes.
Right? Which, if you want scale, that's physical damage Kunkka.
I think you could still go Radiance on this hero in the right game.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, actually.
Could be good.
Early level 6, trying to go for the kill. Missed the Tidebringer hit, and that might cost him the pickup. Yeah, it certainly is. X-Nova, now he's going to be punished heavily. Double supports. Another Tidebringer hit. Not quite enough to get the kill. Tossed back into the tier 2, and that's where he will die.
So close to making that big play, but XG respond with both supports. Does cost him a lot to rotate like that, but you get urn charges on the Furion. He stays alive. You dodge that boat timing. RCY, he was playing that lane so well. Just needed to call in one of the supports. Like, again, why are neither supports going to that boat play, right?
Yeah, the Winter Wyvern doesn't need to be bottom, really. No. Necrophos is a very self-sufficient side laner.
If I'm speed, I'm absolutely just TPing the second that X comes out and guaranteeing this Furion kill. It's so big. Big Num can potentially go there too. This Underlord is pretty self-sufficient top, at least for a little bit. Just missed opportunities. And you don't want to miss too many opportunities when you have a mid who's winning the lane like that.
Run it back. Nature's Wrath comes through. Ghost. He managed to get the Lotus. That will help him a lot here because he gets off the Shroud, gets that extra healing. Now he's still going to be tossed back into all these treants, and it will be the death of him. So, nothing to say. He dodges that attempted kill from the Kunkka and immediately bounces right back with his level 6, gets a kill in the side lane.
Nice moves from XG. Salvaging what was looking to be a rough lane phase. Now all of a sudden they're just right back in it, and Furion is cooking. He's flying out something. Okay, treads. Didn't rush the full vessel. Just going for some extra right click, extra tank. But he still has double urn charge. Another Wrath of Nature up in 25 because that was an arcane rune is also going to be really juicy here.
That is pretty nasty. Ame find himself stunned here. That's going to be a lot of damage from this Firestorm. Not enough to get the kill, but they will threaten him. And now Big Num has no out. Nothing to say, teleports in. He has no Shadow Realm to dodge the damage.
Doing work here. 2-0-1. Dodge that bow kill with the supports coming in, and all of a sudden, top net worth in this game. Impacting all 3 lanes. Exactly what you want from the mid Furion.
And the Dangerous Wrath is back up off that Arcane Rune you mentioned. So he could even look for a 3rd kill on the side lanes.
Fast Vessel is going to be great against a lot of the sustain here, too. It's a good Vessel game. Yeah, boat back up. Now they're bringing the supports mid to look for this.
Yeah, but nothing to say. He's playing way too defensive.
That's a little telegraphed.
I mean, you're going to dive in so deep to make this happen.
See if they stick around and just try and force XG to fight the level 4 Tidebringer right now. I would be surprised if XG played into it. I think you're better off just looking for a side lane kill, letting Kunkka take the tower. I mean, whatever. I don't think this tower going down is the biggest thing when you have a mid Furion anyway.
Between the treants and pulling the aggro, plus the Frost Shield, it is costing Gamer Legion a lot of time to get this tower.
To get the power rune, it's a nice one.
Look at that massive stack, though. That could be interesting. RCY could certainly take that.
It's not super fast, but it is efficient for him if he gets it all. Doesn't cost him any mana to really do it. Haste Rune gives you a lot more threat right now. If you can find it. Still hunting some treants here.
I haven't seen this. Is this... Do you stack for offlane Snapfire, and does he kiss the stack?
You could.
Because how else are they going to clear it? That's got to be the only way they do it.
just team spell spam, maybe. But it's pretty much 4 XXS down here. We'll see it. We'll see if RCY can get in here and contest it. He's also thinking about the Blade Mail. I guess the Blade Mail is good against the spell damage, but this just doesn't strike me as a premier Blade Mail game.
No, I don't think. I agree with your initial assessment that it does not seem amazing. I think it's good for Snap, and that's kind of it.
I'm not sure what else you're really supposed to go other than some meme Radiance build, or like, you can't really buy Vessel on this hero. You can rush Silver Edge. Maybe that'll end up being an option. Gives you some nice setup around the map. Will scale a little bit better here. I'd rather see a fast Shadow Blade than the Blade Mail. I'm just not convinced by the Blade Mail here.
Gamer Legion back to a 2,000 net worth lead after their little slip up against the Nature's Prophet, and they're still hanging around this ancient area.
All right, he's going to try and steal
Finally,
it.
they're going to try and steal this. It's going to take a while with just Tidebringer hits. See if he commits Boat to help with it. Nature's Wrath is going to come through. Bramble goes out trying to catch FY. FY managed to maneuver on through all that. Speed puts himself on the high ground. Call the brace as the damage is coming through. Nothing to say. Shows up in the back lines here. Chain Frost. Oh, that's going to be a beauty. It's going to bounce back between RC White. Now hits Ghost. Ghost in some trouble here. Has to pop the Ghost Shroud. Get some heals off. Kisses. Finish off the Underlord while the Snapfire does finally die. Bear on bear violence happening here, but that is not going to be enough. RC White trying to finish him off with the Tidebringer hit. It's not enough. Thanks to the transformation, he stays alive. Both the bear and the hero. Big Num is out of damage and he's out of hope. No TP away. It gets stopped by the Sinister Gaze, and Extreme Gaming will get 4 for the 2 of them. That is just amazing for Extreme.
And that's why we see very few teams try and contest these stacks, because the way you can converge around these 2 tier 2s, you have the vision, you have the outpost. It's so hard to take that fight as the aggressor, even with the Underlord coming in. It's just, where's the damage going to come from? And Furion, damage leader in that fight. Wrath of Nature bounced through everything there. Just pretty nasty. The angles are really awkward. The Chain Frost was really good here from Xnova. The fact you have that available for this fight makes all the difference. You lost some bounces at the end onto the Ancient stack, but you pretty much got max value here.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing, I think, is the Necro never gets an ult. Like, he's not confident enough to stick in there against the NTS Furion to be able to Reaper the Bear or anything here. That fight could look a lot different. So you're just taking it 4v5.
Gamer Legion not to be slowed down. That was a disastrous team fight for them. Immediately smoking up, looking for a pickoff. They'll find it on FY. Hit the X pullback in neutrals. Oh, that was close, but they do not manage to take the last hit, and RCY will take this stack.
Well, nice farm for him. I guess the other reason you don't go Radiance is you have Necrophos, so
yeah,
can't really stack that. Maybe if you didn't have a Radiance carry, it would have been more interesting here.
Yeah,
we'll be
or
going
if,
to Shadow Blade.
like Fast Nullifier was more valuable.
Yes, you can always disassemble for Divine.
That is true.
I mean, it is a real build-up on some of these heroes.
That is triple bounties Xnova just found on the Radiant side. Wow.
Digging up some gold.
Well, that pretty much takes away the entire Gamer Legion net worth advantage here. Faye does manage to read the move coming his way and gets away from the kisses in time. That's great for him.
Yeah, a little botched by XG too, though. I feel like that's a guaranteed connection if you just land the teleport sprout kisses on top. Yeah, oh well, no harm, no foul, I guess. Will be Boots of Travel for the Snapfire, so you're going to have Boots of Travel Snap, Bear riding the map, Furion pushing in waves, and then you have double nuking supports. Again, it's just going to be full-on lane assault here by XG going into this mid-game. At least you have Underlord Kunkka to clean up waves this time. That definitely will help. Necrophos too, to some degree. Depends how scared he is to show on a wave with the Furion coming in. Depends how fat NTS gets here. Also not nearly as swift a start for Ame. All of his timings are going to be a lot slower than what we saw in Game 1. Suffering on the early portion of that lane, the Underlord has been able to sit up here and kick him out a little bit.
Yeah, there's a massive gap between him and the top 3.
bottom tower is under attack.
Shadowblade into BKB is going to be the choice for RCY. We have the Radiance done for Ghost, and he will get his normal Boots of Travels and Consecrated Wraps. Ever since the introduction of Consecrated Wraps, heroes like Necrophos have received quite the boon off that item. Just the early tank that allows you to be super effective. Speed going to be spotted here on the Sprout, trying to make his way out, thinks about the Winner's Curse, doesn't see the opportunity for it.
It's going to be a rough Wyvern game, honestly.
Yeah.
Another game where the point of attack for XG comes from multiple angles. Just not clear curse targets. The Embrace is really bad against Snapfire. Snapfire is like one of the worst heroes to embrace anybody against.
Yeah.
Pretty bad against the Lich, pretty bad against the Rubik. So his options are going to be a little limited in this game, but if he can at least alleviate some lane pressure, that's maybe the biggest thing he can do here. Man, this Furion is so farmed. And he's behind the two other cores, but these are two really fast farmers. You have a Radiance Necrophos and a Kunkka who won mid, and the Furion's keeping up with them. 4-0-4 start for NTS. He went straight into Specialist Array, so he's going to scale here. And he can scale like a beast. Because you have no true right-clicker carry in this lineup, if you just scale this Furion into a late BKB this game, you just TP in the back of the fight, BKB starts swinging. I mean, who's doing anything to you?
Yeah, for me, it just feels like the X factor has to be this Kunkka. And he's got the net worth to back it up, but the question is, how well is this hero going to scale for them?
Double Daedalus Divine action?
Can he be the person to challenge that Furion? And all the meanwhile, when the game gets quiet like this, can't help but feeling like it is to Extreme's favor.
Looking for the Shadowblade setup. They might be able to snag Ame with an X here.
Starts backing away, but they got him on the X.
That's big.
Can they commit, though? It's going to be a tanky hero with the transformation already popped. And the Bear keeping the heroes back here. Big Num is in deep with the Shadow Realm, getting caught by the Bear. Not quite the Entangle, but the Sinister Gaze or the Blast that'll finish him off. Kisses are going to chase the rest of Gamer Legion away here.
They just bailed. That did not look convincing at all. They recognize it. You're also sitting on 3,000 gold for Fade.
And once they get broken like this, you're playing up against a Furion. A hero that's going to get behind you and catch that extra pick off and body blocks from the tree. Unfortunately, the pit, maybe you can stay ahead of it. Nah, the Chain Frost finishes them off. A mega kill streak for nothing to say. Once again, this Furion, nothing to say, is keeping Extreme Gaming in a pretty neutral spot with Gamer Legion.
He's doing a lot of work this game. When you play these lone druid lineups, you need one hero that kind of just holds the early game together, and he has absolutely performed here. On a pick that looked a little out of place, but man, it's doing work. Nice early game connections.
Ghost has had quite the quiet game. He showed up pretty late to that triangle fight, has only had one Reaper Scythe kill so far. Understandable, I do feel like if you try and move too early with this hero before you have the wraps, you can kind of give away a lot of your momentum.
For sure. You got to pick your moments, pick them wisely. Might snag a Bear here? Nope.
Fear is just too good.
Just so tough to gank this abomination of a Dota hero.
Yep.
Once you have Underlord Ags, I think this game will become a lot easier to play. In terms of catch, maybe you can more reliably bring Necrophos into those plays because he knows heroes will be stunned for him to deal some damage.
High ground ward spots the Rubik, gets him on the X. Good steals, though. Got the pit as well as the ship, and that's going to keep him alive. In fact, it's going to kill the Kunkka here. RCY being kept alive by the Cold Embrace, but now here comes the Bear. Good Winner's Curse. RCY has a chance. Making a run for it, but they have the vision on him and the Sprout to finish him off. Once again, Gamer Legion try and make a move. Extreme Gaming, they're just too well set up on the defensive. They are reacting to every move from Gamer Legion perfectly. Not giving them any openings for kills and finding rebuttals themselves.
Especially NTS. That's one of the better games I've seen from him in a long time. He is just playing a perfect mid-Furion here. Held the early game together. Every fight, he's just getting in there, killing the back line, finding big connections with the Vessel, landing so much damage just off right clicks. has yet to die as well. It's really important. If he dies, then you can get these lanes out, you can look for plays. Whenever he's up, the map's just way harder to play. Once more, he finds the opening. 7-0 and 5.
And now these are pickoffs on Gamer Legion's side of the map. Like before, it was just them playing defense and getting kills on their own side of the river, but you start getting these pickoffs on Gamer Legion's side of the map, you start extracting some of their neutrals to your favor, like Nothing to Say is doing now. You're going to start seeing that net worth swing into Extreme Gaming's favor. X for X, boat for boat, but this time the Rubik will die.
And he gets Reaper. So Ghost at least finds a little bit of something here. Up to 2 site charges. Level 15, he's still really fat, really strong. We get to see a full clash of the behemoths in this game. I wonder if he will hold on to this Quelling Blade for a long time here against the Furion, or if he'll maybe go for some sort of weird item to deal with Sprout. Can be a really annoying spell for this hero if you ever get caught in Sprout Nullifier later on.
Yeah, what do? Do you get like Force Staff for yourself instead of having that
Harpoon or something?
Yeah.
Battle Fury?
I mean, theoretically, the Shard can help you answer that, but
That's
it's
true.
annoying to hold on to the Shard all the time like that. Nothing to Say would be a really nice pickup. They're splitting up the damage a little bit. They got to focus this. Nothing to Say is going to go down, though, thanks to Ghost and Big Num. Plus RCY off of the BKB, who survived through the Chain Frost. Not going to survive through this X Kisses combo, though. FY already making it look so good, this Rubik pick.
Has another X. Can't find anything else, though. And yeah, that's a big turnaround to at least snag something there. It's a big streak off of the Furion. Went to the Underlord, 600 for him. Nice little gold injection for Fade, instantly putting that Ags to use, and that'll change this game a lot. It's a very good pit game. If you can just pit some of these XG heroes, you have really good follow-up between the supports. Firestorm's going to land, both Torrent's going to land. You're just going to be stuck there forever unless you're willing to pop early BKB. Oh, Distiller into the X.
Yeah, the combination of vision plus the hold there, setting up the Sapphire beautifully.
Got him. FY Rubik strikes again. And maybe they're thinking about Tormentor down here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like FY has, it was a very slow 6 months for him, I would say, at the beginning of the season.
For sure.
I think he definitely has gotten slowly better every month that has gone by, and he looks the best that he has looked all year round.
I mean, if there was like a most improved player awarded, I think it oddly might go to him this year.
Sure, yeah.
Which is weird to say since he's such a legend, but I do agree. Like the first half of the year, does this guy even belong in the Tier 1 Pro scene?
Yeah, he was definitely out of form.
He was
there was
very
no
rusty.
question about that.
But he has improved quickly and gelling with this team pretty well.
Ooh, Shard pickup for the Rubik. That is really nice off the Tormentor. That can help with the pits that the Underlord is going to be dropping, getting heroes out of that.
Is there anything he gets the benefit from steel-wise here? Not really.
You got the Firestorm. He wants to steal Firestorm.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Faster damage off of that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You could probably put it on the bear. That's super scary.
Okay. That sounds pretty nice.
I can't help but feeling like Gamer Legion, like if you're not winning right now, I looking at their items, I don't see anything that's going to be like, oh man, that's going to be such an effective item pickup, right? Lotus, next on the Necrophos. Kunkka catching the bear here, but once again, Kunkka is such a slow setup. Every single time he's able to get off the true form, it's not a fast kill. They can still get it though with the Reaper Scythe, and they do manage to do so. Get that pick off, and now kill the bear as well. That is going to feel really good on a lot of gold, and if they can kill Nothing to Say, who teleported into this fight, so much focus there, but the rest of Extreme Gaming didn't come in.
Yeah, where's
they managed
the team?
to kill the bear, they turn around, kill the Nature's Prophet. Where's the rest of the team?
Very slow to react there. Either you just let Ame die and farm the map, or you respond instantly. They kind of did neither, and this is amazing for Gamer Legion. They not only got the bear kill, they get the Furion as a bonus, and none of the lanes are going in. Because nobody chose to just go push instead of join that fight. So they're going to get a free tier 2 here, get some map control.
Well, I mean, one of the problems was they used Kisses in that fight. Apparently, it got instantly canceled because he did 200 damage in that fight.
It got instantly stopped, yeah. NTS also just didn't pop his BKB instantly and took so much damage before it went off. So you're not really getting much value out of his net worth. Rough engagement all around, and value of the Shadowblade Kunkka, being able to start fights. You're not able to turn around on RCY this game, and he knows it. He can get really aggressive here. He can pretty much just run into anything.
Combination of boat, and if the Necrophos is with him, which now Ghost is, joining in on these fights, the boat damage reduction combined with the heals, it's just way too much.
I almost want to see an early bots too on Ghost. Like, we're not going to see it because it's just not efficient, but
sure.
Man, if there were a game for it, just being able to bots 2 onto the Kunkka when he just like runs on top of the bear and just Reaper the bear.
Yeah.
It sounds so juicy here. But you need bigger, better items. You need to scale here. No need to waste some gold on that.
Lotus into Heart.
He's very strong. Pretty much impossible to bring down. And if he just exists, he's going to deal some serious damage to the LD. He's going to be a big Reaper threat against any of these cores.
We still go back to, okay, yes, you can be very strong at 25 minutes. You were strong last game at 25 minutes. Can you end the game? Are you seeing that? Is there an idea coming with some of these items that are being picked up? Do you feel like they're ahead enough that it doesn't matter?
I think this game looks a lot better for them. Just the gap that Necrophos has, they have pretty reliable teamfight scaling.
I mean, you say that, but it's an even network team-wise. So, yeah, there's a lot of farm on this Necrophos, but is that good enough when it's still even?
I think their ability to deal with the lanes compared to the first game is going to make a big difference here. At least in theory, being able to find pickoffs. Like, you can sit the Underlord top, he's dealing with the bear, and all of a sudden you have options. You can go up here and join him to try and kill the bear. You can look for plays elsewhere, and this Underlord can still join you. It just makes the map so much easier to play. Should be able to find some more openings here in a few tier advantage.
Is smoking in front of this bear. They could have killed it, but they're looking for the bigger prize, and they're going to find it. Oh, man, just as the true form expired, too.
He brought the bear.
He's dead. He's dead, and his bear is going to die, too. This is a 2-for-1 special for Gamer Legion.
Why did he summon it back?
Guess he thought there was still going to be a way out. Instead, just feeds away his bear, and that is terrible for them because now it's up to this guy right here, nothing to say, to keep the map in an okay status while the bear is dead for 30 seconds.
As Kunkka's doing some work. Threats around the map. He can just run in solo, and there's so much potential backup. The Necro can bots. The Underlord just gates in. The pits are guaranteed lockdown right now because there's not enough disjoint. Not enough farm on XG to deal with it quite yet.
Oh, blink away right before that. That was so unfortunate. The gate came in just a half second too late.
You can still beat KBTP there, I guess.
X-Nova, surprise. Coming in from behind, Big Num looks to finish the job. Maybe Ghost, he's the one to do it. Chain Frost's gonna bounce around. That's gonna be some decent damage. Not enough for the kill. They make sure of it too. Speed blinks forward, hits the curse. They get the pick off on FY. Now Speed is in kind of no man's land here. You could see nothing to say, a more defensive teleport. He doesn't want to go deep. Can't really punish Gamer Legion the way he used to. Just ensures that XXS stays alive.
Map is starting to look a lot easier to play for Gamer Legion. They're getting the fights they want because they're able to deal with the lane pressure. There's not a single wave across the river right now. Like, this offlane just went across the river, but that is bad news bears, quite literally for XG here. You do not want to be in map states like this. Your options become very limited very quickly. And yeah, you don't have the best objective taking, but at this point in the game, you have enough farm. The right clicks will eventually get the job done here. This is kind of sad to watch, but this is what you're relegated to.
Yeah, pulling waves with Treants. Meanwhile, Gamer Legion doing a very slow Roshan. It's not terribly inspiring for either team.
Got to do what you got to do here if you're Gamer Legion, though. Like, you have to take this objective down at some point. Your lineup's pretty bad at doing it. You just have to suck it up. Give it to either core here. They'll give it to RCY. He can just play even more aggressive now. I don't think that was really stopping him before, but he's an absolute god on the map.
You say they have to do it, but Why is that? Like, do you think the Aegis is going to let them actually hit the high ground here? Is it about this faster second Roshan with
I
the
think
banner?
it's both. You want the banner to come out fast in this game. You want to be able to start accelerating tier 2 pressure, potential high ground pressure. I think it does count for a fair amount here. Costs you a little net worth. You should get it back on the map. XG trying to push in
Goes
bottom.
a little alone here.
I mean, he has the Underlord backup.
And
Or
they
he
have.
doesn't actually, never mind.
The shard from the Lich that it's going to allow the Chain Frost to quickly kill Necrophos.
Got
Goodbye.
nothing off. What a pickoff.
And the gem on the ground too, though it's not going to be claimed. Big Num will reclaim that one with the kill on X-Nova. BKB going to be used by Nothing to Say. Has to chase back Speed, see if he can get an opportunity to teleport away, but no, Speed, he made sure that he didn't go too far out, and that means the Furion should die alongside this Lich.
Nice pickups here for Gamer Legion in response. Don't let XG get away with that, though. The other lanes are going to get pushed in by the bear right now, so XG getting the type of map pressure they want. Kind of just walked into that pickoff. I'm not sure what their read of the map was that gave them that sort of confidence to go for that. Maybe just Underlord ult being on cooldown, like we're just going to look for something down here. They find a really good target. He's unable to get the Death Seeker off. No BKB on this Necro. He's a little susceptible if he gets isolated. Big find in this game to slow it down, though. He was worth a lot of gold, right? I mean, that was... Yeah, it's a 3x streak. That was like a 1,000 gold kill. XXS will pick it up. Who
is also
been a little quiet this game, but is slowly getting farmed on the Snapfire.
Yeah, I think he's about to pop off because he's got his Kaya. If he can get Kaya Yasha plus this level 20 talent, you've got BKB, you've got Blink Dagger, you've got everything you need to now do some of the OP things that we've seen Snapfire do in this patch.
His damage will pick up significantly. There are BKBs on the side of Gamer Legion, but against the Necro, you can do a lot of work here. Aegis still up for 2.5 minutes. Game pretty much stalled out. Though you do get full map control vision-wise. There's one Dire Ward still up. The gem did its job. And you're still looking for Heart on this Necro. It's going to increase Ghost survivability by a large margin.
You know, talking about that, there's probably a reason why XXS is having a bit of a quieter game. He is not super comfortable on the off-lane Snapfire. Only played it 6 times in his career before this.
He's bronzed here.
And
Very
he
sus.
has only won 2 of those games.
Very sus indeed.
Yeah.
I think for them it was a flex pick, and then they just said, you got to take it for the team.
Yeah. In fact, he has only played it once for 3 years. He played it against Rune Eaters, and that was the first time he'd played it since 2023. Back when he was on Team At.
Big Tidebringer hit. Yeah, it's going to force BKB TP here.
Get the Lich. BKB used on a core, pick off on a support. Not bad.
RCY's damage is picking up. He's doing some work this game. They don't have great heroes to just man fight the Kunkka.
He does have space for one more item, and then he'll be kind of soft 6-slotted. He can upgrade the Silver Edge. He abandons his boots at some point, but he's about to kind of get capped, which I feel like is fine. Gamer Legion, you just got to end the game in sometime this next 10 minutes, which seems very doable.
It depends if he wants more damage or more survivability. If he wants Daedalus, that's probably your damage option. If you want survivability, it's Satanic. You could replace boots with, I guess, maybe just Silver Edge plus Sanjin Yash is enough move speed. Maybe you can go both here. Divine Rapier is also tempting.
I wouldn't say no to a Divine.
I don't know if it's actually that good of a Divine Rapier game, though.
Well, he doesn't really have the build-up for it. Like, if you're going to go Divine, you want Daedalus as well, right?
Yes.
So
I
his
also
current
think,
item set doesn't really fit that.
I also think the way their lineup functions, it's more just about surviving. If you survive and you just play around the Underlord, the support spells, you will win the long fight off of just spell power. I think that's more valuable than I have to deal a bunch of damage at the start.
Bear is going to get picked off here. They do have dust for it.
Yeah, it's dead. See you later.
And this is the kind of game that Gamer Legion could not play in Game 1 because they didn't have the heroes to play the map.
For sure.
Here they've got the Kunkka that can make sure they can always keep the bear in a spot. to kill it, and they've got the Underlord to play the map.
And it's a lot scarier to show on these waves for XG. Whereas all of that there was on Gamer Legion in Game 1. I think the Spirit Breaker played a big part in that too. This Rubik has not created nearly as much map pressure as the Breaker did. And we haven't really seen a single Firestorm steal. So you're not getting that value either, as Gamer Legion smoking across the map. They get to plant the Underlord top. He has Octarine. No ult for 40 seconds, so he cannot join the play right now. A little awkward, but Gamer Legion can take the fight anyway.
Oh, the Kunkka gets here in time. RCY. Oh, it would have been so amazing, but they're going to take the Tormentor. He knows about it now, but they have already gotten out with the rest of their heroes. Just gave up Lich for it. That is going to be a shard for the Lone Druid.
Can be a really annoying shard in the right scenario. You get the fetch too. I don't know if that's the most reliable spell in Dota. But.
Yeah, did he already have the shard and then now he has the fetch? I assume that's... Is that how that works? Can the bear get shard off of Tormentor?
I guess so.
It should. I'm just going to put my foot down. The bullshit needs to end somewhere with this Lone Druid hero, and I'm going to say that one shouldn't be allowed.
Huh, that's interesting. I guess I never thought about that, but... Cool.
Here comes the rat. The giant white and black rat. Gonna take the tier 1 tower and will die.
Is that worth it? Oh.
Probably not.
Yeah, that does not seem worth it. He has no
But if they get these kills on the other side of the map, I mean, they just showed 3 cores.
Yeah, that'll be worth it.
Nothing to say. See some heroes, so unfortunately, Blink has already happened. Big Num actually says this is go time. But again, it's just him and the Winter Wyvern for now. Ghost has now joined them with the boots to travel. He did get an early bots too.
I like that. This is a good bots 2 game. Gives your setup so much threat. Just going into the Ags build, then he'll be fully online in terms of that late game scaling power. Now, this game's going to come down to some late game team fighting here. Whether you can get some good Rubik steals, land some good AoE from the
on-range telekinesis. There goes Chain Frost. Unfortunate. Bounces over to the Ancients. Speed is likely to still die, though, as it comes back for the Ancients and finish off the Winter Wyvern. On the right-hand side, teleport away from the Lich.
Okay.
Very nicely timed for Max Nova. Does a good job. Gets a kill and gets out.
The rat action continues. Finding little openings here.
Yeah, now that top lane is pushed all the way into the tier 2.
This must be a very annoying series for Gamer Legion to play, win or lose. I hated being in these styles of games where you know they're just dodging you the whole time and the game's going to come down to like one late game team fight if you get it.
Yeah, but you can't really have sympathy. They chose
of course,
to be in this position.
Yeah, they did.
So.
You got to know what's coming.
Shadowblade, Hydra's Breath, a Crystallis, and a BKB for Nature's Prophet with level 20. So we've got that lower cooldown, the Wrath of Nature.
Starting to hit hard.
Yeah. Not hard enough to threaten the Kunkka or the Necrophos, but maybe these longer drawn-out fights again. It's going to come down to the high ground push from Gamer Legion when it comes. And that's a position that the Nature's Prophet is pretty favored.
Also, a little worried for them if the snap gets to 25 with the refresher. That's when the full magical Snapfire Exodia starts to become an issue, particularly for the supports. You just die to the Mortimer straight up.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting kind of ridiculous. It feels like XXS 20 minutes ago said, all right, I'm just going to push to level 25, guys. Like, he has just been farming out of control.
He is getting there. He got the Conjure's Catalyst, too, so... He's a monster in terms of the spell DPS here. Looking for the bear. Should get the bear. Oh, he has BKB.
BKB will protect it.
I don't think you can chase it down there.
And look at Extreme on the other side. The bear, oh, maybe he does still get caught, actually. Got him on the Reaper's side. It does go down. Meanwhile, the Kunkka did get smoke ganked. RCY pops BKB. He activates the boat. He has a Satanic, so if he can start hitting something, maybe he can stay alive, but he doesn't actually go for the fight. Instead, just gets run down.
That's a big loss for Gamer Legion.
Well, they're actually going to try and... They're really thinking about a fast Roche. They don't have the bear, though, so never mind.
Surprised they didn't go for it? I don't think there's any way Gamer Legion take the fight without the Kunkka. Okay, they're gonna check it now.
This is very bizarre.
Yeah, it's very awkward that XG are not thinking about, like, oh, let's just check Roche off of a massive Kunkka kill. This could really swing the momentum in this game. Now they're gonna do it. Do Gamer Legion have a read to this play? Are they going to be able to punish the fact that XG didn't do this instantly? I feel like it'd be dead by now.
The scan successfully hits some of these heroes rotating in, so they slow their roll a little bit.
They're still
They
not
don't want to get
committing.
interrupted right away, but yeah, Gamer Legion aren't even checking yet. Bignum could throw in some brambles or a terrorize.
Do you want to do this, Roche, or you don't want to do it?
Okay, now the roar goes off, so fortunately he throws the brambles in there, tags Roshan, and forces the roar. That slows things down. And now the bear starts committing. Ghost starts getting close. Kunkka's going to be back up in 30 seconds. And Roshan is going to rotate soon. So Extreme Gaming are going to have to make this commitment.
What?
Bear, Kisses, start throwing back some of these heroes. Nothing to say. Yeah, teleported in pretty deep here. The Kisses are doing a fair amount of damage to Fade. Nothing to say. Jump in from X-Nova. Stops the teleport away from Dignum. And Gamer Legion, they did not seem very confident about this fight one way or another and just kind of get caught not attempting Roshan and also getting into a bad situation here against the Bear. The Reaper Sight does kill the Nature's Prophet, but if the Necrophos dies like this from XXS, cookie after cookie, they do manage to get the heals off. Great Winner's Curse!
Got 3.
That helps a lot. Ghost is going to be able to reset, get some serious heals. Now the bolt's going to come in, make these heroes tanky, and Extreme Gaming, they're the ones who have overextended now. They got the Roshan, and they got a kill. But they do not get out. Misread of the situation, stay around just too long, allowing the Kunkka to come back into play. And sorry, they didn't get the Roche.
I was about to say, who got Roche? Nobody did Roche. They committed to the fight.
Wait, Ame wasn't really doing anything. I thought he did Roshan during
he sent the bear in. It just died. I have no idea what XG's comms were in the last 2 minutes here, but it was all over the place. You don't commit for the Roche. You get the roar out, you still don't commit for it. You bring the bear in super late. By the time you take a fight for Roshan, the Kunkka has respawned off of a 90-second death time. That has to just be illegal, right? Like, there's no way you watch this replay and go, that is how we should have taken this scenario. If anything, you insta bring the bear to there, you just like smoke up the hill, take the 5-on-4. It would have gone better for you.
That was so bizarre.
Yeah, the comms must have been against each other in that moment in terms of what the plan was.
Yeah, I feel like Extreme wanted to do Roshan, and Ame said no. Right, because he was running down
Sure,
the
but then the way they took that fight, like NTS just TP's in.
Yeah, that was weird.
No one's initiating with him. Everything
Bear
about
does
that
get caught
was
on
weird.
the pit here. No detection. BKB TP out.
And no Reaper available for a little bit anyway. Well, I guess the rat action will continue in this game. But Gamer Legion, they get their Aegis. It's worth something here.
Level 25 for the Necrophos, level 26 in fact, but also level 25 on the Kunkka is almost here. What do you think about this Tidebringer ignores 25% armor?
It is a powerful talent in the right game, especially if you itemize for it.
Do you think it's better or worse than the old cooldown talent?
It's worse for sure. That talent was insanely broken.
Yeah.
You could just Tidebringer 4 times in a row in the right situation. What? That makes no sense.
Oh, you're talking about with the facet and everything.
Yeah. Is it that good against Lone Druid in particular? The bears, I don't really think of the bear as a high armor unit. It doesn't really have that high armor. It's not an Agi or something.
Yeah, my experience with it has been that 25% is just not enough to really impress. Unless I'm going like Daedalus Divine Rapier, you know.
I think with his itemization, you're taking AoE here.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Could potentially still get an Ags and a Shard and kind of just turn this into a hybrid build.
Yeah, that Shard is still very effective at this point in the game against the bear.
He just wants the extra DPS.
Okay. Man, he is so tanky. Aegis, Satanic, Prophet's Pendulum on a Kunkka with the Admiral's Rum as is. I mean,
he's a beefy boy.
He's not going to die in the first 10 seconds of the fight. That's for sure.
These are beefy heroes. Now you need that Snap 25. For the extra damage here, and XXS just unable to get there.
Yeah, if he had gotten the kill on the Necrophos, he would be level 25, but sadly just 100 damage short.
This is a big timing for Gamer Legion if they can force the fight here before the snap is 25.
Got the banner to be dropped too.
This is a nice little window.
The rat is coming through. Bottom and mid lane are both being pushed in. Nature's Prophet and the Bear are going to work there.
You have sustain though. 2.5 second death pulse. More than enough sustain. Keep these heroes on the front line.
Yeah, so all this poke from Extreme Gaming isn't really going to amount to much.
And just don't give Rubik Firestorm, right? That's the biggest thing.
Sure.
If you're Fade, you don't even have to show in these fights. You don't even have to be here. Never give FY this spell if you can afford it. He does have an Axe, so he has double spell slot. Do not want to give him like Firestorm Torn or Firestorm Pit or something.
Chain Frost, Kunkka brought down. Okay, he died very quickly there. X-Nova gives up his life for that position. No way to get out once you blinked in. Necrophos in some trouble now. Half HP, has BKB though, and will be able to use the shard to get away.
XG didn't lose too much. They're going to buy the Lich, but it's mainly just the spell cooldowns. They got Ghost Ship as well. He gets Ghost Ship again.
Okay. The lane at barracks down. Well, this gives XXS just a little bit more time to get that 25.
It's kind of sad for FY that he gets Fiend's Gate, but you don't get the pit off that. It's not the most useful spell here.
Yeah.
Maybe you can pull some crazy map shenanigans with it, but you're looking for something else here.
Well, that next push is probably going to be coming in fast.
You do have to worry about that burst off the Lich Bull. You don't have Aegis to tank it this time around. Surprised at how fast that Kunkka went down.
Yeah.
And there might be Snapfire 25, plus Refresher, depends how much XXS can find right now. It's probably the biggest damage upgrade for XG. Coming in the close future. MKB for the Bear to get through this Radiance might change a little bit.
It does feel like if Extreme Gaming make one good hold with the Snapfire hitting this level 25, and if they can get the Nature's Prophet to level 25, like, oh, son, the rat really starts getting out of control. Shiva's is complete for the Necrophos, and it does feel like it's a big if, because if they can hold the Extreme Gaming, might be able to turn this game around, but this is just an overwhelming amount of team fight at this point.
It's a lot to just fight straight into. That's what this Gamer Legion lineup is designed to do, just meet you head on. You can still get Refresher on Underlord here for Giga Pit team fight around a Roshan or something.
Yeah.
But you did get to Snap 25, XSS can buy out for the Refresher, so you're online in terms of that late game presence on top of the Rubik Ags. A lot will come down to the spell steal. What does FY find? If you can find Firestorm plus pretty much anything, it might be enough to win you the fight straight up.
Trying to deal with the Bear, got the BKB out of it. Still have the vision on it, and it's going to have to TP away before the BKB expires, rather than stay out on the map, which is what he wanted.
A little careful of getting X'd on some of those plays.
So, we played around with this, Underlord, late game, with this level 25 talent and the Refresher.
Good. Yeah, it's good. This talent does a lot of damage, especially when you have double ult going into the fight. You can just melt some supports.
Bear is going to die here the one time. Kunkka, both coming his way. Now he gets BKB, turns around, starts hitting Nothing to Say, who responds with his own BKB. A reset now for Gamer Legion.
Kind of interesting. They're pushing in this top lane. There's no buildings to get there. Just looking for the kills, looking for the fight.
That's one Kisses down, a second one available if XXS pops the Refresher.
Did get Pit of Malice on FY plus Ghost Ship. Pretty nice spells right now. Really annoying to push into. Need another Roshan here. Need another Aegis on this Kunkka so you can kind of just sit there and slow siege it.
Gamer Legion do not seem overly concerned about the timer on them. And maybe they're right to be so, but I don't know. Lone Druid and Furion are such
it's a lot of
insanely hard to beat game heroes because of the way there's a unique way they could play the map.
I also just am going to be a little worried for Ghost as we go later. I think Necrophos is a hero that can fall off in the ultra late because he's just very ult dependent. and his items, they don't give you as much mobility compared to a lot of their heroes when you're 6-slotted. You're also playing against 2 heroes that effectively have innate buybacks. The Bear has a resummon. You can even go Refresher for double resummon.
Right.
And then the Furion will always have buyback teleport in the fight. So you might end up in this scenario where you get a good repo on one of these guys and it just comes back.
They didn't notice. They blink past, do manage to get the Sinister Gaze, but it's not a fast reaction. Ghost is able to get off the BKB. Now the fight is going to slow down. X-Nova's already dead to Ghost, chasing him down. Rubik's already dead to Fade, coming in through the gate. That was not the smoke gank that they thought. The kisses are raining in off the Necrophos. Look at all the heal coming out. The combination of the shard, it's not enough. They managed to get the Necrophos kill. He's down. Will he buy back for this fight? Look at the kisses. Bouncing forth, back and forth. Good God. This hero's absolutely insane. Snapfire. They do have the Reaper's Knife off the buyback for the Necrophos. Now he's going to chase down XXS as well. Ultimately, Gamer Legion will walk away the betters of this engagement, but Jesus, man. Snapfire is just insane late game.
Dude, look at the death summary on the Kunkka. It's just, oh, what did this 4,000 HP Kunkka die to? Oh, he died to quad cookie Snapfire, dealing 4,000 damage. All XXS on the side.
13,000 damage done by the Snapfire in this fight.
That is disgusting. And that's why we're talking about the level 25 with the Refresher. Cookie into blast, into cookie, into blast, into 2 more cookies into another.
It's so
what
stupid,
is that,
man?
With the Conjure's Catalyst, splitting the damage on top of both of them.
Oh, yeah.
That is the Snapfire dream right there. Grandma giving him the special at the 50-minute mark.
I mean, so often X-Nova was doing some amazing work in getting these pickoffs in this fight, but that fight, both supports just get wiped out at the start, and it's entirely XXS carried that entire fight on his back and allows it so Extreme Gaming do not bleed out another lane of barracks.
The weird thing is they didn't even really win the fight that hard. Yeah, you got the Ghost buyback, and he has to, commit that to come back in and salvage that, but it's not as if you also didn't lose some cores and didn't gain any map control, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. If XXS doesn't make such, like, 3 different core kills, they would be down another lane of barracks and on the precipice of losing the game. Instead, Gamer Legion kind of stall out here. 3 heroes running around the map trying to find some extra kills. Don't find anything. Their cores are finally back up, but so is Extreme. And there's still some objectives to be done. Next round of Roshan is up. Next round of Tormentor as well.
I guess that's a little concerning for me, for XG. Like, I just didn't see the impact from the Bear and the Fury on there.
No,
your Snapfire effectively killed 3 heroes solo while, yeah, you're getting some tank in space, but that fight should look better if that happens. So you need to coordinate the point of attack. If they can find Ghost, he has no buy right now. Keep that in mind. Dangerously close to getting smoked on.
He is also almost level 30. So the swing from this hero could be pretty huge.
I just don't think
level
he can.
30 and the AoE damage he does, it's going to do a lot. Or he might just get picked off at the start from some Sinister Gaze Kisses combo.
He needs Wind Waker.
Dead for 2 minutes.
He needs Wind Waker really bad in this game. It's pretty much his best opportunity to try and get out of the Snapfire damage. Bear is in, scouting some heroes. Not a lot to find there. It does get X'd.
Bear is going to be tossed back. He managed to get the stun on the Kunkka, so RCY has to use his own BKB here. Bear versus Pirate. The Bear is going to lose with some allies there. Ghost helps him out. I like that he didn't even try and pull the Bear out. These Brambles are just too obnoxious at this point. Between the Shard and the level 20 talent, the Brambles are kind of everywhere in these fights.
I think XG are going to have to win the fight off the spellcasting more than just the Bear strength. Like, this is not a game where the Bear can sit there and right-click these cores down fast enough. There's too much HP, too much sustain. So it has to come from Snapfire spells. It has to maybe come from the Rubik's Steals and X-Nova. He did pick up an Ags. So you have this AoE Sinister Gaze. That could be nasty.
Catch. Now he has BKB, but the Wind Wyvern's coming in. Can he blink in and get off the curse fast enough? Nope. Oh, it was so close. But animation just a bit too long for that.
Needed a little more speed there.
Indeed. Speed is the name of the game, name of the player. Blink Dagger for the Kunkka, an overwhelming blink. And they were looking at an overwhelming blink earlier on Ghost, but as you said, he needs a Wind Waker, so deviates to that instead.
You just can't clump in these fights if you're Gamer Legion. That is the one way you get mega punished. You have some slow static heroes that want to group up, but you can't all stand on the same spot and get AoE gaze, stuck in Rubik Pit, destroyed by the cookies. So you got to be careful in this Roche fight if XG decide to contest, which I expect them to do that. This is not a Roche you want to give up considering how slow it is. And it'll do just that. So do not clump your cores if you are Gamer Legion. Do they have the buyback on Ghost? That timer is still 3 minutes off. He TP's bottom. They're
Furion's
looking
going to get
for
caught in the
Furion.
bottom lane. Bad news because he does not have the BKB. They know he used it earlier. He does have buy, and they're trying to kill the Kunkka right now. The Kiss is off the mark, though. Didn't do any damage whatsoever. Fade pops the BKB for the Cookie lands. Double Cookie to get out of there. XXS trying to slow down these heroes. Great burst, though. Speed catching the Snapfire and almost killing him. Does kill him, in fact, with the Bear. And Fade catches the Rubik on top of that. Buyback's going to be used by XXS to try and contest this Roshan, but I'm not even convinced that Extreme can do it with the buybacks.
You can refresh for another set of kisses. But I don't think Gamer Legion are just going to force the roast. They're going to take the fight.
Big Dumb's already looking for him. Got caught in the Sinister Gaze, and now he's going to be chain stunned down by the Cookies. Ooh. He dies before the Necrophos can Boots travels in, and to pick off onto the Winter Wyvern is a nice addition as well.
Overextending here.
RCY gets XXS on the X, but he's got BKB. He's okay for now. Ame has committed his BKB on the Bear at the same time. Roars back a couple of heroes. Nothing to say. On the high ground. Starts playing into here come the Cookies. They're clumped up. This is bad. Sinister Gaze comes in. They've already taken out 2 and a third. It's going to fall. The Bear doesn't even die. Stays alive. Gets a little heal off the Cookie. Gamer Legion. It felt like they were on the cusp there of winning the game in the first place, and now they're dead on 4.
You got to make a play call. You either need to play for Roche, force XG back into you off the Snapfire buyback, or just go together, right? They bled Bignum on the back, then they bleed Speed. Now your cores are like, oh, I guess we got to go fight. They go in, you get clumped on this Snapfire kill. Yeah, he doesn't have buyback, he has BKB. This is not the guy you can just man up on in a beautiful position from NTS. He sprouts the hill, they're all stuck. Mortimer kisses on to 3 heroes with Conjurer's Catalyst. Fight's over.
I mean, it almost looks like Gamer Legion just panicked there.
I agree. Too much miscommunication. And it all starts with Bignum going for some sort of big flank kill. Like, again, are you doing Roche or are you looking for the kills? You had to all be on the same page in the same spot, actually take advantage. They have Roshan. They get it on the Furion, who spent the buyback to procure it. They were on the edge there and somehow salvaged that situation.
And every single lane of barracks, it's just going to be worse and worse with the Furion having the level 25, able to teleport wherever he wants to. If they can get a couple of lanes of barracks while the Necrophos is dead, 45 seconds. I mean,
they're going to try and save the buybacks because they have a tier 2 top, but it's going to cost them 2 lanes.
Can they force? Can they go tier 4s and take a 5 versus 4?
That I think is a little too difficult here. You want to get the tier 2 top and just threaten megas in a game like this. You don't have the buybacks to go for a play like that. You're also waiting for cooldowns. You want this Snapfire refresher to come back up. Like, it's such a big deal in this game.
They get it through the back door so they can go straight to it, but the Necrophos is going to be up in 15 seconds, so Extreme are not going to be able to get megas without a full-on fight. And I don't think they want to push into the high ground to take that kind of fight. It naturally means you're going to clump up, something they cannot afford to do. Basically, neither team can afford to clump up. We saw what happened to Gamer Legion in that last fight.
Kind of just nature of Necrophos. Your lineups always kind of clump around this hero. He can't just run in the fight solo and be a big threat. You have to push together, and it's been tough. Really tough for Gamer Legion. Wind Waker on Ghost might help him a little bit, be able to maneuver some of these sprouts and like stolen pits and brambles, this type of nonsense. But it's getting tough. There's a lot of gunk to get through. There's a bear hitting you. NTS has bought out for Nullifier, so that is on the field as well. Now you can truly isolate this Necrophos and just mess his day up. And of course, they can just wait in this game. They can wait for buybacks to come back up if they really want to play that style of Dota where you have Furion with buy, you have Bear with resummons and a refresher, you have Snapfire who can buy and bots 2 in. If they really want to wait the 4 minutes here, it's not that long. You'll have 60-minute items to get as well. Might be more confident that you have options on those 60-minute items than Gamer Legion. You have heroes that can utilize the Desolator, right? You have heroes that can probably utilize Regalia damage a little better. No baubles in this game, but I feel like the tier 5s are looking a little juicier for XG here.
I mean, you also get an extra neutral item, right? You get one on the bear, one on the hero.
I don't know if the hero one does much, but I guess...
I mean, you start going late enough, at some point he's going to start building items for his hero, right?
I guess that takes a long time. But yeah, technically, infinite double scale.
Level 25 on Lone Druid for the extra Entangle Root duration. Plus the bear is going to be doing amped up damage. Actually went the Demolish bonus damage.
Interesting. And these curses could be a factor here if speed can somehow land them. Now, he is level 25 himself, took the curse talent for the extra attack speed in the curse and has a refresher, so you're potentially dealing with double Winner's Curse with the bonus attack speed. It's a lot. If you can catch the Furion or the bear hitting somebody, they'll probably die.
Yeah.
That's tough, but in these late game fights, as it becomes more and more chaotic, it's harder for XG to keep that in mind, right? Like, you're not really going in these fights with your Furion trying to nullify somebody and focus them down, thinking about, am I standing just close enough to the bear or not to not get caught?
Level 25 for the Rubik, opted for the Spell Lamp over the Curiosity bonuses. Doesn't have too many permanent Curiosity stacks anyway, so...
Probably not worth it for him in this game.
I was curious, like, if he had more stacks and he was stealing Pit, Firestorm, and Tidebringer, or excuse me, Torrent, like, those are very valuable abilities to have extra AoE.
Look at the angle here.
From behind, Gamer Legion are going to catch some heroes. They're going to jump on FY first. Telekinesis throws himself down to low ground, but still going to be chased by Bignum. Should be in some trouble. XX fighting up with the nullifier. Oh, managed to get the curse, though. That saves Speed's life. He called to brace himself, and it looks like he's still going to die. As
so many hits.
Force now trying to get away. XXS, BKB making a run for it, but all of Gamer Legion are chasing after him. He's just not going to get away fast enough. The Pits and the X's. Wait, Signature Gaze. That's pretty good. Chain Frost, though, bounces over to ours. Doesn't get much damage. The cheese goes off forward. Meanwhile, the bear giving the tier 4s. They're going for after XXS, but they got to defend their throne. They got to get back here right now. One tier 4 is going to be down. Bombe working his way towards another one. Is this team going to come back in time to be able to deal with this one? It's going to be both their tier 4s down. Ghost, meanwhile, trying to kill Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is going to be caught with the damage from the Dark Will. They get that kill. Pull back in. X-Nova trying to get some sort of pickoffs because they have a numbers problem right now. No Snapfire buyback, no Furion buyback.
He got Megas, he got both tier 4s, half of the throne, and most importantly, he got that Radiant Glyph. I don't think Gamer Legion can do anything if the bear's alive.
Gamer Legion, if they manage to push out all of these lanes, can they just go straight down mid? You still have a minute with no buyback on the Fury.
Technically, yes, but how fast are you going to be able to do that here, right? And you're also worried about...
are so slow at doing building.
You're also very worried about where this bear is right now. It can potentially be Shadow Blading straight to your throne and just all in it with the next BKB.
Do you think it can get through backdoor protection?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, full backdoor, no, probably not.
I think right now Fade is keeping the creep wave just far enough.
He bought Abyssal, which is the right item choice here. You need to be able to just Abyssal this bear and buy the time. If you're Gamer Legion, I think you're supposed to go throne here. I think you do full send it. You're not going to get a better opportunity in a game like this against Megas with a severe rat lineup.
They think he gets some quick little pickoffs while the heroes are down. FY, Telekinesis throws himself away from his own base. X for X, but he's not making it too far. He's going to be slowed down here, but he is buying time. That's the biggest thing he can do right now. Enough time that perhaps his team can come back up in time to be able to defend the throne. Meanwhile, the bear, it dies. Oh, it doesn't die, actually. He's healing up. Okay, finally the suns come through, and Fade and Bignum are able to deal with it. Now, Megas, potentially, is Gamer Legion. Focusing on the tier 3, but look at how slow this push is.
So slow. They just don't have building damage. And these heroes are going to respawn.
Extreme are going to be back up without having to use their buybacks.
This is a big win for Extreme Gaming right here. Might even be able to find kills off this. Gamer Legion need to be careful lingering around the base.
I mean, Gamer Legion, are they going to keep it going and play off the gate? Well, they don't have gate. So you have
15 seconds. 15 seconds forward.
Yeah, he's also got Refresher if push comes to shove here. Torrent spotting out X-Nova. They're not going to make the jump, though. Buyback from the Rubik. They're going to make their go now. Nullifier.
He's
now
in
some
trouble.
problems trying to get this up. What a sinister gauge from X-Nova. Refresh. He couldn't get off the second one. The winner's curse stolen by the Rubik. Holds the Necros in place. The Bear's trying to finish him off, but he zooms on out of there. Thanks to Fade with the Abyssal Blade. Nothing to say on the other side. Blinks in, finish him off. Now game for game. Throwing away, going after FY. Fade's trying to chase him down. The pits are everywhere right now. Firestorm, telekinesis, no. Fade gets the double. Can he get more? Big Num trying to get away with the Nullifier, and he just gets crushed by Nothing to Say. But the cores are back into play. Gamer Legion are chasing after him. XXS raining down fire onto RCY. Finish him off. 2 dead. No buybacks. Extreme. 4 versus 3. They can hold their base here. Hold on to the Megas. Gamer Legion, they have to retreat.
Are they gonna? They don't have buy on the Kunkka. Yeah, they gotta get out.
Fade. He's dying quickly, trying to get some heals from Ghost. The Bear, Nullifier goes out onto the Necrophos. Turn back around. The Bear's in trouble. Sinister Gaze on 2. Reaper's going to finish off the Bear. But here comes the Cookie. XXS hits 2. Now it's just the Necrophos. A buyback from the winner, Wyvern. But it's all gone wrong for Gamer Legion. They played it too late. And now you're in Extreme Gaming's territory. They've got the numbers to end this game. A Winter Wyvern and an Underlord are nothing to the 4-man of Extreme Gaming.
Too many lives. You had a refresher on Lone Druid. It's triple Bear, double Furion who can instantly get back in there. Even a buyback on the Lich. X-Nova MVP of that fight. I mean, he got multiple 3-hero gazes off. That's just disgusting. And all of a sudden, you are going to get thrown in return.
Here comes the finishing blow. The only thing they could possibly do is hit a winner's curse. And look at Extreme Gaming spread out, not giving them the opportunity. They close it out, get the 2-0 over Gamer Legion.
And honestly, a big factor there was we hit the 60-minute mark. Only the Furion got the tier 5 neutral, and he got the Desolator.
Oh, man.
So he had 2 lives with a tier 5 neutral compared to no one on Gamer Legion to be able to push with that advantage. Made a big difference there in terms of his DPS. That's a very close game down the stretch. In a way, I think Gamer Legion got it to the state they wanted, which is like they're dealing with the lane pressure. They're getting the late game 5-on-5 team fight where their lineup's supposed to excel. But it takes so long to get there that at a certain point, your Necrophos just kind of falls off and the Snapfire scale kicks in.
Yep.
And you don't have good answers for the Snapfire. It's such a bad matchup for the Necrophos. Like, what is he supposed to do? You get nullified and these kisses are raining down. And then you're just dead. I mean, that's it. You can't outrun it. They're too fast. So, man, XXS picking it up in the late game there, but sick gazes from X-Nova. I mean, that was just devastating in the late game. A tremendous game from NTS. Like, we got to remember the first 20 minutes, he just held that game together. And then he ends this game 17-8, 12, putting himself on the front line because they don't have a front liner. I think that's another thing you have to understand about that XG lineup. Who goes in and tanks stuff? For the kisses to come through, for the gaze to land, for the Bear to pick his target, it has to be Furion. It's a very unnatural way to play the hero, but sometimes you got to just do it and get the job done. I think NTS played that game really well. Yeah, what a cool game to watch in the end game. Very chaotic, very difficult to find these little openings for the Gamer Legion supports, but there were moments there.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like a series that Gamer Legion came into it saying, we want to beat Lone Druid. They couldn't beat Lone Druid in game 1. I think game 2, they did beat Lone Druid. They just didn't beat the rest of Extreme Gaming.
That's the issue with the heroes. Even when you can deal with the Lone Druid, he creates so much space, he occupies so much of your mind.
Yeah.
Can you deal with everybody else on top of him? Like, I feel like this whole game here is worrying about the Bear, and it's the other heroes killing you.
Yeah, with that moment where 3 cores are fighting the Bear, and all of a sudden the kisses start raining down, they get wiped out because of XXS. Yeah, you killed the Bear. Who cares?
At what
XXS
cost?
Wins the fight.
Yeah, at what cost? And the issue is this hero has 3 lives in the late game. So, like, you have to wear through the Bear for so long. You have to sit in this fight for so long. If you don't have the equivalent buyback potential, it's very hard to just power through it in the ultimate late game. And it cost Ame all of his resummons, but he gets the job done there. So, scary hero. Very scary hero to give to some of these teams. And I think we saw why in this series. Like, I think they had a plan. I think they did deal with it to some extent. But that still just beats you anyway.
It did. It did beat them anyway in Gamer Legion. Unfortunately, the damage they did in day 1 is undone, and they go 0-2 against Extreme.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with nothing to say. And June, thank you so much for coming, June. All right, nothing to say. We have got a lot to talk about, ironically. Now, crazy 2 games. You guys seem like you had it the entire time. You were doing so good. The back and forth. Were you worried in either game? And why does this keep happening to your team? Why are these long? What are these comebacks about?
我要欢迎大家回到我们的现场来。我们今天有非常棒的选手在现场。那么今天呢，我们想要问您一下，您所打的这2场游戏，那么就是在过程当中是否有比较担心的地方呢？因为每一次都是这个坚强的去攻击，这样能不能给我们讲一下？
就是他们前期阵容会比较强一点嘛，所以我们就想着把游戏拖后就能赢。
Yes, at the beginning, the other team was really strong, but we have had our confidence and we thought that we could win.
Okay, for both games, you never thought you were gonna lose.
所以2个这个比赛，你都觉得自己不会输掉吗？
对，这就打到后期就输不了。
Yes, that's right. And the more I play, the more I have confidence I have.
That's my boy. All right, fantastic. I want to talk to you about game 2. Your Nature's Prophet held everything together, but I would say you were the MVP. Do you think that someone else was the MVP? We saw some great Lich ults in the late game. Ame, of course, doing great. Who was the best player in game 2?
那么我觉得你这2场比赛打得都非常的棒，然后呢，我觉得你自己个人是这个 MVP 打得非常棒的，不知道你是不是这样认为，还是你觉得在第2场这个游戏当中打得最棒的选手是谁呢？
打最好应该是叉哥吧，就他声音很大。
I think the best player would be Chaga. He played loudly.
Okay. Such a modest man, as always. First 2-0 that we have seen from you guys so far. Is this the first of many, or are we going to see a lot more?
是的，没问题的，我们非常棒，有这样的一个现场。那么今天是我们这个赢家的开始，第1场，对不对？我们有很多更多的比赛还会继续。
对。
That's right.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure seeing you play. Thank you so much for the translation. And we'll go back to the desk to get their word on that game.
非常感谢大家。那么我们要看到
We got a lot of words about this game, as this was such a fun one, a unique one as well. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of Lone Druid being let through, but Gamer Legion did it 2 games in a row, and they felt like they had the answer, definitely. So Lacoste in game 2, they had a good grasp on it.
Yeah, I also gotta feel a bit bad for Gamer Legion because how this second game ended, because they had it in the bag, they were making all the right moves, they were making all the right moves in the draft as well with the adjustment and everything. It just didn't work out. It was a little bit chaotic as well. NTS, he played an amazing game on this Nature's Prophet. He was all over the place, kind of single-handedly keeping them in the game for the first good 20-25 minutes, making sure that his Lone Druid, he's getting the farm until Snapfire comes online. And I think we are also going to be seeing quite a lot of Snapfire bans and also a little bit more respect given to this hero, considering what the hero can do. We've seen some insane amount of damage in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a Snapfire in a fight. I mean, with the refresher, you've seen it, but with the cookies and getting 2 people, I don't think I've ever seen him leapfrog 4 times.
It's a full bag of cookies.
That's
it's like,
so...
yeah, I had enough. I can't fit in more. And she's like, eat. Like, here's one more. It's like your grandma, you know, just you gotta eat.
It's
super silly.
It's stupid, and then the worst part when you play against is like the first cookie you tank, you know what's coming. You're like, oh no, here we go, and then 1, 2, 3, you're just like, get me out of here. Like you feel like just standing up and just leaving the game. You know you're gonna be stuck there for 8 seconds or 9 seconds. It's really like a hero. That is also what makes the hero so strong. Is it's dominant laner. The first snap ulti is a tempo control from the very early game, and it scales absurdly in the late game.
It really does. Lone Druid also scales pretty well into the late game. This was where Gamer Legion was trying to slow him down. We have got a couple of clips, I believe, Lacoste, where we see what the plan was.
Yeah, the plan was to try to shut him down because they were making the right moves in this particular area of the map. Even though you can see the minimap, they don't have any vision at the moment, but they're having very good read exactly where Ame is going to be farming, how he's going to be moving, and making sure that, like, if you look at the positioning from Wyvern, Speed, he's kind of in his own area of the map, almost out of the map, making sure that if something happens, he's going to be able to blink in because his blink just got delivered, making sure to land that ulti, try to reset the fight like he did multiple times in a row. And this is where Extreme Gaming kind of had a bit of a lead in the game as well. So with these couple of moves, they managed to stabilize the game in their favor. And there's also going to be another clip in the same area pretty much. And this time around, if we look at how well they placed Vision, you're going to be seeing that after that move that they made, they planted down Vision and making sure that they have extra bit of information where Ame is going to be farming, even though Ame is trying to be sneaky, sending the bear in the other direction. Kunkka is already making a move. He knows exactly where Ame was, considering that they saw him on that observer that they placed earlier, and making sure that they're grabbing another kill. Every single time this lone druid died, it felt like Gamer Legion with this type of a move, it opens up another map, another move on the map, making sure that they're getting another objective, and it was looking crisp for them for the first like 25, 30, even 35 minutes.
Yeah, what happened this game, Seb? Because yeah, the first half of the game looks very good, very decent for Gamer Legion.
I mean, Gamer Legion, they're just, one too many cookies. You have to know when to stop. One cookie is good, second cookie is fine, but then it's too much, you ate too much food and you just feel bad and all of a sudden you lose the game. I think, to me, both drafts from both teams in both games, actually, there were some really strong and interesting ideas, which I think we're going to see more in the tournament, but maybe the bigger picture, not 100% completed. I think both teams have adjustments to make. Like typically in this last game, Underlord proved to be really good against Lone Druid. So did Necro. They were dealing with waves constantly. The bear doesn't really threaten his heroes when he finds them alone around the map. So we actually did not see a typical Lone Druid game. Neither did we see a Prophet game, truly. Tier 2 towers were up 40 minutes in the game. 3 Tier 2 towers. Against Lone Druid and Prophet, 6 slaughtered, you never see that. So they had really cool answers, but at the same time, they were whole in their drafts where they barely have any instant stun. It's only the Kunkka, and that's not so reliable. I think the lineup overall lacks some balancing, and the same can be said about Extreme Gaming. Really strong ideas. I mean, the Rubik pick was amazing. The Prophet mid, super cool, did a lot of work. And at the same time, you could see in the early game how they're just completely unable to fight back. They have to let Ame go every time he gets caught, and that's not a position you want to be in, honestly. There is a way to build a draft so that you have a way to play the game until Ame comes online. So to me, I think lots of great things from these two teams, and they have to get back to the drawing board, find a little bit more balance, and they will look even stronger.
I think so too. At the end of the day, though, this game and this series, of course, goes the way of Extreme Gaming. And of Extreme Gaming, there's only one player that you can really call the MVP. Nothing to say on his Nature's Prophet. Had a phenomenal game as he got his hands on their last pick, Nature's Prophet. It seemed to work out Lacoste extremely well.
Yeah, they needed a hero that's going to be buying them a little bit more time, but also doing fairly well in the lane. He lost his lane, but also made all the right moves, ganking the side lanes between 6 and 10 minutes, kind of constantly getting the Spirit Vessel relatively early on, shutting down Necro. His farm, I think he killed him once, maybe even twice. Great against Winter Wyvern as well. And also, itemization-wise, when you play against Nature's Prophet in the super late game, there's his Q, his Sprout, it scales insanely well into the late game because you're running out of slots. And same thing can be said about the Lone Druid, because you're playing against this Shadow-Bladed Lone Druid. You need to have gem, and a lot of the times you either lose a gem or you don't have enough slots, especially on the cores, so you don't even see him coming in at we say it a lot. Invincibility in the later stages is kind of invincibility, and also Sprout. There's only one way to itemize, and that's picking up Wind Waker. We saw Ghost trying to go for it, but again, there is Nullifier that NTS did purchase, kind of knowing what's going to happen, seeing it up front, and also caused a lot of issues for Ghost throughout the whole game with it.
His itemization, I think, was also pretty clutch. Hydra's Breath, Eye of Skadi, these are items that are going to cut through any sort of HP bag. And you think of Underlord, you think of Necro, you think of Kunkka. These are heroes that are incredibly tanky in the late game, really hard to take down. But he found a way. I think he showed a lot of creativity because obviously he's known for other heroes. He's known for Pango, Ember Spirit. It was first phase ban, so he's getting a lot of respect also and being targeted from the get-go. And again, it's that's also maybe why Ame got to play Lone Druid twice. Why is Ember Spirit first phase banned? Then you have to pick your poison, and today they picked that. I'd rather lose against, I'd rather play against Ame Lone Druid, obviously. But, so I think he impacted the game before it even started.
There's another person that we haven't mentioned that much yet at all, but definitely very present in the game. I'm talking about the Lich, of course. Xnova played a really good Lich. It's not a hero that we see that frequently, Lacoste, but I think he made a great case of it maybe coming out more.
He did. I mean, there was a Lich meta. If we go a couple of tournaments back, this hero was, I think it was BB Team who kind of started this trend, and everybody started to copy it. And we are seeing it more, especially at the later portions of the game. If he is the one who's not going in, waiting until the BKBs are down, Lich is going to be solo killing pretty much any hero on the map post BKB, or if they can use it before with the extra bit of a follow-up stun. Xnova, he did an amazing job. Also got enough farm with the refresher. We saw that like one attempt where he's blinking in, getting 3 of them, pulling them, then refreshing, not getting the secondary pull immediately, but also like he's the type of a guy that will scale. Whether we're talking about him playing his like signature Phoenix or like some of these more like niche heroes, he definitely does know when to itemize for the team and when to itemize for himself, go a little bit more greedy just to get the value out of it.
Yeah, we can take a look also where we're going after this, because for these two teams, it is done for the day. But of course, this was only our first series of today. We've got 3 more coming your way on this stream. There's 3 streams active at the same time, so make sure to check them out and see where your favorite teams are playing. But this is coming our way still, so I want to look ahead here a little bit, Seb, of what's coming. Oh, you're already excited about one in particular. What are you looking at?
Of course, I'm a diehard Nigma fan. I'm a forever Nigma fan. You know, my boys Sumail, GH, these are legends to me. You know, no matter, even when they don't make it to tournaments, I'm still rooting for them. Now they're actually here. They're winning games. I think it feels better to be a Nigma fan these days. So, you know, we're out of the cave, as as they usually say. So I'm just one of them. So I'm just excited. Unfortunately for them, I think they're facing a really tough challenge in Aurora. This is a team that I think when they formed, people didn't expect them to dominate as much as they did. And they really, really did dominate. I think they've been on top of the game for a while now. They had maybe a little bit of a hibernation period where we saw them a little bit less. And I think the patch kind of hit them too. Because I'm thinking of Kaori heroes. These are heroes we don't really see anymore. Like, he used to play Warlock, SD, Phoenix every single game. These heroes have been super nerfed.
I think he still does.
I mean, yeah, and that's probably why they're struggling a little bit more. Maybe he needs to start looking at the trends and stuff. But this guy is a very potent player. Obviously, he can switch things around. So I'm just excited to see the new iteration of Aurora in terms of gameplay. But you know, it's Nigma should win, hopefully.
Well, we're going to talk a lot more about both of these teams. But first, we're going to actually hear our commentary team talk about them.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A fan favorite team is about to play in a matchup against Nigma Galaxy. That's right, everybody's favorite team, Aurora, is about to match up against Nigma Galaxy. Sumail, some legends on that team, but really, the creme de la creme, it's Aurora, right, Avery?
Nightfall coming in to bless us, perhaps with some signature Nightfalls.
Yes.
Maybe he will BKB teleport out of Paris, the Eternal City.
Could be.
Eternally BKB'd. Put the clues together, Austin. Let's think about it here.
It'll be a little early to be leaving Paris already, as we're midway through the group stage, and there's still going to be a few more days to go till we complete this. But
True.
I also don't anticipate Aurora to be dropping out in the group stage. They've looked good this season.
They're a top 4 team here.
Yeah.
If they get anything less than that, it's going to be a disappointment. For Nightfall, if he doesn't win, it's going to be a disappointment.
Of course.
The expectations are high.
I mean, he has to make at least grand finals, right?
Yes. His destiny is second place. Sumail's destiny, perhaps, the king shall return.
Well, he is also apparently going to be leaving soon. He's already prophesized his retirement.
That's right. So one last ride.
One last ride.
Seb, in the home of Seb. He's taking after the king of Paris himself.
That's true. Avery, great working with you.
Thank you.
Well, we've been pretty much everywhere else, so we might as well talk about the big dog. This is the STC Arena, where a lot of our games will be going on. Of course, we have Valorant happening later on this week alongside Dota. That's obviously happening over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But yeah, this is, as I said, the big daddy. 7,000 seats, 10 massive screens behind me. I've heard the crew starting to get themselves warmed up. The rehearsals are ongoing. My best Ian Chambers impression was something like the City of Love. He said something like that. Honestly, who really cares? But yeah, it is interesting to see how big it is and as quiet as it's ever going to be. You can start filling it up in here from Thursday when Valorant kicks off. It's impressive, to say the very least.
Good morning, Dota fans. It is Slacks here at EWC Media Day. That is right. We have all the teams arriving to come take their pictures, get their makeup, do some interviews. It's sure to be exciting, and we're going to walk you through each one of the teams and see what they're up to. In fact, we have some teams coming in right now. Maybe we can do a seamless transition. Looks like one of our first teams of the day is Team Liquid. Wow, look at them. Look how happy they are. I've never seen a team so happy to do Media Day. Let's go bother one of them. You guys have a lot of cameras coming your way. Hello. Good to see you, sir. Are you excited for Media Day?
Yeah, I'm like super excited.
Oh,
especially Media Day with you is like the blessing in disguise. You know?
Well, I'm not doing it, so have a great day without me, my friend. Blitz, are you okay? What happened?
I shattered my ankle, but...
Doing what?
I fell on it, and then I snapped into it, and now it's just up and in.
Okay, well...
Like to see it on camera?
Yeah, show us. No, don't do that. That's going to freak out the audience. Sir, I'm so sorry. I would carry you to Media Day, but as you carry the hopes and dreams of the Dota community, we love you, Blitz. Feel better. Happy Media Day. Goodbye. The hardest job in esports, it's not playing. In fact, it's doing makeup for everyone that comes to EWC. These talented men and women make these gamers look presentable. For the first time out of their basements in 9 months, they are here to be on camera and look lovely. Let's go ahead and check things out. We've got our own boys here. Mr. Coach, do you get makeup?
Yes.
Yeah?
Can you tell?
I cannot tell. You look like you naturally woke up today. You feeling good? You looking good, bro.
Thank you. Like, I don't need makeup.
What's your routine? You moisturize?
Okay, so you need to cleanser.
Cleanser.
Then you have to do toner.
Toner.
And then you have to do moisturizer.
All right.
And then you're supposed to do one more, but I don't know what it is.
Are you a mewer? Do you mew?
Like,
Yeah? You mew guy? No. Sir, you look lovely. You don't need any makeup. We got more Aurora Gaming boys coming in here. Look at this fresh. God damn. Can we get a lush shot of this? God damn. This is good. Can I shake your hand, ma'am? You did God's work on that one. Incredible work. She's very busy. Don't tell her. All right. Hello, sir. Welcome to the makeup chair. How much moisturizer are you looking for here today?
a lot.
A lot. A lot, he says. God damn. That's the key to beauty right there. You get in there, Mira. Thank you so much. Wow. Incredible job by all of our makeup artists here. They have to go through so many people all day. And Dota players got to be in the top 10 worst. I can say that.
Introduce yourself, young man.
I am Nikolai, BB3PX from Level Up.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
There's no way you're 23.
I am 23.
Does anybody tell you look a lot younger than 23?
Yeah, that's always happening when I'm trying to buy alcohol.
Oh, do you buy a lot of alcohol?
Not a lot, just for holidays.
Oh, just holiday. How many holidays do you celebrate?
Maybe 2 or 3 in a year.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. How are you guys feeling at this tournament?
It feels very nice. I appreciate that I came here.
That's good. And how long have you been with this team?
I think 3 months together.
So you're pretty happy to be here then?
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What is your favorite thing about Dota 2?
You always can do something new.
I've been watching Dota for a long time. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true, for real.
So do something new when I'm casting your team, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
And last question I've been asking everybody, I don't know why. If your team were to break out into a fist fight, okay, you fight each other physically, who would be the victor, do you think?
I think Darky will be the winner of this fight because he is crazy.
Oh, so it's it's the crazy aspect, not the strength necessarily. Okay, cool. Appreciate your time and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we're live from Paris, and we're in for a good one with our second series of the day. Enigma Galaxy taking on Aurora. I think Lacoste, this will be a good one.
Yeah, sure. This is going to be definitely a banger because every single time Nigma Galaxy plays, something happens. Like in a good way or a bad way. They did qualify to TI. I was covering that series as well. Crazy series. Everybody kind of stepped up, but the guy that did step up the most was Divide. I know that this guy, has been, maybe getting some heat from the social media platforms and such, but he really nailed it there. Like he just seems like a very genuine guy every single time you do interview with him, and his gameplay has been improving with pretty much every single game, and really like to see that the whole squad is kind of gelling in together. I feel like this is the best iteration of Nigma Galaxy that we have seen in quite some time.
And that says something because they did come top 6 at previous TI, so it's not like they were a slouch last year. Would imagine that on LAN, regardless, I think, Seb, they are a team that plays better when they're
for sure. And
in person.
I mean, these are players that are no stranger to the highest level of Dota. Like, you think of Sumail, you think of GH, you think there's Kuroki behind them. Of course, they've been absent from... I mean, it's less and less true, to be fair, because they have been present at all the last Tier 1 tournaments, but of course they had this long period of time where they were battling to kind of get out Tier 2, Tier 3, but I think we're past that point, and whatever happened before that is still valid up to this day. So these are players, if you get them, if they're like peaking and their shape allows them to be at the highest and the hardest, tournaments in the scene, they will deliver. They come here to win and nothing else. So I'm obviously looking forward to see what is their approach going to be for this tournament. There's also a big change that happened in Nigma. Sumail is now playing position 1. So maybe that's also a way to get a new surge of like motivation and reconnect with the game, kind of finding the groove and the vibe and the will to, explore a new. I mean, he's been playing mid for forever and he's been winning his 1v1. It's like, I win my lane, I beat this guy and this guy. It's like at some point you're just bored, right? And
so now he's hitting creeps for 15 minutes and he's not bored?
It's a new challenge. I think switching role always comes with am I good enough to do it? And that's probably gonna, for somebody like Sumail, that's probably gonna help him play better.
I think that's why also they wanted to bring in some stability on top of that. Lorenov, he's like the mercenary in the scene, like the best mid laner you can get. The guy switched like 6 different teams in 7 different tournaments. If you don't know who to call, just ring him up. He's gonna show up, and every single time he comes, like the team does get this buff. Problem with Nigma Galaxy is they signed this guy, so that might be an issue. He's an official member of the team, so we'll see how that's gonna affect the team. I also want to know like what they were able to offer this guy, because nobody else could get him on the team. Nigma Galaxy, they're like, this is the team that can go far. He's like, Sumail, sign me up.
I mean, maybe he was just very picky if we're focusing on Nigma Galaxy. If you're looking at this side, if you're looking at this roster and you're gonna get the call, come on, you're gonna take the chance to play with this squad. We're also, of course, gonna see GH in action again. This has been a staple of the Dota 2 scene for a very long time, and sometimes people might wonder, like, how come he still has that motivation, that drive to do well?
So as a player, of course, I always strive to be the best again and again every single year. What keeps me going, I would say, is hard work, passion for the game, willing to be the best again, and having a lot of discipline, because on some days you want to take a rest, you want to take it a bit slower, you don't want to play your 15 hours of game, you don't want to watch as many replays, but if you have the discipline, the hard work and the commitment for the game, you will do it.
Yeah, I think Seb, you can probably speak to that. That sometimes that drive, it's just there for a long time.
I mean, he said it the best. I think at the end of the day, it's like the passion for the game. That is really what has to be nurtured. And I think when you fall in love with Dota, we're in Paris, we have to mention love at some point.
True.
You might be tempted to think that it's not going to go away, and then I think once you realize it can go away, it can become weaker and eventually fade. It's already too late. So I think for these players, that's also probably why they go through cycles. And now that they're in a position where they enjoy playing, well, they're putting things in place to make sure it remains that way, because that is how you perform the best, is when you're enjoying what you're doing. Because at the end of the day, you're chasing trophies, you're chasing success. These things only come very late. There's a an infinity of days before that where you have to, wake up, do what you have to do it as best you can. And that motivation of, chasing success, it doesn't come into play. You have to be enjoying what you're doing. That's how, you do what you have to do in every single day and you eventually get there. And I think that's what he said. That's what JH said. And he's been around for a really long time. And it's always impressive to see people that were dominating the scene, then had a really, tough couple of years, maybe even more than that, and get back on the horse. I think that says a lot about the resilience.
It really does. It also makes me wonder, like, we know he's still playing some of the same heroes that he used to, but how do his heroes, Lacoste, and how does Nigma Galaxy in general play around his expertise? And are they even playing around GH, or would you say they have a different focal point?
I mean, he's been very stable. Like, his transition from position 4 to 5 was, I was a little bit sad, I gotta say, knowing like what he was able to do on, like, he's like position 4 heroes that he was shining at, some like Earth Spirits and such. But now he's a bit more tame. Like, he's a bit more stable, I will say, where he is playing his Wisps, still playing it, Bane, Phoenixes, stuff like that. But I think, like, with the recent changes, there's also like them not having Noob on the team, now having Devi. I think they had to like find the groove, and it takes a little bit more time. So I feel like they are going to be playing through Lorinov a lot more, because he has been on these playmaking heroes, making quite a lot of difference in pretty much every single series that I watched them.
Yeah, and on the other side, it is a team that already has found their groove. I'm talking about Aurora. This is a squad that during this season, they had a couple of substitutes in some of the tournaments, but overall, 3 grand finals they were in. Unfortunately for them, not a title. They left at second all those 3 times. So definitely something to prove coming into this. And coming into this match today, we are going to listen to Kaori, who Purge found.
Hey, I'm Perch here with Aurora's Kaori. Is that how you say it? Kaori?
Kaori.
Kaori, sorry. Close enough, right? So you guys have had some really solid results lately. You've got a bunch of second places. You got a 4th place most recently. I assume it's very difficult to be that consistent in your placements, right? Like, there's so many good teams right now.
Yeah, I would say there's a big competition right now. And it's hard to be like top 5 teams like for a long time.
But you finally found some consistency. Like, I feel like Aurora as a team struggled a little bit in the past, but lately, you guys are one of the best teams. I mean, it's very respectable.
Yeah.
You probably want more, though, right?
Yeah, but nice to win.
Yeah.
Some tournaments.
Yeah, that's for sure. So what's it like right now competing, since there are so many good teams? Does it just feel like a grind sometimes? Do you feel pressure because you have to work harder? Like, what's the emotional aspect like?
I mean, we had quite good results, but we was never like top 1, so it's quite disappointing. And yeah, we just have to keep working hard and just play
Just
more.
do your best, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In this tournament format, you guys are just playing 1 best of 2 per day. Do you prefer that format because you get to really focus on one team, or do you like it a little bit more chaotic where there's a lot of matches going on per day?
I think it's good format because you like prepared and you can do preparation for draft, how you want to play, and yeah, it's less random games.
So how are you feeling in this tournament as a whole then? Do you guys have pretty good confidence right now since you had a good start already?
I mean, I would say, yeah, have good confidence.
Okay. Well, I thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you, thank you.
That confidence is well placed, because having that top 4 spot several times in a row over the last couple of tournaments, it makes you think like you can do it again. But it is interesting to me, Seb, that Kaori is still feeling like disappointing. You know, coming is still very good, and we know the field is absolutely stacked, but second, again, disappointing.
I mean, it's like there's something about this second place where obviously I think there was an interview with Amar where he was asked, would you rather be second or third? And he was like, well, second, And I mean, yeah, sure, it sounds a bit like that. It is an obvious, and maybe it is a bit of a dumb question, but at the end of the day, when you get to a grand finals, and this feeling of like getting that close and then getting nothing from it, it's a really tough one. I think second place is, until you actually consistently get the second places, it's hard to kind of, understand how painful it can be. So I see where he's coming from, and also that they know that they have beaten teams that have taken these trophies, so they know they can be the winners themselves. So
Apart
something
from
is holding
one
them
player.
back. Apart from one player.
Yeah, I think Nightfall would really like to win.
Oh, he would. I think there's a very good comparison. I mean, he was playing part of the team when team was also not winning. That was BB team, who managed to break through that barrier and actually get some tournaments under their belt. And it seems like Aurora are kind of feeling the same thing, but slightly more consistent. Like they're getting more consistently into the grand finals, not lifting the trophies, but a lot of hope in this team. I feel like when this team has been formed, I didn't really expect team to do so well. I would kind of put them maybe in the middle of the pack, but the team kind of gelled so well together and relatively quickly that they just became a powerhouse.
They really did. And so far, I mean, for both of these teams, they have got a flawless record. There's only one series played so far, of course, but both of them have a 2-0. So, you know, for story's sake, two undefeated teams going up against each other, who will come out on top. Maybe you know who will come out on top. You can put your prediction in on the Esports World Cup website. Make sure to check that out. Put your pick'ems in and tell me who you think is going to win. I know, Seb, you want to say Nigma Galaxy is going to win because that's what your heart's telling you. Is that what your head's telling you as well?
No, my head is a little bit more, thought through, thankfully. So no, if my head has to, put the, the prediction, I would say it's going to be a tough one. It's probably going to be a tie. I think the one thing with Nigma, I think Aurora is a team where they're very, very good at playing the meta. Like they know exactly what's good, what isn't. Their execution is going to be close to perfection. They're going to play their lanes properly. They will be efficient. They will hit their timings, execute them. Nothing. It's going to be very impressive. But Nigma on the other side, you're kind of forced to play Nigma's game when you play against them because they have their own ideas on what's good, what isn't. I think especially like a safe lane like Sumail and GH, you don't really know what to expect. They're gonna come up with some weird stuff that they will make it function. So is Aurora able to, adapt and be flexible, agile enough to deal with Nigma? That is where I think they can be surprised. Else, I think it's fair to say that they're the favorites going into the series.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I also, Nigma, their games are always a roller coaster of emotion, what's happening. It's kind of never clean. They do make slightly more mistakes compared to Aurora, but I want to see if that's going to be the thing. I've been covering them in the European qualifiers. Their drafts, they look pretty solid, and the squad looked like they took it to another level because they took it seriously, knowing it's that time of the year, it's the money time of the year, it's EWC, it's TI. It seems like they are in a good shape right now to potentially cause some upsets.
Well, they better be, because this is, as you said, the time to do it in, and the previous series was won by both teams, but both of those series were the expected outcome. And for this one, let's see if there will be an upset. But of course, we need those players on the stage. So to get our match started between Nigma Galaxy and Aurora, we're going to head over to that stage right now.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I'm here with Milos. How you doing, bud? You feeling all right?
I'm doing great. Honestly, it took me a little moment to recover from Gamer Legion's Game 2 against Extreme, but fair enough. Extreme are going to be happy with that. Gamer Legion may be back to the drawing board to lock things down halfway in the game.
Yeah, they might need to go back to the drawing board. That was as a Gamer Legion fan, not the best time I've ever had in the world, but hey, you know what can you do? We will see them again. It is no promise, just the group stage. Got to get that out. But I will say one thing about both these teams, both 2-0'd so far. Have not lost a single game. Somebody got to lose here today, my friend.
And I'm sorry to say this to both Falcons and BB team. This might be the big game that we've been waiting for, excitement-wise. So let's bring out our squads. First up, it's Nigma Galaxy. The Galaxy is full of bright stars, Slacks, and this roster is as well. EWC 26 is their first big test as a team, and they succeeded in that 2-0 win yesterday. As you said, against L1. Maybe they'll call them L2 after this one, but this is their toughest fight yet. I'm just wondering if Seb glazed them enough on the panel before this game.
You can't glaze this team enough, man. I mean, we got new players in new positions. We've got classic kings moving around. Heck of a team. There's a reason that they have not lost yet. However, we have another team coming their way. Aurora has done so much this season, but they haven't got that first place. This could be the event. This could be the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring them out. Aurora Gaming! Now Aurora is here for blood. You can tell that the boys are ready for their big win. If they're gonna do it, it's a great team to do it against, my friends. So many classic players. We will see if they can take it here today.
Big challenge for both of these teams, and this might determine who holds on to first place or really who can bat against Liquid later on. This group is tight as a drum between three teams fighting for 2 spots at the top. It's pretty crazy if you ask me. Gents, please, Aurora, Nigma, place your keys. Get ready, my friends. It is time to do battle, Slacks. And I think I'm very excited for this one. Let's end it then. Our panel is set. Our game is ready. Let's get it on.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're ready. Nigma Galaxy and Aurora, 2-game series coming your way. And I do want to talk about the Dota side of it all, because what type of Dota can we expect? We saw so many styles already on this stage that I kind of feel like we've seen it all, but you guys just talked about maybe Nigma Galaxy bringing out something crazy on their safe lane. What kind of crazy things can we expect here?
It's just that these are players that they're very oppressive to play against. Like, you know, you think of Sume, you think of GH. They're not here to just to get the last hits and, you know, the gold, the XP. They're here to get you too also. You know, they want everything. They want the gold, the XP, they want to kill you, they want to get your tower. They will take as much as you give them. Or any opening you create, they will just go for it. So in that sense, I'm looking at Nigma's safe lane as being some, you know, one of the things that could cause a lot of issues for Aurora. But the opposite can be said, because I think Nigma's off lane is a little bit hit or miss still. Yeah. I think Davai is also that kind of player, which, you know, he fits really well with this team because he also has a very aggressive play style. Like he's really obsessed with how do I win my lane, how do I win the game, and he's willing to take the risk. And sometimes it falls short and it can look a little bit questionable, but the more important is, you know, that's how you win games at the end of the day. You have to try to win them, right? And what you fail, you adapt, you learn from it, and eventually you win every game you enter. So, but against the safe lane of Aurora, which is Kaori and Nightfall, that's one of the most stable safe lane out there. Like, it's literally 2 robots that are doing things to perfection. So they might kind of bump their head against the wall. I'm a little bit worried about that. So we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I didn't see a water bottle on Davai's desk. He needs, like, during TI qualifiers, he took a break. He paused the game and he's like, hydration break. And after that, he's just like locked in, solo carried that game.
It's okay, it's okay. I can look behind me and I'm seeing that it seems like the overall call is to have the water bottle on the ground.
On the ground, okay, so he has it ready.
I see it. I see it next to his feet. We're good.
Yeah, hydration break. We saw it at the World Cup.
Yep.
World Cup in
Very
football,
important.
very important as well. And yeah, they took it seriously. I also want to see what they're going to be cooking. Kuro seems to be on point with the drafts that they've been having so far. Ever since this new squad has been formed in TI qualifiers, they looked insanely good. Also, one hero that they played yesterday twice is Coddle. This is the hero that you know, they've been excelling at playing for a really long time. GH on the hero. Of course, he's going to be the one. Like, he knows the ins and outs of the hero. Even like with all the changes and everything, the dude still grinds. You know, sometimes we saw him in an interview talking about, you know, finding the passion and everything, still love for the game. And these type of the heroes, some of the like more niche heroes that we are seeing. And something that you mentioned, Seb, yesterday was, you know, which hero you want to see. Something new from the safe lane as well. This is the team that does play Spectre from the safe lane.
They do. I think they have a lot of creative ideas. I think this is a team that thinks with the full board of Dota heroes when they try to deal with something, when they try to counter something. So it's going to be quite interesting. I think it's hard to know what to expect from both teams, actually, because I also think Aurora has spent a lot of time behind closed doors preparing what they think the meta is. There are some staples. I think, you know, if you open Lone Druid, most likely you're going to have to deal with Nightfall Lone Druid. There are some heroes that we know might come. But besides that, it's, you know, I'm ready to be surprised. And if I'm not mistaken, Lorinov has been standing in for Aura, right? He has stood in for them.
Yes, he has.
So that's also something to factor in. Like, he knows them really well. Like, he's been part of that team, and they had a really good run, I think, when he stood in. I don't remember exactly how far they went, but that was one of the most impressive performances they've had back then. And people even got a little bit worried for Mikoto. It's like, well, how do you fill these shoes now that he's showed such a strong performance? Obviously, we know how that ended up. It has, absolutely no problem. Mikoto really showed that he's also, the highest caliber of mid laners.
But they did come second that time at a Dream League, so
which
still very good.
Is a very strong placement.
I have a very important question as we see all 10 players on stage with their coaches, and I've noticed that they're all sitting in the same order. They got the mid laner in the mid, they got both side lanes in like the same position relatively. Is that intentional? Is that like set?
I mean, this is the dynamic of Dota, right? It's like you have the people that lane together. You want to have them seated together, and then the mid laner has his supports on the side, because the dynamic goes where mid laner plays with supports a lot. Rune control, that kind of stuff. So I think it's pretty standard.
And we can take a look at some of the bans. Of course, removing Coddle that we mentioned, the GH.io, and Viper. There were a couple of games where Lorinov completely took over the game by playing Viper. He is the lane dominator, going for a bit of a different build, like we've seen players, try things out. What works the best? He goes for double bracer, boots of travel, kind of dominates the game of his own, takes over the map. And Darkseer, as a response to Shadowfin, we've seen it now like 4 or 5 times, and it looked very, very good every single game, in the mid game, in the late game. In the laning stage, it seems like he does struggle a lot. So I want to see if maybe some of the teams try to test out some new things with the more like creep skipping or just trying to jungle, because it just doesn't feel that playable for the first like 5-10 minutes.
This Darkseer SF, it's hilarious, like, because I feel like we're at a point right now of the tournament where SF players are like, I don't care about Darkseer. And Darkseer players are like, SF, give me Darkseer. So somebody's going to be wrong. At the end of the day, somebody will be wrong. Is it the SF players or the Darkseer? I don't know. But nobody agrees with each other. So they're going to have to play it out until we get a conclusion.
Do you think that because of that, the first step to that would be, okay, we'll switch Shadowfin mid instead?
It's a possibility, but I do think SF safe lane is just a much better hero right now than SF mid. So in that sense, the point would go to Darkseer. But I think both teams are really happy with what they're getting. Like Nightfall is extremely good on SF. Whenever you think of Nightfall, the team plays around him. That's how it goes. He's a very vocal player, so an SF strategy sounds perfect for his style. He's going to hit his timings, let his team know how he wants the game to be played out, and it's going to be an easy, smooth sailing for Aura from that point on. On the other side, Davai is known to be super aggressive. I think he's master tier on Darkseer. This is probably one of his favorite hero, top 3, maybe even top 1. So I think he's extremely happy with getting this matchup. They actually led the Treant through, which is really interesting. It's one of the scariest. It's actually a Kaori signature hero. He's a Treant spammer, and Treant SF. As an offlaner, I don't want to go there. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I'm jungling.
I'll join you. We're gonna find a different. We're gonna double jungle or something.
Stack some camps for me, please.
Even if you're Darkseer.
Even if you just stack some camps, I'm telling you, stack some camps. Get the stacks ready, because I'm coming.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a good amount of creep skipping, or like the only way you can play against this lane, because Treant doesn't really stop you from pulling, and neither does Shadowfin. So want to see how they're going to be playing around it, and where this Hoodwink is going to go. If this is going to be a position 4 Hoodwink or position 5 Hoodwink. We've seen good amount of more traditional position 4s coming back into meta. We've seen like Earth Spirit position 4 coming back, who is still available and who has also been played for the mid lane a lot, the most picked hero of the tournament so far. We've seen like Tusk, we've seen Spirit Breakers, Marcy's getting banned.
Is GH Hoodwink a thing? I can't recall seeing it so much.
No,
so
I think more of Omar Hoodwink when I see it.
Because I mean, I guess it's possible for them to switch lanes. That's not an issue. So even if GH is playing, the other hero, he could still be going to the off lane, for instance, and the Hoodwink could still be safe lane. Okay, insta pick Tusk Wind Ranger, no hesitation on that one. So it looks like the Hoodwink is going to go with the Darkseer, and because I think you really want to pair the Tusk with the Wind Ranger in that case, especially when you see the Lion. I'm a little bit worried for the laning phase, because the way this. Sure, Darkseer's gonna jungle, right? But Treant is probably the worst 5 to give freedom to in the early game. Treant gating is absolutely, it's very scary to play versus a Treant that is free to gate as much as he wants. It's hard to stop because he usually, whatever support he meets, he is stronger, so he's going to win the sentry battle, he's going to win the ops ward, so he will deward your gate eventually, and then you have to play blind with a Treant that might or might not be there in Invis. It's tough to navigate the early game.
I gotta say, I'm a big fan of this Centaur on 18. I think it counters what they kind of want to do with the whole draft. It gives your carry another life once he gets walled, once you create illusion out of it. It gives you relatively good reset. You also have Treant Protector to reset with his ulti. It's very good against Wind Ranger as well. Like if you save that, later on, Centaur, he can pick up the Aghanim Scepter. So basically multiple ways of protecting your own Shadow Fiend. And you already talked about how like they know how to play with the Shadow Fiend, kind of fits into their playstyle, how they play, how they work as a team. And I kind of agree. I feel like these type of heroes are going to benefit from Nightfall, maybe even making a mistake, knowing that he can be bailed out of trouble.
This is a very solid draft from Aurora, I have to say. It's pretty much perfect. I think it fits. It kind of ticks every box. Like they have everything they need. They have a lot of disables for SF, which is essentially what SF is going to require at some point. Their lanes are incredibly synergetic and strong. They scale well in the late game. They have a strong early presence. I mean, Living Armor, Stampede, a lot of global stuff also that can happen. It's I don't want to say Nigma's getting out drafted. I think they're getting what they want, but I'm just wondering if it fits the the plan that Aurora is putting together.
Yeah, we are missing the mid laners for both teams, so there's still something that Nigma Galaxy can get out of that one, as they are the ones with overall last pick.
Yeah, and you think of Mikoto, you think of Spirits, right? Like, I mean, he wants to play the Earth Spirit. I mean, Earth Spirit is actually a hero that's been banned every single game so far, or picked, almost, and now it's been completely ignored. And, when you see the Sniper and the Huskar bans from Aura, that kind of means I want to play a meaty hero, please. I don't want to deal with those. Viper also has been taken out, so that's another hero that usually you feel like you need to click a ban. And Nigma themselves have banned the Snap and the Lina. Like, so I think you're kind of free to pick meaty spirit heroes or heroes that are usually counterable. Okay, they go for a blind invoker, that works too. I think all the punishing mid laners are kind of out, so both mid laners have a lot of freedom, I think, in picking heroes right now.
I also love this Invoker pick. It gives them Dispel against both Darkseer, great against Wind Ranger, pre-BKB, and she also doesn't get like that early BKB. In this game, he might be forced to not even finish Mueller, depending, like might just be Maelstrom into BKB, and it looks like a very solid draft coming out from Aurora in this game number 1 already, seeing that especially the off lane duo, Centaur plus Lion, extremely strong lane, plus the Sunstrike on top of that, they could easily get the kills in that lane.
What I think Nigma should fall back on is what they have is two very self-sufficient, say, like side laners. In the Wind Ranger, you get Centaur is decent against Wind, but not in an aggressive manner. It's just good defensively. So Wind Ranger is going to be chilling on her on her lane. Darkseer is going to look to fall back in jungle and stacks anyway. So I want to see the supports grouping up with the last pick mid to try to abuse this Invoker, because Lion is kind of weak in the early game. He can't really fight back a Tusk or a Hoodwink for that matter. And Treant has living armor, but he's not really mobile. I think Treant really hates having to play around mid lane. Early on, there are sentries everywhere. You're slow, you don't really contest. You're really bad at warding, dewarding because of your attack speed. So hopefully Nigma can build a trio of hero that can really bring the pressure to the middle lane. I think that this is how they get out of this chokehold that I think they've been put in by their drafting.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of time also to think about this one. That being said, they have a lot of time to think about it because the rest of the draft went fairly fast so far.
They focused him pretty heavily, 5 bans pretty much against Lorinov, making sure that he's not having the upper hand in this matchup. There's still Void Spirit again. We are mentioning this hero a couple of times. It's a hero that can win the matchup, but his damage is a little bit limited compared
with Tusk
to...
and Hoodwink, I think it's fine, perhaps. I mean, I wonder actually. Maybe Invoker Living Armor is too much. It's a tough call. Yeah, he has a lot of damage on supports.
Yeah, I like him because you also have Ion Shell. Sure, it can be dispelled, but also it's not dispelled 100% of the time. This is the other one as well. I would say more stable option on relatively shorter cooldown, easier to execute if we're talking about locking people down, setting things up compared to Void Spirit, who needs to be level 6 to set things up.
The thing though is like Ember versus Invoker, it's good, but do you max the shield anyway? Do you not? Because it's gonna get dispelled. It's a tough call, and I wonder if he doesn't maybe use tag team as much as Void Spirit would have. Like it really depends on how the matchup goes. I mean, obviously if he goes for it, it means he knows that he's confident it's gonna go well and that he can impact the game properly. But I feel like they will have to play through the mid lane at some point. They need to connect to the Ember and try to apply pressure with them. Maybe have the Wind Ranger connect like we've seen people do with Shadow Fiend. I think it's much easier to do with Wind. Obviously the power shot is a billion range and you're very mobile with the Wind Run. And same with Darts here, as you mentioned, if he's farming the triangle, it takes no effort for him to just connect to the Rune, click a shield on the Tusk or the Ember, and all of a sudden you have like 5 heroes lurking around the mid lane.
So the pressure is on Nigma Galaxy to make moves this game because we're feeling like Aurora's lineup is just very stable.
It's super solid. Like this type of a draft, you show me these 5 heroes, I'm like, yeah, put me on this team, I'll play it. Yeah. The draft kind of plays itself out. It checks quite a lot of boxes. A very good laning stage, a very good transition into mid game. You can always make some kind of a play, and super well scaling lineup coming into the super late game if we're talking about 40, 50 plus minutes.
I mean, I think it's pretty kind of signature from both teams. Like Nigma is, it's a thin line, but they love being in that position. They kind of put themselves in that position constantly, and they have shown that they know how to execute. This is another one of these games. Like the openings are going to be very small. They are going to be they will exist. It's up to them to execute, to find them, and to bring their heat to Aurora when they have the tools. If they don't, I think it's going to look rough.
But we've seen them do it. We've seen them find those openings and make it happen. So we know that it's possible. They just made it a little bit more difficult for themselves, potentially. On the side of Aurora, is there any lane that they would potentially struggle in, or are they just going to be...
I mean, I think there's very little room for mistake on the center Lion lane, especially for the Lion player. As soon as you're out of position against Tusk Wind Ranger, you're just dead. So maybe that lane could crumble if they don't execute it properly. I think the safe lane is going to be just, the
it's smooth sailing. Yeah, I don't think you can mess up this lane.
They could just be drinking water while playing that lane. They can hydrate themselves while playing the lane. I think they'll be fine. And mid lane is going to come down to rotations and ganks, probably.
Yeah, even if you make a mistake in this bottom lane, Sunstrike, 1 stun from Centaur, 1 stun Hex from Lion is gonna fix that lane because it's an extra bit of a damage early on that is relatively easy setup. And if they find these openings, let's say Nigma Galaxy, they don't get a kill, they try to get some trade on the side, then they get Sunstruck, it could be very snowbally for them.
And that's another reason to bring the heat to the mid lane, to just not let this Invoker quietly push out the wave, use Sunstrikes, bring mana regen. They need to force him to use spells defensively, not be ready to help the side lanes. It's going to buy time for the Darts here. So probably also what is going to happen in the first waves mid will dictate a lot, because if your Ember is starving, it's hard to connect to him, and vice versa. If he's dominating the Invoker, it's going to make it super easy. So, Lorenov has some sort of responsibility on his shoulders with his last pick Ember.
You guys mentioned that there might be also... that mid lane might be influenced by people rotating. Who's going to rotate? Because it sounds like the supports are probably just going to chill in their lane on both sides.
On Nigma Galaxy, I feel like these supports, I don't think you can ask for anything better. These heroes kind of thrive making a move around the runes. You have Tusk and Hoodwink. They just make so many things happen.
Yeah, they're gonna... And it's part of their play style too, right? These are players that enjoy being mobile and being active early game.
I hope that we are going to see an active early game, as I do believe we're already seeing an active early game. Let's head over to Cap and SPG for the action.
That's right, Nigma Galaxy went for an early smoke and ran into a Treant Protector. No early first blood for them. They have been ruined by the tree's positioning, and they might just stumble into a first blood of their own if only Aurora had gotten up to that high ground just a little bit quicker.
Might still be able to hold it here.
GH trying to bait them into it, but he gets stunned up. Chain stun off the stomp that hits multiple heroes, and there's your first blood. Bushwhack immediately after that does some damage here, but not enough for Nigma Galaxy to brave that high ground. They were supposed to have the advantage. After all, they had Darks here, some early Ion Shells, but not the case. Aurora managed to outmaneuver them.
I like the idea. Going top with the multiple Quelling Blades, Sentries, planning for this Treant kill. It's what you want to do against this hero. At least you get the tree cuts. did not want to give Shadow Fiend first blood
God,
and
they're
4
going to get
runes.
4 bounty runes.
It's a disaster going into the laning phase. He not only has the extra souls, he has the extra first blood gold and an extra 4 runes on top of it. This SF, he is king of the map right now. Rough start, very rough start, especially for a lineup that I don't think they have to crush the lanes, but there's definitely some tempo pressure on them in this game. I think the Invoker is king of the late game here. It's a very tough matchup for Wind Ranger to play into with only 1 BKB now. The Centaur is going to give you a lot of survivability with Crimson Guard, and you need the Wind Ranger damage to kind of punch through these big cores in the late game. So I feel like Aurora have the scale. I feel like they're very comfortable here. They have Tree and Armor, they have Overgrowth, they have Invoker, they have Centaur with potential Crimson Retaliate. Like, there's a lot for this Wind Ranger to get through. And if the Wind Ranger can't get through it all, then you're kind of going back to some of the Darkseer scale against the SF with illusions and stuff, which we've seen can be really good, but can also be hit or miss.
Yeah, it all depends on how the lane goes largely. And it does seem like that lane is going to be difficult with the early kill going over to the SF. Meanwhile, this bottom lane, a Lion Centaur versus a Tusk Wind Ranger, probably going to be a lot of action out of this, but our panel put a heavy highlight on the mid lane matchup. They said there's a lot of responsibility on Lornoff's shoulders. If he can win the mid lane matchup against this Invoker and then start snowballing that, it'll be beautiful for him. Enigma Galaxy are going to need that kind of momentum from their mid.
At least they pick up something here for GH on the bottom lane, just running down that Mirror Lion on the side. There's stun strike potential in this game too. Some decent setup on both side lanes, at least a little bit top. You have the hard stuns bottom. You have to keep that in mind here if you are Enigma Galaxy. Do not want to start giving this Invoker extra gold injections on the laning phase, considering how good of an Invoker game it is. Like, this is one of the best answers to Darkseer in the game. It's one of the best answers to Wind Ranger, in my opinion, in the game. He has a lot going for him here, and he has a lot to bail him out. That's the other thing. Like, yeah, your Ember can get on top of him. Yeah, you can get on top of him with Ion Shells, but he has Tree and Armor. He has Stampede. He has some stun interrupts. He has utility that can come out from both the Tree and the Centaur. A lot going for this Aurora lineup if they can find the net worth in this game. I do like some of the nice little synergy here from Enigma Galaxy, right? The Ion Shell synergy going in on the frontliners. It's going to create a lot of space for Sumail in this type of game where he has a lot of heroes that go in for him, and he can just kind of pick when to engage, who he wants to go on, and find that big target. Those are the kind of games that can work well for the Wind Ranger, so I have some high hopes that he's playing into some counters, but that mid game might look pretty damn good for him.
How do you feel like, Sumail, we talked about this when the roster announcement was first made for Enigma Galaxy, them pulling in Lornoff and Sumail playing the carry. How do you feel like he's adjusted?
I was a little dubious, I'll be the first to admit.
Okay.
You know,
because you had very high faith in him.
I have faith in his one position for sure. I think he's an absolutely world-class carry. You just have to have the right core setup. Like, he's not a carry you can plug into any team and it's going to work out. And maybe those days are kind of gone for everybody, right? I think that's true of Nightfall too. When we're looking at this matchup, like, you need to build the right team around Nightfall to utilize his strengths. You can't just plug him into any squad. You need some players that are okay with him yapping the whole game, and not everybody's on that same page.
Yeah, true.
With Sumail, I think you need players that can capitalize on his aggression, because he is going to go in every fight. He's going to play very aggressive. He's going to buy blink daggers. He is going to start engagements. That is amazing. Those types of players are really nice to play with because they always set the plate. Sometimes they'll just carry the game, but more often than not, they can sometimes go a little too deep. You know, so you have that one or two bad deaths. If you have other core players that can capitalize on that and kind of pick up some of the carry slack, I think it's a really nice pairing. And I think Lornoff does fit that. So I think in that sense, they have great synergy.
Oh, that was enough?
Wow, that was right on the edge, right?
Yeah, seriously. The Blood Grenade must have just ticked him down to, I mean, there had to have been a margin of like 10 damage. Make that kill happen.
It was 22.
22? Really?
Actually, I mean, level 2 Sunstrike, 225 pure. He took 203.
Okay. Carry is going to die for it, but well worth the trade-off, pushing these heroes back. Nightfall is having a totally free game.
This is concerning. You lost all the runes. You're giving up some Sunstrike kills. This SF is already at max souls. Like, what? He's already at 20 Necro Mastery. Just sitting up here, gonna last it and deny every single creep against this Darkseer unless you go for the creep cut. I think you just have to jungle level 2 as Devi.
Yeah,
he
that
has
is
5 CS. This Darkseer has no gameplay.
Hey, you talk about play styles of various players. This is not the kind of play style that Devi Lama wants.
No.
Devi Lama wants go, 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 kill, kill, kill. and he really can't do that against this SF right now. So him having to take a break, he's certainly not going to be happy with that.
Structures are fortified.
They can't really pull waves very easily. The Train Protector will stop the Hoodwink, as we've seen before.
This is a real problem up top. The lane control this SFG are going to be able to produce it's like 100% deny rate, basically. They're denying a full wave against a stacked big camp. Nightfall has, 100 base damage already. He's just denying every lane creep. There is never going to be a dire creep going into this Darkseer's hands for the rest of this laning phase until he has, some sort of region item or they make some move up here.
Yeah.
This is extremely concerning. We're already seeing a net worth gap open up in this top lane. It's double. We're 3.5 minutes in. This SF is doubling the Darkseer. So you're going to have to solve this problem at some point in this game. I don't know who's going to solve it. Maybe Ember with a power rune. Maybe you just rotate multiple heroes through the gate from bottom and bring resources from there. I don't know. It's going to have to be something.
Snowball helps Samael. He stays alive for now. Now turn the damage back around with WS. Omar, seeing as this off lane is so bad, a wise move. Comes down to this bottom lane as Aurora get really aggressive. They get a kill on the Centaur. And can they get the kill on Mira as well with a power shot bringing him low? He still has a Lotus, though. They're going to dive into this one. He pops the Lotus, stays alive a little bit longer, turns back around with a blood grenade. Is that going to tick out GH? It will, on the final tick, gets the kill.
I think WS got experience off that, right? He's all 4 now. So not the worst turnaround for them. Kind of expect this Hoodwink to come down here since it's an empty lane top. And you were trying to dodge the Sunstrike. No Sunstrike got thrown, so Makoto gets to hold his resources mid. As the Shadow Fiend is playing versus Creeps, it is Nightfall PvE mode.
This is rough, because Lornoff is not winning the mid lane matchup either. No. He's a little bit behind in CS. Add in the Sunstrike kill that the Invoker got. He's very happy.
And here comes the tree bottom. You leave that lane empty top, he's going to make a move, and you have Sunstrike on top of it.
With the blood grenade over the top, Snowball pickup is only going to delay the inevitable here. Samael surrounded by heroes. Bushwhack attempted. Okay, Fairy Fire activates, and he actually stays alive thanks to Omar coming in with the Bushwhack. Is it going to cost the Tusk his life, maybe? No, at stick charges. Okay, everybody from Nigma Galaxy manages to stay alive in what seemed like overwhelming damage from Aurora.
Can you exist
Another attempt at it. Ooh, misses his opportunity to go for the stun. Samael being hemmed in from all corners here. WS diving past the tower. Snowball put onto him. GH is dangerously low. Kaori's still going for the kill. Another Sunstrike. Is that a double? Okay, gets the kill on GH. Samael takes a bit of damage for it as well. Another shackle shot to stay alive. Kaori, he's going to be fine for now. Activates the invis to chase Samael out of here.
Is he going to be able to get the right click in? No. But this is a fate worse than death, right? You have to walk back to base, no boots. I guess you have some Wind Run to get you through it, but now you can just tri-lane the Wind Ranger, and the Darkseer still can't enter top. Oh, is he going to nab him here?
He had the Sunstrike. If he was going to throw it, he would have.
I think this is like not even worth the resources, right?
Yeah,
just let him walk back. If anything, you can just save it when he goes back to bottom lane, Sunstrike him there.
Sure.
Because again, you have to keep in mind, this SF, there is nothing touching him top, so you're winning the map no matter what happens. You don't need to go for anything crazy right now if you're Aurora. His CS is out of control. At least Darkseer can jungle a bit. If you're going to have a pure jungler, this is one of the better ones to have.
Still, though, I mean, it's incredibly underleveled.
And you have to think about Wisdom Shrines here. If you're Nigma Galaxy, you cannot afford to lose both, so you're going to have to contest Aurora's here. You have to assume that the Darkseer one is lost. If Nightfall meanders his way over here, which he will. Aurora can contest both here. This is not that easy to win.
No, certainly not with the SF popping out and joining in. He's going to make that difficult. Meanwhile, the Sunstrike on the other side. GH does manage to get the block in onto the Lion, getting that kill. Still fighting over this Wisdom Shrine. WS does not want to give it up, bouncing in and out of this Shrine AoE. And now with the reinforcements of Nightfall joining in, it chases away Nigma Galaxy. And Aurora, they have heavily won this laning phase. There is no doubt about it. They've got the net worth lead. They've got the experience lead. This could snowball even further As now Nightfall, with this rotation, still wants to make something happen with it. We'll see if he keeps the pressure on the bottom lane. He does. Goes to the kill on GH. A close range raise. Nice bushwhack. That's a beauty. And now they're actually blocked in. A little awkward. They can't actually make the commitment, though. The Requiem is too big of a threat. Requiem goes out. No. Snowball. Pick up. GH nicely times that. Is it enough, though, to bail out Sumail? It's just not. He's surrounded by too many heroes. And where is the help? Where is the Ember Spirit? Where is somebody to stop this Aurora team from running over them?
I mean, what help? What are you even doing down there? This SF is so big. This is not the hero you want to fight right now. They have the numbers advantage. Divide gets a little spaced top. But this is all just a product of losing 4 runes, losing first blood, not being able to enter top lane, and this snowballing across the map. Too much freedom for Aurora in this laning phase to play with. It's also hard to make the aggressive moves into the high points in Living Armor. Already 3 points up for Kaori. He's able to just stop any sort of aggressive gank attempt. It's also, I think, what's dissuading Lornoff from making super early moves. Like, okay, I'm going to rotate to a side lane against a Centaur with Living Armor. I'm not going top. I don't have enough points in Ion Shell. The moves aren't there unless he gets a really nice power rune here. So I don't mind him just sitting mid. I think if he had tried to salvage this, it could have just been even worse. I think you'd rather just get your levels, get your earned phase boots, look for 8-10 minute power runes, and try and salvage something off the back of that with Invoker still being a static hero.
Man, him trying to complete the urn while the Invoker has a full Kaya done.
It's going to be a fast Meteor Hammer.
Yeah. That's just going to mean the Invoker is going to
okay, look at this move,
faster
though.
and faster, but this is a big smoke move. It has to land on the SF. They can't just get just a Treant Protector, but that is looking like all they're going to get. The Bushwhack Dust secures the kill, but the SF is on the run.
They were positioned well to tank that gank. See if Nightfall wants to gate and just hit bottom tower. If he just lingers up here, does a little jungling. Looks like he's going to stay up here. They're hitting mid tower right now. So somebody has to respond to that pressure mid. Helm Creep hitting the bottom tier 1 as well. Dark Troll Summoner for WS. So both tier 1s being assaulted. And it's going to force Enigma Galaxy to respond somewhere here.
Man, Dark Troll Summoner is such a dream pickup.
Oh, yeah.
In this situation.
Still dancing with Nightfall.
Bushwhack attempted. Very tough to get this kill because of the Requiem. GH is going to try and force it out of him. Snowball pickup, grabs the creep, puts that Ion Shell right on top of Nightfall, and finally lets loose the Requiem, and it's the death of GH as a result. But they get a turnaround kill. It's going to be the Lion dying as the Bushwhack plus Ion Shell Centaur creep gets the kill.
Yeah, SF Illusion. Hitting hard, honestly. He's already so strong in this game. Gotta watch the other lanes, though. Bottom tower died. Centaur's pushing it in. Invoker pushing mid. Hammer's flying out. This is a siege creep. You're giving up a lot of objective power to try and look for this SF kill.
GH not shy whatsoever. TP instant snowball. Makoto does manage to separate, though, with the tornado. That's enough. There are no stuns coming out from those two with the snowball already used, and no punch. Ooh, that is a dead shot there from Omar as he gets his level 6 a little earlier than the Treant Protector or Lion.
And they're bringing the Centaur top to defend this. It will guarantee the tower lives, but it does put WS in kind of a not useless part of the map, but he's going to be dead on the map for a little bit. That said, he is just going straight hard. So this is like the farming scale build on Centaur. It's super juicy if you can get there uncontested. You just become an absolute monster at that 30-minute mark.
Well, that is not terribly inspiring, watching Sumail try and focus fire a Helmadam creep and failing to get the kill.
The sad thing is, you know, this top lane just got conceded instantly. Mid lane was a wash, and it feels like Sumail paid the price for it all.
Yeah,
like all the attention went into his lane, and he's not a hero that can just recover in the jungle quickly, which was a wise idea from Aurora, right? Like, they're not trying to overhunt this Darkseer in the jungle. They go to the Wind Ranger lane, a hero you can punish, make his life miserable, and now all of a sudden all 3 cores are kind of behind. Not a bad idea here, and it's looking pretty good for them as Lornoff looking for 12-minute power rune. He would love something.
Denies an illusion rune. Good play from Makoto. Using the Forge Spirits to deny it. Meanwhile, WS is putting pressure on that mid lane with the Helmadam creep. That mid tower is basically 1 Meteor Hammer away from dying at this point.
And you got to remember that top tower that they saved by putting the Centaur up there, it's getting Living Armored.
Right.
So that tower could heal over time significantly. Might not be the easiest conversion for Enigma Galaxy here as Aurora just defending the whole map. Nothing is being given for free right now.
And this is kind of a dream position for Dream Protector. Specifically, like, they take it to safe lane tower. He's pushed aggressively down there. So he's not only farming out this bottom lane, but he's also protecting the SF from smoke games.
It's really annoying to go and kick this guy out. And he can get some nice items in this game.
Nice shot. Another one lands from Omar. It might just be enough to kill the Lion, and it is. Stampede comes in too late.
Nice little pick up there. Need to find some extra freebies in this game. You're still stronger in these random skirmishes. Like, that's just the spell power that this Darkseer lineup brings. So yeah, you're behind on net worth, but it's not as if you can't find plays or fight here. You're very strong if you can find some isolated supports.
I mean, this combination, I think, is one of the deadliest in the early game. The Ember Spirit Hoodwink combo.
Oh, yeah.
Slight chains into a sharpshooter. I mean, it's so much damage and so easy to set up.
And Vessel's done. So Lornot's going to TP base, get Vessel, come back out on the map. If he gets Ion Shelled with some Vessel charges, he's a threat against anybody in this game for a long time. So the window's still open for Enigma Galaxy to pull this mid game back. And they did stabilize the map a little bit here.
Does mean that their best answer to that is Makoto with the Tornado, right? So his position going to be pretty crucial. Overgrowth and Sunstrike. That was a lot of hate being directed the way. And you could understand why. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine is about to spawn, and they can take this offlane tower at the same time. This is going to be one fell swoop from Aurora. Heavy damage done to Enigma Galaxy.
I like that move. Not a move you're going to read that well because Centaur's just been sitting up here the whole time. Like, that's not the lane you expect the gank to come from. And you get a big bounty at the end of it with the double Wisdom Shrine. Aurora just being very efficient. They're not trying to force anything crazy. They recognize the scale they have, the start they've had. And they're just making a couple small good moves here or there. Yeah, you bled some supports, but overall, they've held all their towers, they've taken some towers, and they're utilizing that space well. You don't want to overplay your hand into all the spell power here. Like, you just run into Enigma Galaxy, they have a decent shot of winning that fight. Especially if you get caught in some vacuum shards combo or something annoying like this.
Kaya Yasha for the SF. And if they can actually get to a full Blink Dagger on the Lion, this map control that they have early, the free farming cores that they have, all that's left is really just the initiation.
And what do Enigma Galaxy have to look at? Centaur top. They're going to make a play on him.
A hard kill.
Really tough kill.
And they're not going to get it easy. He already retreats back behind the tower. Nothing they could do about that.
Too much early regen and armor with this helm build-up. But if you can kick him out of lane and pressure the tower, that's worth it in its own right. They'll bring the Ember up here.
This tower has gone from, it was like 200 HP, now over half health.
Buys you a lot of time in this game.
It does.
Keeping your towers alive with Invoker, always the dream.
I assume you heavily favor Aurora for late game?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be hard for Sumail to scale into the ultra late here. Possible, but it's going to require some sick teamfight execution.
Mirror leading stun on GH. Follow up with the Hex, quick finger. Nice interrupt there from Sumail with a shackle. Actually allows GH to live. Bushwhack even better. And the follow-up. Well, Sumail feels like he just can't commit. Again, the Requiem is still a problem for Enigma Galaxy. The SF is too big that they can't quickly kill him. And so he's always sitting there ready to go with the Requiem if you try and commit on one of his allies.
You also have to think about Overgrowth here. If you're Sumail, you can't run in super aggressively before you have a Dispel. You get Overgrowth, you're just dead in the water.
Right.
So you have to keep these big ultimates in mind. You do deny the finger charge on Mirror. There's a moral victory.
It's something.
It always feels good to get those early finger charges, so...
An even kill score of 9-9, but Aurora's still holding that 3,000 net worth lead from the very successful laning phase.
They haven't grown it, though. And I don't think their lineup is necessarily the best at doing that. Like, I don't think they expected to crush lanes with this lineup as hard as they did. But the map did stabilize for Enigma Galaxy here, and they should be happy about that. They're going to get to play a mid-game with this lineup that is designed to run them over in the mid-game. Is it going to be harder because of how rough the laning phase was? Yeah, sure. But honestly, you can't really think about that. You just have to get your items and go. Especially if you can get on top of Invoker. If they can ever just start a fight by ransacking Makoto, like trapping this Invoker in shards or vacuum or something, it's going to look a lot more one-sided than the net worth would appear.
Honestly, it feels like Enigma Galaxy high execution on their side. I think they've done some really good spell casting.
It looks
and
solid,
that's the only thing that has saved them from this game just completely running out of control.
I agree. Like, even in the fights they're losing because they're behind in this early game, they had solid spell casting. They had good snowballs, nice shackles landed, some good interrupts. This you should say, well, maybe we should save a stun there or something, but at least you get the Invoker back to base. This was a nice pickoff. Like, they're not playing poorly. It's just what happened in that first minute was such a disaster. You got to salvage it.
What do you think about WS's build? Because I personally am a bit torn on it. I feel like this is a game where a fast blink dagger would really help out because you aren't going to get a fast blink on Lion. It's just going to be a bit slow. And it would set up the SF and Invoker for more kills in fights. Simultaneously, if he just farms and gets super fat and he gets to Aghanim Scepter late game, it feels like that's a unbeatable combination for against Nigma Galaxy, right? Like the SF, every single team fight can be thrown in the cart. Like, what do you do as Wind Ranger in that matchup then?
This is the lower risk route, whereas I think the Blink Dagger is a little higher risk. Potentially you run the game over faster, but this Heart is just always going to farm fast. It's always going to be an issue for a lot of their spell damage. It's just going to be a huge HP sink, and it's going to make your Crimson better. It's going to get you to an Ags better.
Right.
You're going to scale way better. I don't mind it here. Like, this build is pretty nasty when it works out, and it is working out right now. If you didn't have the scale before, you definitely have it with this Heart Centaur. Like, no question. He is going to be an absolute monster in this game. And it is flying out. Like, it's done here at the 18-minute mark.
Crazy, crazy fast timing.
3,000 HP.
What do?
You Vessel and you can get the charges.
I mean, is that even going to be enough? I feel like just raw HP is a huge problem right now. Stampede going to be put to use. Focus fire on the Treant Protector. Requiem gets thrown out, trying to push back this Ember Spirit. Well, Omar gets chased down by a Centaur who cannot be rebuked.
He is just going ham. Gets that Heart delivered, instantly finds 2. And you just farm so fast with this build because you're not worried about double edge off cooldown. Can buy an early shard as well. And that just gets its value ramped up super quickly.
I mean, he's also pretty damn fast with no boots. 380 movement speed because he has so much strength off an early Heart build like this.
He's a problem. And we still need Vessel charges for Lorna. Like, he's had this item for a while. Unable to do anything with it because you just can't find that initial kill. Croaker on Centaur Violence. The Centaur will win here, but of course he had a little more help. And you can see Aurora's game plan. They're just parking the Centaur at the point of attack for Enigma Galaxy, this mid tower. Everybody else is farming. You have Invoker SF farming the map.
Yeah.
That is the dream.
Frankly, I'm a little bit surprised that Enigma Galaxy aren't farther behind. Seems like net worth-wise, they're still kind of keeping within striking distance.
I agree. Their cores have done a decent job maintaining their position in this game.
But they lose one team fight. That 5K is going to become 10K. They can't afford to lose this one. Initiation already out from Mira. Hoodwink, gone. Shackle shot doesn't quite last. They have the focus fire on Nightfall, but can't really close the distance. Tornado allows the separation there, and it's the supports who are going to pay the price on Enigma Galaxy. Both of them will go down here. Finishing up with the Deafening Blast. WS trying to chase in. Stampede goes off Samael. His win run. He's trying to get away and will manage to outrun. Meanwhile, the SF's actually in trouble. Lornov commits for the kill, but he gets caught as WS turns around, hits him with the stomp, and now Samael came back in to try and help out Lornov. It costs him his life as well, 1 by 1. Enigma Galaxy will lose 4 heroes.
Now it's going to get concerning. That is not the fight you can afford to lose in this type of game. And we're already seeing some of the problems in the team fight. One, the living armor, the tree and sustain. It's hard to burst one target down. Like, you're soft going on the Shadow Fiend multiple times, and there's ways to bail him out. There's Stampede. There was a Hurricane off of the WS Wildekin that pushed him out here too at the very end. There are tools to bail this SF out from the focus fire of Sumail. Way too hard to connect. That's the other issue. Sumail got tornadoed twice in this fight.
Yep.
He got Deafening Blasted in another portion. Like, what is he supposed to do? The spells are so good in this matchup.
GH gets baited by a Centaur into the big bad Centaur.
Yeah, this game's going to get out of control really fast. This was the issue with letting Aurora get away with the early game they did. This Heart Centaur is going to be able to position so aggressively. He's such a big damage threat with Sunstrike to back him up. You have Invis Treant scouting you. You have a Lion who's going to be off the map who can set stuff up. There's too many threats that you have to worry about right now. Octarine already done for Makoto, by the way. I mean, it's just... something has to happen here for Enigma Galaxy, and it's going to have to happen quickly. There's a Hydra's Breath rush for Sumail.
Got to find a way to deal with this Centaur somehow.
I guess so. That is the type of itemization where, like, it's almost just YOLO, I hope we win the next fight, because otherwise I recognize this game is looking screwed.
Blink Dagger pickup, so Enigma Galaxy we've seen in a lot of these fights, it's hard for them, even when they can get some spells on the SF, to keep him there. Divine Llama, Guardian Greaves getting off the overgrowth, but there's still Makoto cold snapping him to death. Tornado, Sunstrike to finish the job. And even then, WS is making a move on the Ember Spirit. They may not get this kill, but the fact that they can just kick him out of this mid lane.
Oh, he's going in.
He's going to go back for the kill on Mira. And he doesn't quite get it. GH will finish the job. Quick little punch. Snowball back down. Now, oh, Shackle Shot that lands. Catches Carry in the back lines there. Does that give GH enough time? Stampede goes off, and he'll be run down by Nightfall.
Honestly, again, the spellcasting doesn't look half bad. You're just so far behind. You know, you deal 2,000 damage to Centaur there. He just absorbs it. Didn't get the Vessel Charge off that kill either because you had the Remnant out. That's a little unfortunate for Lornoff here. But at least able to find something. Get a little assist gold on the Wind Ranger. Try and get into a BKB. If you can get to Wind Ranger BKB, I think that is the time to strike in this game. Suddenly the Wind Ranger can commit into the fight against a lot of the Invoker control. Try and find a big target. If you can avoid the overgrowth, that would be huge as well. For the Squirrel bottom, might just get him here.
Still caught him in the tornado long enough that the Meteor runs him over.
So much freedom for Makoto in this game. Just cleaning up the sides of the map. 8-0 for this Invoker right now. Octarine means he's everywhere all the time.
And the Treant Protector is giving this global hero a lot of information. Playing so deep, combined with the Centaur with this Heart, also playing very deep. Pushing in all these waves super aggressively, knowing that Enigma Galaxy can't fight him. They're going to go after Lornoff. Showing out that Blink Dagger from the line. Got the initiation. Could not get the Blink Snowball. It comes out late, and it does save Lornoff's life. But WS hitting that stomp ruins GH. Sumail getting hit by the Overgrowth combo from the back. Sumail is just finding no purchase in this game whatsoever.
No, it's impossible.
He has no game.
There's no way without BKB. The Invoker's going to control you every single team fight. He has way too many spells that just ruin your day. Too many stuns in this lineup. Too many things to worry about. And just kind of unlucky timing for GH as he goes into the Impale. Lornoff would have got out either way, I guess. He just pays with his life. It's an Aegis for Nightfall.
Yeah. In early Aegis. Centaur SF, I mean, they have some high ground hitting, that's for sure.
Oh, they're not going to mess around in this game. They can absolutely just send it.
Stomp on two. WS still catches GA and gets a +1. Shackle Shot with the SF being in kind of an awkward position. May have to give up his Aegis here. They would prefer not to lose it so early on, and they will not.
Power Shot.
Another one does not land. 4-stat TP away.
He's just going to go to base and heal as he finishes BKB. I would love to see an early shard for WS. I think when you have this kind of build-up, it adds up a lot. It increases your damage in the early fight. You get a lot of HP off of it. Kind of surprised he didn't just casually buy it here. I don't think you have to necessarily rush to some other item. But otherwise, I mean, you're critiquing extremely small points here, right? You can probably buy anything, and this game's going to continue to go your way.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I think about buying a shard in this sort of situation, it's like, okay, but that could be a full-out plate mail. Right?
Sure.
Which is also, you know, like the Heart, it's very value with the shard, but the armor is also very value when you have so much HP.
For sure. You want to get it off Tormentors, too. He's probably thinking, like, why buy it when I can get it for free?
That's true.
We'll see if Nigma Galaxy can get to their BKBs here. We'll open up some more options for them. They're close to the Ember one. They are closing in on the Wind Ranger a little bit. He's like, 1,000, 200 off or so.
How they use those BKBs is going to be pretty tough, though. Right, because they can't just go in and pop it, otherwise they get overgrowth during their BKB.
For sure.
But if they don't pop it early, there's a chance they get Lion Hexed instant.
It's the Treant problem.
Yeah.
We're going to smoke up here before those BKBs are done. Try and look for something even into the Ages. Not a lot of good options here. Yeah, just going to cut the mid-wave. Yeah, this smoke was kind of doomed to fail, I think, unless you're just praying you run up the high ground and find a Lion sitting there. I don't think much else would have worked out for you. And we could see Aurora just go high ground here.
Yeah, it's a massive wave. Gets cut down by the multi-shot from the towers, but even still, triple range creeps and a siege wagon with another wave coming in soon.
Nightfall laying into it. What's the response? You can back wall him.
And tier 3 about to be sacrificed just to buy Nigma Galaxy a few more minutes.
Trying to finish this Wind Ranger BKB. He's just so far away. And Alacrity Nightfall with Feast of Souls, some rally bonus damage, some living armor. That is a buffed up Shadow Fiend who had a free laning phase 706.
Lower enough. They're going to go after the SF first. Didn't find an easy kill anywhere else. Lotus Orb bouncing back some of the damage. Forced F and a point-blank Requiem. Right on top of Divine Llama.
That'll do it.
Nightfall does finally get cut down, but he's so far back. They're not going to be able to punish him on that second life very easily. In fact, it's going to be Lornoff in some trouble. Drained of all of his mana. This Invoker is having the freest of games. The Centaur up front. Nigma Galaxy having to go on the Shadow Fiend, and then in the very back, just sitting and waiting. You've got this Invoker able to just take his time whenever he wants. Shows up with the Tornado Meteor.
No, the whole buffet is set for him, right? He's been untouched this game. Did tank a sharpshooter and got kind of low, but no one else can go on him if you're controlling the Ember. And without BKB on Sumail, he cannot just run in this fight. There's an overgrowth waiting. Cowie's just sitting there the whole time. All overgrowth, you can come in, think twice about it. And the second your BKB is out, you just get focused down. Nigma Galaxy running out of options here in this game one. There's the Wind Ranger BKB. This is kind of their last hope to try and make something happen and turn this game right now.
23,000 net worth lead at 29 minutes. I mean,
very one-sided.
That's one of those leads that is usually insurmountable. Nigma Galaxy are going to need a bit of a miracle here to make this happen. Going on the Centaur, certainly not what they want. Want some other heroes to show. The surge timing on point there, getting away even under the Hex.
That's a haste rune. That's a nice rune here. Means you can kind of surge somebody else or surge yourself. Send all 3 cores in together with the BKBs. Try and find Invoker. I think that is the name of the game here. Somebody has to check Makoto. Can't overcommit on the front line here in the Centaur in the tree.
GH breaks the smoke. Costs him his life.
Well, the good news is he's really low level, so he's only dead for 30 seconds.
That is true. Got the Son of the Ember Spirit. Needs some help. Got a Force Staff. That saves him, and with the haste rune, he's going to try and chase down the light. Oh, overgrowth. You use that BKB, and the punishment is always going to be there from the Train Protector. The heroes just cannot get past WS Centaur. He doesn't even hit them. He doesn't even cast spells. He just runs around in front of them. And Nigma Galaxy, they know they just can't get past this Centaur on top of the squishier heroes of Aurora.
He's just going in.
And now with a blink in, tries to kill Omar. Not going to happen, but also nothing's going to happen to him in return.
Alacrity, the catapult for some efficient damage here as Nightfall. He doesn't want to go high ground. He's just killing neutral creeps. No, Makoto, he's in a little deep here.
Yeah, managed to land the shackle. Unfortunately, interference from WS and Kaori. Make sure that Makoto's able to get the distance. realign himself. Force Staff trying to get away for the Sunstrike. Does manage to work. Sumail still in some trouble here. Pop BKB win run to survive against Nightfall. Aggressively blinking in. Lornoff does manage to get 1 kill. They got something.
Okay, an opening.
Gonna need a whole lot more just of support. They're gonna need to kill this core. The SF does manage to get caught in the bushwhack. The Force Staff gets them far enough away. Lornoff being constantly stunned up by these cold snaps. They finish off the Train Protector. Manage to get a nice vacuum back into this wall once again with the shackle. Makoto, he ends up going down. Enigma Galaxy, they were on their last little bit of effort here. And it will be enough to win at least 1 skirmish.
I might get, yeah, they're gonna get the Centaur too. Nightfall lingering around, Shadow Bladed on no HP.
I mean, this is the kind of play that you make when you're 23K up.
Yeah, it really is.
This is ridiculous.
The
BKB
signature.
teleport away, the Nightfall.
Yeah, he just had to drop the Nightfall in front of their face.
Of course.
His signature maneuver. Can't leave the fight without dropping it with the Swagger Fiend. They did save the melee barracks mid. 50 HP. They got the glyph off. Not the worst exchange.
Yeah, 4
considering
for 4,
the game state.
Buyback.
Again, the spellcasting was pretty good on the stuns. They landed a sick bushwhack to pull that SF back in. Shackle landed on the Invoker, finally able to push through the front line as it breaks down a little bit. It costs you an Ember Life at the start of that for the Overgrowth, but somebody has to tank that. There's just nothing you can do about it. And honestly, Aurora, they could have just sat there and waited for the cooldowns, right? Like, they're forcing the issue because they're so far ahead. But some life from Enigma Galaxy here as we see the potential of their lineup if they can get on top of these 2 damage dealers. You do threaten them. Blink Dagger for Sumail now, Blink Dagger on the Tusk. You have a little more gap close. If you can get some more Dispels to deal with the Overgrowth, I think there are some pathways to win the fight. I mean, it's still super difficult, but this SF Illusion, if you can get the wall as well, it does hit pretty hard.
This is what I've been waiting for. Aghanim Scepter on Centaur. Because at that point, like, it's been pretty rare that they've gotten on top of the SF or the Invoker. Having that kind of hard save mechanism. I don't know what they do about that.
Disable Centaur while you're killing the main damage priorities?
I guess. They don't have the best long-term disables for him.
No, but they have a lot of stuns. That's worth something here. And there's a Lotus for the Ember. So there's your Dispel for him. Lornoff not too worried about the Overgrowth anymore. Sumail still a little worried about it, but he has to go damage in a game like this.
Yeah, there's no other option. It might be that Lornoff may have to hold his Lotus Orb to help Sumail. Slight chains, but WS shows up and immediately Enigma Galaxy have to scatter.
Aurora posturing for this Roche fight as they try and get a good smoke angle. They'll always try and put the Centaur on the front line and dare Enigma Galaxy to go on him. He has so much armor with ice armor on top of it. Up to 44 armor. It's pretty disgusting.
Smoke's gonna break. WS not able to find that opening there. Enigma Galaxy's just a little bit too elusive for him.
And Roche will swap sides here. So if you don't take the fight right now as Enigma, it's going to go to Aurora's side and they'll probably force the issue.
Lornoff jumping forward. Doesn't find anything.
Has an Arcane Rune, so he's not afraid to throw out some Remnants right now. But he is down to 1. Little concerning if the fight breaks out.
Enigma Galaxy, the smoke is not going to move fast enough. At least not fast enough to catch the SF taking that tier 2, but if they were to continue to wrap all the way around, Shadow Fiend is actually separated from the team right now.
That's a pretty good ops. If Aurora back into this ward.
Yeah, Aurora right now are just playing on their own high ground ward.
There's those Ags up there.
Double Ags, yeah.
Oh boy.
So now the Train Protector is going to join the Centaur in being just too big to fail.
Ward scouting WS. This is the ward that Enigma Galaxy want to fight on. Could catch Aurora off guard. They have a gem on Lion though. You gotta go now.
Kanamar managed to get the initiation. He's gone already. Meanwhile, Centaur brought down to about 2/3 of his health. Really not much of a threat. They do manage to get Mira, though. Lorinov has to use BKB and actually brings Nightfall low thanks to the Illusion. The Requiem goes out, pushing the Illusion away from Nightfall. He cannot fight himself. Meanwhile, the Centaur is still tanking up these hits. Focus Fire put onto him. He's going to stampede away. Vacuum pull back in. They got the Centaur. Kaori, the giant Tree Protector, does manage to take on the support of GH. Kills him and starts retreating. Somehow, Nigma Galaxy managed to make not just a fair trade, but one that they're favored.
That was pretty good. And that ward doing a lot of the work. They're able to see the backline. The Ember can instantly jump it. You have BKB, you have Lotus for the Overgrowth. Overgrowth ended up getting dispelled by the Wind Ranger BKB, so it works out for Sumail. He's able to lay into a big target. And Aurora just not really connecting on anybody with their big damage dealers. They kill the Squirrel instantly. This should be a good start for them. But what happens afterwards? The front line is super separated from the back, right?
Yeah.
And you spend a lot of time just hitting this Ember, who's always going to get out of that situation. Nightfall getting beat up by himself on the wall. And I think that's the first fight we've seen where this Invoker just didn't have a clear purpose. Makoto's just kind of stuck between two halves of these fights, unsure of who he's supposed to target. There isn't a clear control mechanism going out that's locking some hero under his DPS. Got really awkward for him really fast. Kind of just decided to bail. Nigma Galaxy, signs of life here with a great ward placement, great smoke angle. Looking to do it again, giving an obs to the Ember Spirit who can go in on that front line. Oh, pass back, never mind.
Did Nigma Galaxy not get the gem?
It got recovered by the Tree Protector.
Oh.
Currently on Kaori as he will. Yeah, they really need a gem in this game.
Yeah.
There's Invis SF, Invis Tree, Invis Invoker.
And a bunch of wards being laid down, trying to get the initiation off that ward. Hit the Hex with the BKB. He's caught in the Overgrowth, but it doesn't really matter. He's got the Lotus. He's good for now. You could see Divine Llama. What he wants is a Nightfall Illusion. He's not going to find it just yet. Train Protector is going to be torn apart by the Focus Fire. Nigma Galaxy, a kill and a reset. Makoto hits the Tornado on a couple of heroes, and here comes Aurora back into play here. Divine
missed the wall.
Missed the wall, does not get the Nightfall Illusion, and dies for his efforts.
Might have not mattered there. The position from Aurora was probably too good, and Lorinov has to bail. Just out of mana. Getting mana burned in these fights from EMP plus the mana drain. Aurora, really good high ground position on a ward. That's going to be a tough fight for Nigma Galaxy. They find the tree. It's a little something. But unable to push through and contest that Roshan. Gem was recovered by the Centaur. And Makoto on the hunt. Looking for some Squirrel.
Yeah, he's killed Omar a number of times in this game, and he will kill him at least one more.
Just not fair, man. Conjure, Catalyst, Invoker. Ugh.
Yeah,
disgusting. Ags for Lorinov now. He's honestly played a sick game, I will say, from the position they were in. I feel like he's pretty much played this Ember to perfection. He's doing as much as he can because he has to be the guy who goes in first.
Yeah.
He has to hold his BKB for the exact right moment. He had to buy a second Dispel for Overgrowth, and he probably has to find at least one kill off going in while being the target of all the spells and control. It's just not easy. Gem on Sumail now. They finally purchased one. This is a big item for Nigma Galaxy. They need the vision control. He does have Daedalus too. He's doing some damage. Got the bobble. Time to bobble up into the ultra late game.
Meanwhile, Aurora getting some luxury. They have bots too on the Invoker. Nightfall and WS both have more items than they know what to do with at this point.
No Satanic on this Shadow Fiend though, so he can die twice. If you get a good wall illusion with some control. Nobody is killing that wall illusion except for him, probably? I don't know, maybe Makoto can bring it down if he like Alacrities himself or some weird idea, but that's not really what you're looking for here. So if Divide can land a good vacuum wall with the SF in it, fight could open up pretty quickly. And Aurora, a little tentative to go the high ground here.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Not as confident to just park that Centaur on the front line anymore.
They've shown that they actually can kill WS. Sumail's damage.
Oh yeah.
It's ramped up to a point where it's possible.
Especially with Daedalus now. If you can get the tag team on top of him with Daedalus going through, anybody can die to that.
Yeah. I think it's very, very crucial that GH has the Vlads for him as well. Amps up the damage, but also gives him the lifesteal he needs against the return.
For sure.
Lead off on the SF.
Back! Managed to get the grab. Big vacuum with the wall. There goes the SF once. And they've got an SF illusion, though it's not going to live for long. It gets burst down. It comes back, though, with Nightfall reviving.
A
fresh illusion to go for it. Samael, he's going to try and focus down Nightfall. Put him in the cart, though. WS keeps the SF alive and runs him out of here. Kaori right on the front lines will hold back these heroes where he can with the overgrowth. He will die for it. Meanwhile, the Snowball is actually going to chase in here. GH, he dies for that, but they got the vision on Nightfall. Lornoff's going to chase in. Boots of travel in from Makoto. He went too deep. He went too far. He spins side up, and he will die for it. Samael here a bit too late. Beautiful tornado. Catches the vacuum on two, but the tornado stalled them up. They couldn't put the damage on Nightfall.
Samael, he's trying to commit.
He can't get a focus fire on anybody. He's trying to finish off Nightfall. Can't quite do it. Now spots Makoto. Focus fire into the trees, and a big crit. He dies before he can get a single one of these core kills.
If they could have all been there together, that's a full team wipe. Instead, Nigma Galaxy, what turns out to be such a great start, ends in disaster as Aurora able to TP the Invoker back into that fight and just clean house. They're even going to get Divide, trying to deal with this banner, loses the gem. It looks so promising off of a sick vacuum wall. Well, you do get the gem on the courier, and it's something, but I feel like you're going to lose your base here because you don't have buy on any of the cores. That might just be the game.
Already hitting the tier 4s, not bothering with Megas, and that will be the death blow. 45 seconds left on the Wind Ranger, 30 on the Ember Spirit.
Did he get all 5 in that vacuum? It really looked like he got 5. He got at least 4.
I think it was just 4.
He might have missed the line, I guess, but goddamn. That almost just turned this game. Interesting game 1 here. It's one of those games where you look at the losing team and it's like, I don't think they played that bad in a weird way, you know?
They didn't look bad play-wise, but they were just so far behind.
Yeah, that game's just impossible. You lose 4 runes, you lose First Blood to a Shadow Fiend. You just don't even get to play your offlane at all.
Yeah.
You're in the hole so deep, and we can tell, like, with this draft, it's going to be a hard draft to find comeback opportunities because the Living Armor and the Treant shut it down. You have Ghostwalk Invoker you can't catch. The SF super far ahead. Every fight he's entering, he has an Aegis. Centaur has such an early heart. Like, you're not going to be able to find those openings, but I think the openings that they had, like, they honestly did a decent job trying to claw that game back. It was impressive in an odd way, but of course Aurora just very solid game 1, very sturdy, very consistent in their drafting, and they know how to execute these lineups really well. I think that Invoker pick just, it causes your solo carry Wind Ranger too many problems. I hate seeing Sumail in that position where we can just feel like he needs too much to carry this game.
Yeah.
He needs level 25 for the focus fire reduction. He needs multiple dispels he can somehow get. Like, you need to get to BKB plus Daedalus, plus Satanic, plus 25. And it's, when you're in that position as a Wind Ranger with no other physical damage dealer, it's going to be tough.
And we heard Seb talk about it in the panel. He said Nigma Galaxy, the draft that they put themselves in here, it's razor thin margins that they're playing with here. And the fact the game starts the way it does, it's just like, there goes like your 10% of your win chance just right off the bat.
I think losing 4 runes in Pro Dota is pretty much a 10% win chance swing before the game starts.
That is.
So you're instantly looking around 60-40.
Yeah.
Putting First Blood on top of that usually skews it by another like 1 or 2%. And then having an empty lane probably skews it by another 5 or 6. So by the time the creeps met, you're already at like a 30-70. You know, it's just not going to happen. You just got to go next and say, all right, guys, that level 1 did not work out for us. Let's see what we can do in game 2. But I don't think you look at this as like a draft failure or something, because I think we saw the power of this lineup. Like, you get this Darkseer SF trade. Nightfall was pressured in some of these later fights, even with all the help he has. I would like them to bounce Wind Ranger in this kind of lineup a little better. I think that's like the one critique I have of the draft. But this is Nigma style. They're comfortable in this situation, and they can make it work.
Certainly some improvements that can be made for Nigma Galaxy heading into game 2, but for now, let's head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A lot to break down with this one because the result is the way we kind of expected, but we did not expect this game to, especially towards the end, still feel as close, Lacoste, as it ended up being.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they are a very resilient team, and showing that if this game didn't start as bad for them, this could have been a much closer game, considering the fact that they were getting some like really nice vacuums, still showing the strength of this Darkseer against Shadow Fiend. Even though he did go for Yashakaya build, you still deal quite a lot of damage, so the illusion is still strong, but also nice way of thinking. This is something that we were talking about yesterday on the panel, how good it is against the Darkseer, so people are trying to theory craft like new ideas as well. Nigma Galaxy, this type of a start, it just, with this type of a draft, it just doesn't feel as good to play.
Be honest. You've both been in games like these. You lose all 4 runes, you don't get first blood. As in, you get first blooded.
It's worse than that. It's first blood to SF. I can tell you, as an offlaner, it's like I don't want to play that game.
You're out.
It's like I'm actually out. Yeah, it's like you. I kind of get it. The guy who just went jungle, he's like, you know what? If this is going to happen to me, I'm not laning. You know, You know, that's something we do in France. We strike. Well, that's a strike. Like your offlaner just refuses to offlane, basically. I mean, look at the score. It just tells the story, right? Like the SF is just completely uncontested. This is a first pick SF again. We've seen it yesterday with Wits. Like he went what 17-0. This is 6. It's not okay. Like the hero's picked on 8. Everybody knows it's coming. It's picked and it doesn't die once in the entire game.
I see nothing wrong here.
Okay. I think it's incredible. I mean, obviously, props to Nightfall for playing such a stellar game. I also think his item build was very cool. I think, you know, as a Darkseer spammer, this is probably what I would hate to see the most on SF is like Yashakaya, he plays off his ulti, so your wall it's a little bit relevant, but obviously not as much as if you'd play versus a Daedalus, you know, a classic butterfly and whatnot. The Pike to reposition. Pike is also really cool with SF. We've seen it happen this game where he just pikes in. It turns out to be exactly the range of getting on top of the enemy hero to click a really nice ulti. Very, very cool build, you know, and stellar gameplay from them. Nigma did look quite competitive given the start of the game, though. That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the way this game also started, not just because of the runes, because of the first blood as well, it did give them an option to, you know, make all these right moves in the first 5 to 10 minutes. So I wanted to highlight some of the moves that they did make, considering the fact that Treant, he is kind of free to roam around, seeing that Shadowfiend cannot be contested, seeing that Darkseer is going to be jungling, and maybe if we could pull up the clips to see what we're talking about, because these early engagements haven't been in favor of Nigma Galaxy. It starts to bleed out. It's just way too much of these like early engagements that you are playing with a massive deficit. And yeah, we can take a look at some of these where they are getting outnumbered. They are bringing in this Treant Protector who's free to roam around, and also extra bit of items like just these casual small items that they're buying. And Nigma Galaxy is trying to strike back, but it's not enough. You can see that they already have a neutral item. They have Ash Legion Shield, which is 160 HP on pretty much everybody. This fight, they don't get any kills out of it, but Nigma Galaxy, they are running out of region. They're running out of resources, and I think at this point it might be just a better option to die, because you are going to be needing to punch back and you don't have anything. So they don't die here, but there's also going to be another clip a couple of minutes later where they were trying to contest a rune. It didn't go too well for them, and then Nightfall, he's the one who's making the move, of course, with the help of the Sunstrike in the previous one and in this one as well. Nightfall, he feels very comfortable. We've seen what Shadowfiends can do once they start to play slightly more active, and then the Sunstrike, pretty much bringing in the numbers plus the Stampede. The value out of this spell is through the roof when you have Shadowfiend. We've seen it many times in this game where he's free to run away from potential Darkseer ulti if they initiate on top of him. Any kind of a stun, anything that they drop on top of him, Stampede's gonna get him out of trouble.
And all of this is a consequence of what happens on Nigma's offlane, right? And
yes.
on Aurora's safe lane, because this Treant is free to pull as many times as he wants, so he gets the neutral shield very early in the game. There's a massive impact. He's gating back and forth non-stop. SF also gets to gate, so now you're losing your safe lane on top of your offlane. Your supports are starving, therefore they can't really connect to your Ember. You know, it's like, it's the classic snowball butterfly effect, you know, whatever you want to call it in Dota. It's like, it sounds like nothing, but you go to your lane or you check a bounty rune, you die first blood, it's going to massively impact what happens 10 minutes later. And that's the beauty of the game, but also the complexity of it.
Well, all things considered, the way Enigma Galaxy was still able to play the game later on, it seems very impressive with the horrendous start they had. And that means we might be in for an epic game number 2. Of course, we'll get to that later. First, we're gonna check in with BSJ and Effie.
Thank you, Shiver. As we are waiting for Enigma Galaxy to give a little bit more of a fighting shot in Game 2, we have another exciting series that Mira and I here are going to be working against, or with VG Gaming coming up against P-Vision. Now, VG Gaming, they've been on the up and up throughout the entire course of 2026. They started out struggling, even qualifying for the main LAN events, managed to make it to the last Dream League as well as the last Blast. They didn't end up doing the best in those tournaments, but still getting top 12 is respectable. And so far this tournament, they're 2-0. How are you feeling about their chances against P-Vision today?
I mean, they looked really good yesterday, but they're against a monster right now in P-Vision. P-Vision didn't have the best earlier season, but with the addition of Coach Puppy and a little bit of like blending into each other, learning each other, now they're looking like one of the top contenders for this whole tournament season, EWC and TI. So if there is a team to beat, it would be this one for VG to prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people at home. It's hard to keep up with all the roster changes going on in the China regions. I feel like it's sometimes a shuffle of a lot of the well-known household names. And so Xingqiu joined their team in March, as well as Bach earlier this year in January. So they've got quite a star-studded lineup. I always love watching XM in the mid lane because for me, he's like the epitome of I'm going to grief you. I'm going to make your game insufferable. The Vipers, the Snipers. You know, is he going to give no one, the mid laner of P-Vision, a hard time today, do you think?
I think no one's used to it, but it's really funny to hear that because these players have been playing together for so long, just recycled versions of teams. They're like, oh, Xingqiu joined, but they played with him 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They all have experience together. It's just a matter of what's going to click today for both of these teams. VG are really up against a big enemy here, but we've seen at EWC that anything could happen.
Yeah, speaking of being up against a big enemy, we'll see if Enigma Galaxy can manage to take down Aurora Gaming in Game 2. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, BSJ and Effie. So far, indeed, Enigma Galaxy, yeah, they're down in game number 1, but very promising going into game number 2, because even if the draft is exactly the same, there is no way, hopefully for them, that there is going to be a similar start, because I think something like that, losing...
It can't be this bad. This happens very rarely, and your chances of winning the game kind of drop immediately because of the resource. It's just way too much gold. You know, it's also Shadow Fiend that you're giving the first blood to, a lane where you're naturally not supposed to win it anyway, plus the extra influence of the gold. Basically, he gets extra 500 gold.
Isn't it like the worst hero in Dota to give first blood to? Like, what else would be up there? Like, I feel like SF getting souls and stuff. It's like, it has to be the worst.
Maybe you get the gold, which everybody gets, but the souls make a big difference.
Yeah, souls, maybe Pudge as well, because he is getting like 2 strengths, which is extra 44 HP. So.
Pudge, I mean, I'm just thinking SF with boots and with souls, like...
it doesn't get worse than this.
You're like, oh, come on, get me out of here.
And that's why I do think that there is going to be a high chance for them to make a strong comeback in game number 2, because we talked about Darkseer versus Shadow Fiend frequently, with rightfully so, because Darkseer's been doing well, and the only reason Darkseer didn't do well this time around is because he didn't have a game. Because
he didn't have a lane. He was not in the lane, Shiver.
And therefore didn't have a game. I feel like it might be very silly for people that don't watch Dota too often. They're like, well, why do they keep talking about these first 2 minutes when, you know, there was a whole game and Enigma Galaxy definitely a chance? It's because it has that big of an impact. So I'm sure that also for Enigma Galaxy, they can shake this off. They can, you know, because how often does it happen? Not very often. And I'm sure that they can come back from this in game number 2. Before we're going to see game number 2, though, we are going to actually take a trip back in time to hear from Samael how he feels going into this series.
Samael, I wanted to talk about some of your roles lately. You've done a little bit of mixing over your career, but lately it's been a lot of carry. Would you just say that carry is better for your playstyle right now? Like, why do you keep ending up in the carry role?
No, I'm not sure, to be honest. I was at home, and then I got asked to play carry, and I said yes. There was no reason behind it, to be honest.
Does anybody ever ask you to play support?
No, I probably won't do it. I don't have time now.
Not enough time to like switch the skill set or what?
Just not enough time.
Okay, reasonable. What's been the biggest challenge of your career so far?
I would say the past 5 years, it was a lot of ups and downs, to be honest. So I would say that. And yeah.
What's it like having such like a great breakout moment? You're still a fantastic player, obviously, but having consistency seems so difficult in Dota. So what's the emotional aspect of that like?
I mean, it's a bit rough, to be honest, especially if you win your first 2 big events like that, I would say. Because then everything you do afterwards, and if you don't win, it's like you're doing worse, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it kind of takes a toll on your mind. But I guess you got to keep going, to be honest. And have support, I guess, from family and stuff. Yeah.
Well, that's a great answer. So yesterday you guys won 2-0 against L1, but you've got Aurora up next. Fantastic team. How do you think you're going to fare?
I think we're going to 2-0 them too, to be honest. I feel like there's a few teams that can beat us right now, and Aurora I would say they're not one of them.
Do you have like scrim experience, or are you just confident based on stress?
Just confidence.
Which you've never had a lack of, I suppose. Yeah. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thanks.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
We heard a lot of confidence coming out earlier from Samuel as he talks about how he feels they are going to 2-0 Aurora. Now that is no longer a possibility, but I do have good hopes that they will fare well in this game number 2 coming your way. Aurora Enigma Galaxy, they had an explosive ending to game number 1, and I want to see more of that, Seb. How can we get more of that?
I mean, a better start to the game, you know, more stability in the beginning. I think this is also something about Dota and about top teams where you kind of have to measure the risk you take. High risk, high reward. It's like, yeah, you're trying to get an extra bounty, you're trying to go for first blood yourself, but many things can go wrong. And if you're happy with your draft, you're happy with your lane setup, you know, why create chaos if it doesn't favor you? You know, sure, you might get off to a better start, but do you really need it? I think that's like a good lesson also to learn from teams. It happens. I think it's not such a big deal, but I'm pretty sure that they're gonna try to keep it a little bit more simple for next game.
Yeah, and I think the previous draft already went pretty smooth. I don't think anybody needed a lot of extra time to think about decisions. And for Aurora, interesting to note, or at least important to keep your mind of, there is a draft penalty for Aurora of 30 seconds going into this game number 2. So they'll have a little bit less time to think about their decisions.
Yeah, and looking at the ban so far, there is one guy that did ban in the previous one, and that's Viper. So I want to see if maybe Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to get the hands on the hero, because never mind, they're just going to ban it out because they played too well with the hero. It also makes sure that, like, we've seen quite a lot of bans in the mid lane, knowing that Lorinov needs to pop off. They did give him Ember Spirit on 24, which was a relatively good pick, but looking at the whole draft from Enigma Galaxy, it wasn't anything special, anything crazy, nothing too creative. It was more like a strong lane. We're gonna get Ember Spirit, play the game. Problem is this Darkseer, I feel like a lot of the times we are seeing the hero just straight up losing the lane, especially against the Shadowfins. I want to see, maybe they have something else, and Aurora are gonna pick up Wind Ranger for themselves, exclusively played by Nightfall. Once they pick up this hero, they really don't want to flex it.
This is a very different read on the meta that these two teams have, because we haven't seen a Hoodwink first pick or Wind Ranger first pick for that matter until now. Snapfire is completely ignored, Earthspit is ignored, Draw Ranger is ignored. Many heroes that we've seen other picks, I'm thinking of Team Liquid, Falcons, like Clockwork is ignored.
No Clockwork, no Bane.
And all these teams have been first picking completely different heroes. So it's interesting to see what Nigma and Aurora, kind of value. And how much impact they can have with these early picks. The Lion has been taken out, so that is a very classic Mira hero at this point. He's been probably one of his most played hero over the past weeks and months. And I'm kind of wondering where they go from here. If you're going to transition into trying to address the Wind Ranger pick right away if you're Enigma, or secure your own strategy.
Two heroes we saw banned in the previous game were the Largo and the Doom. In the first phase, are those heroes that we should be keeping high up on our radars, or is it not that bad?
Yeah, we've seen Doom. We've seen good amount of Doom. Like we've seen carry Dooms as well from time to time. Largo earlier today from the mid lane, it looked very good in the first 15-ish minutes of the game. I think just the whole setup around Largo wasn't really that well, but also some other teams like Team Falcons, they are going to be using that Largo potentially as a support. So hero can be flexible. Another hero that Aurora uses extremely well from the off lane. They're not going to pick it early in their drafts. They're going to pick it once they see some Necrophos, a lot of these things that can be dispelled, if it can give them momentum, if it can give them opportunity to potentially just run at people, and that's gonna feel good. And now you did mention Snapfire. Like I see two of these heroes, it feels very good, especially if you can get a position 5 that can run in, something like a Clockwork that can set things up. This could be a pretty good pickup for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Phoenix, very strong pick for sure. You have to deal with the egg, probably what you were thinking of when you mentioned Snap, right?
Yes.
Like the little shredder. But the reason for the Phoenix pick, it's obviously Kaori classic. He's probably the best boss 5 in the world with the Phoenix. I mean, you think of Fly, but he hasn't had the same success in the recent months. GH, one of the best Phoenixes out there too, so I'm pretty sure Nigma's gonna know exactly what they want against Phoenix. Phoenix pretty strong against Hoodwink on the lane too. I think he's gonna have the upper hand when it comes to support matchup. And here comes the Largo. I don't think I've seen Nigma play it anywhere else than on Davai. So I would be surprised to see a Lorinov Largo. That doesn't sound like a Lorinov hero at all.
Nah, Lorinov wants to be able to take care of the game, like kind of carry the game on his shoulders. Largo, not that type of a hero. It's a lot of heals. Like
that's a strategy right there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that we haven't seen. That's why I said it was pretty normal. 1+1 on the side lanes, casual Ember Spirit from the mid lane, but haven't really seen anything crazy. And this is where crazy comes up.
Exactly. And the bigger issue, the bigger question mark, if you're Aurora, is what is coming next, because the next pick for Enigma is what's called the 18 pick, in the sense that it's the 18 heroes to be banned or picked. And it is famous because it is the pick that closes that picking phase, therefore you can't address it. It's just coming, and then they have 2 bans to protect it. So it's like a got you kind of pick. So now it's set up for something scary, because you have Largo, that's a buffer. You have Dazzle, obviously synergizes really high. You think of the Huskars and
I was gonna say that Huskar is spooky, no?
So now Aura is like, what is coming next? Because that 18 pick could be very scary paired with the Largo and the Dazzle. So they need to cover these angles as much as they can.
And on the side of Aurora as well, usually a pairing we don't see. Undying plus Phoenix, there's going to be a lot of damage on the ground. They really wish they had a hero like a Snapfire potentially to, like, it's going to be an issue. We've seen a lot of zone control. We've seen a lot of zone control spells in the previous series as well, with a lot of these circles, this Midnight Pulse, Frog Stomp as well. Very easy to choose where you're going to be taking the fight. And they also have no attack speed whatsoever to kill the egg and to kill the Tombstone.
It's a Cloud9 special for the old school players. Just drop all the, drop the Pognawar, the Undying Tombstone, the egg. Like they just can't fight you back. Like there's too many things to click.
Yeah. And so far, not a lot of fast hitters on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Oscar is a bad suggestion. It's not good against Windranger though, the core matchup, I would say. But they definitely need something that abuses the Dazzle and the Largo. That can stand its ground, which is what you need anyway when you're going to have to team fight into an Undying and a Phoenix. So I don't think Nigma's lineup is particularly scared of Auroras yet. They have some really interesting picks that are coming now. This pick has to be very impactful. It cannot be underwhelming.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on this one hero.
I'm surprised why, like, I'm a little bit surprised about the Rubik, because this doesn't strike me as a great Rubik game so far. I mean, it's not bad with Undying on the lane. It's pretty decent. Mira, super good Rubik player. Maybe I'm missing something, or maybe they're pre-picking what is to come.
Yeah, maybe they feel something's coming, because it's okay when you steal spells from Dazzle. Maybe if you can steal the heal, that could be pretty good. Steal the Grave, it's going to feel nice. They also have quite a lot of sustain on Aurora. We talked about sustain on Nigma Galaxy, but you have Undying with the Soul Rip. This is a bit of a new trend that kind of came back a month and a half ago, where people started to play. I believe it was Miro who brought it back to the scene, playing this offlane Undying, getting the 1 point in Tombstone and maxing out the Soul Rip. The damage is insane, and the heal at the early levels, plus also the scaling, like where you're getting your Lotus Orb. This is the hero that can build into many different items, but Octarine kind of being the core of the build, making sure that you have this lower cooldown on your zombie that brings you back, and also on your decay. So Nigma Galaxy, it seems like watching both of these drafts, last bans, they were kind of prepping for it, seeing the Centaur ban, which would be really good against Windranger and Phoenix, and then looking at the Axe ban, which would be, of course, extremely good against Dazzle.
But both these drafts are pretty dirty in a sense, like you're facing heroes, you could call them cheese strats almost. Like there's a lot of healing, there's a lot of synergy basically. So these drafts are drafts that you play against it and you're like, yeah, I don't ever want to play against this again.
Does Ember Spirit fit the box that you had?
Not really. I'm a little bit skeptical about the Ember pick. It's a good Ember game, that is for sure, but I don't think this is a hero that utilizes Largo or Dazzle for that matter. This is typical. I mean, you think of that, a hero that utilizes Dazzle will be a hero that can turn the fight after he gets graved, right? And that is not Ember for sure. So perhaps what could explain the Ember pick is that they feel like they had limited options on mid, whereas their options for last pick, which is going to be Sumail, are more diverse, and therefore they're not afraid of the bans. Because again, what this 18 pick gives you is 2 bans to protect it. So they pick Ember, now you see they ban the Monkey King, which is a hero that Ember doesn't want to face in the mid lane, and they will ban the second hero that Ember doesn't want to face, and now they know that it's going to be a good Ember game no matter what.
Yeah, on the other side, Aurora is banning heroes that they don't want Sumail to get his hands on. Drow Ranger is one of them, was still left in the pool. Potentially some other ranged carries being removed here at this point, but as said, there's still quite a few left in the pool.
The thing is, these are heroes that are going to have to go against an Undying position 3, which is a very difficult lane for a lot of heroes in Dota, so you have to factor that in. You're not just free to pick anything you want. You have to pick something that can lane into Undying.
If they had a different mid laner, I would be okay with some Alchemist potentially coming out, something that can utilize that Aghanim Scepter. Largo's a good one if this is going to be maybe the strat where he gives 1 Aghanim Scepter to his offlane Largo, and then they start to play with it where they group up, they have this insane amount of sustain, insane amount of heal, and then he plays for himself. I've seen something similar in the Chinese regional qualifiers for TI, and they're gonna ban out Necro. I don't know how you feel, Seb, about healing at the moment, considering that we changed Shivas. There isn't many things that can reduce the healing.
I think it's very strong, honestly. I mean, there's the Crozier item, which I think is a good item, maybe a little bit underbought.
if you ask me. But besides that, I do feel like healing is very viable. I don't think the Huskar is that bad now that I think about it, because sure, there is a Wind Ranger, but essentially how the fights are going to go down is Wind Ranger is going to have to click BKB, but then you're trading Grave for the BKB on Wind Ranger, and after that, Wind Ranger will have to run away from the fight. So I could see Sumail is a Huskar player. He's a mid player.
Yeah,
so.
but if Wind Ranger reaches level 25, you get the execute. So then it's like late game. You kind of.
I don't know if it goes over Grave actually. I don't think I've seen it, but I would say that you don't kill a Grave target. But that is to be double checked. I don't know if you.
Because the wording is execute. In the talent.
Yeah, but. Dota is...
Yeah, I know. I am now also doubting, so...
I don't think it would kill. I don't think it would take priority, but that's a level 25 talent.
Yeah, well, and we're not going to get there, because it's the Alchemist that Nigma Galaxy is going for. Ember is a great target for a Aghanim Scepter. Do we feel like this is an Alchemist that will go for that, or will he play for himself?
I think the trend is to not buy Ags anymore, because the numbers don't... Like, you play the hero when you get a feel of it, and like you play Alch and you buy Ags, you actually feel bad, where you used to feel great in terms of economy. So in that sense, I don't know if he will, but it's definitely a great game to pull Ags to your allies. With that being said, I think picking Alch into an Undying position 3 is a little bit... risky, optimistic. You pick the word that you want to use, but it can backfire.
I think they picked it because they have like extra bit of sustain. It's not gonna be easy, but this is also a hero that can jungle relatively quickly with the 2 small camps, medium camp behind him. And I think in this one, if they can get off to a good start, I think you feed one Aghanim Scepter either to your mid laner or off laner. I would kind of lean maybe towards the Vi if they want to be grouping around and then like playing together, going for the objectives. 20 minutes in, you get that Aghanim Scepter, go for Tormi, go for Roshan afterwards. It can happen, but I think these fights are going to be longer. There isn't really an explosive amount of damage on both sides. There is some with the Invoker and the Wind Ranger, but quite a lot of healing, quite a lot of sustain. So you will need to be able to reset multiple times.
And we got another Invoker versus Ember in the mid lane, same as previous game. Do we feel like that went well for both teams? Like, were they happy?
Looked pretty even, I would say. I think it looked pretty stable. I don't think one of them kind of was in the right or in the wrong. What's funny is that in the other game, they picked it in a different order. Like, they picked Ember as an answer to Invoker, and now it's the opposite. So somebody's wrong, somebody's right. They have to settle it. Just, meet me in the mid lane, and we'll see who's wrong and right. Like, that's the best way to settle it. Just play it out.
Is also slightly weaker when it comes down to rotating, because you have Dazzle, not a hero that can rotate. Maybe he can like throw in Blood Grenade and Poison Touch, but this is not a Tusk type of a hero that has pretty much every single good ability built in already. So it's gonna be interesting to see, because I feel like Invoker is gonna be having even an easier time compared to what he was playing against in the previous game.
Now that we see the full draft, and we already talked at the start of the draft how it was unusual to have the Hoodwink come out first together with the Wind Ranger on the other side. Does it make more sense?
Yeah, I mean, I really like Nigma's draft. I think there are some holes in the laning phase, perhaps. But if the lineup comes together, it's gonna feel incredibly hard to stop. I think there is a lot of synergy between these heroes, a little bit more than on Aurora's side. They just need to get there.
We are gonna find out if they can get there. Surely, Nigma Galaxy won't have as bad of a game start as they had previous.
Well, that's the hope, Sheever. We'll see if that actually plays out to be true when the bounty runes do spawn, as Aurora are going to go for one of those classic late smokes. Avery, it feels like once again Nigma Galaxy have put themselves in a precarious position when it comes to the draft. Picking up the Alchemist into the offlane Undying, into a Phoenix. Is this a good idea?
Maybe.
I'm going to say that means no, and you're trying to be optimistic.
It's not the hero I would have thought of in that situation. However, it is very good with their lineup. So maybe they're just putting on blinders and like, I don't want to see what I'm playing against, but man, if I can get some Ag pools here, if I can get some synergy going with all the sustain across the board, Dazzle, Largo, Alchemist, that's a lot of sustain to get through. You have a lot of kiting potential, good Grave targets, could potentially cause this Wind Ranger a lot of issues. Invoker likes long fights, but he doesn't like long fights when you can just heal through some of his damage if he can't burst somebody down. So I do see a lot of the long-term synergies coming into play for Nigma Galaxy if they can get farmed on these heroes. We'll see what happens in the laning phase here. It started off better than previous game as they split the runes and there's no first blood. So automatically a big swing in Enigma Galaxy's favor.
In fact, they have an Alchemist, so it means they start off with a net worth lead. And Lorinov successfully tanks the Sunstrike on the first range creep deny. So very nicely played.
I like their odds better this time around. We'll see what happens in this top lane, how much pressure WS can put on the Alc. Dazzle is a great support at combating Undying in the early game. His spells are generally annoying for the Undying to man up into. Rubik is not the greatest support at helping him play aggressive early. You don't really offer a lot. He went double Sage's Mask too, which is a little suspicious, not gonna lie. I'm not sure I believe in this build for WS. Normally you want either more armor or like more all-in potential, even earlier boots or something. Double Sage Mask is not amazing on this hero, honestly. Yeah, you can just regen up for decays and stuff like that and kind of play through the health regen, but
an early first blood. Enigma Galaxy, this is an excellent start for them. Seems like Omar and Devi have managed to find themselves a kill on the support Phoenix. So,
and Devi already having a way better game than he did before.
Yeah.
Give that gold injection, he's already laning. He's seen more of the lane than he did in that entire laning phase of game 1. So
how did they get that kill without even being level 2 yet? Level 2, this combo is pretty nasty. Bushwhack, Frog Stomp, Catchy Lick.
They just ran him down. Will be a big wave going into him though, so he's gonna have to salve up quick. It gets canceled a little bit. Nightfall, nice little power shot, and he's gonna miss a lot of these range creeps. Oh, gets that one. Not too bad for the Frog.
Catchy Lick secures one of them. Omar secures the other, so.
Will be some work for Nightfall to do this game if the Undying's getting kited in the fight. Until the Invoker scale kicks in, he's going to have to play a very clean mid-game on this Wind Ranger, find some good targets, and just kind of barrel through the fight. Does have Alacrity to help, but not a lot of control to play with. Like, you have a Rubik Lift, but Phoenix Undying offer you almost none. So you got to land some big shackles in this game.
This is a combo we're talking about. Bushwhack sets up the Frog Stomp and then the Catchy Lick for a bit of extra time in that Frog Stomp AoE.
Yeah, if you can ever lick off Wind Run, should turn into a kill.
Mary gets low. Tombstone got laid out, easily dealt with by Enigma Galaxy.
And that's what the Dazzle can give you on this lane. I'm not too worried about Sumail in this Undying Alc matchup. I think Dazzle swings it a lot. Rubik is not a hero that can fight the Dazzle and push him off the wave, so you can always just kind of sit here as GH with the heal, with the Poison Touch, man up, kill Tombstone. You're pretty chilling. And in fact, Alc can even farm some of the zombies sometimes.
Sumail trying to get the Lotus, but he's going to be tossed out of the pool. Managed to get back inside the pool. Ooh, double poison there from GH. That is going to hurt. That is going to be Aurora giving up that extra consumable and taking a lot of damage in the process.
Missing that Tombstone kill is really going to hurt WS here. As Alchemist, free farming, 16 CS for Sumail, putting in work up here on the top lane. Lotus should keep him topped up off here as well if you can get some pulls off.
Hey, Lorinov is doing very well in the mid lane. Oh, Nightfall dies! There he goes! Gets pulled back into the Frog Stomp. That combo lands again. Nightfall this time was just too low on the HP. Did not respect the burst damage.
Should miss a couple of creeps under this tower as well. Kaori going to try and pull it through and save the majority of it. But that's a rough death for him.
Right, combine this with the Ember Spirit doing better in the mid lane than I think he did in game 1.
Triple lane win potentially here for Enigma Galaxy if Lorinov can pick it up a little bit more here. Either way, it's looking like a great start for them on the side lanes.
I even wonder if Omar has thought about making the rotation into mid lane, seeing how low the Invoker is. Dive on through. Omar, well, the power shot misses. They might have had a kill there if the power shot had landed on the Hoodwink. In fact, he definitely would have had the kill with the Blood Grenade and the extra bit of damage over time. The Violama power shot is not going to land. Omar managed to dodge it a second time around. And every single time Nightfall tries to win. Omar almost walks into a Sunstrike there. Gets the heads up. Lorinov made the communication quite clear. And a third power shot that misses. Damn. None of this is going the way for Nightfall.
I don't see him usually miss this many spells in the early game on what is becoming one of his signature heroes.
Shackle shot that misses, the power shot that lands, an Acorn shot that does some damage. Finally, they get that kill, but it costs them so many resources to get it.
That's a lot of mana. It was a Sunstrike on top of it as well. Gives a little more breathing room for Lorinov mid. And it's just jungling up top. Look at this stack Sumail's clearing through. Oh, it's juicy golems. Little wolf creeps as well.
Yeah, this is perfect.
He's living the life. GH got a small camp stack into a double medium camp stack uncontested. Nightfall dead again under the tower.
Yeah, what is he doing there?
Aurora just kind of crumbling here on the side.
What a rotation, though. Mira tossing him back in to the ice wall. Beautiful stuff.
All right, that's going to salvage a lot here in the early game. They need something going for them because these two side lanes are out of control as the kill combo.
Phoenix just dead again. Omar shoots him down.
They are not respecting the Largo lane presence here. Not at all. Even raindrop for Nightfall. Just going to try and survive. Shackle off the mark. It's more misspell damage, more mana for Makoto committed to this bottom lane that's not swinging it in their favor.
6 mana Brow Rune. Something not terribly useful for Makoto, a shield rune.
They do have big stacks being created in their triangle right now. That is the one thing that's giving them a little back up here. The Rubik putting in some work on that part of the map.
Which means you need that Invoker to get to the Meteor Hammer, and soon, and that Sunstrike is going to help out. GH did not offer him the heal, went for the offensive option instead, and it looks like Nightfall, well, he's got a win run back up. Might be able to live because of it. Omar, yeah, gets around the trees and can't keep chasing. With TP coming in from Mira, they have to give up on that chase. Lands a Bushwhack, though, with a full creep wave on Kiari. Decent amount of damage. GH trying to help with the harassment, but ultimately nothing is coming their way. We have a 3-on-3 in this bottom lane as Divine Llama returns to the scene. Bushwhack, pull back in with the catchy lick, get him to the other side of the trees.
What about the Wisdom Shrines, though? You forgot the clock. Lornov looking to steal it from WS. I don't know if you're going to win the man fight against
High ground
Undying.
Tombstone might help him.
I guess he will win it here.
Yeah, well, he's going to go back and forth now. He has to give it up.
You don't have level 6. That's a big win for Enigma Galaxy here. He also scouted stacks on this triangle when he ran through.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if Sumail doesn't try and get in here with his level 6 and level 3 acid spray, potentially steal big camp. It's pretty juicy. So Makoto lurking in the area is going to clear it potentially with a meteor here.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be pushing into Undying, Tombstone. Like, that sounds pretty rough.
There was maybe a window, but he's not going to risk it. No point. He's having a very solid game on this Alchemist up top. Just no pressure going into him. Lane worked out really well here with the Dazzle creates some space early. Stacks were built up, and he is cruising. We'll see what he opts to go. Could be an Ags pool game, could just be a straight Alk carry game. I think either is viable here. I think the straight Alk looks more promising to me. But Largo is he's a different beast sometimes.
Dive away, but somebody slows, so at least he will get the bounty runes before he dies. Does not manage to get the neutral creep deny on himself. Low enough, gets another kill.
Earn charges too.
Yeah, that was something he struggled with in game 1.
This early game's looking really good for Enigma. Even going to get the D-Ward mid. They can look for pretty much anything on the map right now. They could look to pressure the Wind Ranger more. With the presence the Catchy Lick has down there, they could try and run into the Invoker, who's always susceptible in these early games. More camp scouting by Lornov, just seeing what's going on with these stacks in here. We'll steal a little bit. You can also just let the Alchemist farm. Like, the Raid Sumail is clearing through the jungle right now. It's going to have a very fast Radiance. We'll lose that obs that the Ember planted. Mira scouting it out. Unfortunate for Lornov. Would have liked to see when they commit for that big Ancient stack. I suspect it will be a Tombstone drop. This Undying needs a little help in this game. Not a hero you want to fall behind on too much.
Lornov again pushing into this side of the map. Just keeps getting kills on this Phoenix. Dive away, but he'll tick out to the urn anyway.
There's not a lot to contest Ember.
And yeah, they just push into this safe lane. Nightfall, he just has to vacate the area, right? Like, there's nothing he could do.
Power shot a couple of creeps, but otherwise this is going to be dodge mode. And man, how many stacks did Enigma Galaxy create in this early game? Every camp I see Sumail going to has been stacked in this upper jungle. It's ridiculous. Like, GH has just been on Alchemist support duty.
Yeah, it's crazy that they handled an off-lane Undying well enough that he has had the time to make these stacks happen.
I mean, he has stacked that. This camp he's farming right now, he stacked it at least 3 times. The small camp got stacked once. The little boglets got stacked twice. These are all dream camps for the Alchemist. He is living the dream, the golden dream right now, as Lornoff finds an arcane room.
He's got 100 CS in 10 minutes. That's fantastic. Smoke wrap around here with GH coming through the gate.
Oh, they gated on each other.
Sandwich is safe lane, but nobody's home as, Nightfall went through the gate to get out of there. They're doing the stacks right now with the Tombstone out.
Yeah. This is a big objective for the Undying in particular. WS needs a little bit of a gold injection in this game, though Makoto snagged most of it here.
What do you make of Blink Dagger Rush?
That's pretty interesting. It is quite a good item on the hero. Usually you want something before that if you're having a better game. Maybe he just feels his game is so rough, he's going to have to make something happen around the map. If you can just ult Blink on the Alk, it's a little annoying for him. But again, they're sustaining this lineup. I don't know how much this Blink is going to work out conceptually early on. You're going into Grave, you're going into some heals, you're going into Largo heal, the Alk ult. Can you just blink in and burst somebody down?
Yeah, this is an off lane that also has some issues scaling if you don't dominate that first 20 minutes. If you lose your lane and then you also can't find kills in this 10 to 20 minute window, this hero basically can become a third support.
The biggest thing is they just have Ember issues right now.
Yeah.
There's no early control for Lornoff. He is just setting everything up. He has Vessel, he has Power Runes.
Focus Fire, Divide, making a run for it. Gets back to the tower with the extra armor. These Focus Fire hits are doing nothing.
He did the Javelin, which was coming out of the Courier.
A little bit awkward. Lands a Bushwhack, meanwhile, in the mid lane with Yearn on Makoto. He's in some trouble. Lornoff, can he finish off with another slight? He is forced back by the presence of both the Undying and the Phoenix.
Gets another rune, though, so he's not too sad here resource-wise.
And they're still going to chase after WS. WS has to immediately pop the Flesh Golem and play the fight, but this Urn is dicing him up something fierce. Almost still dies to the Dazzle. The shot comes out, the Sharpshooter doesn't quite land. Now a bit of heals from the Phoenix, and once again, Lornoff is forced away.
The Cube doing some work. This is all space for Alchemist, so look at this net worth chart. It's literally out of control. Like, I don't know what Aurora expect to come out of the jungle, but they are not going to expect what Sumail has accrued here. It's not just freeform Alk. It's freeform Alk with stacks on top of it. 150 CS at 12.5 minutes?
Ridiculous.
What?
I mean, this was definitely, like, the game plan was definitely the Undying will pressure the Alchemist, and maybe the Wind Ranger can come through the gate, a power shot kill. Instead, it was just a total free farm Alk.
If you're Aurora, you're looking at, that probability scale of, like, where do we expect this Undying Alk matchup to fall? And I think worst case scenario on that scale, you're thinking, like, okay, maybe you get some pressure early, but Alk free farms and he's like kind of ahead of the pack by a little. This is just off of that probability chart entirely. Like, you're not even considering this a possibility in this draft, and it has come to fruition. So we will see what happens here. He has Ogre Club already, Ogre Axe on top of this Radiance. It'll be an insanely fast BKB timing.
Well, this Blink Dagger,
he got so many dream camps too. Like, he got Golem spawn. Like 6 out of 8 times or something.
This is
what? This is the NA greed luck. This is the Dota gods paying back your time you spend in NA jail with some nice golem spawns for your Greevil's greed. Oh,
yeah, the variance on the median camp is so insane when it comes to Alchemist, right? It could be 2 units, it could be 6.
Didn't get a lot of the troll summoners though. A little sad about that, but. Beggars can't be choosers. 180 CS.
Well, he's certainly far from a beggar, being almost 10,000 net worth.
It's insane. This might be some of the records for Alk on this patch.
And the first move from WS with this Blink Dagger, farming some neutrals. Not really what I expected. I thought this was going to be a smoke, and they were just going to be blindly heading to the Alchemist in the jungle somewhere. Not the case. Now they're going to smoke.
Messed those boglets up, though.
He did. They're going to go into the Largo lane.
This is the one hero you can just kind of ult Blink on and reliably kill.
Yeah, for sure. It's a hero that is reliant on movement speed to get out of there. They're going to kill the Hoodwink. Now chase after Divide. Grab him with the telekinesis, and that is the death of him. Oh, nice Sunstrike. The Dazzle stationary target, and this hero got extremely nerfed with the ultimate. Lordov is going to come in from behind with a beautiful concoction landing from Sumail. This is a bit dangerous move to put your Alchemist, but if they can win out this fight, they'll be so far ahead. The egg is going to be used, and it's going to force Enigma Galaxy away.
Just trickling into that fight one by one. You didn't have the power rune on the Ember. In fact, he loses his mid tower here. Kind of a costly rebuttal from Enigma Galaxy. You didn't get anything out of it. Mikoto gets a free tower. The amp damage got stolen away from Lornoff before that play, and the Alk went to the fight, which means, you know, he loses some time farming the jungle. Pretty good outcome from Aurora with that Blink Dagger on the Undying, making something happen. But again, Sumail straight back into the camps, and guess what? He found more golem creeps, more Satyr camps, more ancient stacks.
Yes, sir.
He is in golem paradise right now. GH going to pay the price. As farmed as he is, this game is starting to swing Aurora's way. Like, you don't want this to turn into game one where Invoker's controlling the map, controlling the side lanes. Alk can only do so much to hunt heroes. He's going to be strong in the team fight, but he's not necessarily the best hero at catching Invoker on side lanes, right? So you got to be careful this game doesn't get ratted out too much, and that you do find those big moments for the Alchemist to punch and hit as hard as he can. BKB already done.
So it used to be that Invoker with the buildup was a very good counter to Alchemist because you would go early Spirit Vessel. Invokers nowadays do not do that.
No.
And I'm not expecting that, but who is going to get that answer to the Alchemist on Aurora's team?
Well, the good news for them is he's so bad, he already has BKB, that Vessel's not good anymore.
Yeah, I guess
so. It's almost better you didn't have a Vessel hero because you would have gotten no value out of it.
That's true.
I don't know if that was their plan, but that's the situation they're in. Oh, another goal. What is happening? This is just disgusting.
Oh,
the thing is, this looks like old school Alk net worth. We do not see this anymore. Like, this is what Alk used to do, 8 years ago in OG.Ana days. When it was like, yeah, you expected him to be 4, 5, 6K ahead. That doesn't really happen with this hero. So it's really a throwback. We're going to see what this hero can do in prime Alk territory. It'll be very interesting.
He is going to queue up an Aghanim Scepter. Now, this is not the same kind of Aghanim Scepter. Old Alchemist would just rush this, and it was ridiculous, the GPM numbers. Not the case anymore, but as you said, still some very value Aghanim Scepters to be given away. Hey, if he can get one after this next item for the Ember Spirit.
And they're looking to fight.
Great.
With his timings up on this tower.
Lornoff sweeping through. Slight chains. On to Nightfall. He's in trouble already. Unstable Concoction is going to be used. The BKB just completely ignores the Shackle shot. Focus fire for a bit of damage, but Nightfall knows he is already dead.
Oh, can they kill the egg?
It's going to be used, but they have the attack speed, I think, to be able to handle this.
Sumail in trouble,
He's going to take a lot of damage with the Meteor landing on him. The Undying just doing too much damage. The Supernova sets WS up for success. And now they're going to run down all of these heroes. GH is going to be killed by the Sunstrike. Divide making a run for it, but if he gets tagged by the Flesh Golem, he is going to die as well. And sure enough, it's a team-wide Aurora. It just took over.
Alk killed the Wind Ranger, and then you just crumbled. There's no Grave that goes off in this fight. There's not enough sustain. Nobody's killing the Tombstone. No one's checking the Undying, who's your damage leader with 4,400.
Yeah, what happened to GH there? His Ember and his Alk died back-to-back, no Shallow Grave?
He just died to Tombstone Sunstrike, basically. Couldn't get in range for the Grave. The core's chased too deep. Really awkward team fight for Enigma Galaxy. And now a lot of that lead has evaporated. We'll see. We'll watch it again here. Let's see what happens to the back
he
line.
already used his ultimate. He's too far out.
Yeah, he was leashed too far away. Fight gets dragged up the hill. He's stretching it, but by the time he wants the Grave, he gets pulled back.
That is rough. I will say that I think Dazzle now, especially with the Nurse, with the minimum duration put onto Nothal Projection, I think this is one of the hardest supports to play in.
It's tough. Especially if you're not maintaining the formation throughout the fight.
Yeah.
The fight gets split like that, it's a nightmare.
A hero like Ember Spirit is going to go so far, so deep, that no way that Dazzle could really play. In that situation, they have to chase the Wind Ranger. Couldn't get the Concoction kill.
Still very farm, though. Game is okay for Enigma Galaxy as they take a step back here. Probably just need BKB on the Ember. Pull one of these Ag Scepters. The more attack speed you get in your lineup is going to make a big deal in this game too, because you're fighting early into Phoenix plus Undying. That's a lot of, you know, Tombstone plus Egg hits you have to get in.
Right.
If you're going to take a static fight like that. That makes a big deal. If you can just get a little extra attack speed in this lineup, it'll make a huge difference. I mean, man,
that idea,
get a moon shard on Hoodwink or something in this game. Like it's value.
Well, do you think that Samael should have finished up and been like gotten his 6th item into play early on, get an early AC, and then go for the Aghanim Scepters?
It's a consideration, but I don't think you have to play the fights that way either. You could have this idea of we go in and we hit who's in front of us, and if they pop Tombstone, if they pop Egg, maybe we kill one or we kill neither and just back off, kite the fight. Right, that fight, they just full sent it.
Yeah, I mean, they are supposed to have a high amount of mobility. They've got Ember Spirit and they've got Largo to give everybody else mobility.
You don't have to 100% commit to the fight. You can kind of jump somebody, jump a support, see what happens, maybe disengage with some Grave or something. You have Largo move speed. You can play it that way. Until you have some of the later attack speed, I think that's probably the way to go. Unless you can just jump Invoker at the start. If you jump Invoker at the start, the fight, whatever, you can just commit in. Because you're not worried about this fight going long. But otherwise, you kind of have to respect the Tombstone and the Egg here in the early game. We'll see who this first Ag Scepter goes to as well. I think there are good arguments for either the Largo or the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like it's more likely it's the Ember, right?
I was going to say a little more likely the Largo.
Really?
I think it's just the more powerful Ags in a vacuum. I don't think Ember utilizes super early Ags as well. Like, I think he wants it later in the game.
Samael, look how fast he takes damage against this Flesh Golem. He has to instantly BKB TP out.
That's one of the issues against this Undying matchup is once WS just bolts and hits you, you're kind of locked into that engagement. Like you either have to Nightfall out, when you might die doing that as the physical ramps up here, or you have to commit to the engagement. It's a tough matchup. They're going to try and burst the Tormentor here with the Tombstone with the Undying.
Lornoff is coming in. This is going to be kind of awkward. Aurora have to stop doing this.
He doesn't have damage.
Already taken so much damage.
Does he know they're gating?
Yeah, smoke breaks and he goes up to the high ground, realizing, but he doesn't stop anything because Chains doesn't stop the channel on gate. So it needs a hard stun.
They're going to clean up the Tormentor though.
Yeah, they're being a little skittish, making sure nobody comes back through the gate.
Yeah, he's just faking it.
Yeah.
Trying to slow this down.
Which it is kind of working. Trying to snipe it with a Sunstrike. Good attempt, but...
well, that's a win. It's a big win for Enigma. They got this Tormentor without taking a full team fight for it. As Aurora just kind of underestimate their willingness to contest. And the first Ags did go to the Ember Spirit. They're going to invest in Lornoff. He will have BKB soon. He will be able to jump the backliners pretty reliably now. That's the one aspect of it I like this game. It's a good Ags Ember game. Like you jumping the Wind Ranger, being able to chase him. You jumping Invoker, being able to chase him sounds pretty juicy. So he is mega fat right now. All those Golem camps paying off.
Do you think that says, like you thought it was more likely the Largo? How are team fights played differently between those two choices?
With Largo, you're going in as a unit and kind of killing what's in front of you. If you give it to the Ember, you can assassinate some of the supports or one of these cores a lot more easily, and then maybe kite the fight out. But somebody has to deal with Tombstone in that situation. It's not going to be Ember doing it. So it might just fall to Alchemist to kind of use his BKB to kill Tombstone. Not ideal. Might be the position you're forced into here. We'll see what Sumail opts for. His body is a machine that turns golems into Ag Scepters.
And he's already turned one of them. And with the increased GPM he's going to be getting, next one might come even faster, though. He's going to go MKB first. BKB, TP away. WS. He's learned from Nightfall.
He has the tutor to teach him the ways. You think Nightfall calls for it? It's like you got a Nightfall there.
I think it's a little cringe if you're Nightfall and you call it Nightfall. Everybody else
think
can
he
do
does
it.
When they watch replays and stuff. It's like, do you guys see me Nightfall here? It's so good. I'd respect that, honestly.
Yeah, there's a certain level of brazenness that it actually flips around and being kind of.
I mean, he didn't come up with the term.
No,
we put the term onto him, so
it's true. He might as well own it.
Yeah. Enigma Galaxy quite strong right now with the BKB done on Lorinov with that Ags investment. He is a monster on the map right now. Roche is available on their side too if they want to just try and force the Roche with the Alchemist. Dare Aurora to fight them.
Especially if they can take this mid tower, which will help them own a little bit more of the map.
And it will be Assault Kuros for the Alch, which I like, because there's some of the extra attack speed you want in this game.
Yeah, MKB felt kind of awkward.
Yeah, I didn't want to see the MKB.
MKB made sense if you weren't giving away any Aghanim Scepters, right? If he just went he went AC first and then he got an MKB and he was just like, I'm just full carry Alch, I'm going to blink in and kill Windranger every fight.
I just think it's unrealistic. Like, I don't think that's how you're killing Windranger in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
Got some big boys on the field right now. Aurora going to be pressured to contest this Roshan that is not an easy fight, even though they have Undying and Phoenix around the pit.
Yeah, they theoretically have very good zone control.
It's just not doing a lot against this super buffed Ember Spirit right now. Has so much freedom, picks up another power rune. But do Enigma Galaxy feel confident enough to force the Roshan? That's the big question they're facing right now. They're kind of soft looking for a pick-off, at least trying to get some lanes in deeper.
Yeah, it feels like the longer it goes where they haven't taken that Roshan, the better it is for Aurora.
It is.
Like, if they're going to get to that next round of items, BKB for the Invoker, so he's no longer afraid of the Ember Spirit. Shiva's for WS, which is going to feel great for him.
And he will have Ceaseless Dirge for that fight if it comes to it. You got to remember, hasn't really had to use it at all this game since he has 0 deaths.
Zipping around, found the Rubik. Rubik steals Remnant himself, so Mira will not die here. Not today.
Behind the Undying.
That is big pickup, and Chain Stun, no chance for a BKB. Now, there goes that Ceaseless Dirge, so he's already back up to play. Doesn't give Enigma Galaxy the opportunity for a Roshan through a 5 versus 4, but they may still force it anyway.
It feels good to kill him that fast, though. That was kind of like your soft damage test.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you can jump him anytime.
Shackle shot, not gonna land. Or not, perfectly fine.
Enigma, they bit the bait. TP'd both supports top. That buys Aurora a lot of space on the map right now.
Kodo looking mid for an opportunity. Not gonna see it. They'll chip away at the mid tier 2 though.
Man, he is annoying. Did he die in game 1? He did. He had 1 death in game 1. So he's had 1 death in this series on the 2 Invoker games. Very difficult hero to catch.
His building damage is ramping up. Aurora get the attention to top, then to mid. Now smoke through bottom into that Roshan pit area. Catch Divine Llama. Instant BKB from him. WS has already jumped the back lines though. Gone after the supports. Dazzled. Nothing he can do here. Just a self-shallow grave. Well, Nightfall pushes forward, going after Divine, and the Focus Fire does do its job. There's a Supernova on the left-hand side here that is very well protected. Smail runs to the right, away from this Flesh Golem. Cannot fight into the Undying right now. That's going to be Lornov's job, but he can't do enough damage. Has to jump away to his Remnant. Aurora win that fight. They win it well enough that they can take Roche.
Undying is a problem. He just jumps in the middle of them. Nobody wants to focus him during the BKB. Sumail has to use his BKB to kill Tombstone because he got hit by Fire Spirits. Really annoying combination for him to deal with.
Yep.
Here's not able to focus anybody down. This Frog got slain by the Windranger damage.
And very different between the 2 offlaners, right? Nobody can hit the Undying while you have Focus Fire Windranger killing Largo.
Yep. Now look at the space this Tombstone creates. You're getting vision on the high ground. Just so much room for the Invoker and the Windranger to play with. You're assassinating a backliner. Now you get to play around Egg. It's like static teamfight round 2.
Back in real time, though, Mira has somehow ended up right outside the Dire base.
He bit off a little too much there.
Yeah.
Enigma still have some really farmed heroes here. I mean, that's the crazy part. Still holding on to a lead. But they haven't been able to translate it into some big teamfight victories, and of course that graph is a drastic change in momentum. Winning the Roshan here, putting an Aegis onto Nightfall. Big deal.
They get to double Shivas. One for the Undying, one for the Invoker. They're just going to have so much armor between those two heroes.
And who's going to kill Undying this game? Sometimes this hero can fall off because he generally sucks against big Agi carries. Conceptually, there is no Agi carry in this game.
Yeah.
And he sometimes is pretty bad against long-range physical damage, which most of them are Agi carries, but not all of them. You know, sometimes like a hero like Furion can cause him some big issues. Sniper, I mean, we don't really have any of those. We have 3 melee cores. And 2 of them are spellcasting melee cores, and the other is a pseudo spellcasting strength melee core. So it's a Dream Undying game from a core-on-core perspective. He should scale well here. Like, you're not afraid of continuing to go late if you're WS. Some of these Undying games you fall off, I don't expect him to run into too many issues here.
That definitely would have been the advantage of Alk just all-inning on his own net worth.
Yes.
As he would have had maybe such an overwhelming amount of net worth that maybe he can quickly deal with the Undying or quickly kill the Wind Ranger in these fights. But instead, he does some damage, but not enough that is immediately life-threatening.
He could still get back up there, though.
Yes, for sure.
Like, the hero can still scale well. If he can get to... I mean, what does he really want to end up with here? Swift Blink, Abyssal, MKB is his next 3?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. You have a decent chance of just blinking with Swift Blink, Chain Stun, sniping the Wind Ranger or the Invoker pretty quickly here. That's kind of what I'm looking at for Sumail. He almost has MKB. Could still get to that 25 talent for a little more sustain. But the map is going to get ratted out here. And if you start to get picked off, you're going to run into issues.
No BKB. He might just die here. A lot of damage out from Makoto. Interrupted by the Bushwhack. Sumail's still alive. BKB goes up from Makoto. Sumail is alive. Now they're going to chase after the Invoker. BKB TP away. Oh, what a Sunstrike!
Damn.
Makoto reads him like a book and punishes Sumail for trying to go back in.
Can Aurora get anything else off of this? This is a big timer. The tips coming through. What a stylish kill. And now you have 60 seconds to work with. No Alk on the map. He lived with the Berserk Potion. But of course, Sumail always has to go back in. You think you're safe? You're not safe. That was very close on the threshold as well.
It really was.
Let's see what they can do with this. All the lanes are in.
With no out, WS thinks that he can be pretty forward, but almost loses his life there. And he doesn't have the Ceaseless Dirge up right now. Nightfall focusing on a tier 3.
Trying to just blow the Aegis or what?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
And the jump in. Undying with the Flesh Golem. Hits Devi. Devi immediately carry. He's forced to use the Supernova as Lornoff goes in with his Ember Spirit. WS being kited around quite heavily. His BKB is going to expire soon. Let's see if Lornoff, finished him off with the Aghanim Scepter. Great use of the Remnants there, bouncing back and forth. Kept a bunch of heroes away from the Undying. Limited the effectiveness of his BKB. Forced the Supernova. Still gets the kill on the Undying. Now going to pick up the extra kill on Mira as Omar hits the shot from downtown.
Once more, some of the Enigma Galaxy spellcasting has been impressive. Refresher on Lornoff doing a lot of work there. He has 10 remnants to play with, 7,400 damage, including popping the egg. The tombstone was popped early. He just buys a huge amount of time and space. Ember's a problem this game. They need to find a way to control him a bit more. Like, I don't even know how you can do it. I guess it's just Hex on Invoker and try and lead the fight off by hexing him initially, because you don't have Abyssal buyers or anything of that kind of nonsense.
Sure.
He's creating too much space, buying too much time. Like, when you can send one hero in and he's zoning the entire team, WS just gets left on an island. He's also zoning the entire team, but he started this fight off on such low HP, his ult's not getting a lot of value. That initial chip on him did some work in the long run, and what a shot. From downtown.
Bushwhack lands onto the Invoker here. In some trouble. They couldn't quite get the follow-up there. The poison, no Hex. From the Dazzle. Kodo pops the BKB. And away he goes.
Well, Sumail won't die this time, so got that going for him. Still highest net worth in this game. Pretty ridiculous, considering it doesn't feel like he's gotten a lot done with it in the fights themselves.
And now he's thinking about going back for another Aghanim Scepter, which... a little weird. Largo has already bought his Ag, so maybe he's planning on doing a refund. I can't imagine.
The refund's good.
The supports are not very good for Ags.
No, you're not doing anything like that. You're just refunding the Largo.
But does Largo take advantage of that boost of net worth?
Normally, you were going into the Encore route, right? If it's a good Lincoln's Lotus Encore game,
yeah,
I think it can be worth it. It could be value here if you kind of expect the necessity of Hex initiations for Aurora to be coming into play. I actually don't think it's that bad to go into the double Lincoln's build up. He's eyeing kind of Shiva's Bloodstone.
I mean, if he can get to Shiva's himself, and then the refunded Ags helps him get to a faster Lincoln's,
he can do some damage. This hero can still scale pretty well on his own.
Yeah.
No one's focusing him in the fights. I don't think he's going to be a high priority target. So in that sense, you're kind of helping all three of your core scale up and become damage threats. It's interesting. The alternative is just Swift Blink into whatever that 6th slot is for Sumail, which is also tempting here if you can get to it.
Mira. Nice deny on the observer ward there.
Gotta get the next Roshan here, though. Aurora won that first one. You know, a fashion that was probably not too nice for Enigma Galaxy to deal with. That was not the fight they wanted to lose.
Unrelenting Eye is very value for Enigma Galaxy against this Undying.
True.
50% slow resistance.
Especially for the Largo.
Yeah. He's definitely the one who needs it the most. Meanwhile, some of the OP spell damage items are there.
Oh, nice stun connection.
On Rubik, nice little pickoff.
Yeah, that mid lane ward doing some work. Yeah. Those are the kind of pickoffs that can lead into an easy Roshan. You get an instant spawn here. And we'll see what it is. 2-1-0. Nope, not a fast Roshan spawn. Unlucky. What can you do? Yeah, you get the next Ags farmed up. The Ember can always deal with the Invoker pressure, and that's the nice part of this matchup. And there's the Hex for Makoto online. So it's going to be a really big deal in these fights. If the Invoker can find the Ember with this Hex connection, at some point, that's your chance to bring Lornoff down and kind of collapse the front line for Enigma Galaxy. Otherwise, you're going to have to play the guerrilla warfare style, where you're kind of assassinating supports, looking for somebody on the back line, kiting in and out, and ignoring the Ember. A much harder way to play the fight.
Setting up on the top wave that's pushing in. It's the Alchemist, though. Not a kill that they can get.
With Hex, they can get it.
You think so?
Yeah, if they Hex full combo him, he can die. There can be a grave behind him, plus turnaround. That's your concern. So it's not necessarily a play you want to go for with 100% confidence, but anybody can die to this Invoker Hex in the right situation. And cleared out, though.
There's the giveaway of the Aghanim Scepter to Largo, so we'll see the Shivas being completed pretty quickly here. WS just gets bursted down. Okay. Good lord. An amp damage there from the Ember Spirit certainly makes things a bit faster, but that was still very discouraging. And they do manage to get Omar.
That's your gem, too.
Ooh, that is rough.
That feels... I mean, it's just Conjur's... Timeless Conjur's Catalyst. It's so stupid.
Yes. Yes, it is.
This is a ridiculous neutral item. Well, that's a big victory for Aurora. Getting that gem gives this Invoker a lot more confidence to go in the fight aggressively. Look for those Hex initiations. And they will do just that. Smoke up. There is a really nice ward here for Enigma Galaxy if they want to fight on it.
WS seemingly not afraid, but maybe he should be. Already half HP. Doesn't want to have to use the Flesh Golem early. And not going to pull the... I mean, he pulls the trigger now, but he's slow.
Sumail.
He's so low that Lornoff is going for it. Focus fire on Sumail. They do have the Shallow Grave, and he's going to get some heals from the Dazzle. Sunstrike, it lands, but the heals have already come through, and Nightfall's unable to finish the job. Slight Chains on two, but both get cleansed pretty quickly. Telekinesis run away.
Very awkward for both teams. Roche? Ooh. Okay. Almost bashed Lornoff there.
Hey, you had WS barely living against Lornoff, making that commitment, and then Sumail almost dying to the Wind Ranger focus down. Only living because GH was able to give him some very well-timed heals.
He needs a Dispel other than BKB. The Vessel is just working him. Getting too much value here for Lornoff, though he needs a couple more charges here. And the second Ags did get pooled to the Largo here. So the full tri-core is online for Enigma Galaxy. We're going to see just how hard this can scale as they try and push into some luxury items, but it's all there right now. You play around the songs. You're going to be strong in the fight if the Largo stands tall. They're just going to run it in.
Shiva's going to reveal Samir's two-man stun from Sumail. The follow-up bushwhack. It's perfect. They pull in Mira. 3 fast kills for Enigma Galaxy right outside the Roshan pit.
I mean, that is Sumail in a nutshell, right? He is never afraid to go in. He's always looking for the aggressive initiation, and he just sends it. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but man, sometimes it works out beautifully. That is a game-winning play right there.
Sumail's going to make pretty short work of the Roshan. Lornoff is going to try and handle the waves with the Aghanim Scepter.
Need to take the Aegis here. Kind of interesting considering he's getting close to 6 slots, but I guess everybody's getting close to 6 slots, so like who else takes this Aegis? The Ember can always play with buyback too, and he is kind of your high ground siege mechanism, though I don't know how easy that is. I think you're going to have to fight before you go high ground in a game like this. Nice victory for Enigma Galaxy here, as they push their way towards a position where they can try and do some serious building damage. Is he actually going Strength Blink on the Alk over the Swift Blink? Yeah, he bought. Okay. That is not something I would have expected. I don't think Overwhelming Blink compared to Swift Blink is as impactful here. But it does make you a lot tankier. Maybe he's worried about some of the spell damage.
Yeah, the Invoker in particular
Radiant are scanning.
has already shown that he can force you pop an early BKB, otherwise you're just going to die to that BKB pop by WS. Sumail slowed down to a crawl here. He's not going to use the BKB on the first life. They go out to the Dazzle. Makoto couldn't quite finish him off.
He looks screwed.
Yeah, Sumail's going to definitely be in some trouble with no Chemical Rage. Supernova stunning him up through the BKB. They give him the Shallow Grave. He goes for a TP out. No stuns. No stuns.
Hello?
Oh, no. Aurora botched what should have been a guaranteed kill.
How did he not get... I mean, he had BKB TP, I guess, but...
Yeah, they already used the Supernova. What else do they really have to go through that BKB? I guess nothing.
Okay. He's just tanky enough to survive. Grave, well placed by GH. They bail Sumail out, but now he has no BKB, no ult. Definitely an opportunity for Aurora to push here.
Yeah, they should be able to just keep this going, keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they have everything available other than the Undying ulti.
Bushwhack Telekinesis breaks it with the toss away. They could just play this slow.
That's a tough high ground.
Yeah, this is definitely not a high ground that you should commit to. We saw the way Nightfall committed on that tier 3 mid and did not go well for them.
Trying to find the Ember with the Invoker, but Lornoff plays it safe, comes back. Some tanky boys between this Ember and Largo. They're both 4,000 HP on average. That is a lot to get through.
What do you think about Mira's build, by the way? He went for Greaves and then he went for Consecrated Wraps. It feels like to me he's just trying to play second Largo, you know?
Just trying to survive.
Yeah, just trying. Well, tanking up, but he also didn't go any utility to help him survive. He just went more of just raw tankiness, and then most of the time, Amphibian Rhapsody is a free steal for you.
True. I mean, I assume he wants Ags for sure at some point in this game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Could pay off over the long run. Oh, GH. Very aggressive D-Ward.
Shalagray does manage to save himself for a second here. Omar's also trying to help him out, going after Mira.
He's alive.
He does manage to heal himself up. Sumail goes after Nightfall. Instant BKB, turnaround focus fire. Going after the Alchemist. He's in trouble. No Shalagray. They do have a little bit of extra help. The heals are coming through. Sumail, he's out regenning the damage. And WS, while they're slowing him down, he's behind tier 3s. It's too late for that one. Device now healing him up. Sumail back at a play. Goes after WS and makes short work of him. That Undying dies quickly now to the Alchemist. Goes down the ones. Nightfall pulled back in. Nowhere to run. He's got Wind Run up in a second here. Plus a Hurricane Bike tries to get down to low ground, but the damage over time finishes him off.
This Ember is way too big of a problem. Nobody's focusing him. He's getting all these fights with 10 remnants off. just slicing and dicing the back of the fight as Nigma Galaxy able to kite it out. Might even get the die back on Mira here.
Yeah, as soon as the team fight is won, this Ember Spirit is hunting down the extra kill or two, and this one will be Mira's death.
100
seconds. Oh, what a pickup though! Makoto kills Samael again. That will keep the game alive for Aurora here. They needed a pickoff like that.
3,000 HP with that Conjure's Catalyst. No BKB on the Alk. No shot to survive. Dazzle was not in range to save him.
Well, it seems like the overwhelming blink wasn't enough HP for Samael to survive against that combo.
It never is. This hero just does way too much damage.
Yeah.
He's got 7,000 gold in the bank, too.
Now he's trying to get an Aghanim Scepter. Why? Hoping to hunt him down, but Makoto's just so damn fast.
Yeah, no chance. You're going to find him there. 10-0 and 5, a perfect Invoker game so far. They've not been able to touch him once.
Insane. Look at all that damage. And he's got 7,300 gold in the bank, so he can just outright buy an Ag Synth here pretty soon.
Easy pickings when that BKB is down, right? Like, you have to play on BKB or the Grave. I don't know if that was a real-time reaction to that kill or what.
I was about to say, were they just shocked and stunned that they didn't react, or is that a freeze frame? Bots 2 on this Largo. I mean, he did get given the Aghanim Scepter. I forgot that he got that boosted net worth. He is insanely farmed. Shivas, Bloodstone, Bots 2.
Plus the level 25, big talent for this hero. He has some nice talents across the board.
And he's finally going to go for that Linken's.
It's Nigma Galaxy versus Invoker. I mean, this is what the game's going to come down to, right? Like, maybe Nightfall finds some nice Shackle connections, but he's being dealt with in this game. It's the Makoto show. And he will have a full Ags flown in. He can eat it soon as well. He's just massive, and it's so hard for their heroes to kill him. Like, a lot needs to go right for them to find this Invoker if he has BKB available.
Now they've got an extra bit of initiation. Now it's not just Makoto, who's obviously going to be, trying to find his opening, which he sees one right here, drops a Meteor on Omar, and a Eul Scepter keeps him alive for now, hits him with the Tornado, follow-up Sunstrike. Was that the combo? Ooh, Sunstrike does not actually land, and Samael, what happened to him? It looks like Aurora were making the move at the same time. So while Makoto ran interference against all these heroes, no wonder he went on them in this bottom lane. He figured, even if I don't get the kill here, I'm setting up my team for success off this smoke play.
And he will get the kill.
Eventually. Yeah. Oh, Omar managed to Eul's blink away.
Okay, never mind.
He gets out to have Big Cataclysm goes out. Telekinesis toss back on WS as he was
Nightfall's
holding to the base. Okay, Nightfall finally finds that pesky squirrel.
It was a Hex on WS. We talked about how important the Hexes are for Aurora. Well, they got a second one on this Undying. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, that extra bit of initiation for Nightfall to, both him and WS to be able to get on top of a hero and kill it quickly. They can't rely on Makoto to set that up, right? Makoto's going to be playing his own kind of solo game.
You can't rely on Shackle Shot, too. Just too unreliable of a stun. So Hex gets the job done here as Nigma Galaxy struggling to frontline against the all-in capability of this lineup. Alacrity, Wind Ranger, late game Invoker.
Catchy leg pulling Nightfall in pretty deep. He responds with a focus fire. Divine Llama doesn't give a damn about that.
He used everything.
Damage is pretty whatever. Tombstone gets laid out with a Meteor. That is something he's going to have to worry about. Telekinesis holds him in place, tosses him back down a little bit further. GH gives him a helping hand with the Shallow Grave, but Device aims so deep and he can't get away. The Glimmer Cave's just going to be dispelled as the Tornado comes out. BKB gets popped and the heals come through, keeping Divine Llama alive. But it was all low effort for Aurora. They could just cast these spells from afar. Nigma Galaxy, they have to do the hard work of combating all this.
And nobody's killing Tombstone in a lot of these sequences. It's giving a lot of vision, a lot of just teamfight control. Maybe it's not killing you, but it's an annoying spell. I'm not sure who's supposed to kill it. The lineup is not equipped to do it. There's a Bloodthorn on the Ember? Okay, that's a pretty interesting item choice here.
Yeah, Phoenix doesn't have any answer to it.
Yeah, it's a lot of attack speed as well, which could be useful in some of these scenarios, but a lot more solo killing power for Lornoff. That's what I'm seeing with it. Like, he wants to be able to go in and actually threaten people without the team having to follow him deep into enemy territory. Could be really nice here, especially since you have so many remnants to play with. I could see him getting a decent amount of right clicks off.
And especially in this first fight when Carey doesn't know what's coming his way, maybe.
Absolutely just 100-0 either of these supports if you catch them off guard. There's a Greaves on the Rubik, but not going to be up 100% of the time. I'm just still worried about the double Hex initiation from Aurora. If they can just start the fight on their terms, blink in, Hex one of these big cores and take him down, there has to be a Grave there to reset the situation.
Stuns make fights easy. They open on Lornoff. Pull him in, hit the shackle shot, chain the stun, the Shao Grave comes through. GH, big save. Lornoff activates the BKB, gets pretty far away, and plenty of heals. Tornado's going to catch GH on the exit here. Zombies chasing through. WS is so much HP. Look at how much HP he's got. That's crazy. He blinks in after GH, trying to finish him off. More heals come through though. Divine Llama helps GH reset. Now the turn. Nightfall in a bit of trouble. Sumail chasing after Mira. Managed to get the one kill. The Supernova is burning him out. They're trying to reset. They do get stunned. Kenshi Lick pulls him back. Another Kenshi Lick pulling farther and farther away. It's a game of just back and forth here as both teams go in, reset, go in again, reset again, and all that for a Rubik kill.
They got that Rubik though. He got messed up. Sumail gonna munch on some mangoes here. Try and get the mana up quick as they go for, what, the third time in this sequence?
They have the numbers advantage, but at the same time, it does mean Refresher and BKB on cooldown for Ember.
But no Supernovas. And that's a big deal here.
That's true.
I mean, Lornoff's still tanky. I don't think he needs BKB to be able to go in. You have Grave behind you. This shallow Grave is a big problem in the late game. Not an easy way to deal with it.
WS showed himself. Lornoff not going to go for it.
Roche is available. Got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, especially against these Scythe initiations, you would love to have that extra life. Not have to worry about the 100-0 capabilities.
They see the Ghost Walk on mid. Sumail. You don't want to get caught right now. You don't have BKB.
Trying to make his way away. Got the Scythe. The save, Catchy Lick pulls him out, much of the damage. GH uses his ultimate, does manage to get a Hex onto Makoto, and there's that Phoenix. With the Bloodthorn, they do have Tombstone save. That's going to help out a lot. Lornoff has already used so much BKB, and they got him. The Phoenix gets pulled back into the unstable concoction and dies, just like that. The Bushwhack landing onto Nightfall. Telekinesis tossing him away. WS, he ran in, but didn't really get to stick on anybody, so now it's Aurora's turn to retreat once again.
Very little remnants for Lornoff to work with right now. It's kind of dangerous for Enigma to go super deep, but they know there's no BKB on the Invoker. If you could just catch Makoto.
Makoto would be a massive pickup. Lornoff, can he grab one of these heroes retreating away? They're also damn fast, though.
He has one more remnant to play with. He wants the Invoker, but he cannot find the Invoker. He's just too damn fast. And all the meanwhile, that Roche is sitting there. An easier prize to collect if you can't catch anybody else in this game. If I'm Enigma Galaxy, I'm thinking about where GH is at all times, right? He is the guy who's going to bail you out from these Hex initiations. You need to protect the Dazzle. You need to play near the Dazzle. See what Aurora can do to
almost
contest.
sniped the Roshan bounty there.
There's a Refresher shard in the pit. They left it. Did they just not see it? Kind of dropped in a corner.
Didn't. It was... If your screen was farther down, like if they were looking at the radiant triangle, then it would be behind the wall, basically.
That's awkward.
Oh no!
The thing is, their cores don't use it at all this game. It's pretty useless. You already have a Refresher on Ember anyway. He's the one guy, but honestly, putting it on the Dazzle for double Crave might have a decent impact here.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree with that. That would have been the best option.
We'll see if Aurora find it. I don't think they necessarily use it that well either. Your best Refresher user is Invoker, but he's almost always going to buy his own anyway. I doubt Aurora checked the pit, so it's probably just a forgotten Refresher shard.
Couple items coming in. Nullifier is the choice for Sumail now.
Oh, he's just jumping Undying mid.
They do kill him pretty quickly. Once again, the telekinesis saves from Mira have been on point. This one was not enough. Nightfall, Force Staff, doesn't get to the low ground, but he's not the target anyway. Carry's the target, and Catchy Lick pulls him out. He's not able to make the dive away. He commits with a Supernova. Lornoff with the BKB, trying to solo it up, and he does manage to do so. Nightfall killed him off the deny. He killed the egg. Now the Tombstone's going to be up next, and the telekinesis Rubik not going to be able to save himself. Nightfall in deep with his BKB, trying to focus fire on Sumail. Sumail,
he has Aegis.
They're probably going to die.
side, but unless the Shell Gray stalls thing up once again, it just feels like Nightfall can never quite commit.
On the Ember.
Though, caught on the side device, and they finish him off.
Yes, buyback.
Big buyback going to be used. WS getting lower. Double catchy lick pulled in deep, and he's gone. BKB
the
activated,
Invoker.
Trying to get away. Omar shoots him. Now the support's trying to finish off Makoto. Here comes Lord Off, and they get him in the end. The Invoker goes down. A massive kill for Nigma Galaxy.
He does have buyback available, but the mental relief to bring this guy down after 2 games of torment.
2,400 gold for that kill.
God damn, that is a team fight right there. Lornoff just mans up. He gets a little help from his old carry and Nightfall to bring the egg down.
And Omar just relentless on the pressure, blinks into the base, hits a bushwhack onto Mira. That's a dieback for him.
They're just running the game right now. They got a little momentum and they are running away with it. Still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes. They never took that down on Sumail.
I mean, Nightfall has got to make a move here, surely. You can't threaten the Largo by himself.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Let's see what Nigma Galaxy can get here. I don't know if you can go for Throne, but you're going to be able to take a lot of buildings right now.
I mean, the damage is just unimpressive from this Wind Ranger.
You have tier 2s up. He needs Alacrity, is the thing.
Yeah.
He needs Alacrity, and he needs to be able to find a target that doesn't get graved. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. The target he goes on just gets full healed back up. It's an overkill in a sense. They did find Lornoff in that fight, though. I mean, it is worth mentioning, right, that you don't have buyback on the Ember for a little bit here. It's a huge deal. He's doing so much work in these engagements.
Yeah, if he were to die from Nigma Galaxy overextending into the base, it could be a disaster.
Absolutely.
1 lane of barracks up, going for a second.
He might
45
also,
seconds till the Rubik's up, 10 until the Invoker.
He might not get that help from Nightfall again. He was very merciful there.
That's true.
He saw Lornoff hitting the egg. He flashed back to 6 months ago and said, I gotta help my boy Lornoff. I gotta help him kill this egg.
Oh, man. You think that egg would have lived?
It was gonna be close.
It was close, right? It was close.
I would have aired on it, probably dies anyway, but that is such a... It's one of those things where it might go off as the right-click lands. It's a huge deal in that situation. It was definitely just a straight misclick from Nightfall.
Nigma Galaxy. Now they have their own farm of hard initiation with a Blink Scythe on Omar.
That's a big deal. If he can find Makoto, that's a difficult item hero combination to react to for Invoker, right? You just blink in like some tree line while you're scurried and hex him straight into Bushwhack chain stun.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare for the Invoker to deal with. There's nothing you can really itemize against that here. He doesn't have Lincolns. He doesn't have Aeon Disc.
They do have plenty of saves on the side of Aurora, and that has been the one thing that has kept them going in many of team fights. Tombstone save, Telekinesis save, even some Sunray heals.
Maybe look at Ag Supernova as well. Potential there.
Yeah.
And they might just try and play for like a buyback advantage in this game. You're only missing the Rubik right now. You're kind of waiting for this Aegis to expire, but then you can take a fight. You know there's no Ember buy, so technically you are favored. It's getting Ghost Walked on bottom, but no real threat there. Aeon Disc was the final purchase for Lornoff here. Maybe not having buyback contributes to that, but he is level 30 as well.
They also have Aeon Disc on GH, so
I like that.
So many heroes that Invoker is not going to be able to kill.
Yep. You do have Tornado, but if the Aeon does its job for GH and you can just get that Grave off when they need it, that is the biggest difference maker in the team fight. Scanned on the hill as the smoke comes through from Aurora, but it's just the Frog on the front line, not the best target.
WS blinks in, thinks about the Tombstone high ground, is going to drop it. Just make sure they get the vision. Unstable concoction, what an initiation! Hit Nightfall as well. Nightfall's okay, thanks to the Satanic. WS not so much. Actually managed to put himself inside the Tombstone. Cataclysm comes in, no damage, no stuns whatsoever. Supernova does land onto Lornoff, but he doesn't care. He's got his BKB refresh, and he's going to chase after Nightfall here. Another Telekinesis, toss it away. Supernova's going to get used, but the damage comes through. Now the Scythe on the Invoker, he's dead as well. Buybacks are going to be used, but the egg is gone. A third buyback going to be committed. Aurora all in at this point in time. WS pulled in a fourth death on this side, a fifth death on this side of Aurora. They have been team wiped, and they're playing entirely off of buybacks now.
Six Shackle can't convert on it.
Nigma Galaxy will retreat cleanly. All they gave up was a hoodwink.
That is such a nice fight from them. Another 6 stun from Sumail just sets it up. It forces a lot of big ults out from Aurora early. And then another great Blinken at the end. Put him in the right spot where he got ice walled. He can't move, but he takes down some big targets. He's able to just sit there and hit the egg. He has an Eaten Moonshard. He has the attack speed in combination with the Bloodthorn Ember. They got to the late game attack speed. They can kill these late game Supernovas. Nobody can protect it. There's nothing that pierces these heroes in BKB right now if you pop it at the right time.
Sumail swaps out his phase boots for an SNY for some extra status resistance while still keeping some movement speed.
Yeah,
he also can buy out more Aghanim Scepter for his supports, even if they're not the best.
I mean, you get move speed from Largo. So you should be chilling here with a true 6 slot. And now you have a massive buyback advantage in this game. All 5 on cooldown for Aurora. Every kill is a victory here in itself. And Cowrie gets
This
caught.
is a nasty pickup. Cowrie trying to get off the map right now. Pulled down.
That's a dieback.
That is a nasty one. They already were operating on no buybacks, but now 2 minutes without the Phoenix.
What is he even farming for?
He's trying to get tier 5s. It's past 60 minutes.
Is he the one who should be doing that? I don't know.
I mean, he is one of the few heroes that potentially has an escape if he gets found.
Sure. That was a high-risk, high-reward play. He gets found. Can Enigma Galaxy punish that? They're trying to farm with the tier 5 neutrals themselves. If they can get a bunch here, just go high ground. You have a 5-on-4, no Supernova. That's super tempting. It's going to be another Ags for Sumail as he will feed it to... I don't know. I guess... Dazzle?
Yeah, I kind of feel like we actually took the Poison Touch slow. I thought it was going to be Give Dazzle because he's got the Weave armor reduction, so you just want to...
We got a couple of Book of the Dead, though. Pretty nice for this push. You got a Regalia on the Ember, and he buys Divine. All right, they're sending it. They have the 5-on-4. You have Regalia, Divine, Ember Spirit. Time to go.
It's a hold for a lifetime for Aurora. WS is already dead.
Where'd he go?
He is gone. The Ceaseless Dirge will give them the extra life, but that is certainly not inspiring any sort of confidence. WS is going to have to pull the trigger on Flesh Golem nice and early in this. Now that he knows he's going to get jumped, he goes in with the Flesh Golem, trying to go after the Ember Spirit. Shellgrave has already been used, though. He pops the BKB. He's okay for now. Look at Nightfall. Nightfall's in some trouble. Gets off the Satanic with a focus fire. He heals up the full. He's good for now. Lornoff, meanwhile, bouncing back and forth like a pinball all over the place with Lornoff jumping around, trying to do this damage. Aurora resetting a little bit here. Backing away. Lornoff has used most of his remnants off of this one. And they'll have to reset. He used every bit of remnants there in the just barrage of remnant spam.
Did that do anything, though?
I don't think it did. It looked fancy, but frankly, Aurora didn't really take much for it.
All right, they're just going to go back to the Roshan. That fight got way too chaotic.
They're going to find the Refresher Shard, surely.
Yeah, it's still there.
This time you could...
Maybe they just don't care.
Somebody will see it.
Maybe they'll just leave 2 in the pit. That would have some aura to it, for sure.
What if you put 2 Refresher Shards together?
Bottle, Banner, Shard. Guys, come on. Like
this is just flat out littering at this point.
You got to take the banners. I mean, the Refresher Shard, I understand if your line doesn't use it well.
Oh, yeah. Banners late game are so good.
What are we doing here? And what is the tier 5 neutral item status? There was Regalia on Nightfall. Harmonizer for the Invoker is pretty nasty as well. Still missing a couple here for the side of Aurora, but it's just book, Fallen Sky Regalia.
Sumail makes his jump. Another 2-man unstable concoction. The reaction there from Aurora. They do have the Tombstone saving the zombie for now, but he's going to pop out soon. He's going to be in some trouble. He gets back to base. He's okay for now. Healing up. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy take 1 building and reset. They got to be careful. Makoto Omar makes his initiation with a Scythe of Ice. Bushwhack follow up with his Aghanim Scepter going. Works Sumail trying to lean on him with the Nullifier, getting through the Aeontis. Can't get the kill. Has to go back for the building instead. Here comes the Cataclysm trying to dodge this damage. They're good. They dodge it. Mega Creeps is inbound. Enigma Galaxy don't have to do anything, but Sumail makes the call. He wants to go after this Undying. Can't quite get him. Fallen Sky hits the stun, but the Force Staffs gets the Undying away again.
Going for throne.
1 tier 4 down. Another falling fast.
No
Enigma
clip.
Galaxy Galaxy putting full pressure on Aurora. They have to take the team fight. Nice shackle shot.
Shackle.
Nightfall. Can he get the kill off the focus fire? Once again, the Shell Great comes through. Meanwhile, Mira is dead. He flies back. Device almost dead. Throne at half HP. Lord up is hitting it. They're focusing on the Throne. They made the call. You can't kill us all. We're killing your Throne, and there's nothing you can do to stop us now. It is a 1-1 series as Nigma Galaxy make the comeback and win game 2.
What a performance on this Ember in the late game from Lornov. He was just styling on them. Deca Remnant Divine Rapier Regalia Ember never died with it. Had the Grave backup if it really came to it. He was toggling, 7, 8, 9 items there at the end. You're just leaving stuff in the pit because you don't have the slots. Insane performance from him. 104,000 hero damage from that Ember. The next closest was 69,000 for Makoto, so he was well ahead of the pack there. Nasty performance, 15-3 and 17. I mean, props to Sumail for that early game. Like, he farmed so damn fast. GH set him up beautifully. GH played a hell of a game on this Dazzle.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's a tough hero to play in these late game pro games because it's just so chaotic. You have to watch your positioning. You have to make sure you're graving at the right time on the right target. He had a lot of good graves when they needed him. Aurora just got outscaled and outplayed in the late game, and that does not happen often.
Yeah, certainly. It did feel like many of these fights, Aurora were playing the distance so much that they never created that kind of fight where you're just blinking in and creating a lot of chaos, and the Dazzle is just like easy food for you.
They never got on top of them. Yeah. It was a weird game for Nigma Galaxy because their formation is getting broken by this Undying going in initially, but he's not really killing the backline. Like, there's nothing really happening in this Dazzle, the Largo, the Hoodwinks kind of having a free game. Like, who's killing anybody? It's only the Invoker. And I think we saw 2 games where this Wind Ranger's impact really got muted just by late game itemization and spellcasting. Where it's just too hard to latch onto one target. In game 1, it was the Centaur plus the Invoker. In this game, it's the Dazzle, the Grave. Like, you go in, you focus fire someone, you get him to 0. He gets Graved, you're overkilling this hero, but then he just gets pumped up to full HP. You can't stick in the fight. It's way too hard. So there were some nice counter picks to this Wind Ranger in both games that I think really shined in the late game. We see some of the weaknesses of this hero, but man, what a performance from those 2 cores in particular. The 1 and 2 here, the 1-2 punch from Nigma Galaxy, like just sick concoction jumps from Sumail. Right, that one on the Radiant Triangle, that was a game turner.
Oh, absolutely.
And then Lornov this one right here to me is like, this did so much in this game. You're in a 1K net worth lead, and I think this just broke the game, got you Roche, gave you so much momentum. You have to be bold in those situations. You see the coach squad smiling like, that's Sumail. He's going to go in. Sometimes you win the game, sometimes you lose the game there, but man, he found his stuns, he found his mark, and I think we kind of felt this ultra late was going to go Nigma Galaxy's way with just the amount of sustain and kiting they have in this lineup.
Sure.
Like, it's just too much for a Wind Ranger to get through.
Well, Nigma Galaxy do manage to force the tie against Aurora. We can go on stage to talk to GH.
Thank you very much, my friends. Yes, we got GH here. Maroon, congratulations on the win. A 1-1. I want to talk to you about game 1 first. You lost 4 runes, and Shadow Fiend got it a little bit out of hand on the other side. Do you feel like at that point the game was doomed, or do you think you could have brought it back then?
I truly believe we could have brought it back. We just made some mistakes, and we failed to deliver on some specific aspects.
Well, game 2 was pretty tight, back and forth the whole time. It took until over the 60-minute mark to bring it in. There's a lot of moments where you yourself were instrumental in keeping Sumail alive and to keep him fed the whole time. Talk to me about kind of trying to time that and also how you're playing around him to keep him in control.
Well, Sumail is a crazy guy. He does whatever he wants, usually outplays his enemies, his opponents, so I try to be there for him. Sometimes I fail, I let him down, but usually I try to be on time.
Well, it's between you and Lornov also that are working very hard to keep him topped up constantly, to helping him be that powerhouse that he is. And the question is more like, is this success, do you think, in those mid roles because both of them are such gods at those mid roles that they're able to kind of trust one another in those positions?
I mean, the fact that Sumail used to play mid, he has a clear understanding of how a mid laner should play or what he's gonna do. So I think it brings up the synergy and the sync, so they have a pretty symbiotic relationship, which I'm happy with.
Is this one of the reasons why we see the current format of Nigma Galaxy?
Partly, yes. I really enjoy playing with these guys. They are really super high skilled, so gives us more chances to do what we want to do in the games.
Fair enough. Are you happy having now Lornov just locked in on the team, no more jumping around between other teams and playing sub games?
Of course, the stability is very important, so I'm happy with the stable roster. I'm happy as well because he's a very high-skilled player and I enjoy playing with him.
Very good. Thank you very much, GH. Congratulations on the tie-up still game 2 victory. We'll send it back to the panel for more.
Thank you very much, both GHs on the stage there, as indeed Nigma Galaxy, they take that game 2, and to be honest, this was some cool showing. We saw a lot of restraint from both teams. I think overall, this was a very close matchup.
No, it really was. There was plenty of crazy team fights, you know, the whole package really, like 5 buybacks, 6 buybacks, Roche, you know, it's really hard to keep track of what's going on. Even for us, we're watching the game, it's even harder for players. You have to keep the communication clean. I don't know if they did, but it definitely looked like they did to a certain extent because the execution on both sides was really up there.
It definitely was. Nigma Galaxy, that's why I said coming into the series that they had some very interesting drafts. The Kuro did cook very interesting drafts and ever since this team has been formed as well. And in this one, it really showed. Game number 1, the draft was kind of, you know, cookie cutter, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. In this one, they had a pretty good vision. And after seeing this Dazzle pick, I was wondering what they're going to be pairing him up with. And looking at the healing numbers, these are some insane numbers that we're seeing. This is 26,000 coming out from GH, Dalai Lama, 15,000 as well. On the other side, they try to make kind of the same thing, knowing that there's going to be a good amount of sustain coming up from Undying, coming up from Kaori's Phoenix, but also Mira opting to go for Guardian Greaves and Consecrated Wraps. This is the first time seeing it on a support. Very interesting build from Mira, and even though they lost the game, it kind of feels really bad for Mikoto considering the type of a game that he did have on this Invoker.
Explosive performance from him in both games. I think he's really gonna have them think again about giving Invoker to any team as Nigma, and for teams that are gonna face Aurora next, you have to think about it because this was, I don't want to say the main reason for why game 2 was that close, but it was definitely, I think, the most trouble Nigma got was from Mikoto's Invoker. He was everywhere, dominant laning phase, picking them off around the map. Also, we don't get to see it necessarily all the time on the stream because we're, you know, watching the action, but he's like passively pushing every single wave into them constantly, you know, with the Forge Spirits, with the Shard, throwing the Meteor, like they have their waves pushed into him constantly. They know he's lurking in Invis somewhere, you know, hasted. It's a really tough hero to play against.
Yeah, with all that pressure, it is all the more impressive to me for Nigma Galaxy, especially since they haven't had this long with this iteration of the roster. And I think having games that go the full 60 minutes plus and then do well, I think it speaks very highly of a team that, you know, you can't practice this. You know, you have to have experienced it, and it's very good, Lacoste, to see them do well in that.
Yeah, you have a lot of experience coming out from Sumail, of course, coming out from GH. They know how to lead a team in these high-pressure situations. Even Lorenov, who is still relatively young as a player, but he has been on many different teams. You did point out that he was a stand-in as well, getting that second place with Aurora as a stand-in, which means that you know, he's been on many teams. He knows to adapt to certain situations with different teams, and this is the strength of a player.
And you know, one of the main characteristics you need to have in order to get to the late game and play these games out is to not get phased by what happens and be able to kind of keep your calm, stay cool, and try to get back at them when you get the chance to. And I think this is what we're going to see in a couple clips that we're going to have for you guys here, where essentially, so this is like a critical moment. This is the Invoker gameplay in a nutshell. You know, Sumail's trying to push out the wave. All of a sudden, Invoker's there, he clicks his combo on you, and you're about to die. Luckily, he has very, you know, capable teammates that save him just on the edge. Mikoto now disengages. Very clutch play, you know, style points, killing him with the Sunstrike as he's TPing back to base. So, but you know, this is like, you could think Sumail is going to feel a little bit defeated after this happens. You know, it feels very bad. But then the next thing you know, they're gathering up for a play, and just a few minutes later, he's able to bring back the game within essentially a blink into the fog, getting a double stun on the two most important teamfight heroes of Aurora, which are Undying and Phoenix. And this leads to Nigma really getting the momentum back their way, where at a phase of the game where we thought Aurora is literally, you know, getting more and more advantage and essentially looking to take the game. This gave Nigma Aegis, and I think this was
the turning point of the game where all of a sudden they're back in the driving seat, and we're going to get to see their strategy, scale to the late part of the game where it looked pretty much unstoppable with the amount of healing that they had.
It's that killer instinct that kicks in Sumail when you see it, like he blinks in, the rest of the team respecting him and showing that they want to play this, like they trust him. They're going to be playing his type of Dota. When he makes a call, probably he doesn't even say anything. Like he just blinks in. Everybody else, it's just go time. Like you can feel the blood, especially once you kill one hero. This is one of the best feelings in Dota. Once you feel that the enemy is weak, and you can tell that they were definitely feeling themselves in those fights.
We have chosen a different player though for our MVP for this game, as it was Lorinov on his Ember. This was 2 games in a row with the exact same matchup that he played, but this time around the Ember Spirit in the hands of Lorinov, a well-deserved MVP.
100%. I mean, in the second game, less so in the... he played Stellar, but he got an axe pulled. But anyway, in both games, I think he really dominated. He just makes the hero look stronger than it looks in other hands, honestly. Like, because you see him play this Ember, and there seems to be so much damage. I mean, look at this. He's just flying around with so many remnants. He's solo king Undying. He's making the 5 enemy heroes run away from him, basically. This leaves so much space for actually Sumail to pick up his jumps, right? Because it's much easier to stun targets when they don't have to worry about you. Your blink is not getting cancelled. They're essentially running away from you. So you have to think about this as synergy, as GH mentioned in the post-game interview, where Lorinov's aggressive playstyle on Ember, it allows for Sumail, for Omar also, to get some really clutch stuns on the enemies and essentially, be able to burst them down after. It's really cool to see that amount of synergy, and I guess we see it even in the body language, that amount of synergy in between players in a newly formed team, in a sense. It's pretty recent for them. So glad to see them vibe together and play that well.
I have to still ask them, this was a great game, don't get me wrong. Enigma Galaxy winning, a lot of people happy, but it took a very long time. And surely something obviously didn't go the way that they wanted it to, and I want to know why. What went wrong?
I mean, maybe some missed timings that they did have, like whether they're going to be going with the Aghanim Scepter first or a BKB. They had a couple of fights where they got picked off, which did kind of shut them down. But you can see the vision, you can see what they actually drafted for, because it does feel like this type of a lineup is going to allow them, like, not just this lineup, but the similar type of lineups. We are seeing quite a lot of heals coming out, and it seems like Enigma is onto something as well, picking up multiple healers and having this like one big carry that's going to be joining the fights, being the unkillable ball, plus also having a mid laner that loves to run in on top of that, which makes the fight pretty easy, knowing that there isn't that like that instant burst damage that can kill you, which makes the fight much easier for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think you nailed it. Like, they maybe kind of try to push their advantage a little early. These are that's the thing with these strats, is they look incredibly powerful. You just need to know them like really well and push the issue only when you're allowed to. Because if you don't, then you fall short, and it might actually look like it's just a bad draft. So, double-edged sword, but once in the right hands, looks incredibly powerful.
And we saw Mikoto in the game from the side of Aurora, very loud, basically. Was there anyone on the side of Aurora that we feel like we couldn't hear Lacoste, that we feel like we should have seen more of?
Maybe Mira had a bit of a more silent game in terms of what he's playing against. Didn't really get the steals. It isn't that good of a Ruby game to start with. It was a bit of an odd pick, so maybe it wasn't the player kind of a mistake, more of a hero combination. So I feel like interesting ideas coming out from him though, with this Guardian Greaves and Wraps that he tried to go for, just to be that maybe secondary frontliner that they needed, knowing that there's going to be many longer team fights that somebody else is also going to need to try to out-sustain the enemy team.
For this series, though, that was it. Both teams can rest and play again tomorrow. Let's take a look what's coming our way still, as we still have 2 more series to go through here on this stream. We're in for a treat as well, because our next series is going to be VG Gaming versus P-Vision. And at the end of the day, we're going to have Virtus Pro versus 1W. Both series, I know you guys won't be present for that, but you got any bold predictions for this one, Seb?
I mean, first of all, I might not be present, but I'll be watching, that's for sure, because these are some bangers of games. Predictions, I have to go with the favorites here. I think P-Vision is looking very strong, yes. And they now have like probably one of the smartest, if not the smartest, Dota mind of all time as their coach in Puppy. So it's not like they needed the help. But anyway, they got it. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can. You know how how much they can break the game, essentially, because that's what we're talking. There's so much potential in that team. And in this, as for the second series, 1W, they're probably also the favorites. I think they are the team that dominated the first half of the season, and then we kind of, they slowed down or they didn't participate. I can't really remember, but we just stopped seeing them for some reason.
Yeah, they kind of fell flat a little bit, but it might just be like, okay, they secured everything they needed to.
Yeah.
Took a little bit of a minor rest, if you will, and they're showing up strong here. We've yet to find out.
What have they been cooking, you know? Like,
Yes.
they're probably, and it's a 33 team.
That's the team that you look out for. Like everybody who's trying to like find new ideas, whatever he plays as an offlaner, you're gonna be looking into what's this guy doing? Like, why is he buying secondary, like this 2-3 Sage Mask? Like, why is he going to jungle level 2? Stuff like that, creep skipping, using the couriers. And so there's always like something that this guy's gonna do better than the others. And one of the biggest like minds in Dota, you talked about Puppy, but also 33 when it comes down to being innovative about anything Dota related, it's gonna be him.
Yeah, we're going to, of course, get to the second half of the day very soon. But we're first going to see what Slax was up to a couple days ago.
Looks like P-Vision is also getting their camera work done. Look at this pose. There's a lot of vision. You can see by where he puts his hands, he's drawing a lot of the eye down to this area. It's very dangerous. We'll see what he wants to do after that, because naturally most... Oh, yeah, get on there, boy. Spread. Oh. We got to get in for this one. Look at the face of the esport player. Yes. Oh, this is sensual. That's very good. Oh. How do you get him to look so sensual in these?
I guess it's his natural talent. He just looks like that.
That is natural talent. Can we get him to just do one little wink to the camera? I think that would really help.
You can wink to the camera.
Just one little...
Just wink.
Just wink. Just one wink. That's a wave, dude. Ah, damn. He just ain't got the riz. What can you do? What can you do? Look at this. God damn, they high up. I like those pants. That's very intense stuff. What game do you think they're in? Maybe they're in League of Legends looking down on us like they always do. No, it's fine. Don't worry about that, you know? No problems here. What game are they from? We should ask. She looks extremely serious. I'm not going to talk to her, though. She is a master of her craft, and I will not be around over there. You'll have to bleep that out.
But that's your master of the craft.
I have zero master of any craft. That's why I have this dog job. Thank you so much, Puppy. Absolutely.
Oh.
What?
Don't undersell yourself. Come on, you're good at this.
Thank you so much, Puppers. That's my boy. What pose are you going to do? They making you do a pose?
I like the crap pose, you know what I mean?
Crap. Having like a pain face. Hernia! That's a good one. It'll hype people up. A lot of experts here looking as cool as possible. Look at this. We have Collapse. He's doing the classic come and see me at the bar move. And he's flipping us off. Don't do that on camera. We have to blur that now. That's very nice. And we're getting extremely mean mugged by the camera crew. So let's try to leave Collapse alone here. As now, let's go film these guys. This is Team Spirit, the defending champions of last year. They're all casually talking. Let's see if we can see what's on his phone. I want to leak this to the internet here. Here we go. Casually zoom in on his WhatsApp. Hey, sorry about that. No problem. Don't worry about that. You guys ready for Media Day?
Yep.
Now, this is the best Media Day man in the world. This is Team Spirit's media manager. I recently saw a video with him putting a pot on his head and smacking it several times. You're the best media guy in all of Dota 2. How's it feel to be among fellow professionals?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Yes. Thank you. Another banger interview. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I don't want to talk to Miposhka. This guy, an old clack, come here.
Hello, my bald brother.
Welcome. You're not bald, is that? You look great.
No, not yet, not yet, not
yet.
yet.
You can't say bald brother. That's part of getting in the brotherhood. How's it feel to be back, big dog? Welcome home.
Feel good, good. But actually, I see that nothing changed.
Okay,
yeah. And I'm like tired already.
You said you would never come back unless Team Spirit paid you a babillion gajillion dollars. That's true. Is this what happened?
No, it's not.
Okay.
There was like a different thing.
Okay. Different thing. All right. Well, we're happy to have you back, Miposhka. You guys feeling good?
Exactly.
Hell yeah. That's a picture right there. Cut and print, baby. All right, fam. We are here at Vici Gaming. They're doing what we like to call hero shots. All right. That's where we make them look cool. They take a picture, maybe a cross arm, maybe a look to the side, maybe a look to the right. Let's go check in on how things are going in here. Hi, we're filming you today. You doing all right?
I'm good.
good, thanks. How are you?
Great. How's the hero shots?
Perfect.
Yeah?
Going great.
Does he look heroic?
It does. They're going naturals.
Now, what's your favorite shot to do with some of the players?
I like doing like just the typical.
Oh, the whisper?
Yeah, I like doing that one. But then like just switching it up a bit, you know?
Can we get a whisper? Can you hit us with a whisper? Just one. Oh! Okay, that was hype. You were right. That was good. All right, fantastic. Sir, what is your favorite thing to do on these?
You got a catalog. This one.
Look at that, the catalog. The cross. Oh. Oh, the mean mug. Oh, these are good. Okay, so you're going to go with the cross?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. There's better than that. What if you did... Oh, come on. That's it. The power pose?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you show me one of those? The legend pose? Just give me a Oh, God damn, look at those guns, baby. That's the one. Do that one. All right, great. Photos are very fun. Go take them at home. Another killer transition. Now, one of the things I heard we're doing here at EWC this year is giving out some things to the fans. I believe they're getting signed cards. I guess I can't say Pokemon on air, something like small pocket monsters of the players. And look at this. Let's go ahead and watch them signing. Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but we just want to look at your signatures. Incredible. Look at that. That's Jabs. Wow. What a great signature you have there, Jabs. How long did it take you to formulate that unique signature?
Yeah, maybe like 5 seconds.
Okay, that's really good. Could you do me a favor and make a mistake on yours? Because, you know, those are, well, they're worth more, like a factory mistake.
Mistake, he can make it special.
Can you make one really special so that we can extend the offer? What are you going to do to make it special for me?
Special what?
That in itself is special. Thank you so much. Yes, but I hope your Pokemon cards go out very well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having them do this beautiful task, Jabs. I'll never forget the incredible signature that I've seen here today. Great work, Team Nemesis. And now say the Nemesis catchphrase. What a challenge! Okay, that was nice. Woo! All right, thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Powerful, blow the house down.
You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris and we're getting ready for the second half of the day. We got VG Gaming and P-Vision ready to take the stage very soon. But first, talking about all of that, I got 2 new panel members joining me. Good afternoon, BSJ. How are you doing?
Great. That last game of the Enigma series, that was quite a good showing from them, and I'm excited as there's going to be more and more good Dota.
It's been hype. Like, a lot of the games have gone closer than I've expected, and it's only day 2. And the level of Dota seems higher than it was earlier in the season, which is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, Effie, how did you experience day 1? And what does it set for the expectations for day 2?
A lot of draws on day 1, which is a very good sign, because you don't know what the conclusion is for a lot of these matches, right? When you draw, because in a BO3, it could have gone in either direction, and if the level of competition is that high, it's really hard to make any valid predictions, which is where I'm at right now. I honestly cannot tell you who will take it in any series.
That's where we want to be.
Yeah, I feel like day 1 was a lot of draws because teams had like very clear plans from scrims coming into the tournament, and I saw a lot more of teams doing their own thing. And then today is kind of the day that you had a night to sleep on it, adjust to what worked and what didn't work. And I feel like today was a bit more lopsided than the drafts because of the fact that people are clearly trying to adjust and you're charting into a little bit of unknown territory. But I think it's going to unravel itself when you're seeing like Earth Spirit get addressed. Drow is kind of losing later on in the draft. So I think that's kind of where we're at in the tournament right now. And I agree with Mira that a lot of the teams are peaking, and I think we're getting to see some of the best Dota we've seen this year.
Yeah, our upcoming series on paper, VG Gaming versus P-Vision on paper, Effie, it should not be even, but what we're gonna see and what we have seen so far, because every single series on this stage has tied, are we expecting the same for this one?
Honestly, yes, which is crazy to say because P-Vision, they're the big bads coming into this tournament. Everyone's looking at them as a team to beat, but Vici seem to have hit this groove where everything is flowing for them. And these players are not unfamiliar with each other. I think they might surprise everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, Vici's been leveling up over the course of 2026, and, you know, they started by even struggling to qualify to some of the tier 1 lands. Then they started to qualify. They were getting, you know, 8th or 12th in the tournaments that they did qualify for, and they lost to Yakult Brothers in a couple of those qualifiers, and then they took them out in order to qualify for TI. So they're a team that's going to be at both of these big tournaments. They're definitely hitting their stride right now. And I do think P-Vision, while they are one of the strongest teams throughout the year, possibly my favorite to win the entire tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if Vici took a game off them today.
Yeah, for P-Vision, this is the team to beat, as already said, for a lot of people. And with that in mind, I mean, this team should come in very confidently. Let's find out how confidently as we're checking in with 9 Class.
Hey there, I'm here with 9 Class from P-Vision. You guys have been pretty stable lately as a roster. How have you achieved this and achieved better stability?
I think Papi is showing us how to play correct Dota and what we should do on map. We're watching like replays, and I think we are find our heroes with what we wanna play, and we are not like maybe surprising too much, but we playing like stable, good Dota, so that's why.
So if you say he's teaching you how to play correctly, what were you like before? Just kind of like go with the flow every game, whatever felt right?
What?
Well, if Puppy, you said Puppy is making you play correctly, what were you like before Puppy? Would you just...
Before Puppy, we play like... We was trying to break the game, but now Valve fixed like a lot of stuff which can break really, and it's kind of risky to waste your time to test it, I would say. So it's just better to play now stable heroes like Hoodwink, Dark Willow. Like.
Yeah, and that's why you're not playing your fun heroes anymore?
Yeah, I think from fun heroes only Ayo. Yeah, but it's always banned.
So does that mean it's better to win than to have fun?
Better to win.
Do you ever feel like you're in a cage, like you want to have a good time, but also your teammates are like, no, stay in the cage?
It's like two-sided, yes. Sometimes I can suggest, and maybe I will try it. Maybe not, depends on how this hero good on game. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I'm kinda sometimes in cage because I wanna try heroes, but it's not a suit drafting. So yeah. But anyway, we win Dream League, so I'm happy.
It's working, right?
Yeah, it's working.
And one last question. How do you deal with stress at big tournaments like EWC? Obviously, there's pressure, a lot of tournaments going on, but for the big ones, how do you deal with it?
I'm not stressing much because, like, for me, I'm already playing 3 years, and for me, it's just tournament like always. So you come, you just play, just do your job. So yeah. No stress.
Sounds easy then. All right, cool. Well, thanks for meeting me, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people will miss the typical 9 Class heroes. I think, Effie, that is one thing that for P-Vision people love watching.
We really will. I mean, there have been so many moments throughout the last 2 years where 9 Class has delivered entertainment and single-handedly gotten heroes nerfed, like Slark, like Nyx Assassin. These are heroes he brings into the meta. He has his own way of playing with wave manipulation and not laning at all in a lot of cases. And if anyone were to reel him in, it would be Puppy. Like, I did look at the heroes he played during qualifiers, and I remember thinking to myself, this is all very normal, and they looked great. They were playing exceptionally well. But to hear that Puppy comes in with a vision, says clean Dota, it makes sense. It's a little bit sad, but it makes sense.
I did see the life leaving his eyes a little bit as he was like reflecting on the hero pool that he's transitioned to. And I don't know, I'm sure the viewers at home can resonate with this. I couldn't help but imagine Puppy on the other side of that camera with a machete as as he was talking about why he was transitioning and did he feel like he was in a cage? Was it voluntary? I mean, clearly it's working, and I think 9 Class as a professional is happy to adjust, or not, maybe not happy, but willing and able to adjust in order to make the team successful. But yeah, I think all of us have to mourn it a little bit. Maybe it'll come back, but not now.
It did also give them a little bit of an edge in the draft where some of his heroes just needed to be banned because of that. So we'll see how that plays out. Maybe we will get treated to an IO who seems to be the exception. They're going up against Vici Gaming, and Vici Gaming this year has had a little bit of changes. So here is the roster for them. And to talk a little bit more about how this all came to be, we're going to hear from Bach.
我们怎么变成这5个人现在在这个阵容？最开始就是他们一开始在跟牛哥啊，然后再跟 WS 在打，然后后来他们就是有一些人员上的变动，然后他们需要一个3号位，然后就因为去年我也跟他们一起打过，所以说就又找到我。我们因为去年当过队友，然后包括我跟新 Q 之前也当过队友，所以说我们磨合得不错。 有时候像输比赛，然后长期的训练也会让我觉得很疲惫，因为就是经历了这些疲惫，然后胜利的时候才会特别开心嘛。所以说，也就是对胜利的渴望吧，对赢游戏、赢过别人的那种向往。我觉得我们现在最需要提升的就是一些个人的实力，因为现在这个 DOTA 变得越来越复杂，需要每个人有更多更精彩的操作，然后每个人的操作都会对局势有非常大的影响，有很大一部分原因就是因为他们的个人操作、个人节奏非常好，然后我们也在就是往这方面努力，还在一个要搞清楚自己打法的阶段嘛，因为DOTA 的版本也一直在变动，然后热门的英雄每个比赛也都会变，然后我们其实就是每个比赛都还是需要去找一些就是赢游戏的方法。我们在这个比赛前在国外训练了差不多2周，然后我希望就是我们能在这个小组赛，然后就是能够表现得比较好，然后继续成长，能够进入到淘汰赛去有更多的成长空间。
Individual skill is where the focus is. And I very clearly remember the first time we saw Vici Gaming in 2026 was at a Wallachia, and they were standing in for a different team that couldn't make it. They were told like a week in advance, and they were playing other games in the time when they had a break. And the first step back was like, okay, everybody just started spamming pubs, and that's how they came to the event. And they came top 8, which is very crazy, Brian, to be able to do that off the back of just, hey, we all just played a bunch of pubs. Now we're going to play as a team together in the group stage, and we're going to make it out of that group stage to playoffs. That's a very high level of individual skill already.
Yeah, I mean, every time I think about this, I remember this conversation with Quinn that every time I mention it, he doesn't remember saying this, is about the fact that these players work so hard to raise their skill floor. Like, so many of us think about our skill ceiling and how much potential we have, but it's not a surprise to me that a lot of the veterans nowadays, like, even like if you give them 3 days to warm back up, they're already in shape. They've made it so that all these things are muscle memory, the strategy, the mechanics. Maybe they're not at the top of their game, but they're gonna look like they belong no matter how rusty or new as a team they are. And like he was saying in the interview, it's weird to see Bach look so serious. He's always so smiley and happy behind the scenes, but as he's talking about this, the teamwork and the synergy between him and Xinq is already there. These guys have played together before, so it is surprising, but then at the same time, I always have faith in a team like this.
Yeah, it's easy to forget because he's so likable, but this man has been in 2 TI Grand Finals, won 1. He is a veteran. He has a really strong vision in a game, and he's very dependable. The breaks that he's taken have helped him a lot as a person, and he's talked about that a lot. But now it's a matter of taking the lessons from your break and applying them to Dota, and I feel like it's really working out for them. They seem to be in a good headspace as a team from what I've heard from them. They cooperate together, they learn from each other, and we'll see what the ceiling, like you mentioned, is, Brian.
Yeah, the road starts, well, yesterday, but here on the main stage for them. For P-Vision, they also have that knowledge, and they also have someone who took a little bit of a break, where he now comes in as a coach, and we touched upon him already a little bit with Puppy on the side of P-Vision. Very curious to see what kind of impact he will have in the squad for this, because this is the first time he's here as a coach for a team that has a high potential effort to do very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard it already. He's reeled in 9 class, made him play normal heroes. But I think it was in the podcast we watched yesterday with Seb where Puppy himself said, I know Dota. If there's one thing about me, I really know this game. He has a very strong game knowledge and understanding of it. And in that same podcast, he mentioned that he's not about motivational speeches or anything like that. He's just about breaking down the game and doing the optimal thing. And he did have a transitionary period as a coach where maybe it was a new role for him and he still had to iron some things out. But it feels like it's working out now. They looked fantastic at Dream League.
I talked to no one about that, and we'll probably see it later, but I'll spoil it. At some point, they literally had to ask, no, please, do more, do the drafting, we need someone to be the Iron Fist, to click the buttons, to tell them what to do and how to do it, and it works out.
Yeah, I think it was really humbling to watch Puppy, because he's obviously such a veteran player, to talk about his experience as a coach, where he basically said, yeah, I heard about a bunch like the way other people coach, I've seen the true sites behind the scenes, all the motivational speeches, but he's like, then you eventually learn that you just have to do, we all have our own way of doing things, and being true to ourselves and our methodology, and that's basically where he's landed. And I don't think there's not many people in the Dota scene that I would rather give the reins to in terms of the strategy and the vision of the overall game. So it makes sense to me that no one in the rest of the team was like, come on, just give us something to follow. We believe in you.
And apparently he taught them how to play Dota correctly, as of course opposed to the incorrect way. They were
playing so poorly before that, for sure.
They were doing good too, but now they're doing great. To be able to do great, of course, we're going to need the teams. Both Vici Gaming and P-Vision will soon be taking that stage for a best of 2 in this group number C. And both teams so far, they've got a 2-0 already. Let's see how far they can get.
Thank you very much, Shiver. Yes, we are in, and as you mentioned, both next teams have got their 2-0. I'm Milosh. I'm on my own here because I may or may not have stolen our dear Slax's BKB and thrown him in the hyperbolic time chamber to get himself ready for even more shenanigans in the future. But in the meantime, we'll gear up for our next game. P-Vision versus Vici Gaming, leaders in 2-0s in Group C. Let's introduce our first. It's Vici Gaming! Vici's been building up their strength all year long. The road to TI goes through EWC 2026, so it might be where their success is in Paris that would bear good omen for their run in Shanghai. It's a long road to get there in the meantime, and this is a big proof for this powerhouse of a team that they could do it all again. Their opponents, P-Vision! Consistently strong throughout the year, they are one of the favorites to win gold at EWC 26. Might have triumphed over an S-tier, or might not have triumphed over an S-tier opponent just yet, but Vici is definitely a perfect amuse-bouche. We are in Paris after all. Why not give it a great starter for it all? Now, Vici, P-Vision, please, gentlemen, you may place your keys. All both of you, shake hands and get ready for your matchup. Our third game, 2 leaders in Group C about to go head-to-head, and the winner might be the one that takes charge in the group. Let's send it back to the panel and get you all ready for it.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Vici Gaming and P-Vision ready for this 2-game series, and we're close to getting the draft on the way. So I want to talk about the Dota 2 that we will be seeing here on this stage, and the type of Dota being played, because now here, P-Vision is going to play stable Dota, safe Dota, good Dota, very nice. How is Vici Gaming going to play this one?
Well, he mentioned, Buck, in his interview that the meta is changing every tournament and they're still discovering what their play style is. But from what I saw yesterday in their series versus Nemesis, they looked solid, they won the lanes, they had really strong rotations, and they weren't really challenged. So it's hard to say how I would describe them overall as a team.
Yeah, I think I mean, obviously, it's hard to say what they get away with and what they don't against a team that's generally weaker in Reconics. But like, they picked Bane Mirana earlier, and that's like early on in that draft. And I'm thinking a lot of teams would pick like a summons offlaner. I Notice would be happy to do that because neither of these heroes deal with it. But that wasn't the response. I didn't feel like they were really punished. So I'm wondering if Vici Gaming is potentially going to leave themselves susceptible to a team like P-Vision throwing them that curveball. But then we also saw a little bit of flexing of the Undying yesterday for Vici Gaming, and I think that the flex picks were very powerful for Yandex yesterday, and that's something that they used to success in the recent tournaments. So I think flex picks in the current meta is something, or I guess in every meta, that teams really strive for. So they have that up their sleeve. So I hope they aren't too predictable, basically.
Yeah, and what we see when certain heroes tend to trend, then as a player in a different role where you can play, you have to learn it, even if you haven't played that before. And we're actually seeing that with P-Vision in Earth Spirit. When you think about Earth Spirit support players, you don't really think about 9 class. He's not someone you would assign that hero to, but it does make sense that no one, as a big mid Earth Spirit guy, would say, well, it's time for you to learn this so we can flex it within our drafts. And that's what we saw at TI qualifiers. 9 class ended up playing 2 support Earth Spirits, and they popped off. They looked great. They paired it up with Notice Spat Rider from the offlane, and that's just them talking about this meta and practicing. If it's one thing about P-Vision, they'll find something before everyone else does, and it seems like they did that with Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I wonder a little bit about XM's identity for this tournament, because even up until the qualifiers a few weeks ago, he was still picking the mid sniper, something we haven't been. I mean, he's like the mid sniper specialist of the entire world, I would say. But he, like this type of hero hasn't really been popular. These like ranged lane dominators. We've seen like a Lina or two. I'd say Invoker's like a little bit different because he doesn't scale with right click. But I'm wondering if we're going to see like the lane briefers that XM has classically picked. But he's also happy to just play the normal heroes like Storm Spirit as well yesterday.
I think so, or I would hope so. Like, I wouldn't want them to change too much of their own identity to try to fit the meta for players like XM that are so individualistic. He is a lane dominator type of player, and if he's all of a sudden playing Earth Spirits, that would be a little bit strange, right? And there are some heroes going for him in this meta, like the Snapfire mid. It's not a hero he played before it trended, but it fits him, right? It's right up his alley. They do things that other teams don't with the mid SF flex. It's a hero that can still be played mid by Vici, where for other teams, you know, it's pretty much the carry.
Does that mean that we are going to focus more on the mid lane for this one, or is there another lane that we should be focusing on because that's where the main focus will be from the teams?
I mean, for me, it's like, I think Satanic and Shiro are both pretty high skill carry players, but they're both predominantly playing like the Lone Druids, the SFs, the Drows. I think like that's going to be a relatively like predictable lane in the side lanes, I guess you could say. So that's why a lot of my eyes are on the mid lane, because I also think that like XM is one of the most interesting mid laners to draft against, because there's just always that threat of giving away a game for free because you can't have any impact, and no one's one of the best players for just getting out of any laning matchup. So that's why my eyes are on that matchup.
And when we're talking about P-Vision, we have to mention that Notice is the latest addition to P-Vision. This is a player that P-Vision has been vocal about it. They wanted Notice already earlier on in the season, and they hadn't gotten their hands on him until towards the end of the season. What makes him such a good fit for P-Vision on the offline?
When I look at Noticed as a player, he feels like a complete offlaner in the sense that he will play the style that you give him, but he's greedy. He will find his farm. He will play the macro game in terms of making gold, and you never have to worry about his offlane being sacrificed in that sense. And the way that Dota's slowed down and you kind of want net worth on all of your heroes, plus 9 classes shift to more traditional supports from the 4, it makes it so that he thrives in that situation. Like, if every game he had a Nyx leaving him, he wouldn't be able to pull this off, but P-Vision have shifted away from this.
Yeah, I was thinking about your question, Shiva, and I was like, I guess my answer would literally be he's high skill. Like, he can just make it work in any given scenario, and I think even with a captain like Puppy, who's going to ask you to pick more traditional standard lineups, it's still like, you don't want an offlaner who only farms or only plays summons or like has like a specific archetype. I think the best offlane players right now, like I've seen Notice own on Beastmaster with like the Ags build and turning into somewhat of a carry. I've also seen him be Dawnbreaker with like an enabling build. So I've seen a lot of different sides of this of him as a player, and I think that's what's makes it so easy to fit him in here.
And he does it all very consistently. Typically, when you think of offlaners, in the days of old, they all had a style, something you would attribute them to. Like, oh, he's sacrificial, oh, he's good at laning, oh, he farms. But to have someone who can do all of it is what you look for out of your offlaner.
Yeah, I think Brian's quote, he just makes it work.
Yeah.
And that sounds like you need 5 of those in your team. If they can just make everything work, that sounds like an absolute dream. Earth Spirit coming out for P-Vision as the opening pick. You already mentioned, Effie, that the flex is very much alive on their side. The answer instantly comes with the Shadow Fiend, which is a highly sought after hero, leaving Drow behind once again.
And also a flex for Legion. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw this mid just to punish the melee hero on Earth Spirit, because the way that people have been playing it is they're just not getting points in rolling boulder early and just playing to push out the wave as fast as possible, and that can very easily be punished by XM's mid SF.
Yeah, I think so I was talking about not loving seeing these like ranged non-stunning mid laners. It always feels bad as a carry right now because you're often playing a ranged non-stunning carry. But if we pair it, like Shiro has multiple different ways to play as well. Maybe it's not the most meta, it's kind of like a month or two old, but he plays the Ursas, the Tinies. You know, we've seen Alchemist propping its head up a little bit so far in the early stages of the tournament. So if you're going to put SF mid, my only caveat is you have to pick like a melee active stunner who's going to set up the Kaya Yasha Blink Requiem. Otherwise, you're going to have like really awkward plays. And against a team of P-Vision's caliber, it's not enough to just get good lane matchups. We saw, who was it yesterday that it was Maus against, who did Maus play against yesterday? I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot here. They all in the lanes too much, and then they ended up losing in the late game because of that. So that's what I'm just making sure that if they have the SF, don't get too cute with it.
I mean, it very well could just be carry SF too. We'll just have to see how the draft progresses, but I think Tiny carry could be something you throw in with the mid SF if it's something they're talking about.
They played Spirit.
That's who it was, yeah.
Well, 9 class did say that IO is always banned against him.
Yeah.
And it's not banned here. Is this a hero that they want to bust out?
I think IO is like really good right now. I'm actually surprised it's not seen more. I know we have the specialists like 9 class and GH who will pick up the IO, but it seems like a pretty good heal meta in general. And there's reasons why, like Spectre and Nature's Prophet. I know we don't see too much Spectre in professional Dota, I think because of the slower laning phase, but these global heroes, ever since the map expanded eons ago, have always felt more powerful because of that. And so, Mira, you were mentioning that Earth Spirit as a 4 is very difficult. Like, it's not enough to enable it with a Darkseer. If they end up running Earth Spirit 4, because there's flex potential on both sides, right? Earth Spirit gets flex to support, Shadow Fiend might even be the mid. Like, what's the rock, paper, scissors going on here? I think they probably need to pick their 5, right? Like, what? I feel like I see 4 heroes and I know nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Earth Spirit, Darkseer is a strong lane. The only issue is if they pick a Dispel support like Oracle or something, suddenly your Earth Spirit support is cooked. He has no Ion Shell to play with and he's weaker. But the option for the flex is always there if they see the clock and they know it's the 5. But also, he's fantastic at this mid Earth Spirit. To give it away, they have to find a much better pick out of that mid lane. So we're not going to know for a while.
Yeah, I wonder if you go like the Oracle, maybe an Enchantress, and then you leave the flex of the SF till later, you pick your offlaner. I wouldn't even mind if you like pick a ranged offlaner here, because you have if you were to pick Enchantress, you would, or the Oracle, you would flex the clock to melee 4 position. Yeah, it's so funny. I feel like oftentimes the drafts get a bit streamlined, but I like the fact that Vici, for them to have a chance against P-Vision, I like that I'm stuck guessing here.
I mean, it can work. I do think Clock has looked best as a 5, but it's Xingqiu. He plays everything. We will see. Meanwhile, for P-Vision, the Winter Wyvern comes out. This hero is a specialty hero for Kateomi, and it's very strong in terms of out-healing whatever harass comes on your carry. I think it's very underrated as a healer, which is why it's trending again. You just get level 2 Cold Embrace, and you can pretty much secure a lane.
Yeah, we saw it in the hands of Speed twice this morning. It didn't end up working out for him in either games, but it was still a very strong showing, and he definitely saw why this hero is making a little bit of a comeback.
Sorry, I said Kateomi, I meant Ducalis.
Yes.
Messing up my 5s.
Hey, Leshrac was a hero I actually wanted to see more of in this event. I'm actually curious about this because I thought it was going to be someone like Mid1 whipping it out, but XM definitely a Leshrac player. I don't love Leshrac into Darkseer because he's usually a reliable pipe builder. You don't really like buying items that like get you out of the wall. Leshrac is a damage dealer that relies on walking around in the middle of fights, and oftentimes Darkseer will struggle against like faceless voids. Basically, you vacuum them and then they just move. They just leave it. The PAs, the void, stuff like this, or the storm spirits. But in this case, with the Oracle backing him up, that kind of like duo synergy. You have Oracle to enable the lane, and then you have Leshrac, or like Oracle to enable the Leshrac later. But now we have the 2 ranged non-stunners. Like, yes, Leshrac has a stun, but unless he goes like Atos or something, I think it's going to be quite difficult to land on a Darkseer, an Earth Spirit, etc.
I guess that leaves a big hole to be filled by their offlaner, with that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, usually you want to have the option to like counterpick the lane and only have one. Like, you want your draft to already be well-rounded by the time you're going into your last pick. Otherwise, you're kind of pigeonholed. It makes it much easier for them to blind pick against you. So I don't love that, but I'm sure there's a decent amount of just point-click stunners for Bach here.
I think the Leshrac is a great hero versus Wyvern as well. Like, versus his ulti, it's really important that you have a means to kill or damage afterwards or throughout. And versus the Cold Embrace as well. I would very much like for this Earth Spirit to still play more of a roaming game, because now that you know that your Ion Shell's getting dispelled, it's looking like the 4 with the Pangolier coming out. Unless there's something kooky going on with the Darkseer, you can't really sit on that lane too much because Oracle just takes away what you wanted to do out of it.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we saw Darkseer get stuck jungling at level 2. I think that was for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, but that was because they lost all the bounty runes and also gave first blood to a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, there were a lot of stars that aligned against Enigma there to go poorly there. I guess what I'm saying is, for a team like P-Vision that as stacked as they are, I'm curious how they end up getting out of this laning phase. Because, yeah, SF's already one of the strongest laners. Even without the hard counter of the Oracle, we've seen SFs generally do very well in lane against Darkseer. Darkseer is more of a game counter. But now you've got the... I feel like your only out's been counter. I think we're going to see a lot of creep dragging. Potentially a Darkseer at level 2 now. To be fair, Oracle's not like a Treant, which we saw earlier, where it's going to, like, go screw over your carry and be, like, a really good gate hero. But I'm still concerned, like, as Satanic, I do have to imagine, what do I do if I have 3 heroes in my lane and I'm blind picking? It definitely, I want to see a hero that has, like, potential recovery in the jungle. Terrorblade would have been a great option. Yeah, I think there's a lot. You're basically putting a burden on Satanic to say, how are you going to get out of this laning phase reliably? There's a lot of ways to lose here in the draft. It's hard to kind of fathom it as a spectator.
I do think the presence of Ducalis' Wyvern will negate a lot of what you mentioned, though. Like, the point of picking this hero is just to have that early bit of sustain to just push your carry over that threshold where they may get bullied out.
Fair enough. Yeah, for sure.
P-Vision got such potential for a beautiful wombo combo. I really hope we're going to see it at least once.
They do. My only concern for them is just this offlane of theirs going really badly and them not being able to do anything for a while. But if you're calling for this Pango on 18, you're making a statement that you're going to beat up the Lesh. It doesn't matter that you're that you're playing against an SF who in the late game is going to right-click you. You're just going to take over that early game. So a lot on no one's shoulders here with this Pango pick.
I feel like you could go 2 routes. You can go something like a lane ruiner like Viper or Razor, but then you have like 3 ranged cores. You could also go like an Underlord utility, give yourself a little bit of teamfight control. I don't think I love the idea of like a Blink Stunner here, actually, because it's very unreliable to Blink Stun Pango and burst him with the given lineup against heroes like Wyvern as well. So I think, and there's no like Storm Spirits that you have to make sure you catch. But okay, so they do go for kind of a pseudo lane griefer and also a stunner. I actually like this. This might be the perfect pick, because I felt like they had to choose between those 2 directions, and they actually went for a hero that does both. Batrider did get nerfed a decent amount in the letter patches of 7.41, but I think conceptually he'll always be a very good hero, and he has a pretty free game here.
Yeah. I mean, the only issue is maybe getting smoked on by enemy supports and getting chain stunned by Pango once he hits that level 6, but your supports can also mitigate that. You do have an Oracle who will be able to help you early on. And I love the concept of playing against a Winter Wyvern and not giving him a proper target to ult. Sure, whoever gets ulted by the SF will die to his right clicks, but the other two cores in Batrider and in Leshrac, they don't really contribute to that. They can play in the middle of the fight without being too afraid of that Wyvern ulti.
Yeah, Sven, like this combo wombo that you're talking, like the Wyvern ulti into the Darkseer vacuum into the Sven stun, like if that ever happens, this game's like, I believe. Over. But yeah, I don't think they're really giving it to them though. Like I think SF can play with the Hurricane Pike and just make sure he attacks from range. Batrider's very much like Clockwork and Bat are very disruptive heroes. Like they never really fight you head on. They're always going to look for that vision advantage. I honestly like Vinci's draft a lot. I've always been kind of a doubter of Sven, but it does go very well with the Darkseer. P-Vision, better team on paper, but if I was only going purely off drafts, I like Vici.
I like Vici as well. I'm just looking towards, again, No One and his Pango. He has a lot on his shoulders to make the early game work because his offlane is in a difficult situation and his safe lane is maybe going to go even. So he has to be the player on his team to move everything, and he's been in this situation before. He can make it happen, but Vici are here to play. They're not going to just give it to him.
I kind of also feel that 9 class on Earth Spirit, I know it wasn't his traditional hero, but I kind of feel like the type of hero just getting in other people's faces, it kind of fits. I feel like he should thrive on the hero here as well as he did in qualifiers. We saw him earlier.
The issue is the Oracle just counters that lane. Like when you play Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, it's the double Iron Shell into rolling into people, kicking them back. Oracle just removes the Iron Shell and weakens that lane pretty significantly.
I think one of the most important things about this Batrider pick is that Bat's like a very independent offlaner. You can leave him alone pretty much from like level 3 if you have to, because when I'm seeing the Earth Spirit against the 2 ranged cores, it's like the only concern is, do you have enough people to help all lanes at all times? But I think this frees up the Oracle and the Clock to counterplay 9 class, and I think it will be very difficult for him to find those openings.
I hope we have quite a skirmishy game. I feel like if Vici Gaming do well as well, they need to have that skirmishy game, and they will look for the action in this game that they have against P-Vision. We got one of the favorites for this EWC, P-Vision. On the Dire side, on the Radiant side, it's Vici Gaming. Let's find out who comes out on top with Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver, so very much. As we get into a pause, 33 has entered the building. He's not till next series, though.
But you know he's already in the building.
Yes, of course he is. But yeah, P-Vision versus Vici. This should be a doozy, as some would say.
You would say that.
I am literally saying that right now.
You told me to tell you the words you overused. I think you've used that word every game.
No, doozy doesn't count.
Ever since the Spirit game, it's happened.
Damn it.
But I do think you're right. Like when you look at both Vici Gaming and P-Vision, first of all, both teams have very interesting players. I'm very happy, that we have Jin-Q back. I think also just like why overall, like this support duo is so good and they go so far back as well. Like these teams have a lot of cool things going. Also, when you just look at the draft, like you have an Oracle Leshrac. It's not a combo you see all that often. Of course, throughout the history of Dota, it has been played many, many times, and there's a lot of purpose for it here, against the Darkseer man.
Jin-Q is in this game.
Yeah.
In case you were wondering, Kazu. I haven't actually gotten to cast him in a long time.
This one might be true, actually.
One of my favorite players in the scene. And I remember a specific game that really captured my heart. It was Monkey King.
Where he just killed every career he was level 2.
He was literally not playing the game.
Yeah.
It was PvE against all these couriers. Just memorable.
They did win that game, right? I'm pretty sure.
They did win, and then he tried it like 5 other times
and
lost
didn't work.
Every single one. But we only remember the good times, of course.
I mean, that's why it's just nice to watch players that they do their own thing. They make the game very different. Like just because their presence is in the game, it can absolutely change of the items that are being built, the movements that are being done in the game. And I would say, for me, XM falls on like a similar category. He's not the mid player that cares that much about his own game. He's the type of guy that he will like raise his middle finger and be like, yo, screw you, I'm gonna ruin your game. Like he's like the anti-mid player, and I love that about this guy.
Yep, absolutely. Have you seen this Oracle set before in game?
I've seen it once.
The Persona?
It's the good old Dark Carnival.
I didn't know it actually changed the icons.
No, it's quite cool, this one. This also, like, even when you go back, there aren't that many Oracle players, I think, overall. Like, obviously, Insania was probably the one that always stood out, but, you know.
Yeah, he retired a little too early, apparently.
He did. But why? You know, he's a master tier, and he is one of, like, the best fives. I do think you have some post-5 players that they just hold some aura to themselves. I think Y is one of them. I think same with, like, Miposhka. This guy definitely had that type of aura as well when he played. And I think also, speaking of people with aura, obviously when you have, like, P-Vision, people will always mention Puppy, rightfully so. But I think also on the VG Gaming side, like, they have, as far as I'm concerned, it's a new addition to their coaching squad. It's Yao. Like, this guy played years ago at TI. He, like, plays third at, I think it's, like, TI7 or TI8. Like, they have also some stuff on their side which will absolutely help them to...
Do you have any idea what the story is with that change?
Not really.
Has that been revealed at all?
I mean, I know it's like public info, but I don't really know like how it came to be, because I believe the coach that Vici did have beforehand was Blink, who was very good. Like, that's a TI winner. He won on Wings. So I don't know exactly if it was like a tryout phase or something else, but, you know, maybe they saw what P-Vision did. They're like, yo, we're bringing in the veteran, the big boy.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
I wonder if anybody is having Jin-Q wash his face regularly on this lineup.
I don't know.
He's away from all that influence, good or bad, depending on your perspective.
I think it might be fine if someone doesn't tell him to wash his face.
He's probably so sick and tired that has actually just encapsulated his entire career. It's probably the thing he's most known for.
I'm sure he, like, because obviously he understands some English. I'm sure he knows all of these words in English, because he will get memed for it all the time.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, our boy on the screen, Faith Beyond himself, otherwise known as Bach. What was that name change all about? You talked to him quite a bit.
Yeah, of course. He was on the OG podcast. It had a lot to do. I think, first of all, he does love classical music. So, of course, you have Bach, who is a very famous composer. But he was also a big fan of Seb and Notail, whereas Johann Sebastian Bach.
Ah.
So then that fit quite well into there.
Ah,
I still feel like, you know, Faith Beyond, that's how I see. That's how he won TI. That's how you should remember him. That's how I remember him right now, even if, you know, he's got a different name on the screen.
Yeah.
Satanic doesn't seem too happy with the pause currently.
It's not light related, I can tell you that. It's nice and dim over there.
But they did keep looking up into the sky.
They did.
And what's up there other than lights? It's a ceiling. It's not that cool.
That's true. I mean, but as you can see, maybe there's not enough light now. Maybe they've
That's true. They overdid
They've gone the reverse 33 into the 66. Like, that's an issue. You got to get...
That's hitting no reverse 33 doubles the number into a 66.
That's right.
That's pretty good. If you add another 3, that will turn into a 6-9.
That's right. Very good. Very good math. Jin-Q, you can see. Jolly as always. Just a great personality in the scene. Nobody else, though.
Nobody. God, that took such a quick turn. That was wholesome, and you just dunked straight on it. No, like, I think even so, if you overall look at Parivision, we talked about Mid1 a bit yesterday, what he did. But I will say the one guy that did it, like, to the best extent ever of, like, kind of vanishing and making a comeback, it is no one.
100%.
And of course, it has been talked about, but it is rightfully so. Dota is an incredibly hard game. If you take a break, like, look at FY throughout this season. I don't think this guy was very good. Maybe until recently, obviously, you slowly get back into it. But no one didn't just come back. Like, it's a statement, you know, just not being in the scene, coming back and doing what he has and doing what he is doing currently. It is so incredibly hard. That's why you don't see it from other people. Like, people try it, but they fail.
What do you think the secret is for him? If you had to guess. Did it give you any motivation to think about coming back yourself?
Very little. I'm happy I'm not trying, because I think...
Because bridges were burned and people hated you?
No, what the fuck? No. It's so much time investment. I mean, the one thing is you need to be very, very skilled, and you also need to be able to move with the times. I think if you just come back and you're like, yo, I'm the best, I'm gonna make it happen, I don't think it works like that. You need to get back in line and work like your way back up. There was a reason you were good back then, and it comes from playing a lot, understanding the game, and you need to rebuild that without having a high ego.
Yeah.
And pausing the game, of course. This is very important.
We're almost at the 0-second mark, guys. Don't worry. Getting close. There's smoke from both sides. But I guess we can talk about the lineups a bit here. Looking at
the lights.
Vision. What's up?
He did point up. No one.
He did?
I think it's too dark.
He had his headphones off a while ago. He won't be able to hear us now. If he takes them off, we'll talk to him directly.
So I think the problem is that one person is being hit by the lights. I think it's Satanic's screen. Like, he's the only one, the Sith Lord, as you may.
There's not much light there, though. Let's be honest.
Talked about it yesterday. You know how they play at home? There's no light. It's only the monitor light.
That's true.
And maybe when the mom comes in to open the door. How are you doing, son?
Hot pockets?
God damn.
Bathroom?
That's too
South Park.
Mom, bucket. Yeah, I didn't watch much South Park, but that's.
I mean, I could see 9 class being that kind of guy.
Why him out of all the people?
I just heard stories.
You just don't like him.
What do you mean? He's one of my favorite
Well,
players.
you said
as well.
the only one you like is Jingqiu.
I was being facetious there.
I don't know what that means, so keep it going.
I think P-Vision has a lot of great personalities. Like 9 class. Playing,
Yes.
He hasn't been doing it as much, but playing the really weird heroes, I think, is a cool signature for him. And Ducalis, with his antics on and off camera, of course, usually on camera at the pre-draft.
He likes food, and I respect that. I'm a foodie myself.
Yeah, he's got a lot of weird taste for sure, no doubt about it. But I mean, they have a good dynamic on this team, and I do think, like, if you're going into this tournament, where would you put them?
Very high
in ranks.
So this team is incredibly
top
strong.
3?
Probably top 3. At least, kind of judging from like their power level from how we saw them last time. They have incredibly skilled players. Also, like, Notice is their newest addition, of course, alongside Puppy, who has been with them for a few months, and it's like you need to kind of like get like into it and really get accustomed to all the other people. But I think Notice, first of all, he looked very good on Yandex before. I don't really know what their deal was, like if they had a falling out and whatnot, but this guy is very good. He's consistent. Top 10 in the leaderboard. He's just very good. He can play all the different types of styles, which you also heard the panel talk about before, and it just takes a while. Like, offlane it's an incredibly hard role. You need a lot of experience. I think that's why you don't have that many offlaners that usually stand out, like your collapse at a TI that just comes in swinging, or your Faith Beyond. It definitely takes a while and a lot of skill. I think the most notably recent offlaner that really like shook the scene up was Omar.
Oh yeah, and he's still one of the most.
Oh yeah, I mean that guy's
to
good.
Watch. I mean that team is kind of a different dynamic though, because you put all your eggs in his basket in a way. Like, he is the carry of that.
He reinvented, I think, the way Dota is played right now, at least a little bit. Like, perhaps both him and Ace, like, just the more farm oriented. I'm gonna become the third core, because Dota really it wasn't played like that. Back when you had Zai or Ice Ice Eyes, you had less gold on the map. They were never the third core, or very rarely. Even more so, they would be the third support more often than not, because Dota was just so different back then.
Yeah, a lot of things have changed over time in Dota. I mean, do you feel like this is the best Dota's ever been as a player?
I think I would say it's getting there, at least like play-wise, because I think there's a lot of people that complain about a bigger map, and I was part of that until some point. I do think the small adjustments are happening quite nicely. I think the river where you move faster, that you have a bigger map, but you have 2 gates that like help you move around, and it's vastly changed the way the game is played. It used to be all about mid control, but the mid lane isn't as important as it used to be. Now, if you control the side-ins, if you control the gates, that is truly what also gives you map play. And I would also say that most of the Dota heroes are actually playable. Like, even the few that you don't see being played, they're being played in pubs.
Yeah, tournament-wise, it's been maybe less so, I guess.
We'll get there, I think.
Months.
Yeah.
I mean, when you delete facets, when you delete such a huge mechanic from the game, it's going to take a while to get back up to speed, I feel like. Especially when there's only been one major patch since then,
yeah.
I think.
There's only been like a few small letter patches, like some A, B, C. I think we're also like on D, but even so, like in those patches, they're like not that incredibly big, and it takes some time to just get used to it. That some heroes, like, they had their facets baked into them. Some of them got won. Some of them just lost everything, and it just takes some time. I think even when you look at heroes like Lone Druid, people are still testing to like play into it, and you're finding answers, because Dota, it's always a cycle. There's some heroes that pop up and you need to find the old answers, or maybe there's new answers because heroes were changed, or there's different items in the book that you can play now. So it's just ever evolving.
Okay, I have a game design thing.
Oh, here we go.
Tell me if you like this idea.
Okay. Is this Relic Arena related or Dota related?
No, it's Dota related. Thanks for bringing that up, though. You can download it for free on Steam. So, you know how Invoker has his own choices for Ags and Shard?
Yeah.
Every hero has that. It's basically facets, but you have to invest in it.
Wait, like you're saying that you have multiple choice Shard and Ags upgrades?
Yes.
I don't know if I like it that much, because the reason I love it for Invoker is that the hero is played so vastly different depending on, like, I mean, what orbs you go, if you want to play Quasvax, if you're going to go X-Sword, what you want, the game may change. I think it's really cool that you didn't have to decide, like, at the start what your trajectory is going to be. But I think that's, like, inherently how Invoker is, so I don't know if it makes sense for the other heroes to have
but
that.
you choose this during the game, though.
Sure.
right? So doesn't that solve the facet issue? Like the issue with facets is you're choosing it before the game and you're pigeonholed into that build.
It does I guess that would be kind of interesting.
Thank you.
I do think it makes most sense for Invokers. I don't know if I fully love your idea, but
it's good.
I can see them. Yeah, this is why you should not be a game designer.
As we are in the game, it is on pause, in case you were wondering.
We did it.
These are not phantom sounds you're hearing. It is, in fact, XM versus no one in the mid lane. Leshrac versus Pangolier. Who wins this? Call it, and don't be wrong.
Call it. I mean, this is quite... It's a very skill-based matchup. It shouldn't swing too much one way or the other, because actually both of them are quite happy. And it's a weird dynamic even later when they get levels. Because when you roll onto a Leshrac, if you have levels in Edict, you can't really commit as the Pango. But as the game goes on, I do think that this is a very annoying matchup overall for Lesh to play into. The cool thing for XM is that he has Oracle. And this is also what makes like top-level Dota so different. It's not the one-to-one matchups. It's like the hero combos overall that make it happen, but I think no one is set up for a quite good game here, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay, let's talk about some of those matchups as the game goes on. So, looking at P-Vision's side, you have the Sven carry.
Yep.
We've seen the Vac into Stormhammer before. Crazy combination. You have Wyvern to kind of set that up with the Curse as well. Anything else that's missing?
I mean, I guess roll is always good, but I think overall, like, I am looking at Sven as a hero. I think it's slightly underutilized, but this is an incredibly good lane for Bach on the Batrider. Like, first of all, you've always been good against Sven. You own this hero in the lane. And same with Winter Wyvern. Like, people, if you heal them, sure, you just Firefly like straight on top of them. You just keep stacking up. So I'm looking at Bach with this last big Batrider to not just have a good lane, but also a very good game, because they need that. Like, he is like the main source of initiation, both him and Jinkyu later, and XM is gonna need that to like keep the game going.
Yeah, eventual lasso initiation into just getting insta-gib by a Shadow Fiend in theory. Like, very scary proposition. Of course, having the Clockwork as a secondary initiation or just somebody to make things kind of messy in the fight. I mean, that's kind of what Pangolier is in the mid lane for P-Vision.
Yeah.
Kind of same idea.
And it's also because this is where both drafts have like a lot of, I would say, nice things going for them. Obviously, Party Vision, they can start their own fight, right? Like you talked about, you have the Vacuum, Stormhammer, you've got the roll going on, you also have Earth Spirit that's rolling around. But Party's counter initiation is honestly very good. Like when you play Batrider into heroes like Darkseer, you need to be very careful. Obviously, when you lasso a guy in, that's the guy that you're going to focus. But this can easily set up vacuums as Shiro.
Yep.
Gets a kickback.
Healthy amount of damage, and he might actually go down for this. Pops the Fairy Fire. He's just going to get run down by the Ion Shell. 9 class gets the last hit, and the first blood of this first game.
Which we will be talking about, as it is very important.
Especially for 9 class, because he is a, well, okay, if it was a different hero, I'd say he's a greedy boy. Goes for greedy itemizations. He's going to roll in onto Y under the tower, kicks him out as well. Shiro does join the party. The 9 class gets another kill to his name. As Shiro under the tower is going to get some more TP support. They really need to help this Shadow Fiend. Now he's just burning down to these Ion Shells. Rocket Flare to help out a little bit. Shiro still be able to pop that Fairy Fire. Looks like he'll get the better of Notice, but the Cold Embrace comes at the last moment onto Notice as Shiro takes a tumble again. So 9 class with 2 kills out of the 3 in this game for P-Vision.
They played that so well. It might not even be done yet. Stukanis is going to Arctic Burn over the edge, but will end up dropping. But this is why one play will always lead into the next one. At least in Pro Dota, they will make use of it. They find this initial touch onto Shiro, they kill him, and they know that he's going to TP back to the lane. So Ducalis is already 1 step ahead as Satanic, taking a lot of pressure. While, of course, Ducalis did have to leave him. Should be getting healed up soon.
About it. Yep, Cold Embrace going to be ready for him. But yeah, that's back-to-back deaths for Shiro on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, this hero, at least historically, pretty good at coming back, but in the safe lane, do you feel like this is still the case?
He definitely can, but the problem is, hold that for now, XM.
XM in a bit of trouble. Shield Crash going to slow him to a crawl. Has the Diabolic Edict going, but it's being shared between the two. Getting some nice bottle charges, though, with the slow to fall, but the swatch was there and the right click from no one. Down goes the mid laner of Vici, and they're down 4-1.
Yeah, even with the urn, like that 9 class just got from the first blood earlier, like you go for this play, you share all the damage, and they're both going to be full HP. Because, yeah, this is just why all these things matter so much. This is not a lane where Shiro on it, he's not really allowed to die. You have an Oracle with you, so that's just 9 class, and Notice finding a very nice touch earlier down in the bottom lane with the kickback and the vacuum. So very, very good early game for them. 11 CS on SF at 5 minutes is illegal. This is not normal.
Really? Yeah. Very unfortunate for him. But yeah, how's his comeback on this hero?
It's still good. Like, of course, SF is very good at coming back. The problem is he is in somewhat of the category of like the Razors and the Monkey Kings, whereas they are expected to play from ahead because their laning is just absurd.
Satanic was pressured quite a bit because of all the rotations that P-Vision had, but he was able to stay alive, which is important.
Jingqiu killing some couriers, of course.
Backstabbing, of course. Always going for those couriers first. Looking for the bowling. Will get another hit. 6 stacks of sticky napalm on Satanic. Burning down very low. Will survive. Able to get Cold Embrace here relatively shortly as well. So again, Satanic staying alive throughout this laning stage.
Yeah, honestly, both teams are doing a good job at like pressuring, as Satanic is also sticking around for now, just making sure that they get the Lotus. Bach has to be a little bit careful here.
Yep, Satanic gets the Lotus, we'll get some farm, and then we'll get another heal from the Wyvern shortly thereafter.
Because even net worth in the top lane is honestly, I'm going to call this a slight W for Pari, at least for now, with Mr. P-Vision here, as Jingqiu is going for the Cogs play.
Still being quite disruptive. Satanic not able to get all the farm that he wants. Gets the Stormhammer off, but now that Bach has come back, he's come back, in fact.
Damn, that's a good one. Never heard that before. These heals are annoying. Like, Winter Wyvern overall, I think it's a hero that is really starting to, like, really gain the respect that it should have. Let's hold that again. Some more bowling being played.
Satanic only able to dodge one. And he just burned out of all his mana now.
I mean, they gotta be careful because if you look at the bottom side, you are being pressured. Like, tier 1 is on half HP. If you leave Shiro for too long, can definitely give an opportunity here to P-Vision to maybe make
the good news for Shiro is his CS is now slightly higher than Satanic. The fact that it's even close is good for him.
Now, Vici are doing a very good job of just like continuously pressuring up there. And also now we've got the max edict. Maybe XM can even pull the wave away a bit. That's half the tower gone. So that's very good. If at any point no one is not here, that tower just drops.
Yep, no one with the swatch. Are going to roll in as well. 9 class doing so much damage in combination with no one. It's more than enough. TP way too slow for Vici.
This is a hero that you have to respect. There's no one with also a quick TP to the top lane. They did not spot it, but it looks like Bach has a little bit of a read.
Yep, does get the swashbuckle to hit multiple times, but not able to find any meaningful connection. Still not, he doesn't have his Rolling Thunder quite yet.
That's actually a big deal because he not only shows his body in the top lane, he lost a lot of mana. It could mean that potentially if the rune now ends up spawning bottom, they have no way of contesting it. As XM does TP back into the mid lane.
Yep. It will be an invis bot, so you're right, no one. Not going to feel too good about that. XM in the meantime, let's see if he can take advantage of that rune.
And still, it's a 2k lead. 9class has found some very nice plays here so far in this game. Getting XM killed twice with just a good TP earlier. And notice as well, his net worth is, it's troublesome for Vici here. 4100 net worth, that's a Dominator completed on Darkseer, and you don't have the best heroes, at least in this early game, to like try and threaten him. You're gonna need Hookshot and then a Leshrac later with a combination.
I mean, usually when we see the Darkseer and then an Oracle comes out, like, okay, he's hard countered in lane. Is that like, is it just about the pulling?
It's honestly like not. It's a strong counter, but he can still play. If you can find these small moments, which they did. Like, I don't think Shiro was allowed to die earlier in this lane, so it does start there. Because it is about the, like, 1 or 2 instances here or there if you can squeeze through it. And now that he has Dominator, it doesn't matter that there's an Oracle in the game. It's incredibly hard for Vici to now stop this.
Yeah, he's having the time of his life, unnoticed. They're going to try to go for Shiro potentially, but they run right into Y first. Will Fate's Edict himself to stay relatively healthy. Gets rolled on after the fact, though, as XM joining the party. Gets a nice split Earth onto the Earth Spear with the Requiem coming out from Shiro. And that's enough for 9class to go down.
It's a good play just to make sure that they at least hold their own jungle for a little bit. Because if you can, you need to try and shut down Noticed at least a little bit. Like, look at your 3 cores. You're playing SF, Leshrac, and Batrider. Darkseer loves going first item Greaves or Pipe. And if you can get that against this tri-core of Vici Gaming, they can really have damage problems.
Satanic with the Mask of Madness now. help his farm out.
Yeah, he'll be very happy farming. Also, even levels on Sven later. Like, Warcry can then just suddenly offset. Like, you have Pipe for the magic resistance, you have Cold Embrace and Warcry to help you with the rest. Jinq.
Fight over the rune here. Jinq
That's
gets
a quick kill.
Completely destroyed as the damage rune onto No One. Are we able to get a stun here? No. No One. Still not with the Rolling Thunder. You usually get this at 9 then? Or it kind of depends?
Kind of just depends.
Okay,
I think also now that he had Diffusal, it was very nice to just play with a 4-4-0. And this is a very early timing on the Diffusal, at least for now. I also like that Notice is already angling, like to this mid area. Just to try and help, 10-minute timing. You've got the Siege. You can play around your Pango, who's... I mean, these are the two strongest heroes in the game. If they line up together right now, it is very difficult for Vici to fight back.
See how much they want to pressure here. Still with that 2K lead, so not growing that much, but getting better map control. They're going to run into a stack here as well. Not the most massive, but will be some nice gold injection for P-Vision.
It's difficult to fight at the moment for Vici. It would be nice if they can wait for Jinq's level 6 to come out, as they don't have that yet. I would say this plus the Blink Dagger on XM, which is coming out, who's currently in a bit of trouble. Trying to run away from No One's big Rolling Thunder.
Yep, he's almost as fast, it seems, but No One. He's going to have to settle for Y. Early false promise onto Y, though, as No One now is going to have to back away completely as his rune is going to be dispelled.
Still a lot of pressure. Like, if you look right now, if you were to draw a line where Vici's gaming heroes are on the map, they're very far pushed back.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, it's only SF kind of, and that's only next to his tier 1. Like, Satanic is free farming top, No One just goes into the enemy jungle, forces back like 3 heroes. And this is a type of pressure, you feel it in the game.
You can see the stacks there, a little bit higher on the P-Vision side. And of course, they've taken more stacks because they stole it from Vici's side. Jinq not quite level 6 yet.
Yeah, they really need that. I mean, they will have to try and play around XM.
9 class, he's spotted, kicks one away, but he's going to take a lot of damage from this Pulse Nova. The wall comes out from the other side. Those Notice gets a nice vacuum onto XM. As the Arcane Rune bottle from No One, and they do lose 9 class, but XM is the trade. They'll take that every single day of the week.
Well, still good by Jinq to kind of squeeze in that initial kill, but yeah, there's so many reasons for this to be a good Darkseer game, not just with its own draft, but also against Leshrac. You have Max Edict. If there's one wall coming out suddenly, there's Illusions tanking it, there's also a Surge to make people run away. You get the Pipe coming out later, so Vici Gaming definitely not in the best position here for now. Losing another tier 1.
Looks like Blink Dagger will be next for No One. Yeah, Satanic, Echo Saber getting close to being finished, and you mentioned Darkseer's Pipe, not too far away, and that's going to be, I mean, all 3 of those are going to align relatively similar timing, so that's going to be a big power spike for P-Vision.
They're hitting very, very strong timings. I think, like, Satanic can always look to join as XM, looking for No One.
No One, nice curse from the high ground, Ducalis. Gonna force this out completely, and now XM's gonna get rolled on. False Promise comes out. This is a lot of damage as Shiro joins the party as well, but I think XM taking the brunt of it here with a big swashbuckle will finish him off from No One. And Shiro does get off the record at the last moment with the raises to follow. No One in a lot of trouble. Will be picked off as Jinq just gonna hook shot for the hell of it. Ends up being both mid laners trading their lives, but on the XM side, that's his 4th death. Didn't get any XP out of it.
Yeah, even with all the heals being pumped into him, this is not over. Shiro
rolled on, getting burned up with the Ion Shell and the Arctic Burn. Death Requiem for him, and that is death number 3 for the SF.
P-Vision just, they've got their number at the moment. Like, you also got to remember, like, initially, like, the 1-for-1 trade, you can argue, okay, it's fine for Vici, but Satanic is full chilling. He's just playing PvE in this game. There is no pressure in his lane.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'd love to see that as a Sven. Nobody better at taking stacks than Satanic. Of course, his team's not able to stack that much from him because he's so busy killing all of the other heroes. And Jinq gonna try for the steal, but not happening. TP's right in the face of danger, though. Either way, though, from Vici's side, 5k deficit. They need, I mean, we haven't really seen Lasso yet.
No.
Obviously, Bach will need a Blink Dagger to be able to pull that off. Has the drums right now about 700 away from Blink.
Yeah, he is working on it, and they will be needing that. Like the lasso into a potential Requiem, and that kind of stall the game a bit, because this is also an awkward phase. Like for a hero like Leshrac, like when you get your Blink, you really need to keep the game going, because you're not building any stats. Even your next item, if he goes Kaya now, it doesn't really help you fight all that much. So all these deaths really, really matter. And like we said, Satanic, he hasn't even been part of the game yet. When he has Blink, he also has Max Warcry. Suddenly you're fighting into Pipe and Max Warcry on the entire team. Could be quite troublesome here for Vici.
Yeah, he is going Blink next, so 700 away from that. Yeah, they have some... He actually has a lot more gold than I thought he did, because we were just talking about his Echo Saber. I guess that was basically finished when we were mentioning it.
Well, the hero farms fast, and if Satanic does one thing well, it is absolutely get fat.
You know, what was it, 2 years ago when he kind of entered the scene in full? He was approaching best player in the game status. Then it tapered off a bit as no one looking for some action. XM's going to dodge it nicely. Jin Q being a nuisance as always. Good split earth onto the Earth Spear, but there's the Rolling Thunder from no one. Along with the pipe being activated, XM gets false promised. And that should save him for the time being, and no one's going to have to roll away from the SF as he gets a nice swash on the Jin Q to completely destroy the robot. And Shiro's going to have to hightail away. These false promises have been good, but feels like they're kind of Vici are just, they're not stemming the bleeding enough.
Yeah, the false promises, they're just delaying what's going to happen anyway. I mean, Bach just isn't finding a way to be in these plays, at least not for now. He did pick up his Blink, so potentially, you know, he was in this type of situation where, guys, I'm close to my Blink, try not to fight, then the fight breaks out, so you just wait anyway. But the problem is that the network lead is just keep going up here for P-Vision.
Yep. Lead keeps growing, so 6K for P-Vision. And I believe all their items have aligned. So I would expect them to get ultra aggressive here as the Blink Dagger up and running for Satanic.
Do like this move though here from Vici to try and strike back at least somewhere.
Even 9 class going for a Blink is 300 away.
I mean, support Earthspirit with Blink, I'm a big fan of it. Just like blink in, kick some people back, or even save some of your allies.
Oh, all right. Jin Q making sure that that works on teammates. The old Facet would have been great for that. The extra armor and,
and
lower cooldown
would have been quite nice.
Of course, we never saw that Facet.
We did not.
Everybody wanted to go bowling.
They also kept trying to buff it. But then at some point you just, okay, hold that. As you got P-Vision looking for their own smoke.
And despite the Earth Spear being dead, they want to try to go for something here. Swashbuckle onto Bach. He does get off the lasso, but not much follow-up.
Yeah, he's cooked.
In fact, none at all. The follow-up is from the rest of P-Vision to destroy Bach. Jin Q in the tree line. Looks like he'll TP out successfully.
Okay, at least they do lose only one hero. And they forced most of the P-Vision side here into the bottom area.
I mean, aside from that fight under that tier 1 really early, it's been mostly these, you get one pick off, and it's just this slow bleed.
Yeah. And even for now, like, there's a lot of timings that came out for P-Vision that's just incredibly hard to fight into, because it's not just that they have the lead, it's also that their team fight is stronger. They have Darkseer, they have Pango, Earth Spirit, even Winter Wyvern, like a Curse to turn it around, or even a Cold Embrace. So Vici are going to have to find a way to play this map nicely without losing much more on the map.
Noticed is going Blink as well. So how many Blinks is this going to be? Everyone but Ducalis, who I'm sure will want a Blink.
You definitely, like when all the bros are going Blink and they're blinking it, eventually you gotta join.
I mean, he does have a greedy Essence Ring after all.
He does. Of course he does.
The fact that I mentioned that before you're...
I'm trying to hold it together.
Step that shit up, son.
It's day 2. Trying to keep it together. Can't get too mauled too quickly. As for now, you know, they are holding on to their 7k lead. At least they don't have like the best Roche lineup, which is good news for Vici Gaming, at least for now. Of course, Darkseer is okay. You can have multiple shells. You have the lucky shot from Pango, but Sven doesn't really love killing Roche all that much. They are eyeing their own safe lane tier 1.
Oh boy. Yeah, they run right into the poor Oracle. Couldn't see that coming despite being a prophet.
Yeah, unlucky for him. Which is nice. Like, you want to be able to hold on to your entire map, and we saw this yesterday too. Like, all 3 tier 1s being up at 19 minutes is obviously not easy to play into. And I also like that P-Vision aren't using all the heroes for these plays. You know, it's just 2 to 3 heroes up top. No one, he continues to farm. His TP is ready if something happens, but he knows that Vici, they just want to farm on their own.
And no one 1,300 away from his Agnem Scepter. His farm is extremely good. And of course, noticed just a little bit ahead of him. He's had a free game on this Darkseer completely.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic game so far. Honestly, nearly everyone has, I think, on the P-Vision side.
I think he noticed how many people have Blink Daggers on his team and has re-switched his queue up a bit to go for the Shivas instead now.
Yeah, I guess it's good, right? You already have all the other ones that can like follow up and like already start the fight for you, so you don't really have to do it as well. You can like surge your way in. I want to see how the next couple of minutes are going to be played, at least for Vici. You have Shiro, who he recovered quite nicely. With the Kaya Yasha build, of course, you farm very quickly. You've got good mana regen, you've got good mobility around the map.
And XM, I believe the BKB is... Is it on the way? Oh, this is a Sange Kaya, isn't it?
I don't know if he complete. Yeah, so he did complete the Kaya and Sange. Just gonna make him tanky. I think it's nice if he can play without BKB and maybe even go for like just a Bloodstone build later.
Can he really play without BKB this game?
I think you can, just because you have Oracle playing with Bloodstone could be quite nice. But let's see, at least for now, because they are quite deep. Remember, all the tier 1s available means that people...
Satanic is hungry. They're going to get a nice connection, though, onto the Pangolier. They use the lasso as well. But here comes Satanic going for Oracle. Innocence is dead. Jin Q on the run now is 9 class in the vicinity as well. Nice vacuum to cancel the TP. Jin Q will be left for Satanic. As a double kill comes out from the Sven, but the TP is mostly successful from the Vici side. They lose 2 supports, but they get the mid laner in no one.
Yeah, you're quite happy here if you're Vici on this. Like, you're forcing all these heroes into the top lane. You do kill no one, which is quite nice overall too. And Shiro, again, he didn't need to be part of this whatsoever. He can just stay mid, get his levels going, get towards his next item, which is going to be the Pike for now. But yeah, Satanic is... He's a monster so far in this game.
I mean, give him 21 minutes of free farm.
He'll do it, yeah.
Not many people better at it than him.
Well, they have yet to die on both Noticed and Satanic in this game. I don't know if that's going to change all that's like really soon. They're very tanky. You've got a BKB completed on Satanic. It's going to have a Chrysalis soon as well. Damage output going to be through the roof. Also now level 3 God Strength. Very early timings here on their side.
Now we'll see if they want to occupy the bottom side of that map to get the Tormentor. 2 minutes past due already.
They could. The only thing is, if you overcommit on the bottom side Roche, if Vici are on the ball, they could try to threaten it like for a potential Roche trade. Like, you have Lesh, you have SF. They're both quite good at killing Roche. So need to see how quickly they can do it. It is also against a Clockwork. You know, maybe Jin Q can squeeze in the perfect timing on the Rocket Flare. This one will be off the mark. So he probably will not have time for another one.
Yeah, they didn't use God Strength for this, so we'll be a little slower. As Ducalis will be rewarded with a shard.
It's quite nice. You'll always take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, like, now you have a Axe Scepter already available on your Pango. Like, all these things are just coming out way too quickly.
So the Cold Embrace shard, the damage that it gives, is it base or all?
It's base.
Which is still good for
It's still very, very, very good.
Because God Strength is base, right?
It is also
it increases base.
Yeah, it's all like quite good together. Like, it's already all these spells. Like, already their base level is quite good. Like, when you're Winter Wyvern, like, all your spells are already strong as they are. I also like this movement currently. Coming out from P-Vision, you take the Tormentor down bottom. You know that the bot side doesn't really matter all that much anymore. Taking over both the top half or any tier 2 tower would be quite nice for you. Just so you also get outpost control.
I feel like it's a little awkward to use on Satanic, though. Like, when you're not using it before the battle.
No, you're honestly not really.
A lot of times that you use it in the middle of that, he's not right-clicking that.
It's more like a bonus if you can like save it in the middle and you get like some turnaround with some lifesteal or Satanic later.
Oh, Shiro spotted, gets kicked. Roll's not going to connect, but a second roll comes in via no one, and now the right clicks from Satanic. More than enough, as Shiro will die for the 4th time this game. He's down for 60, and this should open up Roche.
It's just a good play, like punishing you next to the tier 2, but it's also something you should be kind of aware of. Like, P-Vision have a lot of their timings available. They should be looking at these type of plays to open up Roche. At least Jin Q's being annoying with the Rocket Flare. Because they could look to contest. Like, you have Bad Rider, you have Clock, very good Roche contesting heroes.
Now they might try for it. Bach looking for an angle. Gonna go for the flame break. Actually pushes everybody out. He pops the BKB. The Roche is not really that low, though. Where's the follow-up here? They don't have the SF. The counter occurs now from Ducalis, and now this is where Vici will evaporate. Bach is dead. Clockwork as well, and now Leshrac, the last remaining core on Vici. This is going to be a full team wipe. They do all of this without the Shadow Fiend, and they pay horribly for it.
Yeah, they pay the price in full. This is just a little bit too easy for them. Like, P-Vision just have good positioning, but even so, that's kind of a self-gank. Like, Bach running in, getting the drag back, but this is just where Winter Wyvern is always going to come in clutch. Ducalis with a good curse, Jin-Q blinked in kind of at the same time there, and from that point onwards, it's just a hard fight to take. I think this is a little bit rushed. It even got XM, like,
it's a little bit too ambitious, surely.
And then notice as well, like, you get a great vacuum, everyone's just here. The fight's just too easy at this point.
Isn't that an instance where if SF did have buyback, that felt like that was the kind of a force play in that, but
yeah,
4v5?
Like, even with SF, like, it's not like you really want to go for the play. I think the best thing you could do there if you reach it is you play it slow, you play off of Rocket Flare as Jin-Q.
Jin-Q pulling a collapse.
Well, now it all makes sense.
Aegis.
Now it all makes sense. They delayed it into the bottom side.
All right.
That could be one of those tournaments you just see more Snatch Aegises than just normal picked up ones.
Apparently.
So, nicely done from Jin-Q.
Yeah, that'll buy some time.
It's still a 13k deficit, so I don't think it changes too much, but it's a banger.
Let's see how
Where
close
did
this
he come
was.
from? Sick angle. Oh, no one even tried to like blink towards it.
That was really close.
That's why you gotta scan the area for the thieves, guys. Collapse, Clockwork, Jin-Q, add him to the list.
I mean, I think they already did that when they were top, surely, but they find the vacuum onto XM all alone.
He's a goner.
Yeah. He's going to be picked off very easily by the triple combo here from P-Vision.
There it is. The blink on Ducalis as well to join suit with all his brothers.
The Aegis steal feeling like a small misstep for P-Vision in the grand scheme of things.
Really doesn't change that much. I doubt that Satanic would have taken it anyway. Likely would have been in the hands of no one on the Pango.
Bach, he's found via
dead.
Satanic, and that is a death thanks to God's strength as Y tried to get close enough for a false promise. I mean, even if he did, don't think it would have made much difference. He does use it on himself and will live as a result. Jin-Q, you're dead.
It's difficult for them to play the map right now.
Only 6 kills in this game for Vici as a whole. P-Vision in control.
They also have very good vision out overall, like from the P-Vision side, like bottom river, you know, on the outskirts, top outskirts as well, top lane ward, now a base ward as well. They basically, they see all your avenues. However you leave the base, it doesn't matter. They will see you there.
Another tier 2 will go down here in the top side, which leaves mid lane as the last remaining outer tower. Oh, they get a nice roll in onto Y and kick him out of his own base for the free kill.
Nope, just making perfect use of everything. You know, this is what, if you get to play support Earthford like this, you love your life. You blink in, you kick some people out, you have a great base ward. Jin-Q.
He's also going to get kicked out. Seen this before. Goodness gracious, what a disaster game for Vici.
They got 2 kills from one base ward, and this is also why it's good. Like, you just linger around it. You know, sometimes a ward is like, oh, but they can kill it so quickly, but they linger first, they kill the first guy, then they protect it on the second round, and this just easily frees up your high ground.
Satanic using God's strength to pound into these buildings. You can see Bach ready to go. There's the initiation. Lasso into what exactly? The curse is going to help out from Ducalis as Satanic. Going to get help with the nice back wall from Notice onto 3 here. Shiro getting destroyed from the cleave. False promise at the last moment, though. Might have taken too much damage. We'll see if he pops or not.
He's good. He's
like he'll live in the fountain.
I mean, they were looking for the lasso into the Requiem, but Shiro was just finishing his BKB, so again, I think some small miscommunication there to like try and make a comeback. I understand, it's difficult. You feel that in this game. I'm gonna try to go for the few plays that you can, but you gotta nail those if you want to make a comeback in this one.
Yep, that's one lane for P-Vision, 24k lead. Of course, they don't have the Aegis. It was stolen. And still a tier 2 mid, so they'll rip through that. And the question is, are they going to wait for the next Roche? Because that is a while away.
I don't think so. Like, look here on the side. I think you'll see that Shiro like finishes up his BKB like just here, so it's too late because they can't really follow it up. Even if he tries to Requiem as a follow-up here, Notice can always just blink in and like vacuum stop, and it's just difficult overall.
Now Satanic has his namesake.
Yeah, he's got the best item build you can ask for in this type of game.
Yeah, upgrading the Blink next, and then all he can really do is the old Ag Shard / Moon Shard and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Just all the consumables, essentially.
Some refresher in the backpack, get like some second God Strength going on, can always be nice. Maybe, replace your boots for like a Silver Edge after you eat your Ags.
I have to say, one of the best changes in the last 10 years in Dota is refresher not working with items.
Oh, I really like that. I think it made it like too easy, like the double BKB and everything.
Oh boy.
Fuck.
Satanic not able to find the connection. He's going to get lassoed instead. The roll back, and there's the curse onto the SF, wasting that BKB. False promise on the Bach as he limps back to base. Jin Q about to be 2-shot if he's not careful. Make it 3 instead. Satanic will be able to watch him die. And Y is next on the list, so 3 dead for Vici and P-Vision. Yeah, the game's called GG. P-Vision take game 1 in convincing fashion, to say the least.
Yeah, they made it look quite easy, I'm not gonna lie. I think they played very well, like the entire laning stage already. I think they got way too many kills on the bottom side. I also really like that, even that early on, like Ducalis makes his way over, no one as well in the mid lane. He did very well against XM. 9 class in his early game found all the right rotations to just keep pushing it forward. Like, Noticed and Satanic didn't even die in this entire game.
Combined 18-0 between them. I mean, notice that's just felt like a completely free lane. Satanic did not have a free lane. He was getting pressured pretty low, but never died in the laning stage, or at all, obviously. And anytime you leave a Sven to his own devices, this is kind of what happens.
No, they withstood the pressure very well, and they applied it incredibly well on their own in the areas that they could. So I think Vici, time to go back to the drawing board, look a little bit where you do want to play through, and some small communication stuff that you do have to fix for the next game.
Yeah, Shiro, unfortunately for him, not able to get a single kill on a Shadow King. I don't know the last time I've seen that. That is rough.
Yeah, that definitely.
And of course, it started really early. He had 2 back-to-back deaths in laning stage, and he just never recovered.
Yeah, and you can just see, like, P-Vision, they're an incredibly good team. If you give them somewhat of an easy game, you don't threaten them too much, they are incredibly good. Like, they will do this consistently to you if you give them the chance.
As we finish up the replays here.
So many good curses too. Like, I'm really happy we see more Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, for
because this hero is not just fun to watch, it is incredibly strong.
You see the light is not shining in their faces any longer.
Anymore.
It didn't make a difference for Vici, though, this time.
It did take like 22 minutes, so I'm glad we got that out of the way.
I'm sure we'll get it again in this tournament, as we've seen many times, especially in our next series, which not quite there yet, but 33 the Master of the Lights. Or is it the opposite?
It's the Master.
That is his kryptonite, is the lights. Isn't that right, Shiver?
That is right. The Masters of Vision, though, that's the team that took this game number 1 of this 2-game series over Vici Gaming. And to be fair, Effie, this was not an even ordeal. The writing was on the wall for a very long time before GG was called.
Unfortunately, yes. To me, a lot of that game was just decided in the first 10 minutes. After the first 10 minutes, you look at it and you think that finding your way back into it is just very difficult. And P-Vision showed us why everyone is so afraid of them, why people are saying this is the team to beat. They have such clean early game movements. They make lanes like their bottom lane that should have been countered 1 lanes, and their early game rotations are so on point.
Yeah, games like this concern me more than like traditional draft wins, because it's not that I thought P-Vision had like a significant draft disadvantage or anything like that, but that literally just looked like a outplay. Like that just looked like a better execution. And I earlier, before the series started, Shiva, you asked like, why is Notice doing so well in this team? Why does he fit so well? And our response was he's just good. And I feel like when you can have a lane on paper that you're still fine in the game if that lane goes like below average. But then Darkseer is one of the scariest offlaners in the entire game to give a good start to, because his farming speed, it's kind of like Axe, like in Centaur. You ramp up so quickly purely based off of levels. Once you get level 4 Ion Shell and a Helm Dom, you saw Notice be like #1 net worth in the game for a large portion of the early to mid game. And no surprise that he's 8-0-18 after the start that he had. I think that's the hardest part of the game for Darkseer, and he transitioned it quite well.
And if you're Satanic in this game, you're very happy. You're just playing for free, essentially farming, while the rest of your lanes are going better than expected. That's the carry's dreams, and P-Vision are so good at setting up for Satanic and his game that it's going to be tough in this game too. We saw that Vici had this idea of this Batrider plus Clog lane to do a lot of poke, but that Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace really came through. A lot of the trades that they were taking top as well just got out-sustained by the Wyvern, where we could see the vision. And there was at some point, Brian, in the green room, we were watching Batrider miss CS to zone the Sven, but then Sven just gets healed up and you sacrifice your game at that point.
Yeah, oftentimes booting the Sven, like you're happy with the Sven being so low that he can't even walk up anymore, so you're kind of like winning the CS battle that way. But then when he's just getting sustained back up, there's actually no purpose to that, and he's still finding the farm on Satanic, and he's recovering quite well. I feel like Vici, they relied on having very stable lanes, but we're going to see some clips here in just a second where this kind of draft breaks down very quickly when you have like 2 range cores, or 3 range cores in this case, but 2 very like susceptible range cores, where this is at the 3-minute mark. And I want to point out that this is when a lot of times carries will just push the lane and then go get the Lotus, but instead Shiro's playing like really aggressively and gets caught by 9 class with a kickback into tower, followed up by a vacuum and a blood grenade. And this is a death that in theory should never happen, but it also only takes like 1 or 2 seconds of stepping out of position on the side of SF. And then here's what's going to happen when SF respawns. This is 15 seconds later. He TP's back in, and Y's getting dove. And Darkseer are one of the best heroes in the game to enable diving, because a lot of the damage you do is not through attacks, so you can just walk next to him, walk out of tower range, do a little cute aggro there. They even had the setup from like Ducalis communicating like, oh, I can follow this up. So like Shiro TP's back in, dies again. The Cold Embrace being clutch in multiple different lanes. When you're a range carry and you have stuff like this happen to you, it's almost irredeemable or like unsalvageable. But then the worst part about this is that this then bleeds into what happens mid lane. 9 class, we were concerned if they were even going to get out of bottom lane, but instead they're not only killing bottom lane, but they're also killing XM in the mid lane, and that was a very even matchup up until that point. You see that they're both at top of the CS charts. So sometimes Dota is as simple as one mistake against one of the best teams in the world can very quickly lead to many other, honestly, almost unavoidable plays.
Yeah, and just watching that first death on the bottom lane, it feels like a big mistake by Vici, because if you're playing against an Earth Spirit and you're pushing into the tower, the one play they have to threaten you is to kick you back into the tower. So if you know that's coming, you just don't allow it to happen. It's not worth getting the 1 or 2 extra CS for the death there. And I wonder if it's just Vici maybe getting caught off guard. It's not a hero people are used to seeing out of 9 class, but he was popping off on that. He was landing all of his early game rolls. His rotations were on point, and they've got to put a lot more respect into it going into game 2.
I never like the excuse of like first game of the day, but there's also just sometimes where you don't calibrate fully. There's just like specific heroes that play is optimal if the 4 position is not like Tiny, Magnus, Pudge, or Spirit, like some dislocation hero. Otherwise, that would make sense. So these are the type of mistakes that theoretically, yes, a pro player should know better, and they usually do. But at the same time, 95% of the time, that is what he's supposed to be doing. So when it is first game of the day, I just want to point out that that's the kind of stuff where he would do that most of the time. So sometimes you're kind of on autopilot for the first few minutes. I know I've struggled with that warming up, and I'm not trying to make excuses for Shiro, but it just sucks to watch Dota game where you're like, God, I think it's actually over after he does that and then dies again. I at least for me, I'm like, unless my off lane is stomping, then I usually think that there's no comeback from there, and they managed to weather the storm top lane on Satanic.
I think also for the side of Vici game, they probably were aware that things were going south that fast, and they are just hoping that there's still a mistake from Vision to play for, and obviously they didn't find that. But it should be easy for them to hopefully recover and then have a better showing in game number 2. Before we get there, though, we're going to check in with some of the members. For example, what is Milosh up to right now? Riveting conversation, I'm sure, but we're not privy to it. Unfortunately, we were locked out of that one, but I'm sure we're going to check in with Milos and the other stages and the other games probably fairly soon. I don't know if you guys are able to hear a lot of it, but we are, and I do know that, that obviously wasn't Apex, I believe, but Apex has been very loud recently, so maybe that will bleed into the broadcast a couple times, but that's just the beauty of all games at the same place. I know that Valorant will have their finals as well this weekend, so I'm sure we're going to get some noise from that as well, as that stage is almost right next to ours, so I'm sure we're going to get more information on all the action very soon. But not right now. And that's totally okay, because there's more to break down. There's one important thing that I want to point out about the previous game we just watched. We had 9 out of 10 players, Effie, that all, apart from Shiro. Shiro was the odd one out. He did not have a blink dagger. Everybody else did.
They did, and there were some moments where I wished that they didn't, honestly, because I remember, sorry, I have to bring this up because I watched the VOD back to see what exactly happened, because I thought that Oracle got cliffed, but Oracle blinked onto the cliff by his tier 2 mid, just, to be a ward, which is fine. Sometimes you have nothing better to do than to be a ward for your team, but 5 seconds after he blinked onto the cliff, P-Vision initiated on Shiro's SF, and his Oracle was just on a cliff, and it felt so sad. So you know what? I love blink daggers, but sometimes not like that, Brian.
I think Arteezy would appreciate the empowerment that that he took upon himself to say, I have the agency to put myself on this cliff. Because theoretically, they did have cliffing potential on the side of P-Vision. They have the Earth Spirit kick, they have the Darkseer vacuum. So sometimes you just got to take your life into your own hands, Cheever.
Yeah, but I think maybe only blink up on the cliff if you can first have yourself down.
Or Tumblr Story. That usually works pretty well,
Sure,
too.
if you have another way of getting down, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And to be fair, the game felt really difficult at that point, but come on. Why is your Oracle on a cliff when you're getting stunned? It feels bad.
It does. It also, this game makes me wonder, because we talked about how they just got outplayed, but we also said how so much from this game was snowballed after the start to the game. Is there a way for Vici Gaming to just, I don't know, have a more stable start to the game where it basically the lineup plays itself, the lanes play themselves, so you can't really go wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, my concern with their draft when I said they had 2 ranged non-stunners in the mid lane and the safe lane is this is the same as my experience, where if you make 1 or 2 crucial mistakes, your lineup, like if you look at P-Vision, say they're losing the lanes, and the draft is going in favor of Vici for the first 20 minutes. At any point in the game, there can be a Winter Wyvern Curse into a vacuum, into a Sven stun, and people are going to die. But there's no equivalent of that for the side of Vici Gaming, and oftentimes teams will find that balance. Like, I think P-Vision even leaned heavily on the Wombo combo, like playing for the later game than they had to, but teams will often balance these 2 components of Dota, and we saw this, like I mentioned, with Mouse versus Team Spirit yesterday. It's the same thing where sometimes you all in the lanes, and what happened with Mouse is they end up losing at 60 minutes into the game because they did play the lanes really well, but they didn't really factor in how did these heroes scale. But in this, if you mess it up, that's what you get.
Yeah, and we're gonna have Vici Gaming try again, of course, very, very soon. We're also gonna try again to see what Milik is up to.
Just so you know, yes, we are live and we're checking in with the Allianz Vault. Esports World Cup is always about the multi-game esports tournaments, and I just have to come in and see what's going on in Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, as our good friend Logan Sama would say. And here I am with the one and only Hollywood Rob Television, because we're in Paris and we're here to have some fun. How's things been going on in City of the Wolves for you?
Yo, Milos, for one, it's good to see you, brother. Of course, we hosted a lot of shows together last year. This year, Fatal Fury, absolutely insane. I'd say they're up in the ante even more, bro. First and foremost, I gotta say, shout out to Punko, OG from Korea. He's been going absolutely insane. You know your energy is high when even after a win, you hyperventilate. That's the energy that he was bringing, bro. But the biggest story has to be Goichi.
Oh, he's still at it. Champ from last year?
Champ from last year. You remember Xiaohai versus Goichi at the end. We all thought it was going to be Xiaohai. Right now, Xiaohai is on fire trying to take his title back, but Goichi is the reigning champ. But the thing is, Goichi is kind of having a flu game type of situation. He was dealing with a little bit of health issues. Even when he was up there playing, he has like an ice pack on his face and everything like that. Still qualifying from the winner's side.
That's crazy. The fact that he's able to do it, I'm told that it's something that's really been haunting him for the past few days, not even coming up here in Paris. I'm glad he's doing well despite the issues. I hope he can rest up and continue, because his run last year was legendary. I know there was big cheers waiting for Shanghai to take it. I mean, we were lucky enough to be there to witness it for ourselves. Shanghai ended up doing really well in another game title, but the story of Goichi, how kind of 2025 went on with Evo for him as well, was pretty sick to see. So going into EWC, it seems like we got some, I guess, OGs that are doing well, but any kind of new faces that are shining.
Definitely, we got to make sure we shout out to Gumi. My man qualified through the last chance qualifier, which of course is always super godlike. Do you know how godlike you got to be to even travel out? You don't even know for sure you're going to be in a tournament and you get it done. So, of course, his momentum is absolutely insane right now at this point. Dark Angel as well, the fighting pride of Mexico. He's out here getting it done. And I got to also bring up just in general the storyline of the OG versus the new school, right? Now we have stages this big, fighting games, people making $1 million and all this type of craziness like this. It wasn't like that early on, right? So, of course, it's nice to see for all these new guys, they're already coming straight into a system where it's this big. But the OGs like Goichi, the OGs like Score, 40 years old, all these type of guys, they built this on their backs and they've decided to let the young guns know, hey, we still here.
Hey, it's good to have that sort of friction competition. There's few esports titles that have this friction between different generations even in it. And you're telling me, oh, a Mexico player doing well. I'm sure Colt is very happy about that. It's part of the experience here. So glad to hear that things are going well on your end. It's always good to see you, my friend. And I don't know, I'm wondering, you guys were crushing keys today. How was that?
Oh, man, listen, the key crusher.
We've yet to do it ourselves in Dota.
That moment is so amazing. Tomorrow, actually, have you actually been crushing the keys yourself?
Not yet. We're building up the next couple of days.
Okay, yes. So a couple of people, of course, have already been eliminated. One person that I'm sad about, I know, no bias, no big Hollywood ain't biased, but my man's Abu Omar West.
Just now.
Yeah, man. It was definitely rough to see him go out. But at a tournament when the stakes are this high and the competition level is this high, every single match is a potential top 8 match at any possible major event. But I absolutely love to see the energy with the Key Crusher because, of course, I feel like that's one of the things that makes EWC extremely unique.
Absolutely so. I can't wait to see it then on our end. Rob, my friend, thank you very much.
Yes.
Always good to see
Love you,
brother.
Brody.
This is our checkup from the Allianz Vault. Let's send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, guys. And I got my eyes on Goonie because last chance qualifier making it through in Dota 2. That is a recipe for a success. So maybe that's the same in Fatal Fury. Also the same in Fatal Fury, although the age difference is still very much there. You know, people might not be 40 years old, but for example, Bach, 28 years old, is considered a veteran. He was retired, he came back, and it is him that we're gonna listen to right now.
Hey guys, I'm here with Bach from Vici Gaming. Yesterday, you guys won 2-0. You had Shadow Fiend both games. How do you feel about that hero right now? I think he had a 60% win rate this morning somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you think he's like super strong?
Yeah, it's super strong. And as you can see, like today, almost every match have Shadow Fiend. Like every team is playing this hero. And it's just so strong on lane. And yeah, it's a good hero.
So are you guys picking him so that you don't have to lane against it?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It looks scary. Like,
yeah.
I keep seeing people dying to him, and then he rotates through the twin gate, and he like kills the other lane.
Yeah, there's no like too much options for offlane to lane with Shadow Fiend. Like only Darkseer may be very good. Yeah.
What about? Do you think Lone Druid is scarier?
Yeah, it's also. I think like maybe only few teams they will let Lone Druid come out. I think most teams will just ban Lone Druid. Yeah.
Okay. What about the offlane meta right now? I feel like there's a lot of range carries. You've got Wind Rangers, Drow Rangers, Shadow Fiends. Is it harder to play offlane heroes because of all the ranged heroes?
Yeah, like compared to previous patch, like previous the Warlock and Jack hero patch, now it's like carry hero is too strong, and so it's like it feels harder than before. Like there's Shadow Fiend and Wind Ranger. And draw like too many strong rangers, and it's like we offlane just have to play some team fight and like trying to survive and farm fast and play team fight.
Which is probably why you're picking Undying, right?
Yeah,
you played
yeah,
Undying. I saw WS is playing it right now, I believe.
Yeah.
And you picked it blind as well. You didn't know what the carry matchup was.
Yeah, because he have a lot of heal online, so no matter what you see, like you can have a proper lane stage. Yeah.
Cool. What do you think is the best item build for Undying offlane? Because I've seen a little variety.
I think
dagger,
the most important is dagger and maybe BKB.
Okay.
Like other items like Lotus or Pipe, it depends on the draft.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it, and good luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you.
We book Esports World Cup up.
I'm sure Bach would love to play the Undying in this series, but first game already, it was removed from the pool. And to be fair, I don't think game 2 will see a difference in that. We are moments away from getting the draft on your screen. It's time to talk about potential changes. We saw in that previous game Earth Spirit being first phase picked up by P-Vision. Shadow Fiend was the answer, but this is another story where Shadow Fiend got beaten by a Darkseer, as that seems to be a reoccurring theme, apart from that one time where Darkseer didn't really have a game because he didn't have a lane because he had to go to the jungle because he was really sad.
But that's typically how it goes. The trade-off of Darkseer versus SF is SF will win the lane, and then you just later on bully him, right, with your wall being a nuisance to that hero. But this game was best of both worlds for Darkseer. He won the lane and got to do what Darkseer does best in the game. I would like for Vici to just kind of chalk it up to a my bad, guys. For one person on that safe lane to just say, I made a mistake, that was a rough lane, next game will be better. Because I do think a lot of what can be changed is just how you played those first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the offlaners are leaning towards, like Bach was saying, you kind of just give up the lane. Obviously, that didn't happen in game 1, but you're just like, I'm going to counter you conceptually in the game. And like an example, what we've seen earlier was Windranger carry against Centaur offlane. The whole idea of Windranger is to focus fire you down and make that kill threat so that she can open up the map for her team with her tempo, but Centaur literally kills you faster than you kill him. So I'm thinking that we're going to end up in like a rock, paper, scissors meta where there's like the S tier ranged heroes that all have one counter, basically, or maybe two. And I think teams are going to need to start being a bit more careful about, because you only have so many bans past the first stage of the draft, because like right now most of your early bans are before you pick anything. So if they were to pick SF again, for instance, on Vici, they would have to ban Darkseer, but is there something else that they think needed to be banned? So now SF's no longer pickable. There's just a lot of factors to consider when there's only a few heroes we're really talking about.
And especially if you're second pick, you only have that one ban going into the next pick phase. So that is definitely needs some strong curating for that one, as they insta-picked the Storm Spirit after that Earth Spirit came out. On the side of P-Vision, there is no change in terms of bans. I believe no change in terms of bans either on the side of Vici Gaming until now with the puck, but Storm Spirit picked up. Effie, are you happy to see that?
I am. To me, this says that they looked at last game, they saw that their bottom lane was bleeding very heavily, and this is when you would need a lane that is doing well to intervene. And that was the Leshrac lane in the last game, but Leshrac is an interesting hero because while he does have a strong laning stage versus certain matchups, he still needs a lot of items before he can be effective. He can't really come fix anything for you without his Blink Dagger, without his BKB, without his Kaya. So he's the type of hero that you're playing for a later timing. Something like a Storm Spirit, he's able to just make moves much earlier on with that ball lightning.
Leshrac is definitely limited on the moves that he can make. and I just want to reemphasize, like, the carry he has on his team heavily determines if he can make moves. Say he has like an Alchemist or a Sven on his own team, a hero that's going to stun the guy that's diving, and then he can TP in and follow it up, then suddenly Leshrac has that potential. But when you pick heroes that both overlap in what they do in the game, you don't have a backup plan. So having a hero already that's a play, like, you have more playmaking from Storm than you did from like the first 4 picks of your draft last game. So that's going to give them a lot more viable options, depending, like, just based on the variance that inevitably happens in the early game.
Yeah, I want to point out also Drow Rangers, because of that puck ban, Drow is still in the pool. So is Shadow Fiend. I also want to say that we're missing Void Spirit. Otherwise, you would have the perfect Spirit synergy.
And Vengeful Spirit.
And Spirit Breaker.
And yeah, exactly.
This would be a great game to break all those Spirit Bros in there. But this Ember plus Silencer coming out looks really solid to me. You see the Storm Spirit early. You're comfortable with your Earth Spirit based off of last game's performance being a 4, and you just say, okay, I'm gonna play the best Spirit Bro versus Storm, which is Ember, and I'm gonna cover him with a Silencer. So now when you're taking these initiations with Ember and Earth Spirit, you just have this global silence to make sure Ringmaster doesn't save anybody.
It's funny, I saw this draft, I'm like, they need a Dispel, and they need it like now. This is like the best Dispel game. Other than Global, you have like Magnetize, Chains, usually Ember goes Vessel, you have Silencer's abilities, so they instantly go for the Largo. It's funny, like every patch there's always like a premier Dispel hero. For a while it was Abaddon, we haven't seen that hero in quite some time, and Largo seems to be the new default. Okay, we need a Dispel, we don't want to buy like early Lotuses or anything like that, it's much better to pick heroes that naturally solve problems. I think, I just want to point out that the fact that there's a hero named Spirit Breaker, and I think he's conceptually bad against all of the spirits in the game, I just don't think this fits. Like, when we see spirits in the game, and there's a hero named Spirit Breaker, and we know they're not going to pick him, my immersion, Cheever.
I am so sorry, Ryan.
Thank you.
Your immersion is cooked.
As a viewer who's a casual, I'd be like, they must pick Spirit Breaker here.
Yeah. Quick question. FEZinQ is a Wind Ranger player, right?
He is, for sure.
Yeah.
This can absolutely be a flex if they need it to be, which is why they pick it here. Zenky's just good at everything, honestly, and his Wind Ranger is one of his signature heroes alongside Marana, which we haven't seen yet, but I think we'll see later. It's just going to depend on what they're going to react to here. They're not going to show their offlaner, actually. This flex will be open for a while.
Unusual.
I like this a lot because the whole idea of Lifestealer, so the thing about these ranged heroes is that you pick the ranged carries because they can be blind picked and they have like a pretty reliable game plan unless you're getting kicked into tower at minute 3. The thing about Lifestealer is that he's a much more situational hero, but his situation is that as long as he doesn't get booted out of lane by like minute 8, if this hero is still allowed to lane when he's level 6, he's one of the most impossible carries to disrupt in the game. He helps his teammates with counter ganks, with infest. He has like multiple ways to survive and defend his tower. He often bullies offlaners out over time. And since they see everything but the enemy carry most likely, yeah, like the Wind Ranger could be flexed to carry in, but there's not really 4s that boot you out of lane. That usually comes from the support, the mid and the offlaner. And so I feel very good about this Lifestealer pick. I think this is an incredibly heads up pick, and they banned like the one offlaner, Enigma, that can boot you out, which I really like. Maybe there's one more, but Enigma definitely is a problem. Beastmaster makes sense too. Okay, so the summons offlaners. I actually think this is a genius draft from Puppy. I'm very impressed. I think Lifestealer's hard to make work, but when I see a good game, I'm like, oh. As a carry player, Satanic's living the dream right now, I think.
And with those bans, they, on the side of P-Vision, they're just banning out offlaners. Why? Because there's already a Largo.
They're literally saying that your draft as is will lose. And you have to throw a curveball, and the only way is to boot this Lifestealer out of lane. Like, that's what they're effectively saying. Like, they're saying if you put the heroes as they are, you're going to lose.
Because there's always potential for the Largo flex to support, and that's what they're accounting for. So they just make sure this Lifestealer has a free game.
Exactly. Wind Ranger carry, Largo 4. That's like, I think they're thinking that's the only permutation of this draft that we lose.
Yeah. Also a lot of offlaners banned on the side of VG Gaming, of course.
Yeah. I mean, what they need right now is just an enabling hero for Earth Spirit, like something like a Bat Rider or a Viper. would work really well because you have a lot of like melee in your face heroes, just something to be range damage with initiation. I really do love the Batrider again here, but they just run back the Darkseer. And it works with Lifestealer as well, right?
Yeah, I think their draft just needed a guy that pushed out lanes in order to enable Ember to like rotate to them, because you have like a very passive game, and we've seen like we saw earlier XG had a lone Druid Darkseer and they were losing the early game, and you just kind of stall it out. I don't expect Lifestealer to lose his early game, but he does want his team to virtually do nothing for like 15 minutes. He just wants the game to be very passive, and Darkseer is great whether you're ahead, you're creating pressure, whether you're behind, you're forcing reactions. So conceptually, it goes very well with their 15-minute game plan. And I think if they get there, it's such a free Lifestealer game. I can't emphasize that enough.
You have to be tempted to just run this Largo as your 5 hero now.
Yeah, you do.
Just play against this Darkseer or Spirit Lane.
I don't know if there's like, I think they're gonna go Ursa. Like, I actually think that's their only answer, and I don't like it. Like, I think based on what I know about solving these issues, Ursa would be the best pick. But I think it's still not, it's just not a good hero right now. So maybe it's so bad they can't go for it.
The thing is, Silencer covers potential picks like Brewmaster as well. That could be a way to play into that Darkseer wall in the mid game.
True.
So it's a bit scary here for Bog.
I would reluctantly pick Ursa. Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd be like, I think that's the only thing we got. It is good against Darkseer in lane. It does tend to man up well against Lifestealer. But quite frankly, Ursa is one of my favorite heroes. He's felt pretty awful ever since they reworked the Shard to be extra Fury Swipe stacks as opposed to an extra Enrage. There's a lot of heroes that just buy like Satanics and Bashers and stuff, and they just turn and fight you, and it feels really bad. I think it has a chance here, but I think Puppy cooked with this draft.
What needs to go right for VG Gaming in order to make this draft work?
And they would just need to win their side lanes.
I like that strategy.
I thought you were going to end.
Just leave it there.
They just need to win.
No, but their side lanes went so poorly last game that we couldn't really ever see their heroes come together in a comfortable situation. Like if Ursa gets to a good start this game, gets that early Blink Basher Aegis, then they can play with the double jumps from Storm Spirit and Ursa. If you get this Guardian Greaves from Storm, then you have a means to play into the mid game as well. So it would just have to be not like last game where you're bleeding from every single lane.
Is there any gate potential on the side of VG Gaming that can help their side lanes along?
There's a bit, but I do think Ursa will need attention because Earth Spirit Darkseer can dive you at any point before you're level 6. And, you know, I think it's an interesting dynamic going on in this game because I think what P-Vision's goal here is to just static the first 15 minutes of the game. Like, if Lifestealer hits a Radiance and the game's even, the game, in my opinion, would be over. So I think it's Vici, it's their job to disrupt that equilibrium somehow. I honestly don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe it's in the hands of XM. But I know Largo's going to primarily farm. Ringmaster, Windranger aren't exactly rotating supports, so I don't know where it comes from.
Do you think that there's this potential for this Largo to farm, but then farm maybe partially in the jungle, and like therefore Windranger can go help out that Ursa just a little bit more? Maybe not all the time, but definitely. I mean, we already established that the Lifestealer and the Silencer on the side of P-Vision, that's a very scary lane, and Largo is going to struggle either way.
It's an option, but if you just leave a Lifestealer to farm every last hit and deny, I can just tell you, it feels so bad. There's just certain carries where you're like, let them have it. They're really strong laners, like SF's. Like, okay, just let them have their free lane sometimes. But with Lifestealer, that feels so awful to do. They might be what they have to do, but that's why I tip my hat to the draft of P-Vision. I think they've put them in quite the pickle. I think that's what they're going to do, though. I think there's going to be a lot of attention on the bottom lane, and Bok's going to be kind of on his own island, but that favors Lifestealer a lot here, I think.
Yeah, so we're talking a lot about what VG Gaming needs to do in this game, but Effie, we kind of missed out on what Vision is going to do really well this game. Where is their strength coming from that we already established they have?
They have a very strong win condition in their Lifestealer, so they just have to replicate the situation that they did last game where they get him off to a good start, allow him to farm a little bit, and then just group up with Darkseer's mid-game timing. They're going to have the Iron Shells on Ember, on Lifestealer, they're going to be running into Vici, and Silencer to back it up. So good start into a strong mid-game.
All right, let's see if people are going to run into each other before the horn blows. We're heading over to Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Indeed, game number 2 underway. No pauses yet Let's turn on those lights and see if 33 is in the building. P-Vision versus Vici. P-Vision take game one very comfortably, I would say. Do you think things will be different this time around?
I mean, it's going to be a very different game. While I do agree, I like what P-Vision put together here, but there are a lot of lane things that could happen. Like, I think both, first of all, Ringmaster Ursa are quite formidable when it comes to the laning stage, especially against the Darkseer. And also, Largo Windranger. I want to see how the lanes go, because Largo still has a very high base damage advantage against Lifestealer. Also, Windranger should do quite well when it comes to trading against Silencer, but I do agree that this is what Vici need to do. They need to have better lanes. And I don't necessarily think the heroes were the problem last game. I do think they got more so outplayed. So I'm just looking at Vici to put on a better show.
I was curious if they're going to try to change this into a Largo support against the Darkseer, because it's similar to the Oracle idea of dispelling the Ion Shell with the Lick in this case, but they did hold pat with not turning that Windrunner into the carry. Instead, it will be the Ursa, which obviously against melee heroes, very strong as we're seeing here.
That was a weird blood grenade. Maybe thought it could go for a bit more of an overall chase down, but I do think the Ursa pick is fine. I like how Brian put it on the panel. I think it is a good pick for them, but it's still, there's something off about it. At least what it gives you, it's very good against Darks in the lane, and it's always the type of hero, it punishes through auras. It doesn't matter if there's a Crimson, if there's a pipe, Ursa overkills. So all of this is quite nice. And you still get the Largo Storm combo, which is very strong later. The Croak of Genius on the Storm, you have more damage, lower mana cost, everything about that is great.
And how about the other side? The Lifestealer played by Satanic. BSJ was close to having an orgasm over how good of a pick this is, apparently, Ducalis. This might be first blood one way or the other. Has to pop the Fairy Fire, but will go down first as Bach gets first blood, although might be at the cost of his own life. We'll pop another Fairy Fire to stay alive here.
No, this is good. And while I do like the Lifestealer pick, also for all the reasons that they mentioned, I think it's a very good pick overall. It's very nice with Ember, with Darkseer. It's just all of the heroes want to do the same thing later. You want to go in, and they all help each other go in. But this is something I can definitely see in this lane, which we already saw just now. Windranger Largo, they are stronger, at least in the early couple levels. Lifestealer needs to withhold his lane, and then level 4, level 5. I think that's when he can start to pressure later on.
And how about the Silencer? We don't get to see that all too often. Picked up by Ducalis himself.
It's more for special hero, I would say, but they did see Storm and Ringmaster. I mean, this is a support hero. You better have purpose, because if you pick him without it, he's the most garbage support you can ever have. He also didn't really get punished. Usually you can see a Lycan or maybe a Beastmaster that didn't really come out. There's a Largo, who the rationale with Largo is that you can go for the shard later, you can rush a Lotus Orb, you can dispel 2 globals with just 1 Lotus. Once you have the shard, you can then lick it off from 1 more guy. So while Silencer is annoying against you the first 15 to 20 minutes, afterwards, Largo really doesn't give a damn.
Did they pick the Largo before the Silencer?
I think the Silencer was straight up after we saw the Storm and the Ring, right? A 14-15 double pick.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Largo was a response.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's cool. Of course, with the offlane Largos, we haven't been seeing the shard be purchased all that often, it feels like.
It's definitely when you do play into this matchup, it's something that you do want.
Yeah, but it is very good this game.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it.
Also Magnetize and Ember Chains as line classes.
XM going to get rolled on, going to get helped out by the Searing Chains as XM's going to get burned to a crisp. Y a little bit too late, gets a whip, and that's all he's going to get out of it. Oh, he gets some solo XP, I guess.
These are just good moves. I think people they're not used to playing against this hero anymore. Most notably, this goes back many years ago, Abed and Crit, 2 minutes into the game with 3 TPs on Crit's Earthward, he TPs mid and he finds these plays. You have to respect it.
Ducalis continue to harass in that top side as the 4-minute water runes have come to be. Satanic going to pop the Rage and go on top of Bach, but he's taking the brunt of the damage here. He gets licked into a power shot. Jin Q takes out the Lifestealer. So first death of the series for Satanic.
True. No, it's very nicely done up here by Vici. There's also this thing where Largo can be a weak laner, but if he does get to play around right clicks and he can have some sort of aggression, this hero's not that weak. He has 82 damage right now just being level 3. His right clicks really are no joke.
Jin Q going to take an open wounds, but
into nothing.
Exactly.
Into depression.
And Satanic. What kind of build do you go on Lifestealer these days? Is it the armlet?
You still just kind of go Radiance. I think it's
still
just,
Radiant.
Yeah, it's just overall too good on this hero. I've seen people toy around with both the armlet like before and after as well. So we'll have to see what he goes for. I think just the Radiance first it's kind of too good.
There was a time where we'd see Maelstrom occasionally. Obviously the Armlet Deso.
Yeah.
But it's been Radiance for...
I mean, I'm a big fan of the Armlet Deso build, like, myself, but it doesn't seem like it's really that popular anymore. I think Radiance is just more, like, fail-proof in a way. There's also so much gold, and the map is, like, quite big, so Radiance just helps you. I think also the evasion in this game is very good for him against the Ursa.
And what about the Ursa? What kind of build do you want to see? I know he's not going to... I mean, maybe he will later, but there was a time where Diffusal was the item on this hero.
Yeah,
the Disperser is insane this game.
Disperser is definitely good, but it's more of like a late item.
Right.
I think for him too, it's a very tailored hero. You can't really go to many other builds. Should be like the Phase, the Fury, the Blink Dagger, and then BKB Basher as Bach and Satanic.
Yeah, Satanic has to pop the Fairy Fire to try to stay alive. He gets the kill first, dies shortly after. So it does get the HP boost. There's no one going to get Electric Vortex as the Haste Rune will be claimed on the bot side by no one.
It's very, very nice there. And I like also that he's not just using the Haste Rune and like then keeping his mana topped off that way. No one, he gets the haste, TPs to base with his Remnant, because now in the next like 2 minutes, for however long he will hold the Haste Rune, you need to fear this guy. Like an Ember with a Haste Rune, he is the king of the map right now. And they are eyeing a play in the bottom side already. Well, good luck, brother.
He gets baited into this. Surprise, there's 3 here. It's only a matter of time before the bear takes a tumble. No one gets the last hit for that one. Surprised that 9 class didn't steal it. That seems to be his specialty, the Yapzor of the modern day, as some would say. Satanic, the open wounds onto Bach, will have to rage away though. Triple teamed by Vici Gaming. Not going to find the kill they came for. Instead, it might be turned around completely. He's going to dodge the power shot as well, and now Jin Q will go down to 9 class instead. And Bach, the Earn Charge applied, gets to the high ground with the Frog Stomp. Should be able to walk away, but why now being pursued by the Lifestealer? Satanic with the Rage gets the double kill with 9 class on the other side, so he does find the kill on the Bach eventually. And just like that, it's 4 kills across both bottom and top.
Oh, and they're going for a similar play they did last game, where Chiro, luckily he does get his ult, so he should be okay.
Yeah, true. No back-to-back deaths this time, one would think. Going to continue to be pursued, though. No one.
It should just be okay for nothing. They're just being ultra annoying. But yeah, still a very big exchange up there in the top lane, where P-Vision just killed multiple heroes with Shackle.
Yeah, with a power shot to follow, forcing out the Rage.
Kind of want to give Bach solo XP here, I think. Just like help him out, give him some levels. You really want all these early points in your skills.
No one getting zipped on this time into the whip. Has the guard up right now. More Electric Vortex and XM, yeah, with the help of the power shot, able to get that kill. Ducalis now stuck in no man's land. Should be a freebie for Vici.
Oh, this is very nice. Also some galvanized charges, of course, for Mr. XM here, which is very nice. And don't want to underestimate it. Like, Largo is a hero that he can look so-so as hold that 9 class.
Oh, big roll in.
That is way too big.
All of that pressure. Man, oh man. He stays in lane with low HP and pays the price.
This is why it matters so much, like, your camera movement. What are you actually paying attention to? What info do you have on the map? They call for the shell. He finds the TP into the mid lane. And this is like the 3rd or 4th punish that 9 class has found in this series already.
Satanic continuing to stay on super low HP, refuses to go back to base. But hasn't really paid too much of a cost. As Shiro has to use his ult to try to get away. Nice whip onto no one, but he still has the remnants. Another TP coming, but the damage is going to be too much. Global Silence comes out first of the game just to provide a little bit of cover for no one. So 2nd death for Shiro. As XM pressuring a bit. No one. Should actually find this kill. Looks like they will. So it gets punished in the end, but probably still worth it. Although XM getting all that XP, very nice for him.
There's a lot of aggression going on in this game. Like 9 class finding some moves in the mid lane. You had to dive early in the top side. I like that no one is playing around Notice here. It's giving a ton of space. This is a level 7 and nearly and a half Earth Spirit in sub 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
He's higher level than his carry.
Satanic not having as good of a game as his support, unfortunately. But yeah, 9 class really running away with it at the moment. Has the urn, of course, and what is he going to be going for next? Looks like the blink dagger, so it's going to be a fast blink if he continues this current trajectory. A little bit of misplay there, but no one going to be, or Notice rather, going to team up with 9 class. Wheel of Wonder, first use of the game, not really finding any targets.
We'll get
the uprights and they get out as a result.
We'll get the active rune though. No one also eyeing for more.
Vision Q, searing chains upon him. He just melts. My goodness. Bach able to dispel the flame guard, but now going to run into 9 class with that killing spree.
Holy base.
He's going to have to run right through it, and taking a lot of damage. Will be vacuumed back in as Satanic will finish the job with the Infest.
Yeah, very nice collapse. And they did a very similar thing in the last game, right? Darkseer, Notice comes over with the Helm of Dom, even Satanic with an Ancient creep all the way in the mid lane. So 10-minute siege creep, you gather around in the mid lane, you take the mid tier 1. Very nice moves, and they did all of this without Global, so now Global will just be back up for the next play.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive this series. I mean, they're an aggressive team.
They really are. I mean, XM at least still having quite a good game. It's gonna go for the Witchblade, nothing too crazy here.
And for Shiro, it will be the Battle Fury, still a ways away.
But I don't want to see, like, how do they itemize against the Global later? Because currently they're not really doing it on anybody. Like, XM had the option of going Greaves. He decided not to do that. You have Baku's going for a Kaya first, which is kind of okay. You know, it helps you farm, gives you some spell M2, but even so, it means you won't have a Lotus on that hero either. XM looking for...
I mean, how often do you see Frogs go Lotus first, though?
In some games, I think you kind of have to. I feel like it would have been the better choice in this game. Good against Ember, good against Magnetize, good against Global.
Yep, true.
I mean, their heroes are non-factors during Global Silence. I mean, obviously most heroes are, but Storm and like Largo literally do nothing without their spells.
And no one being pursued by XM. There's a Global, actually, baiting that out. And no one will live.
That's still a very nice play overall for Vici. Like, forcing out a defensive Global is very good for you. This is not how you want to be using Global Silences. Of course, Ducalis will do so to save Ember. But it does mean that, you know, there's a potential here for Vici to look for a smoke up within the next, 1.5 minutes. Try to play around this no global timing.
Invisibility.
Looks like they want to look into this safe lane, try and fortify their own tier 1 tower, help Shira out a little bit. Help your president type of smoke.
Now the roll on the bottom, not going to connect. Shiro looking to get aggressive, though, knowing that this Global Silence is on cooldown right now.
Not really getting much. Overall, good play here from both sides. Oh,
9 class, big zip from XM. We'll get the Electric Vortex with the Wheel of Wonder to follow. Easy pickoff. That's a killing spree as well for XM.
Oh, maybe the lights have turned on again.
33 enters the building.
Maybe that's why 9 class missed the silence. There was a light ray on his screen. Looks like we will be back shortly.
How do you know that?
I was paying attention to the unpause sound.
That's good.
I know my Dota too.
Bach opened up on by Satanic. Ducalis is there as well. Although Jin Q, Shackle, Rage will be able to withstand it. XM in the meantime focusing on the Silencer. There's the Infest to keep him alive a little bit longer. Ducalis does fall. Notice comes in with a vac wall though. Satanic has to get out of here, but he gets the kill. Dies shortly after the Jin Q.
Oh, unicycle. Got
in the box to stay alive a little bit longer for Y, but eventually he will fall. So 2 for 2.
Who does that even favor? I guess it's nice for Radiant because you force everyone up here, and you do kill Satanic before he gets his Radiance, which is kind of, the item that really lets him take off. So I think Shiro overall is the biggest winner in all of this. This 9 class being very annoying, just using his body to walk into the enemy triangle. Let's see, Wisdom Shrine is about to spawn here. And they just gotta give it up.
Yeah, will be a freebie for P-Vision. They're not running away with this game like they were in game number 1, so that's good to see from Vici's side.
It's definitely a lot more difficult. Like the item switch up here from no one. You get the early Mage Slayer. You also got the Global to back you up. A lot of this early game damage is magical. So you've got Global to offset that. So it's kind of only Shiro So we're gonna keep a very close eye on the Ursa here, of course, because he's having a very, very good game.
Yep, already 1,000 into his Blink Dagger, so you can see he wants to get very aggressive right off the bat.
Looking for smoke right now.
Jin-Q is going for the Greaves, by the way.
Need double help.
There's a global silence. XM in a lot of trouble. He's done.
Can't.
Good pick off.
Immediately queues up the BKB after dying. I guess I can't really blame him. You do need a way out of these silences. Of course, it doesn't feel great to buy it, but I do think the situation and the draft of P-Vision kind of calls for a BKB.
Satanic now with the Radiance, and it will be the Armlet as a secondary item.
I like it this time around because I think, like we talked already, you know, you have Mage Slayer, you might get a pipe coming out. You also have Global against all the spells. The one guy that will kill you is the Ursa. So more HP, more armor. Jin-Q.
And the Focus Fire doing a decent amount. Remnants, though, should be enough. Well, doesn't fully commit, though. With the Earn Charge, it is, in fact, enough. Top lane, Shiro. Now he's getting gone on Bach in the area. Nice vac into the wall for 2. Searing Chains onto 2 as well. And Shiro trying to run away with all his heart, but the Ion Shell is ripping him a new one. And now Bach left alone, will be chased down by Satanic and company as well. Double kill for Noticed. And now the lead has opened up a bit more for P-Vision.
That is an absolutely huge one. You have both carries who like finish their farming items and like want to play for the next item to then keep the game going. But Shiro, he found himself hugely out of position. I don't really know how they ended up there. Maybe it's because P-Vision were showing heroes mid and kind of going for a play, so they were looking for a return, but dying there just put the game from a 1k deficit to a 4k deficit.
Now to zip in with the Wheel of Wonder to follow, but look at XM melt to 9 class. My goodness. They were not able to make that work at all for Vici. So P-Vision, talking about how this game was close, is starting to run away with it.
Now, 9 class has been owning on this Earth Spirit. Like with this early blink, immediate silence earlier. Here's another one. They're just continuing to poke. It's both teams, you know, they do kind of see each other here in the mid lane as they have very identical wards around.
How important is it for Ursas to get Roche?
It's very important, and with the trajectory of
it
this
used
game,
to be literally a win or a loss, like way back in the day, but I'm sure it's not as drastic.
It's not as drastic for sure, but it still matters. And with how it's going right now, I don't see them getting the first Aegis. Maybe you can like look for a play where you trade Torm for Roche, but you're now down 6k. Jin-Q dying again around this middle lane. Did get to kill the ward, but had to pay the price.
Shiro. They get Yules with the wall nearby. Into the vacuum to buy a little bit of time for no one to catch up as well. Pops the Enrage pretty early. Shiro being pursued by no one. As Y is going to be rolled on, that's going to be an easy pick off at the very least as the Ursa goes to the north instead. Man, they are so aggressive.
They're just getting toyed with right now. You just have like P-Vision who they're just abusing like the strengths they have, and rightfully so. And it's even the small things too. Like the Mage Slayer first, nothing crazy, but still. You deal with all the spell casters, you have the global to back it up. And then I like this pickup from Noticed, like the Yules. We've talked about the only one that will maybe kill them is Shiro on the Ursa. Now even if he picks up a Blink before his BKB, there's one Yules and now suddenly that play doesn't exist either.
Yeah, but now they have the Armlet to worry about. Shiro does have to blink, and BKB is really when he kind of comes online. But the question is, can the rest of his team even fight? I mean, XM was having a pretty good game, but now has 5 deaths.
None of them really want... Like, even if they wanted to do something, I don't know if they can. It's not the right call. You have 0 dispels. Jin-Q might be dying in a similar spot.
He's been dying in that spot quite a bit. There's a global silence to try to counteract this, but Ducalis gets eaten up by Shiro. And with that, PVs are going to try to retreat. That means XM and company, they can try to go for more. Zip in onto Notice, but the counter initiation. There's the Wheel of Wonder. Nobody's going to look into the eyes, though. 9 class gets jumped on, and Bach gets the last hit for that. So a 2-0 in favor of Vici. They definitely need more of this. No one. Gonna try to pursue Bach at the time. It's still 3 versus 5, and they're sticking around. Bach gets right-clicked down by Satanic. As the Radiant's doing good work, and he's going to turn his sights to this tier 2 bot.
Very nice of Vici to fight back. It was very unfortunate because I actually think XM could have died there, but the silence, instead of dragging a stone, actually dragged the Centaur, so then you didn't have the follow-ups done. So it was a little unfortunate. But of course, still P-Vision overall very happy with the situation of the game that they're in. But like, to go back to the point of earlier, like, you want to have multiple BKBs or like some type of dispel. So yeah, Jin-Q, he's working on the Greaves. I mean, Bach is now queuing up the Lotus. I don't think this Largo will be a hero. I think he misitemized at this point. And Storm and Ursa, you need to help them get their BKBs. They're really not that close.
Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer. It is a Kaya, but as XM.
Oh boy, XM again. Infest, not quite enough. Still ticking out to the Magnetize though, and it is. Oh my goodness. 9 class just getting everything that he wants. There's going to be a successful TP from Shiro, but it's going to cost them the Ringmaster. And they are just bleeding left, right, and center. Bach.
They're just getting owned.
Going for stacks while all of this is happening, and P-Vision just casually walk up right on him. Now the Shiva's going to give some vision, slow down Bach as well. Gets Yulesed up, and now this is 5 members against a Frog. I'll take the 5 members anytime. 3-0, P-Vision. 10K gold lead now.
Yeah, these guys are good. They're kind of on the money. I like it. You can also see none of their players are autopiloting. Like when you look at the items, the armlet makes sense against the Ursa. All the stuff Noticed has done in this game as well. You don't need no auras. You're playing against Ursa. This hero doesn't care. Go for Yules into the Shivas. They're playing very nicely all together. Satanic. Thought I heard a Storm Zip, but we're just going to farm off on the side.
Trying to think how Vici takes a fight here. They need the BKBs.
The only way you can do it is like what happened around the tier 2. I think it starts only with either a P-Vision overplaying and like you get to strike back because they're like semi-diving, or the secondary is you have to wait for this double BKB. It is your best timing.
Not that far away technically, but at that rate, like even if it's just a couple minutes, P-Vision, their lead is likely to grow even more.
I mean, Shiro will definitely get to his quite soon, at least with the Fury, which is nice. But even then, I think looking at a potential basher for him later could be nice. So like overall, trying to get out on the map right now, get a pick off or maybe some aggression overall. But I just have to go back to the draft. When you pick Largo as a response to Silencer and you rush Meteor Hammer, it doesn't strike me as very logical. So I'm definitely...
That's your boy.
It is my boy, but sometimes you just gotta say how it is.
Okay.
I can't just say, oh, he's doing so good. He's 2-6. And he's got a Meteor Hammer.
And what's the idea of this Meteor Hammer?
I mean, it does build out of Kaya, which is like one of the like very much core items that you play, like that you want to have on Largo, just because you get like all the mana regen, mana.
Typically, it's a Sage Kaya.
Exactly. P-Vision will take this opportunity with their 10k lead to go for a Roche. Well, Y is definitely killing that courier and will pay with it.
Was it worth it?
90 gold closer to the BKBs. We're chilling.
Okay. Now they find Jin-Q as well. Easy pick off yet again for P-Vision. They'll get the free Roche. Not going to be seeing any stealing this time around from Vici.
Yeah. I mean, the Roche is definitely something you just have to give up. I like that Vici aren't toying around with it too much. You need your... like to hit some of the timings you are looking for. So Shiro did get to finish his BKB. XM is a recipe away. It's just going to be very difficult to kill some of these heroes. Like, you're already doing it into the global. There's a Surge, there's a Yules. Even the defensive Infest to help your teammates out as well, of course, is also available.
How close is XM to his BKB? He is 1,000 away.
So like 2 minutes roundabout, depending on how much space he will receive here on the map.
Yeah, but how much real estate is P-Vision going to gain in that time? With
probably quite
Aegis?
a bit. Looks like they want the bottom tier 2. They're also angling towards the mid lane, which is quite nice. Like, you don't want to 5-man push one lane when you're up this much. You cannot give up too much control. You generally want to push in 2 lanes at the same time. And honestly, they're pushing in 3. You have 9 class in the top air. He's very mobile. He can always just TP mid tier 1, roll, blink as well.
I'm Satanic.
Very
gone on a bit
great.
here from Shiro. Yeah, that's still a bad matchup in a 1v1.
Looking for a re-smoke. I guess they're just going to dodge this area and maybe try to find someone else.
Yeah, smokes on both sides. You can see they're actually hunting in the bottom side of the map. No one remotely near, though, so this should be a free tier 2 for P-Vision now.
Yeah, both teams kind of just dodging each other. I think once the Titanic gets in AC, the matchup does change quite a bit. Like, everyone just suddenly gets so tanky against the Ursa, yourself included.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And there is the Lotus.
Okay, so that will, of course, help them against the Global.
Needs the Shard now. 1,000 away. I'd say one of the coolest shards in the game.
I do think it's nice. Like, overall, also, Largo as a concept, I didn't really like understand it too much, but once you play the hero a few times, that's a very easy BKB force out. Just an angry neutral creep rampaging around.
Oh,
easy
nice.
done.
Cancellation. Why dead yet again?
It's, at least for now, just a tough one. Because this AC also is going to be completed quite soon. Will also, of course, help them with some more of the building damage.
Oh, Bach. It's gone on a bit here. 9 class in the area, and this is every single kill. It feels like P-Vision are just outnumbering them.
Yeah.
Every step of the way. These kills look super simple. There is the second BKB from XM,
Oh,
so
God,
maybe
they're looking for base kicks again.
Oh boy.
And they found
And they get it onto the Ursa, the Global to follow. Down goes the Bear. 50 seconds of no carry. They get the D ward without losing a second life this time. Improvement from game 1.
Like, even with this ward going down, I do, like, we need to give credit to the way that they are placing wards and observers overall. Like, the top lane ward, the bottom ward outside the base as well. When you're this far ahead, you just need to see where the enemies go. They need to split out on side lanes. You don't want to go through the mid lane. Nearly ever. And it's just also, like, how they're moving, like, the heroes overall, like, understanding the phase of the game. You can really tell that they're on their ball. They're on the ball.
9 class, of course, stealing that kill. Didn't even realize that in real time.
Classic +4 players.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As the Essence Distiller.
Also a very cool item.
Yep.
One of the cooler additions, I think.
Yeah, I think that one was good. I mean, I actually think the design on items in general, I've never had a problem with one until wraps.
I can see it, yeah. I think it's one of the more, like, maybe more annoying items that are in the game. XM looking for a zipper.
Yep, they find 9 class. Very tanky. Gets whipped into the Wheel of Wonder. That is the death of him. So a good start for Vici. They lose their Ringmaster as Satanic focusing on the supports. Jin-Q has to try to win run away. Focus Fire doing next to nothing. Gets a nice jackal into the power shot, though. XM in the area as well. Gets off the Electric Vortex to slow them down, but now XM completely out of mana. Pops a BKB, but that's not going to do you any good because you can't get anywhere.
Guys, this is enemy fountain. Chill out.
Noticed. Does get his surge popped off. Now the buildings are what the focus is
Meteor
for
Hammer?
P-Vision. Yeah, big Meteor Hammer Satanic.
We'll just walk
back to the towers they go. Fortification. And Shiro popping in. They'd like to burn this Aegis if they can, as Shiro taking a lot of damage, gets boxed up at the last moment.
Easy infest.
No one. Infested. There's a big back wall up to 4 heroes with the global silence to follow, and no one is destroying everyone. Will not go into the fountain. But that, honestly, whew, how do you come back from that? Down 20k now, P-Vision, still with Aegis. Everybody else full HP.
That was sexy from P-Vision. They know what's up. You get a 4-man vacuum wall at minute 27 outside the enemy fountain. You know you're kind of cooking. So you get a free
one lane.
Yeah, and they also see that Shiro is already down in this bottom side with the beautiful ward, of course, they placed earlier. My boy Dookie Duke, he knows what's up.
Yeah, now even an Aghanim Scepter for no one, so he's going to be able to be everywhere, seemingly.
I mean, look at this. You're playing Ursa. You farm 2 camps outside your base, and it's like, yeah, JK, I have to TP to my base.
Indeed. And his BKB is down for 50 seconds, so it still has to be careful. You don't even feel safe in your own base. 22k lead for P-Vision, and I'm sure this is going to be the vacuum.
We'll get there eventually. I mean, even here, like, you just have them going ham and kind of setting up this whole play. Good infest, and look at, like, all the stack up.
Boom!
Bam! Get the Shivas clipped on everyone as well, the global, of course.
Absolutely dirty. Another Wheel of Wonder. Satanic is looking the other way, though. He's looking at the 1v4. Infest a creep. Getting some good vision here.
The angry melee creep.
Yeah.
Johnny.
He jumps out. He is all alone for the time being, but now the connection made from no one. Another beautiful vacuum as Jin-Q will get dropped easily. And the bear is all alone, and not for long, he's in the grave. 60 seconds on the deck, as they're just going to call it another stomp from P-Vision. My goodness, they are looking very crispy today.
Nah, these guys are good. You asked me before the series, I said top 3, but with this type of performance, you can see why, and you might even want to rate them a little bit higher. I think Notice also ending this entire series completely deathless on the Darkseer back-to-back.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Just beautiful performances. I think overall just... Also, I think VG disrespecting both 9class and what Earthsphere can do in these early games, because he just went rampant twice, giving up a few too many plays here or there. I think also the Largo just not really doing as much as they would have liked. So yeah, I think P-Vision looking incredible. And VG, they've got some stepping up to do.
Yes, they did not have the best performance here, but we can focus on the positives. Satanic owning this series. I mean, he did die 3 times this game. I mean, do you ban Darkseer? Like, this is 2 insane performances.
It's definitely...
And they theoretically pick counters to it.
You need to look at the combo. Like, if there's an Earthsphere, like, maybe here you could already look back at the draft. You close your first phase of a Storm, but you don't know Earthsphere can be support, which suddenly he is, and you make it a lot easier for him to be support if you let him have the Darkseer. So, definitely some, you know, combinations you need to keep in mind of, and also respect in the future games where you will play up against P-Vision.
One of the highlights is the pick stage, apparently.
Of course, with the lights.
yeah, we need some replays of the pauses, actually. That would be nice.
Because they did do good in like the top lane initially, and like some moves as well, but I think eventually Largo just really falling flat. I think Bach just not having the game that he would have liked. And I think before this, Lifestealer was unpicked in this tournament. Granted, you're only on, I think, day 2. But even in other tournaments, we don't see this here all that often, and he looked very good in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like every clip is a VAC wall.
It is.
And this
He's just in every play.
This is 15 minutes in the game. Pretty absurd performance from Noticed. He gets a double kill there. Faith Beyond, obviously, not the best performance, but we'll go to the stage for an interview.
And here we are with 9class calling first class after that performance in this game. I gotta ask, your support style has always been incredible, but in this game, it was something else. Why were you the best Spirit Brother in this game?
What? What?
Why were you the best Spirit Brother in this game?
Spirit? I just have free game, I don't know, they feed me too much kills and I suddenly level 6 and... with shells, it's easy to play always. Without shells, maybe it would be rough.
Fair enough, and there's been a lot of Shadow Fiends overall, especially today, and Ember Spirits. That's kind of been how it is. Do you feel that the meta's been figured out? Have you figured it out and nobody else? What do you think about that?
I think we figured out our meta. We have our right heroes, even we don't ban Io, but we didn't bait. We picked just our Spirit, which I play really good. So we have our raid, yeah, and we just playing with heroes.
Do you have any future surprises for us in the picks?
Not really. I just play. I know we don't have enough bans and just play like 5-6 heroes and trying to do best.
Fair enough. Do you feel that you as P-Vision, you're the favorites to win all of EWC?
Maybe I'll try.
It seems like it's a bit of a shaky answer. Do you think there's somebody better than you or on your level?
It's just because I focus on this day, so I don't gonna go far away. Like my father saying, oh, the grand final on your birthday day, but I'm saying, don't go so far away, just focus on this day, so.
Game by game, group stage into playoffs. Makes sense. 9class, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win for you and P-Visions. And there we are, back to our panel for some analysis.
Thank you very much, Milos. P-Vision winning this series with a 2-0 I don't think is a big surprise to a lot of people, but this game number 2 did also give me some hope for VG Gaming because the adjustment from game 1 and 2 was definitely very noticeable. We're going to break it all down here with Effie and BSJ. Brian, what did you make of this game number 2?
Well, I felt like it was a free Lifestealer game for Satanic, and I marvel at the fact that I think it's very difficult to create a free Lifestealer game, to identify it, to properly ban around it. And I think they just really did have this like strategical edge on the side of P-Vision. I think they outplayed VG in both of these games, but I think in game one, the outplay was almost the sole reason for why the game looked like it did. In this game, it just felt like they had a better macro vision of the game. They hit their timings crisply. Just P-Vision looking in top form right now.
They had a really excellent understanding of their timings too versus the enemy timings. Like Storm Spirit in this game goes first full ring Witchblade, and the second they see that, they're like, okay, group up, let's run at Storm. How do they possibly fight into Silencer, to Geomagnetic Grip, to Searing Chains? And we saw that happen where they tried to take these fights on Vici, but Storm was just going in and getting chain stunned and killed. And at that point, you can't wait too long for your BKB because you're just going to be exploited by P-Vision.
Yeah, it felt like they needed too many items on the side of VG Gaming. Like, the theme for me when I look at drafts most of the time is, does a hero need to build? What items do they need to build in order to live? Like, if I think about Lifestealer, he's going to be allowed to just go Radiance, into SNY, into AC, into Basher. These are all just, like, really feels good items that benefit his kit. But if I'm Storm and I have to stop for Greaves or go back for, like, a really early BKB, if I'm Ursa and I heavily rely on my BKB, it just feels really awful to scale against this. And, you know, Darkseer went Yules, and that was it. It was an interesting build from Notice, by the way. Very different from game one. Very cool to see that swap up.
Yeah, Notice is 14-0-39 across both games.
Decent stats.
It's both on Darkseer, and I don't know if it's him playing it, but it does make me kind of wonder, like, maybe we should put some more eyeballs on this hero because you can't keep getting away like that.
I mean, it just seems to synergize so well with their vision with Earth Spirit on P-Vision. They have no one who's amazing at Earth Spirit mid, and now 9 Class, who is silver tier on this hero, but looks like he's been playing him for 5 years. He really had an exceptional series today, and he said it in the interview. He said, they just gave me too many kills. I've got an Ion Shell. It just felt easy for me. And with this Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, it feels like they're always going to have a solution to Shadow Fiend as well, which is one of the heroes that a lot of teams are trying to solve, in the sense of what happens if we give away Drought? What happens if we give away SF? P-Vision already have their ideas.
They do, and we saw that timing that you're talking about coming to life as well, and I believe we have the tools to showcase it.
Yeah, absolutely. As what happened in this game was they got the Lifestealer Radiance and the Darkseer couple items in mid-game, and they did exactly what Mira said, where they just ran at them.
They really did, and this smoke here is really what blew the game wide open for them. They get this first kill on that Storm Spirit. They bring in all of their heroes. In the meantime, Satanic finishes up his Radiance, gets that bottom tower, and then here they're able to get this kill on Jinq mid. And while that's happening, they're setting up for this kill at the top lane, and this is the mid-game timing that we were talking about, Brian. When Darkseer joins the fight, he has melee cores, and all of a sudden, you're just getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, there's the thing about this is there's also like virtually no cooldowns. They also have a lot of mobility, and you talked about this, like 3 different lanes, 3 different positions on the map, all bleeding from one end to the other, and it doesn't stop there. Like, these are all 30 seconds away from each other in the game. Like, it's not like, oh, we had our spells and we're waiting to kill the next guy. It's literally, okay, who's next, basically.
For sure, and in this clip, we see that Storm Spirit zips in, gets silenced, and dies. And this is about the time that you need to fight into their timing or dodge it somehow. And that really is the fear of opting to not go the Greaves build on Storm versus silences. I know a lot of players don't like having to do it, but sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you have to build for that really early dispel. And we saw that net worth in those clips, 30 seconds from each other, go from 1K to 5K.
Do we feel like there was something, because we talked about this timing coming already after the draft, so I can only imagine VG Gaming was aware that, you know, it's coming. Do we feel like they could have done more to prepare for that other than building the Greaves on the Storm Spirit?
For me, it would have been a really weird swap up in the draft, but I have so much respect for Puppey as a drafter that he banned Beastmaster Enigma, because they knew, I know they laid their cards on the table and said, with your current draft, you cannot answer what we're doing. And so my answer to you is, I don't think there was. Like, yes, the Storm Spirit Greaves would have given them better 5-manning potential, especially XM would have had a bit better time navigating the fights. But I really do believe that if they didn't make some crazy swap at the draft, that mid-game timing, if played appropriately, which P-Vision executed perfectly, was inevitable.
Yeah, and I think you might call Puppy the MVC, but we're going to look at the MVP, and for us, that is a 9 class 2 games in a row. He got his Earth Spirit. Effie, I can only imagine that you are having a good time seeing Earth Spirit being back in the limelight as a support, no less.
You know, it makes me kind of sad because I do feel like this hero should be tweaked to be weaker in mid and a little bit stronger as a support, but the recipe to support Earth Spirit working in a team has always been by enabling it. You can't just pick it within a draft. He needs help. And Darkseer is one of the best answers in terms of giving him that extra damage boost with that Ion Shell. But typically, you can't just pick him in a vacuum, and that's what 9 class said. He's like, it would be harder without the shell, but we got it.
No, they did pick him in a vacuum. They picked him up Darkseer.
Hey, there you go. But honestly, 9 class, such a S-tier player. I was kind of complaining to Brian about this. Like, you can play 1,000 games of Earth Spirit and not look as comfortable on this hero as Mr. 9 class with a silver tier did today.
You know, Mira, we've been working together for a few years now, and all of us behind the scenes have our heroes that we take pride in and say, like, you know, that's not a real Lifestealer player. That's not a real Earth Spirit player. And Mira, like, she's very proud of like the mechanics that it takes, the difficulty of like the nuances of Earth Spirit. She's like, it's not impressive to just farm creeps in the mid lane. It's all the little things. And she's the one watching 9 class and being like, he does all of the little things.
He's silver tier.
When he's like, never played this hero. What the hell?
Some people are just that talented at Dota. Like, truly, he is an asset to his team.
Yeah, I think he's been the MVP of a lot of games in the past for P-Vision, but that was also oftentimes when he was playing the wonky position 4s and, you know, did basically crazy stuff, whereas now, and he said, no more crazy stuff, and he's still MVP, and that just goes to show that it's working out really well. I think also, Brian, P-Vision has still cemented themselves as one of the top teams to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, drafting and execution, that's they've got all of they've got the formula to absolutely take this tournament. I'm not surprised by the results of this series, but I am surprised of just how convincing it was. I don't know if that can be attributed more to how good P-Vision looked, or maybe Vici wasn't on their A game today. I'm not really sure, but well, I guess time will tell as these two teams progress in the tournament.
You never know. I mean, they very well could go on and win it all on P-Vision, and then it's like, oh, well, we got destroyed by the team that won it all. It does tend to happen, but they've presented themselves as probably the strongest team in the tournament today. Like, it just looked way too easy, and VG is a top-tier team.
Yeah, we can take a look at what's coming for us as Vici Gaming. They'll have to go back to the drawing board for tomorrow. So P-Vision as well, by the way, because their games today are done. We are going to have one more series coming your way tonight, and that's going to be VP versus 1W. A very exciting one in my book, because I'm just really curious to see what kind of form both teams are, because I feel like at the moment, both teams can be even if VP has their best day and 1W got a mediocre day, Brian. We're in for a good one.
I mean, we are talking about like P-Vision and Vici leveling up over the course of the year. I feel like 1W has kind of done the opposite.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. So I think that they've still got something to prove despite how many first places they've gotten earlier in the year. And obviously it is X-Tundra for people who are, you know, haven't kept up with all the team swaps and roster swaps. It's literally the same team. So they have a lot of success. I think VP's got more to prove in this tournament individually because they're not in TI. This is their championship of the year. And so I do think I would favor 1W, maybe like 60-40, but I think they have a better chance on VP than Vici did last series.
Well, we'll dive deep into that one in a little bit, but first, you might remember that yesterday we showed you a little snippet of a podcast that's been happening. We're going to listen to more of that. It's Seb and the coaches.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. How do you deal with emotions? Like, how much space do you give that? Like,
well, emotions, when people lose, people get very emotional, right? And you guys used to coach me, both of you. And I remember getting like very emotional after
No,
each
it's
loss.
never happened.
So like, I kind of use like copy paste it, like your PMA and stuff. Cause all the players come out, we all like have dark clouds over us, and I see like you guys are like happy, smiling. Like, it's okay, guys, we got this next game. I feel like that's a very important aspect a coach should do to try to lift the spirits of players. Because if the players come out of the booth to a defeated coach, that team is not winning game too. So you have a responsibility to always be like the pillar of strength for your boys.
And how do you find that? Because you also deal with emotions as coaches. I mean, you watch a Dota game, you're not stoic, like, like no emotions, robot, we win, we lose. You're dealing with your own stuff. What's the process like? The game ends, you're feeling how you feel. I don't know, frustration, anger, whatever. What is the process for you guys before you meet the players? I guess these seconds are pretty important, right? Or minutes. You don't get a lot of time usually. It's kind of rushed, especially in a big tournament LAN situation. Who wants to share a little bit? Share your wisdom with us.
For me,
enlighten us.
I mean, I'm more similar to David. I think I used to get very emotional as a player too. I think what helped me the most in recent years is going for like a walk, writing down on my phone like what my thoughts are. So in the moment I don't get like, why are you laughing, dude? Why are you laughing, dude? Why are you trolling?
I'm only the problem is with me is like I think jokes in my head, but like I'm just like I gotta let you talk.
Just let it go.
No, talk.
Well, that's a trap.
That's a trap. I can trap him. He's easily trappable.
Yes.
Nice one, dude.
No, so you were mentioning like putting distance with your own thoughts and your own emotions, like taking time for yourself before you meet them.
Yeah. Usually, I think that's what helps me.
Okay.
It's like imaginary talking, like there's like some new scientific shit you can do to help, right? Like wash your face and stuff, right?
Wash your face.
Wash your face.
That's a good one.
So
I don't do that often.
You don't?
Washing your face?
Yeah. I don't do the Zinq 08, approach.
Like I was also gonna say something, but I had to hold back. But
what's your approach, Puppy? The game ends. It didn't go the way you wanted to.
It depends on the scenario, because overall, it's like it depends on who fucked up in the draft, who fucked up in the game, and whatnot. Because like obviously, I can marginalize on the fact that I have a plan for the next game, regardless of what's going to go down. Either I'm mad, angry, or or super fine with it because we're supposed to lose this game. Because look at what we did at the end of the day. If I just recollect like my thoughts over the, few months that I've been coach, 6 months, I guess, I've usually just, all right, this is obviously not working. I know exactly what can work, and just come to them and say, we got a new plan. It's fine. Because like I don't really know what to say else. Because like we can't obviously do the same thing. We have to do something else. I have a lot more time to process the idea, because when I was captain, it's like I'm playing the game and I have to consider things like maybe we could have played better. But when I'm actually sitting on like, a perspective of just spectating the game and just being, I'm not even thinking like we could play better. Like I don't care if we can play better. We have to do something else regardless. Yeah, it's much easier to just plant an idea rather than to think about gameplay.
Yeah.
I never really. I think what Puppy said about like being authentic, like I'm not the type to like fire up in general. I'm usually like very just level, and so
at least it's that level, not higher.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think like I read something once that was like you should never treat your players different like before the game as you do after the game. Like some people might play really well, some people might play really poorly. You don't want the guys that play poorly to feel like everybody kind of knows in Dota, or at this level I feel like for the most part is self-aware enough to realize when they've messed up. Like what am I gonna do to be like, bro, like I usually just try and be like, okay, what's next? Pretty much like win or lose, the first thing I think of is like let's say we had first pick in the first game, I just immediately start to say, okay, what do we do for second pick? They'll probably take it. Let's like, what are the avenues and stuff like that?
To help them like snap out of whatever just happened and move on to...
Yeah, like Matu taught me that. He's like, when times are bad, like you got to be positive and just like move on to the next thing as fast as you can. And when times are good is when you can like get more out of people. Like if you win a game, you can be a bit more stern. Like, guys, we could have won this game even more. Like, here's where we can improve. But when you lose, it's generally like, okay, strategy, next thing.
Like one thing I learned with No-Tail, with Johan, and that really stuck with me for long is to also remember to focus on what's positive also, and to focus on what is going well in the games, even the games that you lose, and what you're doing well as a team. Like, I remember our first replay session together, we would sit down and he would just show us how we won the fight and how well we fought. And I'm like, this is so cringe. Like, why am I watching my mid laner? Like, he already killed the guy and he's just outlasting him. And he's like, no, I want you to see how good this guy is, you know? I want you to see what he does, what's happening on another lane. And it actually helped me a lot, because like then when my lane is crumbling or my support is just doing a bunch of stuff, and God knows yesterday was doing a lot of weird stuff, and I'm like, where's my, so I haven't seen my position 4 in 8 waves. And then I know that my mid laner, if he gets help, stuff like that. So that kind of, it's to bounce on what you were saying, that to, kind of like finding the positive also, and promoting it, I guess, nurturing it, it goes a long way, especially for players that have to deal with a lot of emotions with the games, right?
I had a question. Puppy, you've been a coach now for like 6 months. When you guys just recently won Dream League, right?
Yeah.
When do you feel the same level of hype as winning that as a coach that you did as a player? Like, what is like the emotion behind it now that you've had some time to like be a coach?
I haven't felt much winning tournaments anyway in the last tournaments.
I was almost going to say,
yeah.
Did you ever feel that?
No, like, let's say like this. Okay, so I haven't won a tournament. Like, okay, the difference is that I've actually won a tournament over like 4 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Or 3. But I don't know, like I share the same vision as like Zai does, like to me winning is a relief that I didn't lose.
Okay.
At this point, it's not like it's not that massive for me, because I've already won so many tournaments, and I'm not gloating or some shit. I just don't feel it anymore, like this epicness of winning. I just want to. I like the game. I love the game. I want to play the game, but I don't want to be a loser. I don't want to, like, in my own head. It's nothing to do with anybody else. I just don't want to actually lose. I want to figure out the game. I want to be the best, and I want to show my best appearance. But like, if I do win, I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God I didn't lose, I feel relief right now. So it's not necessarily the same thing as like winning tournaments in the past. Just don't feel that.
Do you get that feeling though? Like the same relief anyways? Like, do you get like the same lows when you lose as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel good like that way. Like I still like, it's nice, it's a nice feeling. I'm not hyped, but it's a nice feeling, of course.
I felt.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Winning is quite nice, if you ask me. You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup live from Paris, and we're getting ready for our final series. And in our final series of the day, there's one team that has taken 4 championships this season. That's a lot. That is a tremendous amount, especially if you compare it to their opponents, who was lucky to make it to some of those tournaments. So potentially a little bit, once again, of a David versus Goliath situation. But this is a team, Virtus.pro versus 1W. Virtus.pro is a team that I'm sure are going to give it their best, their all effie, because this is their chance.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to Bulba teams, I always say this, watch out for them during group stages, because they come in with really strong ideas and catch a lot of teams off guard. Yesterday, in their series versus LGD, they looked solid. Like, their games went very long, but they looked so competitive, and this team, they have a strong understanding of timings and a very clear vision that I would never count them out.
I just want to do a small anecdote.
Uh-oh.
So I learned about how AI is really good at learning how to drive from professional drivers. You'll understand in a second.
Okay.
And that it will be able to replicate like a professional F1 driver almost instantly. But the second that it's not driving in the middle of the road, it crashes because it doesn't know how to handle like off perfect scenarios. And I feel like that's Bulba as a drafter for me, where he comes up with a theoretically really good strategy. His teams are very good when it works. But the second that there's like a wrench thrown into the equation, they're forced to adjust to it. It's like an unfamiliar scenario. That's the point where I'm like, okay, what are they going to do with this? I become a skeptic at that point. So, we'll see how it goes. I think they have the capability to take a game off of any team because of how good they are at the strategy that they run. But if they get that wrench, I think it's over.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, this is a team that will have good preparation, as you heard already. They have to have good preparation because this is it for them. They did not manage to qualify for the international later down the line. This is the biggest thing they can achieve this season. Let's see how they feel going into it as we hear more from Saberlight.
Despite our not so best performance this year, I can see that we're like a good team and good players. I think we sometimes struggle to get back up when we lose. I think very often it happens that we like lose an important match and then it snowballs from there. Coming into this tournament, we're not in the best shape as we just lost the TI qualifiers, and that is not a good thing for our team, but I believe that we can turn it around. Usually the person that takes the lead when we're back down it's Bulba, but I think it's also just like kind of on each and every one of us. I try to do it myself, like having some team talks organized by the coach. It's helpful and it's for sure like needs to be done, but I also think it's like each person just reaching out to one another, making sure that we're like still on the same page, that we trust each other. Finding the consistency is hard. That's why I think we've not figured it out yet. I think for some people, they try to do it through like concepts and I guess strategies. Like I think Bulba is the type of coach that likes things to be ordered and then everybody kind of knows what's happening. Sometimes I have like a little bit of problems with that because I would say I'm an intuition player, so I just kind of go with my gut, which I'm sure also contributes to the inconsistency, because if I'm feeling it, then yeah, I'm cooking. But if I'm not feeling it, then I don't have like this baseline to fall back on. It's just bad. As far as the roster is concerned this year, I mean, there were times and losses where we were like tempted to see if there is something to be done about the roster, but it never felt like it was one specific person's fault, so there was never reason to like kick anyone. And I think like everybody on this team has the potential to be the best. Been kind of thrown to the wolves and we like gotta figure out the way to beat these like better teams. So it's been just more pressure on myself to like be better, to be a better player, but to also just be able to make better calls and like find a way to win the game.
There is a lot of information in that clip that we saw from Saberlight. The first thing I want to unpack, he already says it himself, he's an instinct player, and that sometimes clashes a little bit with what is planned for the squad by Bulba FE, and we talked about it before that as well, so it's very fitting. But I do want to touch upon the instinct part of it, because it's very true. We have seen him absolutely pop up, and he can take a game on his shoulders.
For sure. I mean, ultimately, Dota is a game about vibes and about players being in the zone that day, playing well, being on the same page with each other and understanding. And you can come in with the best ideas, the best discussions about your timings, what moves you want to make at certain times. But when you get into that game, everything could unravel and go differently. So it's about how you react to these unknown situations. Saberlight was talking about them finding a way to win regardless of hard games. And I think yesterday's series versus LGD may have given them a lot of that experience, because it was quite the marathon. It was like 75 minutes, 65 minutes. There were so many situations in those games that went back and forth. They had to claw their way back in one of the games even. So I'm pretty optimistic for today.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say about that, about VP as a team, about that interview with Saberlight. I find this all stuff to be really interesting, how certain teams recover, certain teams don't recover, I guess you could say. I know VP is capable of taking a late game scenario. They find themselves in this spot a decent amount, I'd say sometimes on their own volition, or maybe to their own doing, per se. But I do like their chances, given that it's earlier on in the tournament, and the less time I think other teams have to figure them out, I think that does benefit them. But at the same time, Saberlight talked about that they're coming off of a loss in the TI quals. So I think kind of up in the air for me there.
Yeah, because it feels like there's a tough balance, because we also said, and they also said they do better with the preparation. Effie says better in a group stage generally because they can have a lot prepared. This group stage, teams are playing one series a day for the first couple of days, so you'd think like, okay, that's better because then you get to properly prepare for everyone. But everybody else also gets to properly prepare for you. So I think maybe, Effie, that would be in this case maybe a little bit of a downside.
Potentially. But it could also be an upside in the sense that you have more time to add into more of that preparation and more time to practice and more time to watch other teams. Oftentimes with group stages, you end up playing way too many games in one day and you can't really pay that much attention. And while that can be a downside, I think overall it'll be an upside for any team and any player.
It would be an upset if VP beats 1W. Let's focus our attention on the opponents of Virtus Pro. Because 1W, I mean, former team Tundra, this is a squad that has taken so many championships and was so dominant. We're going to also find out how they exactly got here to EWC.
Current version of 1W team was created when they picked up the former Tundra roster of Pure, BZM, 33, Ari, and Whitemont. The roster is one that should be familiar to any Dota fan out there, and they are definitely no strangers to winning. Their road to EWC was done under the name of Tundra. Regardless, it was as expected, very smooth and painless. With first place finishes at Dream League Season 28, as well as ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, 1W team earned their first place at the EPT leaderboard and a direct invite to the Esports World Cup 2026. With all this being said, you might think 1W is by far the best team in the world.
That kills the Shadow Demon, kills Triple S. That's a dieback for him, leaving no one for last. All Pari Vision will fall.
They certainly were one of the best teams in the world, and perhaps they still are. But the last few months has been a bit of a reality check for the team, with several disappointing results. Time will tell if 1W team will be able to step back up to their former glory here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Yeah, they've done very well, and they did win Birmingham, and that was right in the middle of a big patch, so people thought, oh, they're going to also be very strong on this patch that is going to unfold before us, and then they didn't really show up as big. And I want to focus actually on that part of the squad. We saw them in action already yesterday, Effie. Is there some of the old 1W in there? Like, how much are they the same team that we saw win Birmingham versus now?
That's a good question, because in their game 1 versus ICX Insanity, they were snowballing, right? It looked exactly what you would have expected. But in that game 2, they were down 15k, 16k net worth in the first 20 minutes and had to make a comeback. So it doesn't really feel like they're in their top form, at least from their series yesterday. And that's one of the teams that you would expect to be an easy win for them, Brian.
Yeah, I guess I'll just give a counterpoint to that in the sense that I think that could imply that they're not in their top form. But with one game sample size, I would also ask the question of, is it, if they win games they shouldn't win, maybe that means they are in top form. So I think that may need a little bit more sample size to know, like, if they are, so say they do that 3 more times in the group stage where they lose the laning stage and they always come back, then that probably means that's kind of just they're willing to play a slower game, they're willing to scale kind of like Team Spirit, and that's their style for the tournament. But then if they consistently find themselves behind in laning stage to maybe higher caliber teams and they are just getting shut out from there, then yeah, absolutely not the highest caliber. So I think there's a lot of questions to be answered because of their recent results, and also like the story yesterday gives us a glimpse into what the couple possibilities are.
And to be fair, it could be that if they are against what they perceive as a weaker team, they're willing to be more experimental in their lanes, because they were running an IO and Drow Ranger in that game that they were 15k net worth behind, which isn't typically the IO pairing that you would expect.
Yeah,
right?
it's definitely not a normal one.
So it could be a little bit of both.
It could be. And is that then the kind of the play style that we are going to see them play? Is it going to be maybe not IO Drows, but is it going to be focused mostly on the mid lane, maybe late game there, and maybe not focusing so hard on getting super strong lanes from the gate?
I just want to point out that we're in a meta that Bach was talking about last series where you're against ranged carries that dominate you, and I think 33 pioneered jungling those 2 camps on the side of the map with like Sand Kings of old, and I'd say the hero now is Darkseer. We're seeing a lot of Centaur. We saw shot from them yesterday. I think he thrives in metas where the offlaner, in this case Centaur, is going Helm of the Dominator into Heart, which for that hero is a farming item. Like 33 is not, he doesn't want to go Blade Mail, Blink Dagger on Axe and run around. We've seen him go Blinkless on Axe in his professional matches, going Pipe instead. So I actually have a lot of eyes on him. I think we're going to see Invoker from BZM, the classics there. I think we're going to see a lot of traditional Tundra into 1W today.
So you're saying that we heard from Aki said that right now the carries are maybe a little bit too strong with all the ranged carries.
Yes.
And you're saying that because 1W has 33 on that off lane, that's why 1W will do well, because 33 is gonna.
This man knows how to come out of any, like, I've seen him be like a level 2 jungle Lycan who then carries the game. And I'm like, a lot of players who are put in that spot, I think it's not just because it's an individual thing. He knows he'll be able to communicate to his team, like between scrims and stuff. This is what's going to happen to me in the lane. This is what I need from you, Ari. This is what the impact it's going to have on the safe lane. And we see these like snowballing lanes. Often the 5 will go through the gate and it ruins the other lanes too. This just doesn't happen to 33 teams because of this, I think.
You know, interestingly enough, you can make a case for the strength of the safe lane right now with being ranged hero plus melee support being a reason why maybe 1W doesn't look as good as they usually would. Because while that is true that he's very good at coming out of bad lanes, that's not the ideal scenario for a 33 team. Typically the ideal scenario is he's top of the net worth and not in a situation where he has to claw himself back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the meta always plays a role. I remember talking to Liquid when they won TI, they were just like, we were feeling really strong going into this event, and then all of our heroes were good. So sometimes it's a matter of hero, sometimes it's a matter of playstyle. We'll just have to see.
We know a lot about 1W. They are very deep in a lot of tournaments they play, so we talk about them a lot, and we know a lot, and I'm sure Virtus.pro knows a lot about them as well. Where do we think they're going to pinpoint the weakness of 1W? What are they going to focus on for the series we are about to watch?
I would imagine they want to give Tomato the best lane possible and play through him. And in that same vein, what we were talking about shutting down the offlane, they really have to nail that. I think another thing to point out is, of all the heroes that get let through in drafts, I think it's fair to say at this point that Earth Spirit has kind of become the hero of the tournament. We see him in a lot of games, and VP have a really nice mid-support Earth Spirit flex between Ovid and Hellscream. They're both super comfortable in that hero, whereas when I look at 1W, it's just a BZM hero. It's not something that I think they've been playing a lot on Ari. It's not a hero I associate with him.
No, relatively to a lot of other pro players, Ari is relatively, I mean, it's not new, but like relatively new. He played Heroes of the Storm professionally before this as well, and his biggest grind to Heimamar was the Hoodwink, and we see him frequently on the Hoodwink. Is very good on that. But yeah, maybe then Earth Spirit was not in his blue eyes. It was, because it might now be, Brian, as we saw. 9 Class doesn't need a lot of games to be
I will say,
successful.
Ari is a very different player than 9 Class. I think he's much more of a calculated kind of guy. I think that there's a reason he came up playing 3 or 4 heroes, the Hoodwinks, the Marcies, and he's been kind of taking the Amar arc where he became professional with 3 or 4 hero pool, and then over time he's adding like 1 per patch. And I just don't view him as the player that says, I'm going to play Earth Spirit for a week and put on a clinic like 9 Class did. Not to take anything away from Ari, there's just different approaches to the game.
I want to see a clinic from one team or the other. You know, it doesn't matter if it's Virtus.pro or 1W. I want to see a close competitive match, and to do so, of course, we need some players. So we're heading to Vinash on the stage.
We absolutely need them to get this one started, Shiver and the panel. This game, though, is class warfare here in the group stage. You got number 1 versus number 5 in Group D, and we have to get it started right here, right now. Our first team is set. It's Virtus.pro! Tourney after tourney this year, they made it and survived, learning from each step taken, no matter the result. They faced the best before and took games off of them, but this game is their ultimate challenge and test in the groups. Unlike Sax, I won't be talking any smack, as the teams will be right by my side surrounding me here on the stage. Virtus.pro ready to go, but they're not alone on the other side. It's one win! This team might be under a new banner, but you know their names oh too well. Team has been feared by all this season, from the top to the very bottom. The only 2-0 team in Group D currently, and they look invincible in a true return to form. Ice cold, some might say, but that's a reference to an older name that we will not be using from here on out. Virtus.pro, please, 1W. You may take your seats. Make sure to place your keys in this position. Gentlemen, we are ready to go. VP 1W, and we're all set. Let's send it back to our panel and get the game started.
Thank you very much. VP and 1W, both teams in Group D. Can we just take a moment for all the teams in Group D? Because this is the group of death. It has the correct letter for that as well. That's perfect. Yandex, LGD, 1W, OG, VP, Inner Circle Insanity is the odd one out potentially, because everybody else, if they would get in that top, I would be like, oh yeah, that checks, that makes sense. But this is a very scary group, and only the number one of each group will be directly seeded into the playoffs. The bottom two will get eliminated. I know, that'll be heartbreak. The rest will still have to play in a survival mode. There is so much on the line for every single game on this stage that I can only imagine that this is some extra pressure, because the moment you have to play, survival stages is going to be very scary. You just want to get out of the groups as safely as possible.
Yeah, 1W is definitely going to need to be on their A game today, because VP, they can take a game off of anyone. And there's many times more than not where they'll lose their best of threes on VP against the best teams, but they'll take that one game where they'll lose 2-1. It's very rarely that I see them just get wiped 2-0. Kind of like I had take a shot at VG Gaming, but like you very rarely see what happened last series happen to VP. So I think if 1W is not on their A game, that like they could easily drop a game, which could easily then cost them first place in the group.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see the dynamic in play of what you mentioned, Sheaves, about how teams are playing less games during groups, so there's more time to talk and more time to prepare, and how that can come into play in one day. Because I want to talk about VP series a little bit yesterday versus LGD, because there were a lot of lessons to take away from that, and they actually have time this time as opposed to having to play multiple series a day. And I really do think that if VP can fix their early game, because that was the issue that I identified watching those games, and they had the time to talk about it and kind of sit down and dissect, they're going to be really scary. They're going to be coming into this completely swinging versus 1W.
Yeah, there's a big difference between only having time. Say a team plays like 3 series yesterday or something, and all you have time to do really is like look closely at their drafts. Like sometimes they'll pick a hero and win with it, and if you were to watch it closely, you'd be like, oh, that really wasn't the reason they won. They weren't that great with your Spirit mid, for instance. But instead, like now with 1 series a day, you're watching the whole replay. You're seeing what exactly their strengths and weaknesses are. What you basically in the drafts nowadays, you pick your poison. What are we going to give them first? We know the likely, candidates for the first round or for the first picks in the draft. But with all this situation of prep, I was like comparing it in my head when you guys were talking about it to like TI8, where like OG had Carry Wisp, but the whole group stage was played in like 2 days. So nobody else was able to even like understand why it was good until the playoffs, because then you were given a day off. That's definitely not the case here.
No, I think, and I hope that it leads to the best Dota that both of these teams can bring, because that will be entertaining watch, that is for sure. You mentioned the laning states, Effie, about how VP was their point that they were struggling in, but that was also the point 1W was struggling in it? Am I understanding that right? That's the point where both teams having their weakest point?
I mean, I don't know if we can make that statement definitively about 1W, because I think their draft just put them in a position where they were down 15k net worth at that stage of the game, and then they were just able to take the correct fights, be the better team, and play on their timing. Whereas versus LGD in VP yesterday, you could see it a lot more clearly. But they had a lot of upsides too. I think the most impressive thing about VP yesterday, watching their series, was that they were able to make a lot of really clutch smokes when they were down a lot of net worth after the laning stage, spearheaded by Fly's Ringmaster, actually, that just brought them back into the game, where I thought, okay, wow, this is some veteran tier smoking.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these teams, these like tier 2S teams, have stepped it up in the recent years. I feel like there's a reason why the gap has closed. A lot of times we find ourselves talking about 6 to 8 teams that could possibly win the tournament. There's usually like an extra another 6 teams that could easily break into the top 6 a bit surprisingly. And it's because these complex scenarios in the late game, these teams are getting more experience. There's a lot of ways to lose in the draft. We don't see that as happening as much in the first 20 minutes. So then they get to that stage more often. More experience comes in because of that. Yeah, I overall, Dota, there's a lot of streamlining in the drafting nowadays, but the depth of every stage of the game, it's almost hard to fathom how many ways there is to effectively lose the draft by not accounting for something, but teams are just so much better at it now.
Well, let's find out how this draft will unfold. Already starting off slightly unusual. I believe every single game today on this stream had first pick Dire side, but we are seeing Virtus Pro with first pick on the Radiant side, and they get their hands on the Earth Spirit that we already mentioned would be coming out and is definitely a flex pick for them. Another flex pick on the other side though, with Nature's Prophet as the answer.
Yeah, I wonder, do we have a strong idea, Mira, why Nature's is their response? Maybe it has nothing to do with her spirit. Maybe it's just like a generically good flex.
I think just the ability to match the timing and match the rotation is going to be really valuable, but also it's a hero that you could throw mid against an Earth Spirit and beat him up. Like, those treants are really destructive in that early game. I do remember yesterday in the OG series that Nature's Prophet came out in response to an Earth Spirit, and then a Spirit Breaker was a follow-up, and then there was some overcorrection with a flex into support.
Yeah, they moved the Natures to support and picked Ember mid. And that was kind of a gotcha, because you have to be careful with Natures, because he does require you to have some form of long-range catch, because he can always get out to safety with his teleport, but if you do that, you have to be careful that catch is countered by just flexing it, basically.
And you won't catch Bulba off guard with that. He's like, I'm banning this Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
I know what you can do with this Nature's Prophet flex.
They're not just studying, their own games. They're studying all the other games, I imagine, going on in the tournament. I think Centaur here is a bit of a block pick, because now you don't want to pick Wind Ranger. You don't want to pick a lot of these high attack speed ranged heroes. You don't mind picking like heavy hitting ranged heroes like Terrorblade, for instance. But, all the heroes like Klinks, Wind Ranger, they're basically out of the pool now. And I do think we're at that stage of the tournament where, yeah, Drow and SF got banned, but there are all of those B tier ranged heroes that you still need to account for. And by block picking them, it makes your draft much simpler.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially because it really felt like Tomato was a big part of why they looked so strong yesterday, and his Wind Ranger really brought them back into the game. I think you're comfortable to just go like a Clockwork or a Ringmaster in this phase and try not to show too much of your cards.
I would probably save the carry until 4th overall pick, but I would be gearing up to pick something like Terrorblade. Like, I say that because you want ranged against Centaur in lane because of how powerful he is with Stomp, but you want effectively like a durable guy for the game. So I think if you were to pick something like that for Fly, like the Ringmasters and such, that would set up for that very well. And I think just picking like a generically strong support in lane is the best route to go here. I wouldn't mind. Is Clockwork's still in the pool? I don't know if Fly is much of a Clockwork gamer though.
I think he can play anything.
Yeah, I think in this current meta, you kind of have to be able to play Clockwork, surely.
I also like Tusk a lot, actually, here.
I love Tusk versus Centaur, but I do feel that he's fallen a little bit out of favor. Like, we did see him come up as an overall last pick for Yamich at some point.
Yeah, that did look good in the lane. I mean, the reason why I like Tusk is because he offers you that damage to kill Centaur. TA is a perfect example. Like I said, Terrorblade, I forgot about TA. That's a hard-hitting ranged hero. That's... like, as long as you're not relying on poking them down. Okay, so they go Clockwork TA. That's a nice way to go about it.
You really would call TA a hard-hitting hero in the laning stage?
Yeah, with Melt Strike. Centaur has 0 armor.
Okay, because I just feel that she is not what she used to be, where her first few levels, she's not hitting hard at all. She's just kind of existing.
Well, I guess we're also talking about later in the game, because the problem with Wind Ranger is not just the lane. It's like the way you kill somebody is focus firing them and you die. But like once TA gets like Dragonlance Deso, Centaur will die to a Clockwork Hook. So maybe the laning stage is not, like, she's definitely been nerfed in several different ways over the patches, especially like the meld minus armor level 1 and stuff. But I think the lane will go fine. I think both heroes will be content. but then the TA does give you the damage necessary to bring down this Centaur, and a lot of times they are just going Helm, Dom, Heart, so they are susceptible. Like Helm Dom gives you a bit of armor, but Centaur will have literally like 7 armor with the Helm Dom.
Do you think you can get away with getting early meld levels in TA these days? Because I've talked to a couple of TA players who are like, yeah, you just have to max refraction and side blades. It's kind of grief to go meld early.
I haven't played a ton of TA recently myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes like a 4-1-4 build and then plans to kill the Centaur later. I wouldn't mind that approach, but maybe Clockwork amps it up enough. I think it also depends on who their far is. Is it this Earth Spirit? Is it something else for Hellscream? So they go the Wind Ranger Tusk themselves. One of the most deadly combos in Dota because of the focus fire plus tag team damage. Usually Wind Ranger lacks that ability to have meaningful kill threat with level 1 focus fire before Maelstrom, but with Tusk you have that. I like this draft from Bulba so far. I mean, we've been seeing Darkseer time and time again against these ranged carries because the best thing to do against ranged carries a lot of times is to just cut creeps and not interact with them because they trade so well and you eventually want to dive them. I think Wind Ranger is the hardest range carry to dive, like opposed to like SF and Drow. They're much more susceptible to that. So I think they're just going to play a chill farm game for Saberlight here. And I mean, they have a pretty insane timing with TA Darkseer. Both of them are like 1 or 2 mid-tier items, you know, around 15 to 20 minutes, similar to last game from the Lifestealer Darkseer, but like a very different fashion. The Lifestealer Darkseer is much more about like just like walking you down and making you just have to run away, while TA Darkseer is much more about like, we're going to push lanes very quickly, burst objectives like Tormentor, Roche. That's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, is them trying to get those early big objectives like the Roche and the Tormentor.
Yeah, and they won with this combo yesterday of mid Earth Spirit plus Offlane Darkseer. Just lots of nice skirmishing and fighting early on. But I was wondering, is there a chance that this flex between Wind Ranger and Furion is open? Because honestly, I'm looking at the heroes and you could put either as your carry depending on what the last pick is.
That's a good point.
VP.
That is a good point. Honestly, I think they still have that option. I think maybe they have like a hero that they're leaning towards, okay, if nothing changes, this is what we're going to do. But like, if I had to guess, now that you're mentioning it, I think Wind Ranger is the default carry right now. Like, I think it's going to be... What is Ari's history here? I'm seeing he doesn't play either Wind Ranger. He hasn't played recently Wind Ranger or the Nature's Prophet.
You're right. I feel like Wind Ranger suits him a bit more, but
I agree with
Nature's
that.
Prophet is it's a greedy hero, and he can be that greedy 4 that you're looking for. So it is open, and they do have the overall last pick to decide in case they go for some early dispel, right? If it's a Wind Ranger carry, and let's say an Enchantress comes out with that early ability to gank her with Enchant, remove the Windrun and kill her, then you're like, whatever, we'll play the Furion.
There's also still a little bit of flex, of course, on the side of Virtus Pro that 1W respects by banning out both a support and the mid laner in their final ban phase. Willow and Puck are now out. But they're gonna need to reveal if that Earth Spirit is gonna go mid for Abed or if Hellscream will get his hands on it, and that latter is the case. The Storm Spirit for Abed. We knew this was coming.
I literally was gonna say, there's still Storm in the pool. It's Bulba, it's Abed. You know, I do think the Night Stalker, it was interesting because I was wondering if they had an idea here, because when you ban Night Stalker there, it's telegraphing we want to pick Puck. And so you're basically saying, we know you're going to ban Puck. If we had another hero that's bad against Night Stalker or Snap, then this makes a lot of sense. And so I think Storm Spirit also fit that. So this is actually pretty well played strategically by Bulba here.
I want to ask you, Brian, because last game we saw the Earth Spirit Darkseer lane versus a potential Wind Ranger, and VG changed it to a carry Ursa because they thought they couldn't lane Wind Ranger into that. Is that the case in this game?
I honestly think that they did that because they had no way to kill Lifestealer, and and Wind Ranger doesn't offer enough damage. So it's hard to say because I don't know if it was because of the lane. I actually don't know what their reason for swapping it is. I think that's always a possibility, but right now I also feel like, I guess you could do Nature's Prophet mid Wind Ranger 4, but when you pick Wind Ranger Tusk, like that's just, there's so much synergy there. I would be surprised if they flex this and don't do something other than giving BZM his Invoker. Oh, it's already bad. Like something like this.
For that was first phase respect band on the side of Virtus Pro. Only 10 seconds left. for 1W to decide what they're going to do with this final spot they have. And it's going to be a Kez.
Wow, it is a flex, it looks like. Or, I mean, I guess it could be Kez Miztech. I have no idea where they're going with this.
I think it's an NP mid.
Yeah, MP mid, carry, Kez, 4-position Wind Ranger. Okay. Yeah, so they do end up flexing a mirror. So it probably is a lane thing because Wind Ranger Tusk has about as much synergy as you can ask for. That answers our question. I think that was a great question. And yeah, I think, you know, Kez is basically a better Ursa. He's a lot of physical burst damage, but he has a built-in sustain and dispel, which a lot of heroes like PA and Ursa don't have. So I feel much better. I actually don't know how the Kez TA matchup goes because you are like meant to kill people in like 3 hits on Kez, which usually TA is good against, but then you also have the damage over time. I'm actually quite curious to see how that matchup plays out.
I'd imagine on a TA, you want to be 1 item ahead of the Kez and just win consistently being 1 item ahead of him. Because if I were to imagine both of these heroes equal net worth in a vacuum, I would absolutely give that to Kez every time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I do like this switch up. I think the Wind Ranger carry would just have gotten pushed into the tower consistently and not been able to play on the kill threat of the Tusk. The Kez is very cool, but I do worry about the Nature's Prophet mid because I think it should absolutely win the lane versus Storm, but it's very easy to get rotated on as a Nature's Prophet once that Storm hits level 6. I can see just the support rotations into beating up this Nature's Prophet.
Now, we said that yesterday VP had a little bit of issue on the laning stage. Do we feel like they've got strong lanes? I mean, we might not know how TA Kez goes later down the line, but do we feel overall they can win 2 out of 3?
I think they absolutely have strong lanes. For me, you know, BZM usually helps the side lanes with Invoker, but this is a similar concept. Like, you have Nature's Prophet, the threat of TPing in at any given moment, and that could easily shift. Like, if you're not on your toes, we saw, like, SF get kicked into tower against Earth Spirit very specifically. It's like, there's moves that you can make as the side lanes against any other hero than Nature's Prophet mid. So I think VP has to be very aware of not overextending into that, because if you do, like, suddenly your momentum's gone, and with heroes like TA, that can basically be a loss for you.
Yeah, I mean, I am worried about VP's lanes, actually. I would love to be proven wrong, but I do feel like 1W does have the edge just for those first 10 minutes.
I think 1W has the double edge, actually.
A double edge. But again, so much can happen with correct support rotations, and it's like, if you can address the Nature's Prophet by maybe moving a hero there early and stopping him before he rotates on your side lanes, it could just go in a giant circle here.
We also saw in the brief moment that we were in game, we saw on the side of Virtus Pro, there were 3 Grandmasters and at least 1 Master tier hero. So that gives me a lot of confidence that the comfort is there. Let's see if it's going to play out in their favor as we head over to Kezu on Sunspan.
And we're paused because 33 is actually in the house today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Fake news. It's
Whitemon typing Mike. We all know it is 33 and the lights. Very sensitive constitution with his eyesight and the lights.
I wonder how many days it will take for 33 to listen, take off his headset, come over here and smash you in the face. One day.
I'd love to see that. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
He's looking at the camera right now. Like, you bet you should hear this man.
He's an angry man. Pure's the one with the headphones off. He's all according to plan. All to make up for, you know, to try to cover for his
captain. Guys, this is how you need to act when I tell you lights, your right microphone. This is how you look in the camera, and we've got it cleaned out.
So 1W versus VP, game 1 of this 2-game series. Your thoughts? I mean, obviously, 1W. God, it's gonna be annoying saying that over and over. They have the. I feel like earlier this year, in the last year, in fact, they were getting lots of top 3s, lots and lots and lots, lots of tournament wins. And then there was a certain point where it's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation where you don't know who's going to show up to the tournament. They can
I don't know what that means. What's a Jekyll and Hyde?
Let's just say good or bad.
Okay, it's a good or bad, yep.
You don't know Jekyll and Hyde?
No.
So, do you want to get into that?
Well, when it's paused again in the next game, we'll talk about it.
Okay, remind me then.
Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde, I'll remember. For now, what's interesting, I think, like, overall how I see these 2 teams match up overall is that, well,
1W overall are like the stronger team, I think, on paper. But VP have overall looked quite good. And I like what they have going for themselves. We saw the Darkseer Earthspirit in the last series, in both games. Looked incredibly good. Habit Storm needs no further introduction. You have the Darkseer also to back it up. And I think TA overall in this game looks quite good. Of course, there's a lot of collapsing that 1W can go for, right? You have the mid-Furion, you have the Tusk and the Keds that can go through the gate as we have a bounty exchange. Anything interesting? Seems like a 2 for 2, so nothing crazy. Jekyll and Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll. Okay, it's a scientist.
That was not an introduction. I just wanted to say the words.
No, it's too late. You've already gotten started. He's a scientist, and he made a concoction that turns him into Mr. Hyde. So he turns from a scientist into like a Hulk-like creature.
Okay.
That's angry and doesn't remember anything, of course. So that's the Jekyll and Hyde situation.
But why couldn't they both be good? What if the scientist and the Hulk monster
the Hulk monster is not good. It's a monster.
Okay.
Guess who else is a monster? Abed on Storm Spirit. We were memeing about this for years. And of course, the first game I get to cast a VP this entire year, it's the Abed Storm. Thanks, Bulba.
He's just one of the best Storms that I think that we just have around. I think also congratulations to Ari for playing 3 games of Wind Ranger Post 4 in a row. It's the only hero he has played yesterday and today.
Oh.
As the Saberlight is getting the chicken bird treatment. As the Keds, of course, is a very, very annoying hero to play against. But they're getting some wave pulling going on, which is absolutely what you have to do. Tusk Keds is an incredible safe lane dual lane.
Yeah, that does look scary. And Pierre should have a good game as a result, and that is scary inherently, just having this Keds free farm.
It is a last pick Keds, and it is last pick on Pure. It's always something that you do kind of have to fear. And also, like, with the rise of Centaur overall, it fits 33 very, very well. This guy is incredibly good in, like, metas where you, like, he can get very farmed and very tanky, and I think this fits very well on this hero. You can get the Dominator, you can kind of just not really interact with heroes that much. You have the Stampede and the Card Later to save people. So I really like this offlane dual lane that 1W have crafted for themselves.
Yep, it's Tomato playing the TA. It's mid lane we haven't really talked too much about other than the Storm Spirit, but it's against BZM on the Nature's Prophet. How is this matchup supposed to go?
It's honestly, it's very tradey. Like, in a way that I don't think you will see one guy win that much over the other. I think Nature's can have the edge. If you're good with microing and you don't let Storm like blast all your treants over and over and over again, I would expect BZM to like win slightly.
Now Fly. Looks like he's going to get first blood by Ari's right click on that Windrunner.
Very nicely done by them. And this is also why I like that people don't autopilot. Like, we've seen a lot of Centaurs, they just go stun level 1, they go retaliate level 2. But if you don't have a double edge in this type of scenario, that kill is never going to be there. So, you know, just understanding the situation, being able to play with your plus 4.
Plus, against Refraction, the return not exactly...
Yeah, not that amazing.
In the top lane, Hellscream getting gone on by the tag team. Trying for some blocks is Saberlight, not happening though. This lane, you can see its prowess in full force here.
It's really difficult. Like, especially also like when you see your Darkseer go first item brown boots, you know it's not an easy lane for you to play into. At least on bottom, they do get themselves the Lotus on the TA.
Dire's courier has been killed.
BZM getting harassed a bit. Right now, 20-7 versus a 17-1 of Abed, so a slight advantage for the Nature's Prophet. And in terms of later stages in the game, what are we looking like in terms of team fights for both sides? Is one side more aggressive than the other?
Well, the Darkseer is really good, of course, for Radiant, but hold that. Hellscream did get level 2.
Oh, Pure actually taking quite a bit of damage. We'll pop the Lotus to stay alive, though. Has to grappling claw away. As Whitemon, that Ion Shell is burning him up. Saberlight going to force out the Fairy Fire, looking for a potential deny. Not going to happen, so Saberlight takes that home.
That was a good turn play by VP. Like, they were getting gone on, but
nice
Pure.
connection from Hellscream. Pure now in some trouble. He gets destroyed.
That was so big. Like, even before when this fight happened, initially, Hellscream was still level 1. He pinged the creeps, so now you get level 2, and they really needed this turn play. If this lane goes normal and, like, chill, there's no way that 1W will lose this one. But now with this misplay, this is honestly an incredibly big deal.
We'll see how much they can take advantage of that early kill onto Pure. Yeah, I was thinking that definitely was going to be, as 33 denies himself to neutrals, but I think that was going to be a complete free lane for Kez. Obviously not the case anymore. I mean, how much does that set him back exactly?
Like the top lane or like now him dying to
Pure in general?
I think it won't change like the lane super much like for him in a way. I think they lose some pressure, which is like, I think that's the most annoying part. He will still free farm, or he should, but it's going to make it a lot harder for them to keep up the pressure on Saberlight, which is when you last pick your carry, you want to not just free farm, you also want to own the enemy offlaner. We see BZM, he's starting to close in on his level 6. Of course, we all know what you want to do with that. If you get to dive this TA with like an early ult and TP rotation with some treants, that'll probably be about the best thing they can do.
Fly looking for some blocking of creeps. We'll do so.
This is literally the anti-33 ward. Like when you play against this guy, you need to stop him from just farming these two camps over and over again.
33 knows though that that is the case. So
yep.
He can try to go for a D ward himself eventually. But we'll be back in lane, getting close to finishing that Helm of the Dom.
Because it's just TA, it's really hard to pressure this hero, first of all. And like now that he has Dominator, you can like slowly, you can go to the lane, push it out, and go farm your 2 back camps. It also gives a lot of XP and gold to Ahri. Whitemon quite deep.
Taking heavy, heavy damage. TPs did come in. BZM is all alone right now. Finally, Pure will connect. As Saberlight is what they have their sights set on. He will fall first to BZM's hand. BZM is going to eventually get traded, but Fly will fall in addition as Hellscream is just cleaning up a double kill for him. Trying to go for Pure, gets to the high ground. Might be able to get neutral denied. Echo stomps onto the low ground, actually. And will, as a result, kill off Hellscream. Echo Slash, rather.
Yeah, that was so close. I also like that Pure has an urn. This is not something you see ever, really. But just understanding that you're playing in, like, you know, the very kill-heavy lane. But yeah, BZM's first rotation. Need to see his... I guess his ult did hit everyone prior here, right? On Nature's, because they didn't lose that much HP. But either way, it was also very good for VP just to get some turn kills. Reminds us of like the last game we saw where suddenly 9 Class was like level 6 at minute 8 on his Earth Spirit. This Pure unstucks himself.
That was all earned there. 33 getting very angry about the lights.
Maybe that's why he died to the neutrals. Couldn't see where he's going.
Such a stupid meme, actually.
Of course, it's your meme.
True. Well, all right, 7-minute wisdom.
And Pure is level 6 on this one. But they are respecting at least a little bit.
Yep, all right. Trying to delay this as much as possible so Pure can connect, and he's going to have to abandon it. Fly a little bit too late to the party. So both shrines the way of 1W. Saberlight, nice vacuum. Putting Pure on the low ground, but he does have an Echo Slash to get back. In fact, he has 2 mobility spells.
I'm a bit surprised how easily they got that Wisdom Shrine. Like, of course, BZM could have committed with the TP, but like he was just fake TPing, and that was enough. Like Storm didn't come over because Abed had half mana pool, could have potentially TP'd up there to also fight it. So just at least respecting 1Dub's early game here, and also the Kez level 6.
BZM laser focused right now. Or else 33 will have something to say about it after.
Oh, you know. And also rightfully so. Everyone who plays with this guy just turns into an absolute monster.
It's true.
Whitemon picks up the Amplify.
Raptor Dance. Yeah, he gets some of it back. Saberlight, he's not going to steal any creeps quite yet, though. Ahri going to join. Shackle does hit. Trying to save him is Hellscream, but very close, in fact. Not enough, as Saberlight will die.
That was a still really nice try. He nearly got Saberlight over the cliff there. A really nice invasion overall by 1W to play into this triangle. And this is just one of the strengths. Not just with like 33 and the hero.
Oh my goodness. What a play from 33.
Nah, he's dead. See you later.
Wild Wing Ripper setting up the combo. Disgusting play. Wow.
And this is just one of the natures of like this guy as a player. He is very vocal and like understanding of I can do this, and at this moment nobody needs to look at my lane. You can keep playing through the safe lane. I will get all the space on my own. Saberlight.
Yeah, BZM gonna make his way over as well. Saberlight has to put down the wall just to exit the premises.
Well, it's just very good poke. A lot of HP gone here from Saberlight in the meantime. And VP are looking for their own play mid.
Yeah, Abed, we haven't seen too much of him yet.
He's been very quiet. Is getting up his golden XP at least. Lots of CS on his board. Of course, most of those are neutrals.
Pressuring the tier 1 a bit.
It's honestly not bad pressure. It could mean that with the 10-minute siege creep, they can go for like a slightly bigger committal, maybe even bring over Saberlight at that point and have like 4 people mid. Because when you have TA at this point, I mean, Tomato's having a great game. Of course, there's barely any pressure on him. Even this tier 1 is down to like half HP. You've got a ton of traps in this area. You can suddenly end up pressuring the mid lane and the safe lane tier 1 at the same time with the siege creeps. Haste Rune will be killed by BZM's micro here.
Abed in the enemy triangle now. Level 8 on this Storm. Fly having a little bit of PTSD down here. We'll get some bowling action on the Ahri though.
I mean, I like that Abed is playing fairly aggressive. Also just understanding like the state of the game, right? There aren't like, what's really stopping him? There's a cast silence, of course, if Pure is around, and potentially a shackle. But a lot of these things you can play around, you have time to react, there's no blink stuns, no global silences. I want to see how VP go around pressuring. I do think mid lane tier 1 is currently your best point of pressure. And either bringing Fly there as a body or allowing him to get his level 6 would be quite good to speed up the game after that.
Kaya getting pretty close for Abed. And for BZM on the Nature's Prophet is Pure. Going for the Raptor Dance, very low on HP. Getting gone on by this Ion Shell. Saberlight not able to finish the job and actually will cost him his life in the end as BZM with that global ult. Very close to getting a solo pickup on Pure.
No, that was
could have changed the complexion of the entire game.
No, for sure. That was a... I guess overall, like, you kind of want to say it is a nice try because it was very close, but it's also the type of moment where you end up kind of killing yourself because you overplay. So just a little bit of a misread there as Pure barely gets off his ult, and BZM also coming in kind of clutch with the Wrath of Nature.
A lot of great Earth Spirit plays today.
Yeah, I mean, this hero just
like
kind of is popping off.
Definitely feels that way.
I mean, they did buff a lot of like his one-pointers, like his silence is good, it's more
preferred
damage.
as the mid or support?
I don't know, I feel like it's kind of good from both sides. Maybe that's just the strength of the hero. You can like flex it. I guess mid is like maybe a bit more tailored. It's like, oh, I kill some creep waves, I get some items. I think that's maybe a bit more skill from the +4.
Abed finally will get a rune, and it's an Arcane.
I mean, clearing out mid tier 1 is so valuable, especially when you play mids, which, well, most mids love runes. When you take down the enemy tier 1, it becomes so much harder for them to contest all these runes. So I'm really expecting Abed to have a good early game here. If he pays attention and respect to BZM's quick buy, which is currently an Orchid, he's got to be careful of that one, at least later when it comes out.
Yeah, I would say there's been a couple members that have not really done anything yet in terms of just a normal viewer spectating standpoint, which is Abed and Tomato. But you can see Tomato, top net worth right now. When do they want to get involved is the question.
Seems about now. I mean, like, TA is pretty normal that this hero doesn't do much. You stay in your lane, you trap it up. BZM in a lot of trouble. This is a very nice smoke.
And 1W pretty low as a result of this stack. Whitemon is going to be the sacrifice. BZM gets zipped on. Abed, Electric Vortex with the wall to follow. TP support on the way. Vacuum as well. BZM does die in the end. Nice shackle onto Abed. He's going to get Echo Slashed as well, so he will be the death on the VP side.
Hellscream will be fine, even though he didn't get the stone connection there. So just nice play overall. And also in the meantime, it's very good that, you know, Fly isn't walking over with his level 5 Clockwork. No, he takes the mid lane, get the XP going. So now by the time Abed comes back up, he's got the hook available. It continues to be freaking annoying.
What is it about Clockwork being level 5 at 13 minutes every single game?
It's because they just run around and they want to bowl everyone in the head. Also, he lost the Wisdom Shrine, so that does matter.
Yeah, it does. But theoretically,
and
he
missed the business creep. We don't want to see that. When you watch people and there's a flag bearer, you're not allowed to miss that.
He's a support. He's not used to right-clicking creeps.
Fly used to be a carry and a mid, probably. He knows how to last hit.
He was a carry in Han. Was he a carry in Dota?
I feel like this guy has played every role.
No Tails played every role.
I mean, Fly
I remember
also
watching him back in the day.
I mean, okay, Fly at least played offlane. Remember when he was Simba?
Yeah, that's true. That was somewhat brief, though.
Never forget. It was
great name, though. It's 33 going to get rolled on. Missed roll. A little bit of miscommunication overall, but 33 outnumbered and killed off. And Abed, a little bit low on HP. Going to get Focus Fire and punched. Is it going to cost him? No, it costs a big Lotus. And now Whitemon going to get crushed here. So 2 dead for 1W. Now the hook shot. Fly showing off that level 6. Surprise. 14 minutes. Got that hook shot.
DOTA creeps were saving him from the bowling ball.
Another zip. Abed back in a decent spot, but he gets shackled to a tree, and Pure just destroys him. Ari getting pretty low with this magnetize. Hellscream will be another one to fall for VP, so it was not free for them in the end.
Man, that was so nice early on, like just abusing the minus armor. You've got the meld, even the Deso charges. Tomato already up to 4 on that one, and he's got his Blink Dagger because just, you know, you get 33 out of the game really nicely, but then just a little bit of an overplay with a very nice rotation by Pure. Get some counterplay going on. Saberlights.
Stampede, Orchid with the hoof stomp. Should be enough damage. Will pop. BZM getting credit for that one. I believe that's the Orchid reveal.
Yeah. He's doing quite well. He is now queuing up the Mjolnir on the Nature's Prophet. I mean, it is the type of hero from mid you want some type of like scaling. There's like either the Specialist Array, which also has looked quite good. You can build into the Hydra's Breath later. As they want to kill Saberlight's Johnny over here, the Centaur. Easy 102 gold.
No, they find a Hellscream, yeah. The old Sprout with that Orchid.
Okay, my friend, those gotta respect. Because obviously Orchid, it can help you farm, it gives you like pretty good stats also, but you want to find these type of pickoffs. So if you're VP, you need to start respecting it. Look to continuously play around these active runes, because Pure, he is happy. We've talked about this double item combo, Mage Slayer for like the survivability, making people deal less damage, and then the Desolator. This is like one of the strongest early timings that Kez will get.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke here from 1W, trying to catch
nice
member of VP off guard.
Very good read to like scan them out here.
Well, Pure is spotted. Fly gonna bowl on him a bit. Not interested in fighting though. We'll opt for the TP out on Tomato. Has the Desolator and Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah, he's honestly very, very tanky. Like, even with 33 having a good game, like, he's gonna have the heart coming out in like even not too long. But if he runs into this TA of Tomato, he will get shredded.
There's the Maelstrom for BZM. Tomato will show up to take out this tier 1 tower, likely not to be defended at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And I think VP have quite good vision on the map as well. Like, they have 2 deep wards down bottom. They have 5 wards out. As 1 does expire, so only 4 more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It'll be a trade for tier 1s.
Yep.
So Deso almost online for Pure. He has the Mage Slayer and Earn randomly, as you talked about.
Yeah, I really like that one. I think it's quite cool. Just like when you play this Kez Tusk combo, there's lots of kills that can come out. Tier 2 actually taking half damage, so...
I'm guessing it's not something you upgrade, though.
No, definitely not. It's just more like the early stuff. You get some cool stats. I like this move. They go up top, you hit the tier 2, you know that there's a high chance you force TPs.
They get connected, actually breaks the smoke immediately, but the rest of his team going to traverse towards the Centaur that has a Heart of Tarrasque.
He's dead. See ya later.
You're going to need 5 hearts to withstand that. A good pick off for VP.
That was a very nice map movement there. You go up top, you force some TPs, and you immediately smoke towards the ward that you already have up. So just nicely showing them where the Centaur is.
Pure actually sticking around, yeah. Grappling Claw will use the Raven's Claw. The Raven's Talent, whatever the hell that's
Raven's Veil? Where do Raven's Claw and
Let's
Talent?
just say Raven something. It's all bird related.
What the?
Maybe I just say Macaw for his ult.
Using Raven's Claw. That's actually like Hufflepuff. That's some Harry Potter type shit.
I'm a Hufflepuff.
Actually, another movie reference. Did you know that TA's innate is called Inner Peace from Kung Fu Panda?
Oh, that's cool.
You didn't like that one, I apologize.
I'd never seen that movie.
What?
Never seen it.
Okay, that's type L in the chat right now. Because that's embarrassing. I know, please cast.
For once I'm on this side of the table. It's good to see.
True.
Now I know how Synderen feels.
Now cast the game.
I feel
please.
really bad. Pure. Maybe
that's good. He's here.
Teamed up by 1W. Tomato. Shackle shot not going to hit.
Oh, that's
going to go for the snowball, but he has
bear.
the blink. So now putting Whitemon in a precarious spot. Ends up being a freebie for Tomato. Thank you very much.
Yeah, easy Deso charge. We'll take those. We got to see how the next 1 minute goes, because from minute 20 onwards, you have Roche that's in the top side, and VP are definitely the ones that should have the upper hand. They're like taking it. You've got the TA, you've got the death, so you can set up some traps as well. Because it should be one of the next main objectives here on the board. Looks like BZM also changed up his quick buy. So instead of going for a full Mjolnir, you just got the Maelstrom into the BKB. Honestly, I kind of like it. I think without it, you can't really hold your ground at all against these heroes in a team fight.
Yeah, he's getting close to being the top net worth hero in the game, but of course TA, always a monster in that department, has the Hurricane Pike now. Tomato, what will he opt for next? Will be the Daedalus, and for Abed, it's going Manta style.
I mean, it's kind of, I think it's cool. Like you go the Kaya Yasha, and then you can just split it up into the Manta. It's like a nice, like hybrid way to deal with the Orchid and also the silence from the Kez.
Yeah.
So I really don't mind it.
It will be a free shard for Hellscream.
I guess also Abed should fall into the category of when he plays Storm, you shouldn't question his item build. He is one of the best Storms after all.
Well, the last time we didn't question an item build, I was really questioning the item.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
No,
this time will
that
be
publicly
different.
though. Shout out to Crystallis.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and it turns out I was just being a dumbass.
Okay, well at least you admit it.
I don't have problems admitting when I'm wrong.
I do. It's an American trait though. So.
Yeah, really good trade. Shout out to USA.
The fly, they do get both shrines actually, so ends up evening out.
It looks like at least 1W got control of the Radiant Triangle for now, which means at least when it comes to some of the Roche control, it is in their hands. I mean, maybe if you're Tomato down bottom, you want to like force in this lane and look for a connection or like forcing someone here, but this is also where Nature's Prophet comes in. He can just TP there, BZM can be ready, and just like hold the lane overall. They do have the Manta available. It's really difficult to now kill Abed. Like, he's got Manta available unless you don't really have any stuns. Like, you can't look for a Blink Hoof Stomp on him. This is a good timing, because VP are looking for a smoke, and 1W, they are splitting.
Ari going to be the one to break the smoke, though. Has a Blink Dagger. And I believe that's where things will end. But Abed will, at the very least, snag that damage rune.
It's good map play from both sides, because if you look at 1W, they're just putting the Dom creep in the pit, and they know that nothing is happening. Like, Roche isn't dying, no one is showing, so they had a pretty easy time reading that smoke. They're just backing off, and they're nicely farming, like, the entire map.
Yeah, so 33 creep in a very annoying spot that they basically have to run into to see.
We'll get it eventually.
And the question is, will 1W contest this? I would assume yes. Power shot.
Whitemon is TPing over to the mid lane, so you can just keep scouting and seeing. I mean, 33 doesn't seem too happy to go and contest this. He doesn't even have a TP. So I think they'll just look to poke, and that's about it.
A little surprised. Tomato will get the Aegis. I have to say, Essence Distiller, when you're going for Roche, really good item.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, put it on like a high ground area, like that little choke point where they have to run. If they're smoked, you'll see. It
should have been the anti-collapse item, but even that can't stop this man.
I mean, that guy just comes from every angle all at once. He's from the multiverse.
Oh, he is.
He knows which angle to take. All right, gets the Shackle with the Focus Fire as well. Not doing that much damage, but enough time for BZM to connect.
Good catch there. I mean, the game has slowed down a little bit. Of course, VP on Tomato did get themselves the Aegis, but they're not really getting too much done on the map. So it's more about the next 1 to 2 minutes. Pure.
Say that now, Pure. Raven's Claw, our favorite spell, used. He's invisible for now. We'll connect onto Saberlight. Already at half HP, but there's a counter initiation from Fly. Gets the hook shot onto Pure. They're going to lose Saberlight right off the bat, though, but a big zip comes in from Abed, trying to focus on the chicken. They get the stones as well as the right click is going to be parried at the last moment into a Shackle shot onto TA. And now Tomato in a ton of trouble. Ice Shard's a little bit awkward to get out of. Gets the blink, still has his Aegis, of course, but if he dies once, he's going to die twice here.
They're running him down.
Yeah, I think this gets the meld off, but they find him. And that's going to be Aegis and Tomato's life on top. Hoof Stomp not going to be there, doesn't matter.
It's just another one of those examples where one play leads into the other. Like earlier you kill Hellscream up top, now this fight down bottom, he was both dead and didn't have a TP available. So you asked me about Kez the other day, and the one thing this hero shouldn't have is parry. Like, he would have died to this Mel Strike.
Yeah.
But he just turns around and parries. Like, this isn't Expedition 33. I don't know why this hero has 28 different abilities.
You just talked about how much you love the hero.
I
Because
do,
he has
but
20
he's got
million
one little thing too much. Like,
one little thing.
Like, you know, slowly we keep tweaking and we're going in the right direction. But this ain't cool, bro. This ain't cool. iFrog, if you're watching, this ain't cool.
Uh-oh, this might not be cool for VP as well. All right, it's fine.
Oh, he's chilling.
It's chill.
It's Abed Storm.
Yeah, don't question it.
Thanks. Oh!
Okay, kick out from Hellscream. He's going to get shackled, though. And
think he's dead.
33 to fully finish him off.
We've got a lot of games that go from literally even to like a 6 to 8k lead within like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It just spirals out of control. You have them, like everything is so normal and then it just explodes. Like you get this 1 kill or 2 kills in the mid game and suddenly by the time you respawn, your entire map is cooked. And you like, oh, okay. Good blinker by Tomato.
Saberlight looking for a vac wall, gets only 1 inside, and it's 33. Ari taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Fly with a good hook shot onto 1, gets 2 inside of the cogs, in fact. Abed not really doing too much here. Gonna get stun locked absolutely with the hoof stomp to follow. We'll be able to zip out to safety. Pure with a BKB. After all of that, Kez will drop. So good counter initiation from VP. Kind of an awkward fight overall for both sides.
No, Saberlight had some good micro there. He kind of cooked. He is following. Shiva's a vacuum.
is going to get clipped. Has to use his BKB. And Abed almost out of mana now.
Okay, still pretty nice because this teamfight was even without Tomato's Daedalus. He's about to finish it now, post-teamfight. Saberlight as well with the Guarding Greaves, not just helping his team, but also a counter to the Orchid, of course. Was a bit surprised he didn't have it earlier, but absolutely love this choice. Of course, with the help of the Greedy Enchantment, getting it earlier than usual.
Of course. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's important. Gold is good. We all know it. 33 loves gold. He also has a Greedy Enchantment, of course, with the Chip Vest. Double income.
Oh my. Chip Vest. Sticking with that tier 1, huh?
Yeah, it's a good item.
It is.
Especially on Centaur.
Yeah, it's just like leveling up your return.
Yeah, get a bonus level. I will take that. That's a good neutral item.
It's called Retaliate now.
Yeah, you're really good.
They never renamed it after changing it back to
Raven's Claw, Return, Hufflepuff.
It's just too much to deal with. Shackle shot. And this is going to be the death of Fly. Let's stay alive. Decent amount for support.
With the Yules. Saberlight trying to be as annoying as possible. Did only get 1 range Johnny here. Never mind, that's a whole wave with his actual body.
33. Cancellation of the TP from Saberlight. Of course, 33 doesn't know that he canceled it. Doesn't matter either way.
He did.
Now, Vac Wall even used. Saberlight going to steal the Lotus. Another Surge.
He's making work for it.
It'll take a while.
New Blinker up soon.
Okay. Well, that blink was up soon too.
And this is a bit of a problem because the Centaur earlier, 33, he was very susceptible to like the TA and the early timings, but now that he got a secondary armor item, like you get Plate Mail into the Shivas, you have Hard and like your Shard available as well, you are starting to turn this matchup. Even though you're down in net worth, you're going to start fearing the Centaur if you're the TA soon.
Stupendous.
Yeah, Kez working on the Aghanim Scepter now, and let's do an item checkup for the Storm Spirit. It's actually be a very late Witch Blade.
Why did you pause?
What?
Witch Blade.
Just to make sure I was saying the name correctly, of course.
After screwing around with Raven's Claw.
Yeah, Raven's Claw really has me worried about every name in the game now.
Yeah, I figured. I mean, there's still a lot of scale going on the Radiant side. Like, Storm late game is incredibly strong. So Abed can, you know, always play for the Aghanims and the Shard. Tomato is...
He might just be dead. Focus fire. More than enough. 4 members of 1W show up and assassinate Abed.
This is definitely bad news, Brian, for them. This is not good. Also, I'm questioning Tomato's quick ride leads a little bit. I want to see if he goes through with it, but like, TA Ags is not really something I would be looking for now, like, at all.
That's cool, though.
Is there anything to, like...
That's pretty cool.
I mean, sure, he can go around and like TP and like we can get a silence, but it's not that good. It just goes to show me that if this is like if they are gonna go through with it, that they never want to fight and they want to like play more like map splitting. I don't know if they're gonna get there.
They're gonna punch the Storm Spirit.
Oh, good save.
Oh my goodness, Hellscream all over the place to save his Storm. And meanwhile, Pure with the Raven's Claw, our favorite spell again. The Shiva is now online. 4:33. And they can methodically push this, but won't know about Roche for another minute.
Yeah, also giving him they got the gem on the 33. Just go for a blind
stop, fly is who they want. They will get. And now the focus onto the barracks. Looks like one lane for 1W.
Yeah, it's looking quite free here, at least on this one. Might just go for like a secondary lane, start poking it and see what happens.
I do miss the Manta-style Centaur days.
That was stupid.
The 1 week that we got to experience.
Where it could, like, where Return actually worked on illusions and buildings.
Yeah.
I remember Ace playing it as a carry and he would, like, kill tier 4s.
That was the last hurrah for Loda, I think. I remember him.
Oh, really?
Whipping that one out.
Shout out to one of the greats.
That was definitely not balanced.
It was not. Just, I mean, that is the cycle of Dota 2. You gotta find the OP shit.
The 1W will get the Gale Force for Ari. He was about to buy it, actually.
No. Lucky for him, he will not have to do it. Scotty completed on BZM. I must say he's been having a pretty good performance on this mid-Nature's Prophet because playing into some of these heroes, it's really not that easy. Storm is considered a counter. Earthspirit is very good against you. Same with Darkseer too. Like, there's no counter team fighting coming out against the Darkseer from the Nature side at all, and you help people get on top of him. So only 2 deaths to his name. I would say even perhaps perfect itemization from BZM here in this game as well.
There's the Ag, so he did commit. I am really interested to see. I mean, to me, this is either one of those, I'm not saying for this game, but typically when this is purchased, it's either a very late game where you're just running out of slots, or you want to split push and just never fight.
Well, I guess that's kind of what they're going for. I think they want to stall out this game for later where you get like another slot on the TA, you get towards the Ags and the Shard on Storm, because I do think they're lacking damage overall. Like, you have Clock and Earthspirit, and they're not the highest damage dealers. They also don't really build any items that help you with that. So the name of the game should be to just delay it, because otherwise I cannot follow the rationale of the Ags.
No, we'll have to find out.
No, level 2 greedy enchantment.
Don't question Tomato on his TA.
I didn't say that, you did.
I just said that.
And you're wrong.
I'm not questioning it. I love it.
Also double wrong. Also, his scoreline is 3-2-2.
That's not a good sign. Puff stomp.
Nice save by Hellscream, yet again.
He has been a beast.
Uh-oh, he ain't moving.
Fly, though. Gale Force will keep him in place. He will die. Shackle Shot hits onto the Darkseer. Saberlight dead before the fight can really even begin. And they even opted to buy back on the Fly. That's 45 seconds. Saberlight down and out. 7 deaths for him.
Yeah, not looking too hot, whereas 1W just getting all the right moves going right now. They're also just continuously taking out like more and more map control. You've got the gem on 33 who's just running around. He's killing every trap. They're killing every observer ward that's around as well. Now, second Roche. Don't really think you can do too much about it.
Delicious.
I mean, they're smoking up, but they're quite late.
Kind of close to a steal there on Roche. Abed will be spotted. But now that they have Aegis for Pure on Kez, see how much they can get out of it.
Aghanims.
He's going to try for it, but the stun lock is there. Gets punched, kicked, everything in between. Cannot move. Tomato is dead just like that. And Fly, this is going to be a dieback for the Clockwork. Yules keeps him alive a little bit longer. And now they can force this buyback out of Tomato easily.
Oh, for sure. I like this too. 1W are very good at this type of movement. You go to one side, you push them out, you make them use their TPs, and then you regain map control by TPing on the outpost.
Yeah, they get the Orchid, they get the Shackle. There's the vac wall from Saberlight. Really nicely done. Buys enough time for Abed to zip away. In fact, they turn it around onto BZM. Big kill for Saberlight. Need a lot more of that, though. Pure going to go in with the Raptor Dance, only hitting a couple of summons, as Ari will finish off Hellscream.
Still a good hold. Very nice vacuum wall there by Saberlight to get the turnaround play. They do kill BZM, who had a huge streak on him, but Tomato did buyback in the midst of it all. I mean, in hindsight, obviously he didn't have to. Perhaps hard to read while in the game. Definitely will set him back, because at this point, my eyes are on Abed. Like, if he can get, again, like the Aghanims and maybe the Shard combo, like, at this point, my faith in the TA is definitely, it's kind of falling down a cliff.
Yeah, we have Workhorse now for 33.
It's always very nice. I also like where BZM is drawing right now. I think it's kind of understanding, like, when you're this far ahead, it is really about the outskirts of the map. When you're far behind, mid lane is like the most useless area to really run down. You need to get out on the side lanes, get some control, maybe get some gate control as well. They do spot an amplified damage rune up top as well. I don't know if they're holding it for someone, or maybe there's a cool bottle we can give to somebody.
Oh yeah. Well, this is a pure special. You could give it to BZM, I guess, but feels like Kez is just made for this.
Yeah, he'll just take it. They're gonna speed him up with a smoke as well, get him into the base as quickly as possible. It could also be good. Like, a play I like is that from minute 30 you have double siege wave. If you have a Roche banner, you get towards the base, you can always fortify your siege creeps, as they do have a banner on Ahri. They're hunting Saberman.
Yep, he does get the blink off. Is smoke gonna pop? No, they go through the gate instead. Saberlight is safe this time. What is he buying with his point booster? Is he going Ag?
That's an Aghanim's faux show. He wants to punch these noobs in the face.
Very cool.
That's quite good. Like, you don't usually think of it like being that good against Nature's Prophet, but BZM honestly has a lot of stat items. He actually deals a lot of damage to himself. I think even like the Kez, not the best illusion, but also not too shabby.
And he will get it. Normal punch online. But unfortunately for VP, it is a 20k deficit. And 1W with the Aegis. I'm not sure what they're waiting for some item to come online before they go for this secondary barracks. Looks like now is the time. They find the clockwork again. Surrounded, killed.
Yep.
45 seconds in a 4 versus 5 now, not including Aegis.
Now this could be a problem. One thing I do like, Storm Spirit has a really cool like tier 4 neutral item timing, because you can always take the mystical enchantment. It gives you mana loss reduction, which honestly on this hero is really good. So, you know, it's small things, but it's what you need to be looking for.
Pure gets normal punched, vacuumed as well. Oh my goodness, they actually get the Aegis, so that was all Saberlight. They even used the Workhorse, but not in time. Maybe underestimating the power of the normal punch. I mean, he was getting a bit low just to his own illusion on the wall.
No, it's quite good. Again, it is a good hold. Like, can never really count out both like Darkseer and Storm, especially in the late game. Quite good. Of course, if Tomato gets to also like chunk in some hits, he will be quite strong.
It turns out Kez illusion pretty good.
It is. Let's see, BZM probably quite happy for him also if the game prolongs. Of course, 25 talent on nature is quite good. You can also drop your boots for a Satanic later.
So how much time does this buy them?
I mean, it is difficult overall, I think, for 1W to just like go up to the high ground.
Yeah, but at some point, VP have to leave the base, you get a pick off, and then
exactly. I mean, that's also why, like, if you're looking at the wards that 1W have on the bottom side, they're just gonna wait eventually that hopefully someone runs out there and you find a pick off. I mean, perhaps this is where the TA trap could come into like fruition. You know, you can start getting into places where they can't see you. You know, you have some random traps around on the map.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's done nothing.
Absolutely. So I'm still a hater for now. We'll see if he can prove it wrong. Obviously, they are down 20k gold, so most items aren't going to look fantastic. But I don't think it has changed the state of the game currently. As a
well, but if he had gotten a normal, let's just say a normal item, we wouldn't be criticizing the item.
True.
Like the Ags you're getting specifically for a single function, which you have
not yet
really
used.
been able to do or use in any capacity. I do like it though.
I don't. You like it because you lack brain cells, but that's okay.
It's not about brain cells. It's about seeing new things. You see?
I will
like
respect that take.
visionaries. Like, you look back on history, there's a lot of morons out there, right?
True.
But a lot of those morons, maybe they were geniuses, and we just weren't ready for them.
That's true. Sometimes you need the crazy people, like, you know, a Thompson.
That's right. I mean, look at Nikola Tesla.
True.
Genius.
Yeah.
And in his time, no.
People didn't know it.
He died a poor man. Crippled.
Great. Keep going.
And he was in love with a pigeon. Literal true story there.
The pigeon part I didn't know, so today
BKB for 30. He went
nice
insane.
Segue.
That's my way of saying
That's
he
good.
went insane.
That's good. Unfortunate for him.
Now the segue into 33, of course.
With the BKB. He did get that, right? That's what he said?
He did.
Okay.
Still on the way.
I mean, I guess he could either give the gem to someone else or just swap out the Dom. We'll just do that for now.
Eat that, Ags.
He's moving his own Dom through the gate, so they'll see that there's a Clockwork waiting on the top side.
I have to say, VP have, at the very least, from their perspective, slowed things down. Fly taken out again. Swift Blink now online for Tomato.
Okay, let's do a... Okay, Saberman.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. Tomato in the area to try to assist. Gets off a trap with the right clicks as well. There's the Electric Vortex from Abed. Only onto Whitemon, though. Has to zip away. Enough time for Saberlight to get out, though. Tomato, in the meantime, pulled up by Hellscream. They don't lose anybody on this side of the map.
Okay, did only lose their Clockwork, which is still kind of okay for them. Obviously, 27k deficit ain't too great, but they do get to hold on to the game for now. I'm surprised Abed isn't buying the shard, at least for now. He's level 22, you've got the Aghanims, you're very happy. You have the Bauble, you've got Mystical and Champion, and I do think you need all the damage that you can get into your lineup. Because it is not easy killing these dire heroes.
Yeah.
Like, Nature's Prophet, first of all, has crazy stat gain. He has also a Skadi, a Satanic, 4200 HP. You've got the card to save people, you have Snowball to save people. You also don't have an MKB or a Bloodthorn currently against the Butterfly from Pure, so you're still running into some issues here.
It's true. Whitemon
gets the Shardy.
Indeed. So he's got drinking buddies now.
Even more armor to help his team out, which is quite nice.
Blink Dagger for Pure, and you can see, I mean, this lead has exploded.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
despite losing that Aegis relatively early, it's gone from like 18 to 30k now.
The Ahri has a Hex. Like, that will tell you a lot. He has Blink, Force, Hex on the Windranger.
Yeah, VP are going to have to force something. They're just getting starved out of the map. .33 is going to connect. Hellscream is going to be spotted first. Ooh, actually gets stunned mid-hoof stomp.
Oh,
gets off the Yules as well. Now the focus is on Saberlight, though, already at half HP, trying to go to the high ground, but that's where BZM awaits him. And just like that, the offlaner for VP dead. Fly will be hexed by Ahri. Abed going to connect with that Aghanim Scepter. There's going to be a buyback now for Saberlight. Going to get kickoff as well, but Fly surviving for now. Pure with the BKB. Trying to focus on Tomato. Gets the bash. Hellscream is there as well. Nice hook shot from Fly. As Pure's BKB kind of nullified to a degree. They buy back. Or they die on the Clockwork rather. Now they're going to try to take out Saberlight. It's somehow going to live through this. No, ticks out to Kez in the end. Because who needs another mechanic in the game? It is the Chicken Man with damage over time.
True. He's got that one as well. I mean, Hellscream trying his best effort to get him kicked on out of there, but even that wasn't enough.
And now looking even more grim for VP. 33 with the hoof stomp. Looks like Hellscream's next. Down and out. Does have the buyback, though. That's meanwhile Pure trying to focus on the back line. He gets stunned up.
Nice
He's getting
silence.
pretty damn low. Has to be careful. Will drop to the deck. No buyback for him, but they do get the set of barracks at the very least. 1W, a little bit clumsy attempt here. As Ahri able to traverse to the other side of the Ancients.
Okay, good Yules.
So he spins, but the cart only semi-spins. That's interesting.
Haven't seen that interaction before. Okay, they do get to hold and they kill Pure. Of course, quite costly. With a couple of buybacks expanded. Saberlight even receiving a dieback in that fight. Okay, so what can they play for? Obviously, when you're down 35k gold, you really have to get it all together. I think Storm 25 talent, of course, quite good. You get the overload attack bounce. At that point, Abed better be buying the shard, otherwise I may lose it. Because I think when, honestly, like when you're down this far, you have to craft a plan. And the best one possible. Because for one dub, honestly, it's kind of easy. Way to respawn, maybe get a Roche. Now, if you're VP and you can steal it, that's a good start.
Yeah, they're going to try for it.
Of course, it's not that easy.
33 looking to contest.
Well, they definitely will. So if you're a Virtus Pro, you better cancel some Blink Daggers here.
Yeah, Roche is going to belch and actually exit the pit temporarily. Gale Force as well. 33 jumps in. It's not a collapse style. Roche not that low yet. Electric Vortex onto 2 with the right clicks. Look at the damage coming out from the TA. Actually goes through a trap now. Where did he go exactly? 33 getting thrown around like a ragdoll by Roche as Roche beats the shit out of Hellscream as well. He'll relocate to the southern side of the map.
Well, BZM got Megas during all of this. That's where the deal went.
That makes sense.
So he did die for it, but he forced 3 people into the base. Roche didn't die. Now it's walking to the bottom side, and it's just going to be theirs. Well, that's a Nature's Prophet classic. Throughout history, this hero has done this, so very nice.
Yeah, it cost him his life, but, you know, that's
absolutely
almost certainly
worth it.
game now. They get all the goodies on Roche as well. VP not able to really contest, and now they're going to have to wait this out. Can they defend for 50 seconds? Otherwise, it's a 4v5.
It's a tough one. Let's see. How many banners do they have also? So you have 2 banners with Mega Creeps, a 30k gold lead. I'd be kind of surprised if 1W don't just, you know, poke their head into the VP base later. Just to, like, you know, miss some siege creeps and Megas, let them do the work with the banner. Yes, Pure rightfully so tipping BZM. It was a very clutch play during all that chaos going on during the Roche time.
It was a rat play.
One of the better rat plays that I've seen in a while.
At first I thought Tomato misclicked his trap.
It did look like it.
It's like, why are you not fighting? Mega Creeps, I see.
Yeah, it just suddenly vanished. But even then, it kind of turned out it was too late. But I think also 1Dub overall made a good job of like delaying Roche there overall.
Yep.
But you definitely need VP to commit to one of the two. Like if you're sending heroes bottom, BZM is not allowed to finish up the Mega Creeps, which of course he did.
BZM fully loaded on items. My goodness.
Yeah.
What does Disperser even replace? Is it a backpack BKB swap?
Yeah, I think like use BKB, swap it out, get the Disperser going. Does he have an Axe Eaten already? He doesn't yet, so he can also do that on the Nature's Prophet. That's quite nice.
What is the Disperser for? You got Surge, you have Ion Shell, you have Magnetize.
I mean, just like late game move speed, I think it's always nice. Like, you're not going to have boots. And then, because I assume he's going to swap it out for the BKB. So it's like a... Obviously, it isn't a BKB in itself, but the high move speed is good. You can kite. Can dispel Magnetize.
Yep, there's some silences as well.
It's always a very good late game item. As Saberlight does get himself the Aeon Disc, of course, always a good pickup. As there's a hookah. Don't know if that was a high distance. Nice kick.
Oh, Hellscream kicking one in. Whitemon with a BKB able to get his snowball onto the low ground, and unfortunately for VP, they're going to lose Hellscream again. It is a trade of supports. So we're stuck in a 4v4 now. Tier 4 still up. Tomato there to defend. They're just going to wait for this timer?
I think they might. Let's see. I don't know if they want to wait for like some siege creeps to then later go with a banner. I think, of course, they always have the opportunity right now, especially with buybacks, because VP are still lacking some.
Mono had a good read on this situation here. That can try to turn this around onto Kez, already at half HP. Trying to get the parry, but that is the Aegis already. They actually have his number in these situations. I'm trying to surround him. Gonna get bashed up by the melt. Tomato with a ton of right clicks, and the horse is not there on time. 33 gets silenced, and now the electric vortex onto 2 with a huge strike coming out from Tomato as well. 33 on the run. A big fat horse surrounded now, gets cogged up and killed off. Double kill for Tomato.
Yeah, good stuff by that. That looked, first of all, there was a weird blink in by Pure. It looks like he blinked in and then kind of stood still. The workhorse didn't connect either.
He got silenced by the trap pretty much immediately.
Right, nicely done. VP definitely with a very big strike back there. Because that is very, very necessary XP that they kind of need here. So yeah, Pure blinked in, then half a second later gets silenced. Nice hookshot into Cogs also here, just to like set up the overall respawn. And then a Jackie Chan punch, I think, to seal the deal. Yeah. Good old silence.
It did look hilarious.
It did. Yeah, because Abed, he was level 23, now he's like level 24 and a half.
That was, I guess that was cheese for Ari.
Or dash refresh.
Yeah,
you never know.
If he has access to that command.
He might.
That's a really slow motion keyboard pressing from 33.
No, that's why the workhorse didn't come out.
Kick on Ari, but he gets the Hex off with the Gale Force to try to buy him some space, but again, the Meld Strike just doing work. Tomato two-shots him.
Tomato is back in the game. Mega kill streak up on him. And they've got some good stuff going on. You know, Abed, he is reaching towards the 25. And he's got the bobble. Can never forget. Or as you like to call it, bobber.
Yep, I love the bobber.
We'll see what he gets on the tier 5, of course, if he wants to keep it. Because you can keep scaling up the mana cost and mana loss reduction if you want on the Storm. Whitemon looking for a puncher.
Now scream there to defend again.
Very nicely done.
Pure in the cover of darkness, looking for Fly. The zip in Abed. Just showing himself off. Okay, the BKB force from the top.
Okay.
Snowball into the pit. Has the blink, though. 33. He's workhorsing, but there's no teammates nearby. Just a baby stampede in the end. Gale Force a bit annoying.
Very weird fight.
Yeah, nobody really fully committing here. They do force the buyback on Ari, though.
There's so many funny spells. You have Gale Force, Snowball, Kickback. You have hook shots. As Whitemon is eyeing up his own Aghanim Scepter. You could think there's an Ags in the game, because every time a guy gets kicked up, he gets thrown around by Hellscream Silence.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, the good news also for VP is that their draft deals with Megas fairly well. Like, Iron Shell is fine. Of course, you have Side Blades, you have Storm. Okay, give some XP to Storm, guys. When these next waves comes in, I just want Abed to clear them out, get your 25 talent, Overload, start bouncing around, buy the shard, it's good. Or save buyback, also quite good.
Saberlight also close to 25. What's his choice? AoE Surge or 2 Ion Shell charges?
Yeah, I always like AoE Surge more, especially in late game. Like, sure, Ion Shell is good, but you can already have them up, like, as it is. So his 25 also quite good. And of course his Dom is stronger, as 1-dub have Mega Creep, so quite nice.
Yeah, I love that. Always a great benefit of being Mega Creeped.
He's debating what to take here. Let's see if he does like the Iron Shell, but just don't think it's that good.
No.
I mean, late game move speed is just so good. Like, people don't really want to hold their boots all that long. It's good against slows, also against like getting out of Gale Force and whatnot.
Yeah, Tormentor no longer giving goodies to 1W.
Just a lot of money.
Yeah, still with this 30k massive lead.
Yeah, also Whitemon still is holding on to the Cobalt Cup. I think this also goes to show, like, there aren't that many great neutrals for supports most of the time. But at the same time, I do love myself a little Cobalt Cup. 33 has got a Refresher Shard also for the double Workhorse. Ari with a good sniff out on the situation.
Abed still not 25. Saberlight did get there.
He'll get there eventually.
Meanwhile, for 1W, they have 3 members at 25 plus. Zian. Going to be forced to use his BKB. The wall is placed, doing a decent amount of damage. Has to stand his ground. The hookshot is there. There's the save from the Horseman himself. And the right click's coming for Saberlight. He's getting chased by every being in the existence, it seems. Snowball connects onto Hellscream. He's dead.
The punch.
And now the running down of Saberlight is in effect. Trying to do a wraparound into TP, but it's not to be. VP lose 3. And now we're going to be even more confused because there's an Aghanim Scepter for Whitemon.
Now there's an actual
there's
kickback.
Literal kicks happening.
Okay, let's see. So it wasn't quite the ambitious play, of course, you know, trying to look for an aggressive play, but they all have buybacks available. So VP still have another very strong defense here up in their base. It's going to be buyback number 1. So 1-dub. They're just going to play for a smoke kickback here. So eyes on Whitemon.
Yeah, Tomato would be the perfect subject for this reveal. Oh, Whitemon. Yeah, Lincoln's is actually going to pop his Abed with a nice Electric Vortex onto 2. There's the horse. Another save, but Pure is the one not being saved. He's just a poor chicken. Gets off the Raptor, gets a decent amount of heal, but he gets stuck inside the cogs, grappling the cloud to the low ground. He's dead. Whitemon in the meantime, double kill for Hellscream. This did cost all the buybacks for VP. And now 1W on the run. Hellscream. Is he going to continue the chase? Going to force out the 33 BKB. Abed in the area with some good amount of mana. BZM, though, TP's in. They kill off Hellscream. That's a dieback for him. And now everyone surrounding TA. Tomato dead. Does have buyback, but they are running out of fuel.
Okay, they did get Pure's buyback, which is at least one of the good things out of this fight. Went for a little bit of an overplay there overall towards the end. As a 33 going in with the Refresher Shard, double hoof stomp does get Hellscream out of the game. As that is a dieback for him. But you can see the damage coming out from VP if they find like any type of stun in their own base. As they're not respecting the Lincoln Sphere on Tomato. Everyone going very deep with a beautiful pull by Abed. It's a good hook also here to follow it up.
And this is where it turned poorly for VP. Got a couple of good kills. They did force the buyback, like you said, but this kill onto TA hurts.
It's just Tomato can't really... He can't get out at this point. There's no BKB, like no BKB TP up available for him. I gotta say, I'm still surprised that Abed is not buying shards. So unless I missed something, and obviously I understand he wants to have buyback, but just giving Overlord to your other people,
yeah,
especially the TA, it matters.
And now the pressure's on. 1W is going to force out the fortification. A huge electric vortex onto 3 heroes. Whitemon trying to for the save, but he gets silenced in the meantime. There's the snowball. Finally back into the fray. Now Saberlight completely surrounded. They're going to lose the Aegis, but their Saberlight's going to die as an exchange. They buy back now onto Tomato. And now VP, the ones running out of time. Another beautiful electric vortex from Abed. Stampede to follow, though. They're going to get the parry into the bash, into the potential kill onto Abed. It's another death for him. He does have buyback, and that's going to be the final one available for VP.
Abed is still available to come and help them out if they need it, which I think they will. There's no way you just let them get away with this, as BZM is just going to TP to base. He can come straight back. Maybe you can even feed some mangoes to 33 or something.
Oh. Good attempt from Hellscream, but he's going to get hexed and destroyed. Now the buyback being forced. The Ancient fully exposed, and guess who's going for it? It is the Nature's Prophet, the Rat himself. Abed going to force out the BKB. They're just going to focus down that Ancient. That's going to be it for game number 1. 1W take it. Had a massive lead throughout, and it felt like VP kind of powered up once they got mega creeps.
Yeah, like, it happens in so many times. Like that's like one of the stages you then pull it together, because then you really have to come up with a good plan. But like VP's early to mid game, honestly, it looked very good. It's then like minute 20-ish. It's like 1 or 2 mistakes, like maybe not understanding fully when you want to go together nicely. Perhaps some of the itemization I do think could have been better, but yeah, 1W, just kind of pulling it together. I think understanding when they were strong. BZM for me, definitely a big standout. Same with Ari. Died only once in this game. Good itemization.
Damn.
Just coming in clutch.
In almost a 60-minute game, dying 1 time on your position 4. Not too shabby at all. A lot of great Tusk saves this game from Whitemon. But yeah, BZM, kind of the star of this game from the core perspective. 16-4 on the Nature's Prophet. That early Orchid really snowballed him into a very powerful position.
No, I really like this itemization. Like you said, the Orchid early to shut down Abed. You go to Maelstrom to then scale, but then you go to BKB to also like be able to team fight and build good items with the Skadi and the Satanic. So yeah, 1W definitely looked like the slightly better team here, but still think VP, they've got things to show, as they had some good moments in this game as well. It's more about, it's the mid game. You gotta be clean against these tier 1 teams.
Yeah, we were talking up that Abed Storm Spirit. He didn't get a single kill, actually. I didn't realize that until now. That's really shocking. But it just wasn't the game for VP. Got online a little bit too late, as we're seeing some replays here. 33.
It's like there was one fun moment, or maybe not so fun.
The light shined in his eyes, and he just got enraged.
He didn't like that one ray.
That one ray of sunshine in his eyes, just too much to handle. And this was a really good getaway from Pure. That early Urn.
I did like it. I think it's very cool. Of course, they had that one misplay in the lane where they gave a bit of a game to Saberlight. But I think here too, like you saw VP making some good moves and getting some good kills, quite deep, forcing some TPs. Because they killed 1W's early tier 1. Like, so nice. And it's like just overall nice as well. Like, You get the arcane runes, you can play around it overall, and yeah, I think that next time around, it's the one thing VP should talk about is their mid game. That's kind of where I think they dropped the ball, like the minute 20 to 25. Because yeah, I think that's just where OneDub kind of took it. Because they're good, but they looked a little bit shaky all throughout.
What do you think needs to change in game number 2?
I don't even know if the draft needs to change that much. What was this? I think Raven's Claw. They should take that one out. A very good item.
I'll give you Claw. You want me to do that?
Do it.
Really? Yeah. Kezu always complains when I dig in a little too hard. His shoulders are very sensitive.
I have a bad back.
You've touched my shoulder.
Yeah,
how did we get on this conversation? Why is this happening?
Because I said Raven's Claw or something.
God.
Well.
Nine and 4 in this game.
Yeah.
Not honestly, pretty good performance, but it felt like once he got online, they didn't really fully connect as a team.
I think his stat line is good, but I feel like stats don't always really tell everything. He had a very free early game, and I still wonder if I either just have a misread on this Ags, but I don't think it was good. And I think considering the early game he had, I don't think he delivered enough. Whereas I think you had some other people that kind of over-delivered. We did talk about BZM earlier, who I think really made it happen. But to me, if there's one thing to be changed, I think it's just more about when things need to come together, because earlier people can play for their own game, you get your own items, but eventually Dota is about the 5v5. It's about how you play the map, how you team fight together, and I think that's what VP need to step up for the next game, just in order to have a chance.
Yep. I would agree with that, Kezu.
You didn't listen at all.
I was not listening at all. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I can monologue for 2 minutes instead of 1.
I'm used to sitting there and just taking over for 3-4 minutes, and I can just take a mini nap because I am an old man after all.
I still overall liked. I think Earthspirit overall looks good. I think Hellscream had a very nice performance. I think maybe obviously they have a lot of depth on the heroes, but I still feel that.
I mean, even in a loss, I feel like the Earthspirit every game has looked good. Doesn't matter which team.
No,
we have a lot of players that can pull that out.
Yeah, and I would still go as far back as to say that I don't think VP had a. I don't think they had a hero problem. I think it was just more about the gameplay, and sometimes things just don't come together. You know, you get caught off guard. I think there's also some vision aspect overall that OneDub got together in this game where they're just kind of outplaying you. I also really like the gem. When you play against TA, you need an early gem. You can't just let these traps be around the map, give you vision, and all that stuff. So I think OneDub, they just kind of got the better of them.
But I think Saberlight had a really good game for VP. They have some things that they can work on, of course, but it is just a single game. Actually, do you know what their record was coming into this?
2-0.
For both teams?
I don't know.
No, VP, I think, lost
VP,
one.
I don't know. I thought you were asking about OneDub.
No, OneDub is 2-0. VP was 1-1 earlier, I do believe, as you're going to check live.
They are 1-1. And they've played Earthspirit also in all their games, in the one game they won and also the one game they lost. And they played against LGD, which they're a good team. So, 1-1 score in that series is honestly not that bad. And I think even here, they're showing in this game, it's not bad by any means. But if they can do the same thing and then step up the mid game, I do think that's what I'll be looking for. If I'm Bulba, I'm semi-happy with the things that are going on, but the mid game just getting people on the same page.
You know how you fix this issue?
You don't pick Storm Spirit, or what are you going to tell me?
You don't pick Storm Spirit. That's number one. Okay.
Storm was good.
It's too predictable. It's not about it being good. It's too predictable.
Okay.
Number 2, you pick Fly Phoenix.
I love Fly Phoenix. I'm on board.
Fly Phoenix and Saberlight Enigma.
No. I don't want Phoenix and Enigma. You had me at Phoenix.
What is wrong with that?
They're so high cooldown. They're both slow heroes. You need someone to you want people to go in for Enigma. You want people to go in for Phoenix. They're both
Phoenix has a dive. He goes in.
And then he dies.
That's fine. He's a sacrifice. You sacrifice a chicken every once in a while.
Thank God you're not a coach. Let Bulba do the talking. Bulba, you got this. Don't listen to us.
Why would Bulba not do what I say? He respects my opinion.
Please, if this is true, Bulba, stop respecting his opinion. This is not good.
My goodness. Okay, so how do we fill even more is the real question here. 33. Will he be bothered? Okay, what is the over-under on him being bothered by the light? What is the over-under on a pause at the beginning of game 2?
They've got the perfect light, so that will not be the issue. It could be the microphone. But if we want to talk more about the actual things, I think that matter. It's just more about the fact when you play against the best teams, there aren't moments and minutes that you can just drop. I think we talked about some of the itemization that just wasn't good. I think also when you play TA, you want more of the roaches that you didn't get. I can't tell if you're listening or if you're just blank staring.
I'm ready to throw to an interview with the
Very
BZM.
good. Let's do that.
Thank you.
Hey there, I'm here with BZM of 1W Team. So over the course of the year, you guys had really good performances in most of the tournaments you played. You had good results, but I feel like you guys you declined to play in some tournaments. Is that correct?
I think we performed a lot on the offline tournaments, and when it came to the online ones, there was a lot of gap in between, and I think we didn't pick up the pace after the offline tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Do you prefer to skip some tournaments, or is playing all of them what you'd rather do?
I mean, if it's possible, we would all like to play all of them, but
what's holding you back?
I mean, nothing is holding us back, but it's about you cannot keep up the same form you have, like for 2 months. Let's say if you've played 2 tournaments you've played well in, then it's gonna get less likely to perform at the same state in the upcoming ones.
Gotcha. So so is a lot of the calendar year about trying to time when you get good, basically?
I mean, not necessarily. It's more about how everyone treats the tournaments. If they treat them equally, then there's not going to be a problem. But of course, everyone is human, and there is a toll on everyone, like how much you want to play, how much time you want to spend on practicing, on scrims, on new patches, on figuring stuff out, and yeah.
Where do you get the most? Where do you figure the most stuff out right now? Do you feel like you're getting it from scrims? Is it pubs? Mix of both?
I mean, pubs is a really good place. I mean, I don't know if it's known, but you cannot spectate games anymore. So there's that. You cannot.
Can you still watch friends list games, or did they remove that too?
They removed it too. And so now it's basically just you either play pubs or you scrim, or you watch tournament games, and that's the only thing.
Do you like that change?
I mean, it's been pretty recent. So I mean, I was happy enough to spectate, whoever, like from friends lists or tournament games, but it's been like 1 or 2 months only. So I guess time will show if it's good or not.
Yeah, maybe some surprise heroes. You've been practicing your Slark mid or something dumb like that?
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say, but not Spark now.
Okay, gotcha. In the meta right now, what heroes do you hate playing against the most?
I would say Undying seems to be up there because I don't think it got any changes, it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It seems pretty good. And I don't know, maybe, I mean, I play Earth Spirit, but it seems kind of toxic, so I hate this hero as well.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd-place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, Esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
His current version of 1W Team was created when they picked up the former Tundra roster of Pure, BZM, 33, Ari, and Whitemont. The roster is one that should be familiar to any Dota fan out there, and they are definitely no strangers to winning. Their road to EWC was done under the name of Tundra. Regardless, it was as expected, very smooth and painless. With first place finishes at Dream League Season 28, as well as ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, 1W Team earned their first place at the EPT leaderboard and a direct invite to the Esports World Cup 2026. With all this being said, you might think 1W is by far the best team in the world.
That kills the Shadow Demon, kills Triple S. That's a dieback for him, leaving no one for last. All Pari Vision will fall.
They certainly were one of the best teams in the world, and perhaps they still are. But the last few months has been a bit of a reality check for the team, with several disappointing results. Time will tell if 1W Team will be able to step back up to their former glory here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Despite our not so best performance this year, I can see that we're like a good team and good players. I think we sometimes struggle to get back up when we lose. I think very often it happens that we like lose an important match and then it snowballs from there. Coming into this tournament, we're not in the best shape as we just lost the TI qualifiers, and that is not a good thing for our team, but I believe that we can turn it around. Usually the person that takes the lead when we're back down it's Bulba, but I think it's also just like kinda on each and every one of us. I try to do it myself, like having some team talks organized by the coach. It's helpful and it's for sure like needs to be done, but I also think it's like each person just reaching out to one another, making sure that we're like still on the same page, that we trust each other. Finding the consistency is hard. That's why I think we've not figured it out yet. I think for some people, they try to do it through like concepts and I guess strategies. Like I think Bulba is the type of coach that likes things to be ordered and then everybody kind of knows what's happening. Sometimes I have like a little bit of problems with that because I would say I'm an intuition player, so I just kind of go with my gut, which I'm sure also contributes to the inconsistency, because if I'm feeling it, then yeah, I'm cooking, but if I'm not feeling it, then I don't have like this baseline to fall back on. It's just bad. As far as the roster is concerned this year, I mean, there were times and losses where we were like tempted to see if there is something to be done about the roster, but it never felt like it was one specific person's fault, so there was never reason to like kick anyone. And I think like everybody on this team has the potential to be the best. Been kind of thrown to the wolves and we like gotta figure out the way to beat these like better teams. So it's been just more pressure on myself to like be better, to be a better player, but to also just be able to make better calls and like find a way to win the game.
Welcome back. We are getting ready for Virtus Pro versus 1W. Game number 2 coming your way very, very soon. And we get a little bit of time still to talk about this game here with Effie and BSJ, because that first game, we heard Saberlight talk about wanting to find a way to win. And even though fairly early on in this game, we were thinking maybe they're down and out, but Effie, they kept fighting. They kept looking for a way to win.
They did, and there were a lot of really promising movements from Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, when it came to the macro game, it just felt like they got picked apart a little bit. Like after their good smokes, there were so many moments where maybe one hero dies and they choose to take the fight anyway, or one of their heroes is farming, suddenly Ari's Wind Ranger is blink hexing them with Nature's Prophet TP on top of it, and at some point in that last game, it felt like they never really could B5, and they were always on that back foot, always reacting, which is not the situation you want to be in if you're a TA draft.
Yeah, I want to do a little bit of armchair psychology for VP here, because, I mentioned it was funny when I heard Saberlight talk, I'm like, yeah, that is my understanding of the way this team functions. He seems like a player that his vibe, he plays off vibes, he said. I think he's obviously a very good player, and when he's vibing. But what I've noticed, my concern with a player that plays off of vibes like this is oftentimes when they're doing things that work, if you were to ask, like, why did this work, they wouldn't necessarily be able to explain that to you, which makes it very difficult to, like, reliably replicate that situation. So I think when I watch these games play out, like last game, there was one clip where they were even, and then they took, like, just one kind of scrappy, sloppy fight where they over pursued Kez, and then they got wiped and they're down by 5k. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that happens when you don't have, like, a really clear vision of what the formula for success in the game is. And it's something that when I hear, like, BZM talk in his interviews, he's very much like, there's the human side of things. This is how it works, where ebbs and flows. It feels like there's a lot more, I don't want to say like awareness, that seems like the wrong word, but there's like this, they're able to ground themselves from these mistakes much quicker within the game itself and then after the game. That's what I feel like really sets VP specifically apart. Like, he was talking about how to beat these teams. It's not as simple as just do this, but it's like, I feel like that's what they're missing. Does that make sense?
I hear you. I guess, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because that fight that you're talking about, it started off with Darkseer getting picked off, and then VP having Aegis, deciding to take it anyway, and then it all falls apart.
Well, they started the fight on Kez. They were, like, ganking him, and then he got picked off, like, because he over pursued.
No, Darkseer died, and then they had the Aegis on TA, and they still chose to fight after Darkseer.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we're
So
talking about
that's a conscious decision to say, we're taking this fight 4v5 with an Aegis, and that's someone's call, and then it's really hard to get it right.
It is. I mean, in the moment where you're strong, it's very hard to say, like, because of this one thing happening, we should cancel our plans effectively, right? That's what I'm saying, though, is the other teams, because they're more aware of what they need to make it work, they're like, oh, we're going to do this into this into that, but they're not, like, articulating that. They're just, like, aware of it, that when one of those pieces is missing, they'll immediately call off the play. That's what this is me saying armchair psychology, that this is what I think is the reason that they have the Darkseer die, and then they still take the fight.
Well, one thing that I know for sure, because BZM told us so, is that he does not like playing against Earth Spirit. He calls it toxic.
Well, they took it down in game 1, so
he did.
At least he's still able to compose himself again.
Yes. It was also overall first pick, Keeper of the Light, coming out from 1W. We've seen that. This is not the first time that happened. We've seen that happen frequently. There is a slight flex, but for now we're going to assume it is a support coming out from them. We're still looking for pairings with that, but there's quite a few pairings right now that could be working with that hero, right, Effie?
For sure. I mean, the big one is BZM's Ember Spirit. Ember plus Coddle is such an effective way to play post-laning stage, and it's something you have to think about when you're playing against one of the best Ember Spirits in the entire world. I do think that this Coddle flex to mid is also on the table. It's something you have to consider, but when I look at 1W, it does feel like Ahri's hero.
Yeah, Ahri has always been a hero specialist, and this is one of the heroes in his arsenal. And we talked about Earth Spirit being essential as a flex hero moving forward in the tournament. Coddle, for me, it's not as important that the team flexes him as it is that the team truly understands how to build around this hero conceptually. So giving him the synergies, playing the macro game, getting the Tormentor because of the sustain from Illuminate. So for me, Coddle's much more of a game plan hero, and even though he is the flex, for me, it's like not as important of where does he end up going, but what do they draft around it to make it work?
I remember talking to Ahri, I believe, at Birmingham, where he was talking to us and a question somebody asked, but he said, no, we're a Coddle team, and I'm good at Coddle, and this hero is very hard to make work, and it took me a while to understand it, but I understand it. So it's a hero where you have to have a very unique understanding, and that lines with what you just said. I thought it was just pretty cool because Ahri is the type of player to really study the heroes that he specializes in, and it's not often that you look at a position 4 and think that they're going to dictate the pace of the draft, but there are a couple of teams that it really does happen with, like this team and like with P-Vision.
I mean, I feel like as we're discussing this out loud, it makes a lot more sense to me why Ahri ended up with 33 on this team, because that like the way you talked about the way he talks about the game is, it reminds me of Soxo. Like, they have like a very clear idea of what their hero wants to do in the game, macro-wise, what makes the hero work. And 33 loves theory crafting and nerding out about that kind of stuff. So it's actually really cool to see, like, that they are such a play style, philosophy match.